Let's see. The Restless Ghost is a novice one. Father Eric in the Lumbridge Chapel. So we have to go like directly south from here. What? So I was going the right way? Oh, okay. I see. We go this way. We go that way. Whichever way it takes us to cross the bridge. The bridge that is over here. Gets to roll on chickens. Let's go! Just have to find out where the bridge is. Right? He's gonna automatically walk to the bridge, right? Right? That's a mugger. I don't want to fight him. Maybe there's a bridge here? Free armor on ground? It's raw beef. You should have a home teleport still? What's he doing? Is he killing? He's killing the ducks! I kinda like this track. Oh, these are willow trees. Alright, where's the next bridge? Okay. We just have to keep walking along the shore. Eventually there will be a bridge. Oh, that's Limo. That's Limo killing chickens right there, you guys. D. Alright, let's go! Let's attack the goblin first, actually. I want to kill things. I want to kill things. The Sloth Pigster, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Yay! So every time I successfully do damage is when I get XP. I'm looking. Okay, yeah, I think that is how it works. I think. This is the Goblin Slayer pilot episode, you guys. I bet you've never seen that before, huh? It's Santa Claus. Bitch. Bitch. Pray. So I have to wait for my health to regenerate so I can keep killing goblins. Do I have to go inside the chapel? I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight, I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight those fucking sheep again, man. I feel very weak. Okay, where is the ghost one? There's the ghost one, the restless. Oh. Okay, we actually have to go all the way into the town. Oh shit, don't log out. That's not what I was trying to do. Do you guys think we could handle one goblin? I don't know, man. They're pretty fucking strong. Why is it so hard? No, don't cut down the tree. Not right now. Not right now! So this way. Why are there so many goblins? We went the wrong way. There's lore reason. There's lore reason why there's goblins in Cumbridge. Yeah, maybe they're just chilling. They're just like friendly. They're friendly goblins. Illegal immigration. Shit. Let's talk to the priest. Or attack the big boob woman. Wow. I want a quest. It's recommended 10? 4. I'm gonna have to grind some chickens into a fine paste. What the fuck? We gotta find another quest to do. The Restless were too low level for. X marks the spot. Rune mysteries. Members only. Members only. Members. Hey, like, this guy looks just like me. Guys, like, this guy looks just like me. Yeah, let's see. I think there's a quest in here. Or were these all member quests? The rune quest. Let's try to do the X marks the spot then, if we're too low level for the Restless. I feel blissful while chopping down the trees. Let's see. Yeah, I know there's a quest tab, but it just looks like this. so many. There's so many. I'm not at Ice Mountain. An intermediate quest? Novice? Oh, we have to go back to Varric Square. Where's Drainer Manor? It's kind of far away, honestly. But if I go north, if I just go north and follow that path straight, I'll get there. We'll do that one next. We'll do that one right now. Yeah. I think that'll work, actually. Now I just have to go all the way back to where I was before. We can do it. We can do it. What about the chicken? I don't care about the chicken. So many dead chickens. Goblin! I'll kill you. This is a pretty good run I'm having with the goblin. Cook the chicken. Oh. Ah, he's hitting me. Help! He's hitting me! He's hitting me! He's hitting me! I really wish I knew how this stuff scales. It hasn't not increased at all. Or is your overall combat level a combination of different skills? Let's bury him. My arm is itchy, man. I feel like it's the gloves that I wore. Ah. Alright, let's keep moving. It is lullaby music. It's vibe music. There should be an NPC right outside the mansion. And I can take the quest from her. I think? Veronica? Hey! Oh, you're weird looking. Ernest the chicken. I have to find her husband, her fiance. We have to find her fiance in the house. Why won't you go in there? It's just a house. Drain their manor. Well, let's go in the house. Her husband is a chicken? Her fiance is a chicken? That's not real. Rats. Rats. Where the rats? Friday at night, Saturday at night. Where the rats? I'm the giant rat. That makes all of dogs. Well, now you're trapped in the house. What? Wait, the door doesn't open? I'm just killing the rats. Bro. Well, as long as I find her chicken, it's okay, right? Plus, the enemies don't attack you. Unless you attack them first, right? Where's her little guy? What the hell? Can I sit in it? Hey, I'm walking here. Okay, chicken is over here. Oh, but we can't get there, so we have to go all the way around. Holy shit, level 19? Are they hostile? Fish food? Can I just go home? Where's my teleporter? Oh, it's in the spell tab. Let's go home. He's meditating! He doesn't remember the spell. Oh. What's this? What do you want from me? Why are all the quests so like over leveled? How am I under leveled for all of the novice, the super easy quests? I have to be combat level 19 to do that? Yeah, I already helped the cook. Let's just kill more goblins. We're smacking. We're actually gonna level up pretty soon. Come on, bitch! Fight me! Yeah, That's right, that's what I thought. Give me your money. There's too many, like, there's too many people and not enough goblins. Oh, you slapping me! I only have 5. Really? I only have 5? My combat level is still 4? Yeah, it's stronger shit now. I have to train my strength for bigger hits? Hopefully 5 hearts is enough to deal with one of these guys. Especially now that I've upgraded a bit. Looking kind of grim. Looks kind of grim. I'll just thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I have fun hanging out with us. Foul beast. He's gonna die. Wait, you can use the axe when it's not in your inventory? Oh, I have the axe in my inventory then, yeah. We're just slapping each other now. Come on, goblin! I had 4 XP per successful hit. It's like no XP. Fuck you, bitch. I'll kill you. Take their money and bones. Money and bones, please. Thank you. It's 4 XP per damage dealt. there's a fucking goblin here. He's smacking the shit out of me, dude. I don't feel so good. We're gonna get him! The roads giveth and the roads taketh. That's true. Ah. I just wanted his bones. My bones off. My prayer level! Yay! So, my combat level still didn't go up, though. I just watched him fight. Yay! My combat level is 5 now. Is that gonna make me significantly stronger? I mean, I did kill him faster. This is a bronze shield. I'll take it. Wait, and bones. And another goblin! What am I wearing? I have a wooden shield. Okay, now I have this one. Let's kill this goblin. Uh-oh, he looks like he's after that one. Nope, mine. Get over here, bitch! I like the sound it makes more now. Money! I want my money. What is that? Give me that fucking money, bitch. Earth rune? What's an earth rune? Why is he cutting on the tree? Close fight. It's a close fucking fight. He's dodging all my hits. Oh! This is dangerous. Holy shit, I might die. If I go down to 1 HP, I'll run away. No, I think I can tough this one out. He healed! Oh my god. If I die, I'm right by the spawn, so it's okay. Yeah! Give me that earth rune, bitch. And the money. And the bones. And the bones. Let's drop these. Drop these. Drop these. Drop these. Drop these. And drop these. Is there like a way to like a public healing place? Let's just loot these corpses. Food for healing? Okay. Okay. Get over here, bitch! I'm here to kill you. Oh. Did I just... Okay. I was worried I just aggroed 2 of them. I think I would have been fine if I didn't heal before I tried to attack him, because he literally hasn't I killed him without taking any damage that time, actually. Let's look. My combat? Oh shit, my combat's actually gonna, or not my combat, but my attack is actually gonna level up pretty soon, so that's really good. Yay! Told you guys. Something leveled up, but I don't think it was my attack actually. Attack this goblin. Haha. Bitch. Hi, Blake Wacker 40. Blake Wacker 42. That's hi. Okay. Hello. Hi. Yeah. Oh, he's jolly. He's a little elf. He's a little elf. It's Christmas. It's Christmas time now. Body room? I'll take the bones. Let me look at my combat level. We're almost at combat level 6. It slowly gets to the point where they can't hit you and you always hit them. What do these goblins do to you? Their skin is green, and I don't like that. Very, very common fantasy logic. Their skin is green, and I don't really like that. I hate green skins! Yeah, but the orcs are kind of cool in the Warcraft universe. I don't hate them, they're pretty cool. They literally did nothing wrong. Yeah, the orc. I can recognize that the orcs in the Warcraft universe didn't do anything wrong, but I still think Arthas is hot. So I'm gonna side with the. Well, humans at the beginning. I'm gonna side with Arthas. Okay. Let's attack another goblin. I think my combat should go up soon. Maybe when this level's up again. The orcs in Warcraft did plenty wrong. Well, okay, like compared to Arthas, okay, compared to playing through the human and the undead campaign. Compared to that, what is this? No. A beer? The goblin dropped beer. What's ham? Ham? The BGM got really loud. Dragon's Pet! Thanks so much for the raid! Yo, wait. I saw, wait, hold on. Okay, this is gonna sound really rude, but Okay, this might sound really rude, but I really, really like your model. Oh, is there something on Twitter about your model? Also, I saw you hit partner really recently. Congrats on that. That's super awesome, dude. I'm super happy for you. That's so cool. I feel like I've seen your model on Twitter before, but the model is so pretty. But yeah, congrats on partner. Oh yeah, it was on Twitter. Okay. I was like, something's really familiar about it, but I love your model. It's super pretty. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun on your stream. What were you doing? Let me get a shout out for you, actually. I don't have mods. Just gotta do it. Oh, the double raid! Holy shit! And Tark? Oh, private. Oh, you were playing RuneScape too? Holy shit, nice! There you go. Wow, thank you so much. This is my first time ever playing RuneScape. I'm a turbo zoomer, so I never played RuneScape when it was like in its prime, I guess. This is like a first. I spent the last, so this session, I've been playing this session for 4 hours. My first session I've been playing for 4 hours. I just grinded my woodcutting to 33. And now I'm starting on combat because I realized I can't really do any of the quests without leveling my combat. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, for raiders. Right. You can't see because I'm wearing a Christmas hat, but music's kind of loud. But I'm doing my debut subathon here, my debut subathon right there, because I just debuted a new model. I drew it and rigged it myself. You can't really see with the Christmas hat. I can do this. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. But yeah, I only stream video games. I only stream video games, but technically I'm an artist that started streaming video games, and I like playing video games too much. Yeah, I think this is my fourth live 2D model. Also, Tark, I swear to God, I'm not forgetting you. I know you're here, and I know you subbed, bro. You're goated. You fucking goated. You started RuneScape 2.5 weeks ago? Oh, shoot, you're new too. That's awesome. And thank you for the 14 months, Tark. That's fucking insane. Yeah. But I'm really happy with this model. I like it. It's very silly. And slacking on my farming. Let me target another gobble. Yeah. But I've been... Okay, so when WoW Classic, when they released Classic Hardcore, I got like super addicted to that for a few weeks. And it was weird because I had always told myself that I don't like MMOs. And like, I hate MMOs, I hate RPGs. That was like my main thing. I told everybody, I'm like, no, I won't play MMOs and I won't play RPGs. I don't like either of those. And the last few weeks I've been playing this, World of Warcraft, and Skyrim. You know, only MMOs and RPGs. Because it turns out I was just bad at the ones that I was playing. It turns out I was just bad at all of the ones that I had tried so far, so... I really like this one, though. You're getting added to the list. My list of VTubers that play it, that like old school RuneScape. It's very small. Now it's you? I'm gonna assume Mari plays cause Mari was here earlier talking about, oh shit, he's gonna kill me. Fuck. Where'd he go? He's invisible. Why is he invisible? Am I gonna die? It's so over. Let's go get our stuff. Let's go walk 10 feet to get our stuff. Let's see, where's my gravestone? He went invisible. How did you do that? I didn't lose the Christmas hat. I have 15 minutes to walk right here. Your favorite chatter's going to bed. Good night, Target! Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Alright, let's get everything. Oh no, what if it costs money? Oh, everything is free. Everything is free. Take everything. Santa hat, amulet. The beer increases your strength. Oh, I have 2 goblin mail. I think I need 3 of them for the quest. Bronze shield. And this. Wait, was I using... Chad, was I using the bronze sword? No, I was using this one. I was using the right weapon. Let's try this again. You stayed around the cows a lot when you first started? Finally! Oh my fucking god, finally! I got told to farm the cows and the chickens because the cows attack back, but the chickens don't. And that's an easy way to grind XP. And some of chat that was playing RuneScape with me, they went off to grind the farm animals, but I wanted to chop wood. Nobody wanted to chop wood. They're like, it's too boring. As long as you're free to play, you'll basically never have to pay for your drops. Oh. Oh yeah, but the list of VTubers that I know that play old school RuneScape. You? Me? Mari underscore EN. She showed me r/Poonscape. Today she came in my chat. She was like, you know about Poonscape. And Pippa. I know Pippa plays RuneScape too. Occasionally. I think. Yeah, I like chopping wood. It's very satisfying. But I'm getting tempted to pay for a membership so I don't have to grind all the way up to level 45 in order to remove it. Yeah. I don't want to grind to level 45 to get my next tree. Because members get stuff at 35 and 42 and 45. And I'm not gonna get the little dopamine rush. Why are we running away? Why are we running away? You level 2 or 3? 2. Level 2. Do membership? But I'm already, okay. Let me let you in on some of the subscription services I pay for. I pay a monthly subscription to Live2D, about $15 a month. Spotify, about $10 a month. I subscribe to 3 channels on Twitch, that's $15 a month. World of Warcraft, that's also $15 a month, I think. There's probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. Why are these goblins mogging me? Holy shit. Am I having bad RNG or what? Oh my goodness. And the WoW sub. Alright, he's gonna die. Don't worry, guys. Also, Minmore, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I came from there. Thank you again, Raiders. I really appreciate it. Alright. Alright. Let's move back over here. Cute model. Thank you! I actually, I drew and rigged my model myself. I wish I could... Oh, money. Here, let me go into... Oh, it's been a while since I've done this because I always show Raiders the same art. But I remember... Okay. Cross your fingers that this does not... That's a skeb. This is a skeb. I didn't draw this. Cross your fingers that this does not crash my stream like pulling up an image did last time. What's some art that I am proud of? It's gonna be one of the same 2 pictures you guys have seen 10 billion trillion times. This art is like a year old now, man. Dale. Do you want the Arena or the Lumi? Arena or the Lumi? You want the, yeah, Crowbar knows the Arena or the Lumi, which one? Kinda like the hair on the Lumi, but I think the body on the Arena is better. Anyways. This is some of my art. This is a sketch. This is some of my art. See, you can see the similarity, kind of. That's my art. It's always the same art. You know why it's always the same art? Because I don't have time to draw anymore. I play too much video games. I played so much video games. I'm letting my health regen. It's taking a long time. I need to make more food. Take this coin. Show off Thug Miia? Alright, I'm a fan of Thug Miia, so I'll find that one too. Hi Daybreak, it's good to see your faces in chat. I hope you're doing well. Drop cooked chicken? Oh, dude. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. See, even with experienced players trying to carry me, I still managed to fail. Back where? Rat? Rats. Rats. Oh yeah, oh shoot. That one guy, you haven't seen Vod of Miia. Let's go to my downloads. Oh yeah, another fun fact. All of my... Why is this rat fucking me up? All of my, emotes. I drew all of my emotes and alerts. And my starting screen, which nobody ever gets to see my starting screen because I stream for 48 hours at a time, but this is my starting screen. Hold on, guys. Take a look. It's simple, but I like it. It's simple, but I like it. Don't jump. Yeah, well, 48 hours because I got the timer. Why the music change coming so perfect? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Here, I'm trying to find art. A lot of old school RuneScape. Well, I've only been playing 4 hours this session. Yeah, I'm on the subathon right now. Usually I think my last non-subathon stream was 8 hours long, so I don't know. Let's see, what other, do I have any other art? Good art? Not really. Honestly, not really. Not really. Not recently. I gotta start drawing more. Crazy endurance. It's the sort of thing you kind of get used to after a period of time. Also, oh yeah, I forget. Since Raiders, I know you guys were doing RuneScape 2. If anybody wants to grind, or if anybody's a newbie and wants to grind with me and any of the chatters that are already in here, we are currently in World 437. US World 437. Yay! Show them Marine. I'm gonna get banned if I show them the Marine. My magnum opus on Pixiv got like fucking 3,000 bookmarks. I don't know where it is. I drew it so long ago. That's like 2 years old. I drew that before I started streaming. Yeah, I drew it with really big boobs. Oh, here it is. Gininimus might lag out my stream a bit. I'll show what I can. I guess. Ah! The people really liked that one for some reason. Proceeds to show it all. Well, people really liked that one for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, my health is almost all the way up, so I'm gonna start killing again. The Lumicom. Yeah, my first time ever talking to Slim, my most responsible 7TV editor. My first ever communication with him was he DM'd me a link to an image and I opened it on stream and it was hentai. On stream. It's probably in my top clips unless I deleted the clips from it because I was worried I was gonna get in trouble. Let me see what my skills are at. Oh shit, I'm actually pretty close to upping this one. We're at 6. We're still just barely at 6. So is this a paid area? This gate is the gate to the paid area? Is that how that sort of thing works? Who's this? Lizard. Can I open the gate? Hello. Can I come through this gate? You must pay a toll. No, thank you. It's not for members, it's just to steal people's money. They charge you 10 gold until you beat a quest. Oh. I mean, to be fair, I have 212 gold right now. So it's not that bad. See, look, that's us. And then we have our friend standing near us. This is our friend. This is our Santa Claus friend. Ribbon? What? Accept bond? What? What is what? I have a bond from Widow. Wow! I have 1 bond in your inventory. 16 days. Whoa, so I can do herbalism now? Thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, 16 days of membership. Please log out before logging into members worlds. I'll stay in free worlds though. I'll stay in free worlds though in case. Oh, one more thing. Yes. You look like a robot. You look kind of like the robot from Atomic Heart. The robot lady. The sexy robot lady from Atomic Heart. My name is Fredley though. Step right here. Turn around. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Oh. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's back. He wishes to trade. Okay. I like to trade. I'm not allowed to trade though because my account is new. I can give you bones and that's it. Oh wait, actually I can't trade you anything because I'm a new account. You can't trade in the free world? Oh, is it a like member item? I know it's like the member items are like expensive and they have limitations in the free worlds. We're praying. I'm gonna get my prayer XP up. Switch to members world? But then the free people can't play with us. Eternal Subathon? I guess. Let's kill a goblin. What's this? Wow. Look at this outfit. It's just sick. Look at this, like, blood sword. Dude. Oh, wait. Oh. What? Wait, what? I already have a bond. I already have a bond. Can I just redeem it now? Can I give it back to you? Bond! I don't want to sell the bond. I want to give it to somebody that needs it. Or if I can, I mean, if I keep playing this for a really long time, I guess. Ah, he's hitting. What the fuck? He's beating my ass. Redeem it again? Okay. We'll redeem the bond. Hey. Oh, no, attack this guy. Attack this guy. Kill him! It's really, no, you're absolutely fun. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's really cool to find another YouTuber that likes RuneScape. Even though I'm just getting into it, I feel like it's gonna be an addiction. But yeah, go get some sleep. It's 1 AM for me. I'm sure it's probably really late for you too. And I really, oh, a chef's hat! Oh, dude! No way. We can alternate between the chef hat and the Santa hat now. I'll wear the Santa hat for now because it's matching with me. But the Santa hat, wow, he's got a really big sword. He's got a really big sword. Let's see. I have 7 hearts. Let's attack this goblin. Oh, he's already attacking somebody. Let's attack this one. This one, this one, this one, this one. This one. Yay! Yeah, I wish you could stack hats. I wish it was like... Is there like a lucrative hat market like TF2? I love the hat market. Wait, my health is kind of low. Let's not attack yet. Limo said he dropped chicken somewhere, but anybody can pick up the chicken, I think. So it's probably been captured already. Oh yeah, I saw before I started playing this, I actually watched. Child, what was it? It was like an 8-hour video essay about RuneScape. It was either 6 or 8 hours. It was really fucking long. And they talked about the really expensive hats. And people were trying to trade like real life money for stuff, and that's when they got bitchy and banned a shitload of people. I should probably put my runes in the bank. Let me take all these coins though. Let's see what my swordsman. Oh, wait, this is pretty good. Take the coins. Take the coins. I mean, you think statistically, if I have 5 HP, my combat level is a 6, and theirs is a 2. There's no way a 5 HP goblin could kill me, right? Right, guys? Right? Only in risky 3 they're valuable? Oh. I see. It's not going too well for me. I don't think it's going too well. Gotcha, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Skip today. One thing I do really like about this is I can just like tab out of the game. I can click around, tweak stuff in my OBS. And he's kind of beating me. Yay! Give me what? Money and bones. I like to pray with the bones. Money. Once I hit 5 HP again, I'll go and attack another one. You know, I could probably farm my prayer skill here if I just pick up all the bones. Old School RuneScape is what you call a second monitor game. Huh. Oh, somebody else picked it up. I asked because it wasn't my item to... Fuck you, bitch. He's not attacking me too, is he? Nah, he's just looking at me. Path of Exile? Oh, I mean, I've heard of it. Oh, man, he's beating me. He's whooping me. Whooping my ass. What does that mean? Which one of you motherfuckers? I don't even think I can all chat right now. Whoa, my combat level went up? My combat level went up? 6.5. Oh yeah, it was just my swordsman skill. Big bones. Bag. And that. This is 437. It's US 437. Okay, let's go here. I saw saying thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. I'm playing a little bit of RuneScape. I've only been playing a little bit of RuneScape today, just a very minor amount. I am gonna have to check to see if I have. Oh shit, he's fucking me up. I'm gonna have to. Oh, he's beating my ass. You're level 2. I'm level 6. Okay, we're good. Let's pray. And I think I'm gonna try to go to the store to get food. Also, good night, Lima. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Get some sleep tonight, because I know you stayed up really, really late last night. Because I stayed up really, really late last night. Oh yeah, oh my god, I was about to say, I'm gonna try to go to bed by 2 a.m. Like, you know, have us watching some YouTube videos at 2 a.m. But it's 1:30, and I kind of want to keep playing this. But I also have to check, before I go to bed, I have to make sure I don't have homework or anything due, so I can do my homework. There's fishing in the desert area? Oh shit, the desert is right here! Oh man, that's awesome, actually. Fire Emblem Essay time? No. You're not getting me to play Fire Emblem, I'm sorry. Alright, so I forget where the food store is. This is the church. I want to see inside the buildings. This looks like is. Oh, this is a tutor. Killing myself. Yarrow! Mia doesn't want to marry Crom Fire Emblem. Isn't he a dad? One of my friends plays Crom in Smash. Isn't he a dad? Crom is for Lucina only? I thought he was her dad. Huh? I don't have it in me to look up Fire Emblem family trees because I know they're really fucked up because they have like time travel and stuff. But who's this pretty lady? I just need to know where to buy freaking food. Dad husband. She's his daughter wife. Maybe I can buy from the cook. I'm lazy and I don't really want to. I'm lazy and I don't really want to cook the food myself, just like in real life. Get me into EVE Online, dude. How's the adventure going, my friend? I keep on dying. Getting strong and mighty. Like Santa Claus. Grrr. And my barbarian growl. Glad to hear it. Oh, I can't buy anything? Can I want to buy food. Dude, what? I want to get food. Do you have any quests? I don't have anything for you to do right now. What? Oh, right. I have to relog for the membership thing to go through? Let me refill my water for the last leg of me grinding today. Because my cup is very empty. Oh, it's a free-to-play world. That's why. Oh my god. That's why. Because I'm in a free-to-play world trying to do member stuff. That makes sense. All right, give me just a second, you guys. Actually, let's walk to the sea shanty place so we can listen to the sea shanty while I grab my water. And then I can just teleport back here when I'm done. We're not that far. We just have to go like directly east to get there. West. Like the music player? Wait, you can just play whatever you want? Where's the music player? Sea Shanty 2. Because I know you guys love listening to that. Sea Shanty 2! Okay, hold on. Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's fix this. Grabbing some water. Hold on. Oops. Hold on. There we go. I'll be right back, Chad. Hold on. We're gonna listen to Sea Shanty. I'm like putting on Cocomelon for you guys. I'm gonna refill my water cup. I'll be right back, okay? Now I don't want to leave. Wait, Chad, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Get some ice cubes and shit. I'll be right back. Good news, child. I was actually able to get I forgot it's like fucking 20 degrees outside, so the tap water was actually really cold, and I didn't end up needing ice cubes. It's like literally ice cold. It's literally ice cold. Also, Zatsu, well, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Can't drink tap water where I live, lucky. Also, Ace, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. Let's start killing some fucking goblins. Ice cold and full of mold. That's me. Let's kill him. We've only been playing for a measly 4.5 hours. What was that? I ran out of prayer points? It used my prayer points are that fast? Huh. So how do I train my strength? Oh, I have to use hammers. Oh. I have to use... Okay. Bury these. Bury these. Change my attack to slashing. You! Get over here! So slashing is aggressive. So does it deal more damage when it hits? No, it doesn't. Well. Oh shit, well, maybe it does. Oh, the third goblin mail. Apparently, I remember somebody said earlier that the goblin mail sells for a pretty decent price on the market. Holy shit, it does do a lot of damage. I hit 2 2s. Another chef hat. I like silly hats. And there's one thing about the game that's gonna get me into it. If it has silly hats, I will fucking love it. This is super fucking awesome. Oh! This is so much easier. Why wasn't I doing this before? So my combat level should go up a bit significantly faster when I raise my strength level because my attack level is already higher. We're almost at level 7. Oh, dude, it's so good! This is so good! Is it still 4 XP a hit, though? That'd be a little bit annoying, but it would make sense if it progresses the same as, If it progresses the same as, attack? 4 XP per damage, that's what I thought. So it is the same progression? Per damage. Oh, per damage! Okay. Wait, so this is gonna give me more XP... Well, more XP faster because I'm dealing more damage faster. Yeah, I want to see how far I can grind just on the goblins. You should train strength first? Why didn't anybody tell me that? Well, you guys probably did tell me that, and I probably ignored it. And I was like, I'll figure it out later. your money, bitch. Give me your fucking money. Nobody gets hurt. Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing. Oh, my inventory's full. My prayer level went up! Yay! Let's bury all of my bones. And my combat level is 7! Yeah! Alright, keep attacking. Oh, beer! This motherfucker dropped a bronze square shield. I already have one of those. That's, I think, what I have equipped right now. And the beer. Let me see if it stacks my inventory. No, it doesn't. +1 hit points, +1 strength. I'll drink the beer and start attacking goblins. I get drunk and kill goblins. Money. He's got no pants on! He's got rainbow boots on. What is this? Okay, we're good. We're good. I thought I was gonna hold it in, but then I didn't. The no wilderness ditch? Yeah, but having no wilderness ditch, didn't that make it really easy for people to like trick and kill new players? I'm killing these guys! I'm massacring them! Yeah, exactly. Oh. That's why those were the times. I'm going to put more eye drops in. Hold on. I realized, I think my brother and I are just old souls because my little brother, when I went to get better, my little brother was on his computer and he was playing Team Fortress. Well, he only plays Team Fortress 2, but he was still playing Team Fortress 2 at 2 a.m. And it's a Friday night, so it's okay. I feel so strong right now. Let's check my combat. We're almost at combat level 8. Once I hit combat level 10, I should be able to do the ghost quest. The Restless. Let's kill this goblin. You! Get over here! The quest is just don't get mauled by a level 13. Wait, what leveled up? What leveled up? I didn't see it. My HP leveled? Did my HP level? Oh, it did! So 12 HP now. I like having the combat level because it's gonna be good to have a combat level in the future, though, wouldn't it? So I'll take the rune, take these. Let's go smack some more gobos. I just like vibing to the song so much. Alright, you you can take my goblin. I'll take this guy instead. The waterfall quest? Is that one different? Is that one in this town? That's right, bitch. Take the bones. Next goblin! He's really strong, this guy. It's meta for a fishing level. The music is driving you insane. We can listen to something else. We'll listen to the airy music. The Frozen Willow. What is the area music for here? Chat? Oh well. I guess we can't change it then, can we? It was a long time ago? Oh. Bitch. More goblin mail. I know I can sell the goblin mail, so I'm still keeping it, but I have so much. They got money here! Ah! Hello? Robo Kitty!
Late Miia stream.
Ha ha ha. Well, it's gonna be Miia for another 16 hours and 54 minutes. Ha 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 ha. Oh, there's another one. Oh, hello. There are you two. I'm putting all these goblin souls to rest. I like the little tink noises they make when you hit stuff. Come on, dude. He's too strong for his own good. Come on. There we go. Let's see what I'm at right now. So my overall combat level is 8. My overall combat level is 8. Calibrated dose of dopamine released with each tink noise. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. It's combat level that determines your overall level. My overall level is right here. So I think I'm still gonna just go for strength. At least to get it up to match the attack level. I don't want the chef's hat, actually. I just want to kill goblins. Sniffle. Take this money. Give me that. Give me that. Thank you, Blister. I love my Santa hat. Look. Isn't it so pretty? We're matching. So I need to figure out, is there like a vendor that I can sell my things to? And how does that work? Or is it like an auction house like in WoW? Huh? A bartender? I'm gonna sell my stuff. The Grand Exchange. Oh. And Varrock? Okay. Only because I'm getting a lot of stuff that I want to sell. I guess I could put it in my bank too, if there's a bank in this town. Oh wait, yeah, the bank is on the top floor of the castle. Or is that in Varrock? I think it's here. Is there a staircase? Yeah, okay, there's a bank in the top floor of this castle. Alright, so I'm gonna throw everything in the bank. For now. Go up. Up the stairs. And go into the bank. No bank booth. And we're gonna put can't drag that one, so throw my runes in there because I have a bunch already. And I'll put this in my vault. My bond. I guess the beer. And the shitty sword that I'm not using. My Addy axe will stay with me. And a beer glass and beer. And I don't need this shield either. Or these. Or these. Or the pickaxe. I'm not mining right now. Tried the classic overlay in game options. I like this though. I did the Pippa thing. That's what happens when I rub my eye. Let's go down. Let's go out and let's kill some more goblins. My eye is itchy, so I like squint the itchy eye while I open the other eye. I like this eye's a little bit puffy anyway, so it doesn't look like it opens as much. Where was the Gobble Bridge? I think it was here. Yeah, Gobble! I'm coming to get you! Ah, bitch! I'm gonna get you! So at what level do the goblins really stop dealing any damage to you? That's a lot of money. Bag. Bury these. Bury these. I like his outfit. Wow, he looks like Skrillex. Level up defense. Oh man, my strength went up though. Yay! I just like hitting. And my guy a really cool tuxedo. I think he looks awesome. He looks emo a little bit. He also looks kind of like he's just wearing socks. No shoes. We're doing pretty good with this, I won't lie. Double. Double. What do we have? Yay! Keep doing my prayer. No, don't chop down the tree. No, 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 no. Attack the gobble. So now my combat level, after I just leveled up my strength, is 8.6. Okay, this is good. I'm actually moving up a lot faster than I thought I would. Goblin now. Where are you going? Ah, bitch. You took my guy. You took my goblin! The defense determines how often you get hit, not how much damage each hit does. Oh. So if I switch to block after I level up strength the next time, I'll start training my defense stat, and I'll get hit less often? Is that what you're saying? Do some prep games. Oh yeah, thank you for stopping by. Let me play so have fun. Appreciate you chilling with us today. Hopefully I will get to see you tomorrow. I will be here in the morning. She took it. Bitch. 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 Oh. Wait, can I sneak through the gate with somebody else? If we walk at the exact same time? Or will it, like, actually not let me through? I don't want to talk to the border guard. I want to kill this guy. BGM's kind of loud in this area, honestly. But just like this song specifically. Okay, so my strength leveled up. So once I kill this guy, I will swap to defense. And also bury this. Bury my bones. What? In lower music levels? Game settings or settings? Like the rune light settings or the settings? Like that. Yippee! And keep it at 15. It was at 20 before. We'll swap to block so that I can train my defense. Let's take these bones first. So I know I'm not gonna deal very much damage. Oh shit! I still deal 2 damage? Oh, because it's a slash. I don't know. Wait, this doesn't take very much XP to level up either. Bones. Attack. So it's still 4 XP per damage. Wow, this does a lot of damage. Jesus. Attack you. I think I told you guys, I had a professor, my engineering professor, there's supposed to be an assignment due this weekend, but as of Wednesday, my engineering professor hadn't even posted it. Yay! So I do, once I finish playing games for tonight, I do have to like check my engineering class to make sure. He posted the homework. Give me that. Give me this. Fairest engineering professor. No, actually, he's really nice when he doesn't post the homework. If he forgets to post the homework, he'll just be like, okay, it's due next week, usually. But since we're at literally the end of the semester, either, like, he can't push it back a week because we're at the end of the semester. You get what I mean? When he forgot to do it earlier in the semester, he'd just be like, don't worry about it, just do it next week. But we don't have any leeway anymore because the semester is almost over. Also, good night, Patrick! Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening and have a good birthday. Birthday boy. Patrick's the birthday boy. Defense isn't too bad, but I do really want to get everything to level 10 first. Before I start questing. I don't think I'm gonna fail any of my classes. That engineering class, I have a 100 in. Right as of now, I have a 100 in it. I turned in one assignment like a couple hours late, so I'll probably have a 99 in it. But really, it's just an easy class. Plus, I have the extra motivation to not fail my Lego instruction manual just fell. It's too heavy. My 300-page Lego instruction manual fell. But I've got the extra motivation to not fail my classes because I'm paying for it by myself and I don't have a real job anymore. I just play video games and go to school. And I'm paying for school. So I cannot like afford to. What the magic? He's casting fireball. Bury these bones. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Start killing again. Let's take his money. Can you hold an infinite amount of money on you? Or does it stack in like thousands or something? Or like 999s maybe? It stacks to 2.1 billion. Is that a meme? Is that like a bit? What? What do you mean it stacks to 2.1 billion? It's real? Oh, it's a program. Oh, it's like the max, like the max it can read or something. The max like individual stack that the code can read or something. Is that how it works? It's not a bit, it's thirst. Give me this. Kill the goblin. Alright, we're almost there. I want these. I really want my skills to grow evenly after this point. You exchange silver tokens that serve the same purpose but take less numbers. Oh! I see. Huh. Kill this gobble. Stanky Pete. Yay! My defense on him! Oh, I just completed my adventuring task. Show paths? Combat? Oh shit. I did that. Oh. 5, 10, 20. 5, 10, 20. Mid-throw. Oh! Because I think the gatherer path is what I've been doing. Yeah, I was fishing, wood cutting, and mining, but I've been wood cutting. Oh, so strength. Okay, so leveling strength first makes you level everything else faster? Oh, Zelverad wants to trade. Okay, we can trade. We can trade. He's giving me a dolphin! 200 dolphins? A swordfish! Can I eat it? Thank you for this dolphin, swordfish. I really appreciate it. Wizard lady, thank you. Thank you, wizard lady. Take care, the poor denizens of old school RuneScape aren't prepared for the wrath of the meanest. Goblin, goblin. Bitch. Combat level 10! We did it, bros. We're combat level 10 now. Yippee! I still want to get my defense up a bit. Unless I got fully healed when I leveled up, they aren't really dealing much damage to me anymore. Because my defense is higher. But I still need my strength higher. I got hit once. This isn't nearly as terrifying as as WoW Classic. As Classic Hardcore. Classic Hardcore is fucking scary. I feel like I'm gonna go back to Hardcore and then get confused when the enemies all aggro on me when I don't do anything to them. And then I'm gonna die. I need to save up all of my gold so I can get a Petri Flask. My little emergency. He's beating me up. I have the elevation advantage, and he's beating me up still. They're all fighting these guys. The two bad bitches. Oh, that's a dude. Ah! Get over here! Get over here! Goblin! My inventory is full. Full of bones! Yay! Oh, some of my defense leveling up again. Let's just bury all my bones. That's gonna level up my prayer at least one time. Yay! This is really addictive. Okay. We've buried all of the bones. We're ready to keep working. I'll get this up to level 7, then we can keep farming, strength, I think. Ah, I'm so tired! But, we keep grinding. We keep grinding. Right, we keep grinding. We'll get there. Bones. Kill? Oh no. And kill? This guy? I think this will work out. God, I'm scared is lost RPGs and Factorio again. Don't worry, you will see You will see Factorio again. Trust, you will see that thing again. Oh, that's so cute! Also, good night, Dad. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you hanging out with us. It's really cold here. It's really cold, but I'm happy it's December because I like Christmas. I love Christmas! One of the few games more harmful than old school RuneScape? Yeah, I would say... What's this? An air talisman? I'm gonna slice you up! I'm gonna take this, take the money, take the bones. Yippee! You promise we'll get to space? We will get to space, don't worry. Don't even worry about it. We'll get to space in Vanilla Factorio soon, actually. Ah! Stop it, don't cut the tree. I don't want any of that. Alright, let me look at this. Alright, sweet, we just leveled it up. So I'm gonna swap my attack style to slash so we can level strength faster. Fastest, because I think that's the most important one for me right now. He hit all 3 in a row! That's so rare. I don't think that's happened to me yet. He landed all 3 hits. Okay, well he missed one. Okay. 2. Okay. 2 in a row? 3 in a row again? Oh, that's so sweet! Oh, guys, this shit is so cute. Oh. It's so sweet. I wanted to have... I might have told you guys earlier, I really wanted to have hot cocoa because it's so fucking cold outside. But I get cold while I'm streaming and I don't want to get up and wait for the water to boil. Not boil, but heat up in the kettle. So I always end up opting out. I want knight armor like that guy has. I want knight armor. Take the bones. Attack him. Double. Use less water. Well, it's the fact that I would have to leave my room and go to the kitchen to make it when I want to stay on my computer. That being said, you guys are gonna be alone for the first chunk of the React Andy tonight. Later tonight, because I need to fucking take a shower. I don't wanna get gamer grease. I don't want my hair to get greasy, so I gotta take a shower tonight. Mostly because I had trouble sleeping last night, and when I shower, like right before I go to bed, it usually helps me sleep. So I'm hoping that it would just help me sleep. Are there stronger goblins here? Getting rocked right now. Damn. Irving doesn't have greasy hair. I think greasy hair is really nasty, so... You see the guy next to you? Huge Dre? Which guy? There's a lot of guys. Hope we hit him. The guy in the iron. This one? That one? What? One, yeah? Goblin. Yay! To your right, this. Huge Dre. This guy, that's Huge Dre. This is like Roblox, kind of. No, I don't get to the tree! Kill this goblin. He's bald. This fucker took my goblin. Get over here, bitch! Okay, we'll definitely be done by 3 a.m. Done playing games at 3 a.m. By 3 a.m. He flashbanged! The wizard is back! Rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us today, man. Means a lot. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye. like mindless grinding stuff like this. It's so much fun. I guess it was my pride that made me say I didn't like MMOs. Let's kill this guy and then I'll bury the bones that I've got. And look at all my skills. Okay, we're at 8. Money. Oh, I already started smacking him. Bitch! I'll kill you. Smacking on these guys. Alright, we killed this bitch. Another chef hat. I like that the goblins drop chef hats. Goblin milk, give me bones. Kill this guy. Yeah, level up! Yay! So now we're at level 9. I'll get to level 10 first. And then I can try to raise attack. A lot of XP though. There's so many goblins here. I like that everybody has the little knight hat. I really want one of those, but I really like my Santa hat too. I'm torn between them. Take this. Take that. Take this. Take that. Dun, dun. Take these. Is it dancing? This guy was dancing. I saw him, guys. I saw that one dancing. Swear to God. Bones. Money. Bones. Bones. You're dancing! Look at that! What the fuck? That's what he sounds like? That's freaky. Emote menu, you suck in from the right in your bar? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dance and jig. Dance or jig? I'm feeling jig. Wow. This is awesome. I don't know what this is, but I have it. I make a shield. It's different colors. You need mime random events to get... Oh, it's events. What the fuck? Well, look, everybody's dancing over here. Yay, we can all dance. Yippee! Kill more goblins. This is very engaging to me. We gotta hit level 10 with this, though. There. Wait, why does it say I'll be logged out in 30 minutes? What does that mean? Why? Why is it gonna log me out in 30 minutes? Why does it log you out every 6 hours? Why is there a logging limit? That's stupid. Why? Oh, for bots. Oh, to prevent server clog. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Wait, what the fuck did I just pick up? A brass necklace? Well, it's shitty. I don't want it. The game shits itself if it runs for more than 6 hours. Ah. Huh. Interesting. Okay, all the goblins are down here, so I'll stay down here. Change my mind, we'll stay down here because all the goblins are over here. Okay. Wait, 3 damage! I did 3 damage in 1 hit, you guys! Wait, guys, chat. I did 3 damage in 1 hit? Is this real? No, don't chop down the tree. Goblin. No! Kill goblin. Kill. Okay, so I got my strength up. So I'll go back to chop. And we can attack him. We're gonna go back to dealing absolutely no damage. Well, we deal 2 to a hit. That's not terrible. Just so that I can get all of my skills leveled up to 10. That'll look better. It'll make me happier. It's bad that I'm starting to memorize the tune of these songs, right? That's pretty bad, isn't it? I like that it's staticky. I like that. The goblins have a bigger drop table in the pay-to-play world. Yeah, but I said I was gonna stay in the free-to-play world today because what if there was somebody that wanted to play with us and they didn't have a membership, so they could only go in the free-to-play world. So I figured I would stay in free-to-play. It'd be nice. Yeah, let's drop. Did you hear that? Zelrad said Twitch Prime Rewards will have a free week of RuneScape membership in a week or two. In a week or two. Nobody plays this game without a membership. I was gonna play it for free. I was gonna play without a membership. But I mean, I am turbo newbie, so I didn't know if I would like the game. So I obviously wasn't gonna pay for a membership before I knew if I was gonna like it. So I guess that makes sense. Get over here. Oh, I got my leveling up! So, we are at, my HP went up. I'm still at 9 for this one, but we're almost there, so. I'll still take everything. Just keep hacking and slashing away. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I just hit somebody. I just hit a player? No, I hit a goblin. Okay. I thought I just hit this girl. Alright, okay. Check out RuneScape's page on Prime Gaming right now. It's stuff for RuneScape 3. Ah. With a general membership for a week offer. Okay, I leveled this up to 10. We can go back to block so that I can get my defensive up to 10. And then I think we'll be done. The free-to-play is more... Oh, so it's like WoW. Is it like WoW? Is it like retail? Because retail lets you play up to level 20, and then, like, you can keep playing, but you can't level up any further. Like, you cannot get, like, stronger without buying a membership. Oh, oh, son of a bitch. I didn't want to cut that tree. There's so many trees here. You can grind all the free skills to 99, but it would be slow as hell. So I guess it gives you a little bit more than WoW does. You'll drop this way before you reach the limits of free to play. Oh. So it's that tedious. It's that tedious without membership. Free to play is geared towards leveling skills only as far as 40 and 50-ish before it's a grind. Oh, I see. I got a beer. Bury all the bones, get my prayer leveled up one more time. That's the one. Yay! Keep burying them. Now we can start smacking. Alright, so I just have to make sure I keep track of the timer. I have 20 minutes. I have 23 minutes before it kicks me out. Let's just attack some... Oh, we got him. We got him. Oh, my phone's... Ah! Hello. My phone's probably on its last leg. I really want to try to wake up early tomorrow. I don't know what time the Apple... I said phone store. I don't know what time the Apple store opens tomorrow because it's a Saturday. But if they open at 9 a.m. Hold on. Oh wait, I forgot. I'm playing a second monitor game. I'll just look up the Apple store hours right now. Why does RuneLite keep saving screenshots? What was that all about? Another beer? More bones? Attack the gobble. Okay, hold on. Apple store hours. 10 a.m. It opens at 10 a.m. Which I could go to the Apple Store, be there at 10 a.m. If I get to the fucking store at 10 a.m. Saturday morning, I will be back to start at 11 a.m. It takes one for... Are you telling me the game has taken 100 screenshots? Are you telling me the game has taken fucking 100 screenshots so far? So if I want to get my phone refurbished, if I want to get my fucked up phone refurbished, and actually I will show you guys what it looks like. Hold on. If I, yeah, just yanked my headphones. If I can turn on the camera. Okay, there's my camera. Hello. Let me show you what my phone looks like right now. Turn the brightness up. I don't know if you guys can see that there is a very large shatter going right through the camera right here. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's a deep shatter too. It's one of the ones where like, if you press on it, the screen discolors, so I either need to get it refurbished ASAP, and they're probably gonna tell me it'll take a couple days to get it back. It only takes a screenshot if you level while tabbed out. So I've just been unlucky. This is also, if any raiders are still in here, this is my Lego set that I'm working on. It has 4,000 pieces. This is it compared to my hand. It's pretty big. Your bright pale skin is making me blind. Ooh. Ooh. I'm white. You've cracked it down to the OLED layer. And do you want to know what I was doing? So, it was while I was out of town. Okay. The house has tile floors. Like the entire house is tiled because, like I said, it's like bougie. So the whole place has tile floors, like rock, tile, hard rock. And I was putting on deodorant because I was about to go out, and I was going to pass my deodorant to my relative. I was about to pass it over. And I was holding my phone and the deodorant, and I went to pass her my deodorant, and I dropped my phone because I was holding both of them in the same hand, and my phone fell on the tile floor. That's how I shattered my phone. Not like some accident. I just dropped it. All for the rose petal scented deodorant. Because I was trying to be nice. Screen protector at any point? Yes, but it got cracked, so I took it off. This is the jungle music. This is like Donkey Kong music. Donkey Kong country music. Like that. Alright, we killed him. Take his money and his bones. No, don't cut that. No. Stop it! I don't like how the hitboxes are in this, I'll be honest with you. Drop them. Let's bury all the bones. Yeah, this game is full of bangers. I really like the MIDI stuff. It's just silly. I like it because it's silly. I'm a simple guy. So, defense is at an 8 right now. Kebab? Wow. No way. Let's kill these gobos. It's called flute salad. I like it. haven't been taking... Oh, well, I just jinxed it because I was about to say something about it, but I've barely been taking any damage, which is really nice. We're almost at level 13 combat. Money. Bones. My water. After a few defense levels, goblins are no longer a problem. Ah, I like it. Makes it a whole lot easier for me. There used to be a summoning seal, the login thing that came with it. Called Summonscape is probably my favorite MIDI RuneScape song. Oh! But they took it out of the game then? Oh! Old School RuneScape is based on the pre-summoning version. Level 13! Let's go! So, one more level in defense. One more level, and I'll have all of my skills up to 10. And I should be able to do that before it kicks me off. And then we can react Andy while I take a shower. Kill. Players don't want Old School RuneScape to get summoning. Escape Summon is the song name. Oh. I see. It does feel kind of fun playing this knowing that I think, if I remember from the video, let's say we watched, it was like, they were able to, like, put out Old School RuneScape like this because one of the, like, Jagex employees found, like, a hard drive containing a build of the game from, like, 2007 just in, like, the back of an office or something. Like the back of a storage room. And then that's just what they based it on. I think it's really cool. It feels almost like it's frozen in time. I think that's really cool. Only because I was like a fucking little kid that too young to play video games at that time, so it's something I never would have gotten to play when it was actually there, like, in real time, you know? Mashed Taters, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. It didn't pop up, but I just saw it in my activity feed. That's what happens when I look at OBS. This was for little kids. I think I was like 4 years old, dude. I was either 4 or 5 years old. That's like iPad kid tier. And my parents did not allow me to be an iPad kid. I was very not on the computer. Also, Empirinium, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And for fun hanging out with us. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there, and I have 10 minutes left. You're telling me you're this soy jack pulled and you're not an iPad kid? Yeah. My parents didn't let me have a tablet. My parents like, we've seen what iPad kids are like. You guys get no tablets. I got one of the like black and white like the e-readers, so it could only read books. And that was the closest to a tablet I had, and I was really upset. Tablets didn't exist when I was a kid. That I feel like a lot of people in chat are like that. I think a little bit, not old per se, but tablets are like relatively new. Here, I'll look it up. When was the first tablet released? Let me actually start fighting somebody, so I can at least not be wasting my time. Huh? Ah, it's gonna log me out in 10 minutes. Okay. 1989, but the first... Okay, that's... Oh my god, it's sending me screenshots! Wait, did I level up? Oh, we have level 10 on everything, so I'm gonna swap to strength. To slash now, to keep building my strength. You turn 40 next week? That's crazy. So... Okay. The first, like, mass-marketed tablet was the iPad. The first mass-marketed tablet was the iPad in 2010. So I guess I was raised where I could have been an iPad kid, but... I was not. I remember in elementary school, one of my friends had an iPad mini. They had an iPad mini in elementary school. When did iPad mini release? ...2012. That checks out. I was in elementary school in 2012. Yeah, so one of my friends had an iPad mini and everybody was so jealous. We were like, that's so cool. Can we watch you play Minecraft on your iPad? I'm also buying a house. Suck it, Zoomers. Damn! Damn, he's getting us. Shit. iPad 2 in elementary? Let's attack him. Just get my... Oh. Zelfra's going to bed. Good night! Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for hanging out on RuneScape. It's a lot more fun when there's a lot of people. Even if we're all just standing in the exact same zone, grinding for 6 hours, I think it's still fun. Yeah, iPad kids were royalty, like, when they first came out. Yeah, literally. Because they were rich, because iPads were, like, really expensive or something. Bastard took my goblin. Give me my goblin! Bitch. I'll kill you. So I actually, hold on, let me look at my combat level. I think now I'm actually over leveled for some of the starter things. The starter quests. I had the iPod 2. This escape the first online game you ever binged at 12? Oh my goodness. I had an iPod when I was in elementary school because I really liked music. I had an iPod Shuffle Nano. And the iPod Shuffle Nano, so it had no buttons on it. It had no buttons. It had an on and off button and a shuffle button. And that was it. My mom had to put the music on it from her work computer. Holy shit. Goblin! I think I have enough time to level up strength one more time before it kicks me off. I'm surprised. Oh, 3 damage. Okay, I was about to say, I'm kind of surprised I only did 1 damage with that hit. Would you put on it Christian gospel music? If I can find it. I'm not sure, honestly. If I can find it, I would love to tell you. I think it was Alvin and the Chipmunks, though. I think it had the Alvin and the Chipmunks soundtrack on it because... Because I was like... It wasn't middle school, it was elementary school. And this was elementary school. I had a phone in middle school. Yeah! Give me. Oh, my inventory's full. Let's get rid of all of our bones. Bones. Oh, what was that? Oh, I'll be logged out in 5 minutes. Okay. I want to level up my prayer one more time before it kicks me out. So I have to kill maybe 2 more gobbles. 2 more gobbles. 2 more gobbles. 2 more gobbles. This is a very dangerous just one more situation I've put myself into. Like the first time she plays 6 hours straight. That's how most of the games that I try end up going. I end up playing them for a really, really long time. Chef hat, bones. Yippee! Here are the bones. And I don't know how to log out in a safe place. Do I just log out? Or do I have to walk back to like my house? The castle? Well, I never owned a tablet before adulthood. I went to a high school. I tried giving students iPad minis for a year or two. They were used almost exclusively for Clash of Clans and Dragonville and trying to see how many times they could bounce off the concrete. That sounds about right for a high school. That sounds about right. Any place without aggressive enemies. Oh, I see. And then I'll go over here. You know what? I think I'm gonna have time to put stuff in the bank. So I'll drop some stuff off in the bank. Okay. Alright. I'm not too scared about this anymore. Climb up the stairs. I got made fun of in school because they had one of the really cheap Android phones that when you dropped it, the battery fell out. So if I dropped my phone, like, it would just fall into like 5 pieces. Like the back, the battery, some other shit would fall out. I hated it. I like my iPhone though. Alright, let's deposit these. So does every item stack to 2 billion? Essentially infinitely? Is every item like that? My chef's hat stack. So I would assume. Put this in here, my kebab. My necklace. Talisman. My beer. Okay. Looks like about it. These two. That's my tools. There's my coins, and here's a quest item. I'll keep it like that. Oh, I have an iPhone, and my iPhone connects to my laptop. But that's also because I use the iTunes to like back up my stuff. Like back up my phone on my computer. Go down. We're on the bottom floor. Let's go to the entrance. Alright, so I'll just log out here right at the entrance so I can fight goblins again if I need to. And the early money tip. Money? Money? Where are you? I have 2 minutes. I have 1 minute 45 seconds. I'm going to find you. What's the money tip? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me what it is. Tell me how to get infinite money. Oh, I like this guy. He looks very cool. Look at all these wizards. I guess I'll just stay over here, face this way, so I know which way to go to start fighting again. The cowhides? The cowhides make you a lot of money. I see. So We are 5 hours, 59 minutes, and it is gonna kick us, so log out. Do have to log out. Is what it looks like. God, that is insane. This looks so bad. This is rather loud. Oh, it is loud. It is loud. Which is why I have my volume mixer here to turn it super far down. Okay, so let me see. Let me see. Let's go to my YouTube. Go to my watch later. See what we were watching so we can react to Andy for a little bit before I go sleepy bye. Or watch later. This RuneScape will prepare you for Merwin's combat. Really? It's that messed up? Wait. It's that messed up? Huh? Hold the fuck up. Ah, huh? Let's see. Jagex launcher. Alright. Window capture. Switch it to my YouTube. Wow. We are on the 12-hour Oblivion analysis. We are on this video. I kind of want to watch this one. We're gonna add this to our watch later. I just look at the ones that I'm like, yeah, I want to watch this. The Mandela catalog. Oh, that was one of the creepypastas. I want to watch this. Darkside Phil. Good night, Ace. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Well, night, morning. It's 3 a.m. for me. I really like Patrician TV. Is that his name, Patrician TV? His voice is a good, video essay talking voice. Super Rad Knights of the Old Republic. There's a lot of stuff. How long do the videos have to be? I would prefer they be at least an hour long, because then it's easier to block out how much time I need. Because for the first week of the subathon, it was really easy. I had everything. I had videos picked out in advance. But now that I don't know how many more nights I'm gonna need videos for. Was it good, the Baldur's Gate 1 year ago? Baldur's Gate didn't even officially release. A full Joel VOD. A full Joel VOD, guys. What is this? What is this? Fake bootleg Kung Fu Panda? Are you reading? No, I'm not reading YouTube comments. I'm scrolling through the recommended videos. Well, here's what I'll do. We'll start playing this, and I will find another video while I don't know,
Dangerous.
On my phone.
Archers running out of arrows. Should ammo be infinite to avoid the annoying mechanics of keeping track of your ammo supply?
So we can keep
Should
off.
potions be infinite because it's inconvenient
Oh, my
to
phone
get
just
more
died.
and running out in a fight is dangerous?
My
might
phone
say
just
this
died, you
hypothetical
guys.
is absurd,
Oh,
except there are
what the
plenty
fuck?
of series which
Oh, no,
believe
it- oh
getting
my god,
bows
did it
for your
overheat?
bows in favor of having infinite
It
ammo,
definitely overheated.
or even keeping a supply of potions ready in favor
It
of
shut
an
off,
infinite
it just
potion
crashed.
building.
My phone just
It's more
crashed.
likely than you think.
So I really
Where do
would
you
like
draw
to
the
go to
line?
the
Are you
store
gonna
tomorrow and get a
celebrate
new
when
phone.
Elder Scrolls 6 doesn't have arrows or potions anymore? Where the Morrowind argument really started to get stupid
Okay,
was
hold
people
on.
saying that my logic was flawed because a CRPG with a focus on the minutiae of
Dude,
adventure
brothers, how did this
focuses on the
happen to
minutiae
us?
of adventure.
How did
It's
this
somewhat
happen?
disturbing the number of people who came to
Properties.
the nudist colony and then
React
started complaining about how everyone
indie.
isn't wearing clothes.
Well,
Look, I get it's
I take
subjective,
a
and you
shower.
don't like it, which is why you play
Get
games
back
that cater to your
soon.
specific interests.
Yeah,
and
my-
I play games that
My
cater to
phone
mine.
actually just crashed.
Where
It
we have
didn't
a
die. It
problem
just
is when you
fucking
start demanding
crashed.
that my games change to suit your interests. I've never looked at a Call of
Dude,
Duty
it
game and
actually
said,
fucking-
this
what
is
the
fine and
hell?
all, but what this really needs is
What the
hardcore
hell?
military simulation. Call of Duty fills a niche.
Okay.
It's an action title.
What
It's
the hell?
remarkably simple because that's what the audience wants from it, to not have to think about it. I would change it, but at its core, my Call of Duty game is still an action title. Just like I would add prostitutes
How's
to
the-
truck sims, but not take away the truck driving part of the
Yeah,
game to
I would
focus
do
on
that
the
too.
bisexual road trip aspects.
I would
However,
do that as well.
Unlike Call of Duty or truck driving sims, there aren't a lot of games purely like
I read
Morrowind.
Hydro.
It's a niche.
Hi.
So when one of the few companies catering to that niche starts changing aspects of the
Mimo,
formula
thank you
to
so much for
broaden
the
the
tier 1. I'm
appeal
sorry
by
you can't
shaving
see
off
me
the edges,
actually
it stops
properly
being
thank
the
you because
original
my
niche.
phone
It
crashed.
happened to the Daggerfall fans. It happened to the Morrowind fans.
My phone
It even happened
crashed.
to the
Still
Oblivion
booting up.
fans. And it'll likely happen to the Skyrim fans. Not because any of our expectations were unrealistic. All we wanted was the same thing with
I
less
think
flaws.
they're done.
But because it was determined that not using the new accessibility features was adequate for the old fans, and finding
Turn
mods to
off the cat
re-implement the
ears.
old mechanics that were cut was an adequate answer to the old fans.
There.
The other thing I try to do is that in
I gotta
coming
take my
off of
hair
Thief,
down
which is a game all
when I
about
sleep.
stealth and sneaking.
I
so
like
it
to
was
kill people in
How
stealth
could I get
games.
some of that into Oblivion? You know, some of that. You know.
Yeah,
try to
showering?
capture
Yes,
a
I
little bit of
shower.
the
I
charm
like
of the
showering
Thief
every
games.
day.
It occurred to me, I'm like, shortly after the game is released, the mod community is gonna do what they will, and sure enough. There's like a complete.
Here,
like,
I can make a little
Thief
MS
plugin
Paint shower
with
asset.
All
Hold
of
on.
Garrett's tools from Thief. You know what I mean? Like.
I'll do that while we're watching the video.
Water arrows and moss arrows and
'Cause I'm
the
still
blackjack
here.
and all this stuff. So I sort of knew that that was gonna. I was like, this is gonna happen anyway.
That's Emil Pagliarulo, a current lead designer at Bethesda, admitting that he has no problem with leaving it up to the community to add features to their games. Sir Emil's journal points out a priory where his order was based, which was centered around collecting the armor of Pelennor Whitestrake. This order was the titular Knights of the Nine. Using a ring we
By the nine,
honorably
I'm
looted off of Sir
tweaking.
Emil's corpse reveals a hidden undercroft, and we're confronted by both the
How do you
spirit
react
of
while
Sir
showering?
Emil as well as 7 of his
You guys
buddies who
react,
proceed to
Andy.
try
No,
and
we
kick
just
our
react,
ass.
Andy. We just watch the
Technically,
video
it's a
while I
test of
shower.
worthiness, although I don't know if a guy wielding
Simple.
a quarter of the Daedric Pantheon's artifacts is worthy or just good at exercising with ghosts. It's actually a pretty cool sequence, barring the line,
Okay.
Sir Knight, in 300
We copy this, I have to port it over to my
none
actual
have
art
stood
program
against
now.
us and lived.
how could I possibly not be the first
We gotta
person
put
in
this to my
300 years
actual
to
art
come down here?
program.
Getting here required a signet ring off your corpse, buddy. Also, ignore the fact that we're already a third of the way through the content. We're the Knight Commander of this order now and have acquired the
there we
helm
go.
and cuirass of the Crusader.
Sorry, my
4 of the ghosts will
fucking
start
full
quests to
screen
find the other
application.
artifacts,
Uh-oh.
but all 8 have some interesting information about the history of the
Oh.
Knights. As an order, their goal was to locate
There
and
you go.
safeguard the relics of Pelennor Whitestrake.
Alright, fixed it.
Surprisingly,
Is that this?
despite being over 1,000 years late, they managed to recover most of the artifacts, but their fall would come when they began increasingly wearing them.
Layer
Then the War of the Red
one,
Diamond
extra
happened, and the Order
transparency.
lost Sir Beric, who took 2 of the artifacts with him to Skyrim to fight in the war. Our job now is to travel Cyrodiil to piece together and fix the long-dead issues of the Order. Let's take a detour and discuss the soundtrack.
Transparency on all image.
Oblivion sees the return of Jeremy Soule, well-known video game composer who's worked on dozens of games over the years. His career becomes even more impressive considering how many scores he composed in just 25 years, scoring 8 different games to come out the same
Alright.
year as Morrowind, and 4 different games and 4 expansions to come out the same year as Oblivion. The number of jobs Soule took on slowed down in the 2010s, so he got more time to compose for Skyrim, hence why it has the
Okay.
biggest and arguably best soundtrack of the
Skyrim does have a
series.
really good soundtrack.
Not a lot has changed
True.
about how music
True,
works
true.
between
I agree with
Morrowind
the
and
statement.
Oblivion. Tracks are still divided between exploration and battle themes, which are played in their respective contexts. Start a fight, and the music immediately changes to a battle theme. End the fight, and the music immediately changes back to an explore theme. Oblivion would, however, add 2
Alright.
additional modes for music,
Control
one for
A,
towns and one for dungeons.
Canvas,
So now
by
instead of hearing
selection,
chirpy tunes and dank
file
caves, music's more
export,
appropriate for the
PNG
situation.
as
It's still simple compared to modern
shower,
music techniques in
save it
games, but
in
this small
this
change helps
PC.
the atmosphere
We're figuring
of
it out.
dungeons
Hold on,
quite a
I'm
bit.
gonna get to a shower.
Let's get into
shower
the
head
tracks
asset.
proper, most
Anyone
of
else
which you'll have heard by
drinking
now in the
tonight?
video. Oblivion's
I
title
wish.
theme
Well, it's iconic.
draws heavily from Morrowind. Those uninformed in the topic of music took this as an insult when I showed how Skyrim incorporated themes from Morrowind, so allow me to explain how motifs work.
Maps.
Motifs are simple parts of music which provide part of the basic identity of the song you're listening to. For Elder Scrolls, this is a recurring
Data.
motif.
Trimming assets, items, shower. With opacity. There we go. Alright. So watch this, chat. Hold on. There you go. There. Good? Better? Let me rearrange my windows real quick. Don't get mad. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Better.
This musical idea is present in each iteration of the theme, not because Soul is stealing from himself, but because that's how composition works.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Oblivion's
I
theme is
gotta
more bombastic than
fix my
Morrowind's,
fucking
however.
phone.
Its
Probably
highs
restart
are
it. while
higher,
I'm
but it
out.
also
Oh
has
my god, it's so
lows.
hot.
This
My
single
phone- yeah, my
2-minute
phone
song
over- my
captures
phone
the
definitely
essence of the
overheated.
Oblivion soundtrack by
I'm
touching
probably
all
gonna
4
stick my phone in the
corners.
freezer while I'm in the shower. So it cools off, I guess? I mean, I'm freaking out! Dude, I'm taking a shower. Right now, I'm in the shower. Anyways, guys, I'll be back in probably like 20 minutes. We can react to Andy for a little bit, then I go to bed for a little bit, do some schoolwork, go to bed. Yeah, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I really gotta shower. I don't want to get greasy, and I don't want to have to shower in the morning right before I go to the store, because it's gonna take extra
The
time.
other 2
It's gonna be
special
harder to
tracks
wake
are
up.
for leveling
Right,
up
that
and
makes
dying,
sense.
exactly like Morrowind. All right,
If I'm
let's do the
extra
town
mentally
tracks.
ill,
Here's some snippets
maybe
from all 5 of them to give you a feel
I'll
for
play
what town
more.
music sounds like.
A RuneScape tonight, but I shouldn't do that. Anyways, I'll be back in a little bit, okay, guys? I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, don't freak out. I'll be back in a little bit. Bye!
An idea reiterated upon from Morrowind is the idea that the comm tracks are not defined by percussion. I feel if anything has contributed the most to the mimetic element of NPCs in Oblivion, it's the immediately recognizable music that most people instantly associate with NPC hubs. On to the atmospheric tracks, which play when exploring. There are 7 of these, and here's a montage. Many people discussing this soundtrack comment on a car accident Jeremy Soule was involved in that informed the soundtrack of Oblivion. What they often leave out is that a third of the soundtrack had already been composed for the game, or that there were few revisions to the soundtrack. Jeremy Soule didn't just knock it out of the park, but wrote 2/3 of the soundtrack just from emotion he felt without any need or desire for revision. A thing I noticed is that because the load has been lightened, tracks don't have to cover as much ground as they did in Morrowind. A Morrowind ambient track had to cover towns, wilderness, and caves. It's easy for me to listen to this soundtrack because, thanks to its increased length, there's more variety. Speaking of caves, the new dungeon tracks. Oblivion's dungeons seem to be defined by long, dissonant notes. The notes sit so long as to be unnerving until a roll of timpanis in the background reminds you that you're still trapped inside the earth. While over half the soundtrack is dedicated to town and exploration tracks, there are only 7.5 minutes of dungeon themes, and the similarity does lead to repetition in this respect. Is a possible part of the reason dungeons feel repetitive in Oblivion is the music? It's more likely than you think. Your brain pays attention to this kind of stuff. Finally, there are the battle tracks. I think it's fair to say I know which third of the soundtrack Jeremy Soule had written before the accident. One thing I did note in the Morrowind soundtrack was that brass seemed to be the theme for the Imperials while strings seemed to be for the Dunmer. This dichotomy has shifted into brass being the sound of battle and strings being the sound of peace. One idea that I posited was that Soule didn't really care about the Morrowind soundtrack, as evidenced by the original titles versus the remastered titles after the game was successful. This is more likely than people seem to realize. Soule had worked on the Dungeon Siege and Neverwinter Nights soundtracks the same year as Morrowind, and while he did work on a lot of projects at the same time as Oblivion, his output seemed to slow down after the wreck, as though he started wanting to take more pride in the soundtracks he was working on. For Elder Scrolls, this culminated in the Skyrim soundtrack, which is not only longer than the Morrowind and Oblivion soundtracks combined, but is a masterpiece in terms of implementation into gameplay as well. Oblivion's dungeons are... well, they simply are. Dungeon crawling is a stated aspect of Elder Scrolls, a consequence of the tabletop translation. The issue is that dungeons are fun with friends at a table, but none of the TES games are cooperative without mods. Thus, the role dungeons have to play in the games requires necessary alteration to better translate them into a single-player experience. How you accomplish this has been a core issue the games have always grappled with. The easy answer is to set quests inside them, but many dungeons have no related quests. They simply are. The Morrowind answer then is to populate dungeons with logical groups of people. Cults, be they Daedric, Sixth House, or Vampiric. Many dungeons are also tied to serving as tombs, full of undead protectors. Even normal bandit dungeons are provided with some ceremony, usually tied to the themes of Vardenfell being a quarantined region with large criminal smuggling operations. In Oblivion, there aren't ancestral tombs, outside of vague reference in one of the Fighters Guild quests. There also aren't many Daedric cults, instead being replaced with generic conjurer groups in blue robes. Maybe those guys should have been Mythic Dawn. Vampire dens are also barely distinguishable from bandit caves. There are only 3 dungeon types that aren't caves: Ayleid Ruins, Abandoned Forts, and Oblivion Gates. The Ayleid Ruins are full of untapped Welkind and Varla stones centuries later, but no records of their civilization. Dwemer Ruins in Morrowind were always full of little mementos of their culture, random gears and cups and tools and armor and books. Ayleid Ruins become interchangeable once you realize the only variation is in the generic enemies you fight, not the stories the areas themselves tell. Abandoned forts are similar. There's no telling the age of each fort based on its design or contents. There were many empires that could have built them, but their cultures do not possess them. Oblivion Gates are not ruins, but their literal repetition, as well as simple characterization, also leads to them being generic. How do you make hell boring? Contrary to popular belief, Oblivion's dungeons were not designed by one guy leaning on copy and paste. But it isn't hard for people to perpetuate that legend anyways, because they feel like they were. It makes you wonder whether Bethesda got better at dungeon creation, or better at the illusion of good dungeons, and what the difference really is. The formula is pretty simple. The player finds an area, they go inside, find out what enemy type the dungeon is, and then either fight or run past all the enemies, looting all the leveled containers before exiting. There's not entirely an incentive to do dungeons for the money, because what are you going to spend it on? Training? And the combat is in a state that fighting for the sake of fighting also isn't fun. So the only thing left is the ceremony of doing a dungeon, but dungeons don't have ceremony. Dungeon diving in Oblivion is just doing quests without the context or rewards of doing quests. It's like Daggerfall, without the verticality. Quote, "There are plenty of very large dungeons to be sure, and we're trying to provide a higher density of content than we did in Morrowind." Gavin Carter, Source 10. On our quest, I start with the boots, which Sir Junkin sought and failed to retrieve. He doesn't have much information to share with us other than the location of a shrine of Kinnereth. This makes her the only of the 9 divines to have a shrine in the wild similar to the Daedric shrines, although it plays into her roles as a divine. We head over to the Kinnereth Worthiness Testing Grotto and get mauled by a giant bear for about 15 seconds before the test is complete. I guess the moral is, if a wild animal attacks you, you just let it happen, because Kinnereth has clearly decided your time has come. This would be fine, except Cyrodiil's roads are littered with critters. She's actually pulling double duty as nature goddess, considering her actual domain is the sky. Anyways, in the grotto are 2 friendly Spriggans and the boots. There's a free point of infamy if you try to fight the Spriggans. Wordlessly, the second we pick up the boots, the Chapel of Breville gets attacked by Aurorans. I always thought this was a weak point in the questline. It's supposed to be an escalation in the conflict and a driver of the tension, but chances are pretty good if the player does end up visiting the chapel before the end of the questline and the NPCs get replaced, they won't exactly know what caused the attack. And if you haven't visited the chapel, you might not even notice all the NPCs are different. And well, even when we do know, there's not a logical line to follow. It's completely arbitrary. Next, I went to Leyawiin to get the mace. A guy will greet us at the door, telling us that he tried to get the mace and failed, and mostly spends his days now protecting the chapel. He does have a pretty big clue for getting the mace, although... See, we pray to the tomb of St. Calidus and get transported to a void that requires the boots to cross. This is because Zenithar is the god of trades and commerce and thereby relies on Kinnereth's new nature motif to function. However, this also means that the Kinnereth quest is a prerequisite to this one, which is a cool idea. The player has a chance to diegetically fail the same way Sir Ralvis did, and let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at least one person threw themselves off the ledge 100 times not understanding what they did wrong. However, against his general motifs, there's actually another way to get the mace. Once we leave, the Chapel of Dibella is under attack from the Aurorans and we have to fight them off. This can be particularly ugly if it happens to be Sundas morning during the service when they show up. Caridus is a big help though, and he asks to join our order after the battle. Of the original order, Sir Henrik was by far the most successful in that he found a relic, never used it for ill intentions, and then safeguarded it inside a fort which, to this day, has kept the relic safe. A bunch of conjurers have taken over the fort in search of the shield, but the traps and puzzles are just too great for what are generally the smartest type of bandit. There are 3 main puzzles to Fort Bulwark. The first is a pressure plate puzzle involving 4 series of 3 plates that require a specific combination to pass. Okay, less of a puzzle and more of a door code since there isn't any consequence for getting it wrong. The conjurers already figured this one out and placed candles to hint at the solution. The next puzzle is the Guardians. You'll spend hours toiling over setting the right orientations to, just point them at the symbol in the middle.
Phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the Guardians are upon you, Julianos will show you favor. I'm not sure how, but I just know it's a clue for making it safely through these ruins.
The third puzzle at least has no obvious solution pretending to be a clue. This is Rodgar's equipment puzzle. A pressure plate in the middle will randomly highlight one of the statue's items. Each statue has an item but only shows up one at a time. At the same time, a random item is populated in the central chest. The goal is to match these items to the correct statues. This is only really difficult if you don't get the pen and paper out and just write down what statues correspond to what items, which of course means the conjurers would have starved to death trying to solve this one. Elder Scrolls has always had a complicated relationship with puzzles. A lot of people like to point out the simple matching puzzles of Skyrim, but honestly, that's not much of a simplification over how it's always been. Barring some stuff like the one where you drown yourself in Morrowind or the Blackrock Cave in Oblivion, which isn't a puzzle per se, but is just an obscure obstruction set, Elder Scrolls isn't really known as that puzzling of a game. The reason, I think, comes down to the fact that the designers don't want to stop the flow of a playthrough because someone has a challenging time with a puzzle. And I don't mean this from just an accessibility standpoint. I'm sure we can all think of at least one out-of-place puzzle in a game that did this. Elder Scrolls fits a generalist sort of niche, in that rather than focusing on doing one thing really well, it tries to do a lot of different things. And because this isn't a puzzle game, stopping the player to sit down and cogitate for a bit can be out of place. Then you add on that stipulation that everything has to be possible for the player who plays in 30-minute segments on the couch, and yeah, an incentive exists to not make the puzzles more difficult for the sake of the minority of players who want that. I think the solution looks something like this. Bethesda hires a guy who's good at crafting puzzles. Each Elder Scrolls game could incorporate puzzles, but with a clear design ethos that the only thing you get from them is optional rewards. So the player who knows that challenging puzzles aren't in their wheelhouse can skip them, and players who like completing puzzles can do them. Maybe a few side quests, a couple mages and thieves guild quests, and one main quest would incorporate these challenging puzzles. That way, when you have a quest where the difficulty of the puzzle has been a hindrance to progress, with this quest or the mages guild quest with the pillar, instead of making the characters look like imbeciles for not figuring it out, you could have an appropriately challenging puzzle. Otherwise, you eventually end up with the Blackreach puzzle, you know the one, where you spam the buttons and don't really understand what it is you're trying to solve, but it still has to be there to justify why the Elder Scroll hadn't been already recovered. With the puzzle down, we get our hands on the Shield of the Crusader and leave. I should mention Sir Thedred, but should I really? Regardless of if we meet him or not, he'll come to the Priory and ask to join our order. The excuse given is that we diverted the Conjurer's attention, but even if we stealth through the entire dungeon and steal the shield non-lethally, he still somehow escapes. It's not the biggest deal since stealth playstyles aren't really encouraged to play through Knights of the Nine, except for the fact that the armor will convert itself to light armor and stealth is only tied to infamy via its factions, not its playstyle, and illusion magic is part of the actual knight class. Our final quest for this leg is to get the gloves. Sir Casimir was a knight who went with Sir Barak to war, and this had changed him. He had this to say about the gloves.
I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed. A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel.
The setup for this quest is super interesting. The quest itself is not, and super questionable. The gauntlets are, as Casimir says, immovable. One of the priests, Arelder, tells the basic story and mentions that a descendant of Casimir is not only at the church, but has been forced to bear the same curse his ancestor received for his crime. We speak to Kellen, who seems convinced that Arelder's holding out information, as well as,
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up? I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move. I lay there on the floor next to them, weeping. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've been at the end of my rope for far too long to be ashamed of anything. I've seen plenty of pity in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelder, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information?
Despite being a quest solely about talking to people, there's some great moments here. Arelder was holding out on Kellen out of selfishness because he knew full well that removing Kellen's curse would entail taking it upon himself. We're then given the objective to do so ourselves. Kellen's enthused and we're stuck with a damage fatigue effect for 3 quests. Alright, I've been holding back the criticism because I wanted to get the quest over with before we got there. Stendar, the Divine of Mercy, Justice, and Compassion, is apparently also into generational curses. At this point, not only has it been long enough that the priests don't really know the full story behind the gauntlets, which is odd enough given that someone would have written the story down like that somewhere, but Kellen didn't even know Sir Casimir, considering it would be around 10 generations in his past. This entire family was cursed in order to punish Casimir, just so that one day in the far future, someone could come along on a quest and find some magic hand condoms and have their willingness to show mercy tested. Given how simple the effect is, surely Kellen's family, or the church for that matter, could have scrounged up what? A petty soul? And asked the Mages Guild for a ring of Fortify Fatigue? I get that Restore Fatigue was lost as an enchant effect after Morrowind, but if DeGale can have a magical widget to treat her condition, then I'm sure Kellen would have gotten something for his chronic fatigue. Never mind that the actual evildoer is being redeemed by proxy, or that there's no option to force Arelder to actually show the mercy he's supposed to as a priest of Stendar. Rewrite time. Kellen tries to pick up the gauntlets to take up the mantle of his ancestor Casimir, but gets hit with a fatigue curse as a result. Arelder's been holding out on the fix for his problem because his father was the guy Casimir killed. He's an elf after all, so it's easily possible. The quest is now about resolving the conflict between these two men. Arelder has to learn to set aside his personal feelings and do his duty as a healer, and Kellen has to realize that his ancestor wasn't entirely noble and try to right the wrongs of the past. The player has the option to assume the curse, still, but if the player is successful, they can not only redeem both men, but can recruit both into the Order, and can see them develop a friendship as comrades as they overcome their generational grudges. With this leg of the quest done, it's time to return to the Priory with most of the Crusaders' relics. We'll find it's been repaired, and several of the people we've met along the way will ask to join the Knights of the Nine. While I don't see a reason anyone would ever say no, I have to at least appreciate that the player is being given a choice here. We also get a blacksmith, although with the unofficial patch, if the player doesn't speak to Sir Thedret here before this point, the smith doesn't show up. It's a bit comical to enter the Priory to find it full of applicants. Anyways, a man named Lathon approaches us to tell us that Sir Roderick is dead. I didn't actually meet Lathon and Sir Roderick on this playthrough since they appear on the Wayshrine quest and I had done most of them already, so Lathon will tell us that he thinks Sir Roderick's dead even though we have no clue who that is. I think Bethesda has generally done a better job with stuff like this in Skyrim, although that can probably be attributed to more essential flags and less optional moments like meeting Sir Roderick. The way you fix this is to have a journal stage for whether the player has met Sir Roderick, and if they haven't, then Lathon's dialogue changes to an introduction and request for aid. He gives us the greaves that they had retrieved and tells us that Roderick fell attempting to retrieve the sword of the Crusader from Underpall Cave. This quest is just another dungeon run, but it's notable because it ends in us fighting Sir Beric, the man whose conflict with Sir Amiel ended the original Knights of the Nine. Sir Caius, one of the ghosts, says that Sir Beric's fall was his fault, as Caius had started and lost a fight with Beric, resulting in his death and corruption.
Sir Roderick, you were a brave knight and good master. Long may your name be remembered in the annals of the relics.
Yeah, sorry kid, let me introduce you to something called the Creation Club. When we get the sword, the player is given the instructions to take it to the Chapel of Arcane Shadenhall to reconsecrate the blade. Lathon or Barrack or even the Spirit of Pelinal doesn't tell us this. The player just intuits it and writes it down in their journal as the next step. This is just a reference to divine influence on the mind, or it's just lazy. After all, we have to go to Shadenhall in order to defend its chapel from attacking Aurorans. I'll point out that similar to the Mages Guild questline where the Necromancers managed to sneak into Bruma and destroyed the guild hall without resistance or even notice from the guards, especially since my character at that point had brought Martin to a Cloud Ruler Temple so the guards were on the lookout for cult activity, the chapels are actively being attacked without any of the guards putting up any resistance, in a post-Oblivion Crisis world where the guards aren't having to fight Daedra anymore. Hell, that raises the question of how the Aurorans are even getting here. The Aurorans, if you don't know, are Daedric minions of Meridia, as evidenced by the Daedric hearts they drop. We'll later be told that Martin's ban on Daedric invasions only applied to hostile invasions, but isn't this hostile? Or has Umaril been hiding in a ruin gradually doing permanent summons of Aurorans and building up a force for the day he would launch terror attacks across Cyrodiil? Another thing to note is the Restoration Master Trainer becomes inaccessible to the player after this quest if they don't have the unofficial patch, since both people who can give the player the necessary reference are scripted to die as part of this questline. Just to show how much thought Bethesda put into their trainer NPCs. With the sword purified, we have all the relics. Each of the artifacts belongs to one of the 8 divines, and in theory, each of these quests should have shown some of the lore behind these entities. The fact that the Cuirass and Greaves belong to either Mara or Akatosh says that this premise has failed, as most of the artifacts have a superficial connection to their respective creator at best. And even when we got a few detailed connections, it was something like Kenrith making us endure a couple swings from a bear, or Stendarr dishing out some Old Testament punishments for our benefit. Speaking of the curse, when we return to the Priory, we'll find that Wes Johnson has swung by to give a sermon to the Order. He gives the Knights of the Nine a quest to defeat Umaril. However, he states that in our current form will suffer the same fate as Pelinal Whitestrake.
With the apotheosis of Tiber Septim, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9.
Talos, via the Prophet, gives us his blessing, providing an edge against Umaril, although the Prophet has this funny line.
As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing.
The Champion of Cyrodiil, the Nerevarine, the Agent, and the Internal Champion are all literally shaking right now. For fuck's sake, the Nerevarine literally got a blessing from an avatar of Talos on his way to fight Dagoth-Ur. The Knight of the Nine did a bunch of dungeons and talked to a bunch of people and is now a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia. Maybe it's a subtle diss. Or I guess all the other protagonists are confirmed mages, who knows. So we rally all the knights at Garlus Malatar for the final battle. This quest actually broke the first time and I had to go back to a prior save because, for some reason, one of the triggers wasn't firing and so I couldn't actually advance through the ruin. It's a shame they didn't reuse any of the assets from Paradise to make this area a more pristine, maintained alien ruin. I mean, the interior cell of Karakagailor was one model, so I guess they would have had to create a bunch of new interior models, and that was just too much work. Plus, the DLC was 155 megabytes on 2006 internet, so adding a bunch of new models so one dungeon could stand out would have been wasteful. None of your companions are essential, so the player may be motivated to try and keep everyone alive, but there's not really any benefit to doing so. Honestly, it makes the game feel a little more believable if these named NPCs do end up dying in the fight. Aside from the compulsive looting, the final battle with Umaril is alright. The problem with making a final battle focused on the melee side of Oblivion is that it's more Oblivion melee combat. Mind you that this character has maxed out the heavy armor skill and was using Blade for the entire main quest. I'm basically primed for this. So Umaril fighting like a giant copy of the other Aurorans is pretty sad. Umaril is an Ayleid sorcerer king whose father was a divine and he also has the blessing of Meridia. This guy is begging to be the battle mage boss and deserves to have more than one spell to his name. What's the point of even having him be weakened by the divine aura of the armor? Is it to reward the player for wearing the armor from Knights of the Nine when fighting the boss of Knights of the Nine?
All of this is to assemble every Crusader relic so we can go and kill Umaril. Except I forgot to bring most of these items with us to Umaril's hideout, so we had to fight him the conventional way.
Umaril goes down easy and we use Talos' blessing to pursue his spirit. The second phase, where we fight him in the sky, is exactly the same mechanically, but the arena is way better and it's much more enjoyable to have a second go at him. With Umaril finally dead for good, we fall back to Tamriel and awaken in the undercroft of the Priory.
You had no wounds on your body, but you were dead. I saw it with my own eyes. You did not draw breath.
Thedrit, how long has my brain been deprived of oxygen? Thedrit gives a short speech to the knights announcing our victory, and with the armor placed on the rack in the Undercroft, Knights of the Nine has been concluded. Or is it? There's one character left to mention. Pelennor Whitestrake, as the original Divine Crusader of the First Era, is both one of the main characters of Knights of the Nine and almost completely irrelevant. If your knowledge of this DLC was limited to Tez meme culture, you'd assume that Pelennor Whitestrake would have been the main focus of the entire story. Instead, the characters of the original Knights of the Nine like Sir Amiel and Sir Barrack got way more focus and screen time than Pelennor Whitestrake, and this is an order that was founded over a millennia after Pellennor's death. Indeed, most of the lore surrounding the Star-Made Knight exists pretty much entirely within the Song of Pelennor, an 8-part Kirkbride story that the player can find in the chapels when they have this expansion installed. Most of the dialogue the actual Pelennor Whitestrake we meet has refers to our quest for the relics, and he has little light to shine on himself beyond the line,
"Your need must be great for the gods to allow us to speak." As Umaril the Accursed found a way back, the foulest of a foul race, 1,000 curses upon his unholy name. I thought I'd won, but I should have known. The slave masters are a cunning breed. Umaril found a way to cheat death as I could not.
So let's discuss the Song of Pelennor. The first 6 parts come from a Riemann manuscript. Part 7 comes from an older manuscript predating the fall of the Elysian Empire, and Part 8 appears to contain a fragment of the original song. It goes something like this. Pelennor appeared, something immediately being apparently odd about his arrival. His personality, his phenotypical description, and his armor are big signifiers that he wasn't of that era. Theories vary, from possibly being a time traveler to being a manifestation of the divine will against the Aelids and their enslavement of mankind. When Pelennor Whitestrake gets depicted as a Terminator with a laser cannon, yeah, that's a valid interpretation according to the song. However, given that the Elder Scrolls' favorite trick in the lore is the unreliable narrator, it's also possible that Pelennor was just a normal guy with albinism who happened to be blessed by the Divines and won every battle he fought until the last one that killed him. That characterization is a lot closer to the man we see than the elvish Terminator people love to meme about. And for good reason. Elves aren't exactly given the most charitable of racial characterizations, especially in Oblivion where all of them share 2 voice actors. If you told me there was a guy out there wiping the smug off their faces, I'd ask for a link to his Patreon. This brings us to the concept of the Shezarine. Shezar was the Cyrodiilic version of Lorkhan to the Elves and Shor to the Nords. It's generally believed that Lorkhan, since his supposed death, has been wandering Tamriel in various mortal incarnations. Some of these are substantiated by the lore, but a lot of this comes down to Kirkbride-isms as probably a future plot point, potentially even for Skyrim, that has yet to really make the cut due to the series stalling in the 2010s. It's disappointing to me that Kirkbride wasn't really given the time to fully flesh out the history of Cyrodiil's various empires. He tries his best. We get quite a bit more content on the Aelids and their history and culture. We also learn more about Elysia and Morahouse, like how despite all the man statues and man armor, Morahouse was actually a minotaur. It's just a shame that pretty much none of this is actually conveyed to the player through the questline itself. I'm not going to offer a redraft because that would require a foundational restart on Knights of the Nine. Instead, I'll do what I'm best at, tearing stuff down by making unfair comparisons. Knights of the Nine sits in the same position as Tribunal and Dawnguard as the story expansions of their respective games, but how do they compare? Tribunal featured a 19-part questline that tied up the fate of the Tribunal and King Helseth, leader of Morrowind. This wasn't like Knights of the Nine, which stretched out quests into multiple parts, like how the Faithful Squire is literally a single conversation. Tribunal's quest actually raises the bar from Morrowind, while Knights of the Nine rolled around in the mediocrity of Oblivion. Knights of the Nine is also set in Cyrodiil, unlike Tribunal's new locale of the city of Mournhold. Dawnguard would continue this trend, basically taking place in a few hidden parts of broader Skyrim. Although Dawnguard would also provide 2 exclusive questlines and factions to choose from, a rework of werewolves and vampires, and new areas like the Soul Cairn and Forgotten Vale. I mean, sure, it's not fair to compare Knights of the Nine to a DLC that would come out half a decade later, but it is fair to say that Knights of the Nine didn't do for Oblivion what Dawnguard did for Skyrim. That wouldn't happen until Shivering Isles, which is a ways away in this video. What's going to be a forever away is the Holidays DLC.
One of the towns will have Jester Day. So on Jester Day, you can go to town and all the crimes in the town are 50% off. So you get caught doing a crime and a guard comes to arrest you, you pay half as much as you normally would because it's kind of everybody screwing around being a goofball day. So.
If you've been following the trajectory of our player character, and maybe looking ahead at the future sections, then what's about to happen is a very confusing heel turn. Before I played Oblivion, I laid out an outline of the order of quest lines I was going to do, and I had several ideas how I could justify the transition. I think the core of the problem is that people are assigning moralities to factions inaccurately. As the Prophet points out, the arena isn't exactly a morally great place to work. The Fighters Guild is about snuffing out free market competition, and the Mages Guild is so incompetent as to become dangerous. The main quest is guided by ends justifying the means. The players never assigned any motivation beyond what they assume the champion of Cyrodiil's motivation to be. The Knights of the Nine is the only morally good story in the game, and even that is full of its own questionable moments. So the only difficult part of our character starting the Thieves Guild is justifying why they would turn to petty crime. The actual reason has to do with level scaling. I kind of had to do the Mages Guild between levels 15 and 25 to be at the right level to get well-scaled rewards but still have magic effects apply properly, and the next two factions don't exactly involve a lot of leveling up in Oblivion. Really, in terms of writing an Oblivion character who does every faction, it makes the most sense for players to start with the Thieves Guild or Arena after breaking out of the Imperial City prison at the beginning. Which is why the condition where the player gets invited to the Thieves Guild for doing time never sat well with me personally. That, and you'll be approached even if your crime wasn't thievery related, even, for instance, murder. We'll talk about the weird world of crime in Oblivion, don't worry. Another path in the guild is to talk to City Swimmer, a beginner-level sneak trainer living in Breville and drawing attention as the resident stealth specialist. If she's still alive, she'll point you in the direction of joining the Thieves Guild, despite not being a member herself. The assumption, I guess, is if the player is seeking out sneak training, then they probably want to be in a faction involving stealth. Even though, by itself, sneak isn't only tied to a thievery playstyle. Still, that's a fine if obscure path into the guild. The last one is to read one of the wanted posters for the Grey Fox and then to ask and convince a beggar to point you in the right direction. All roads lead to a place called the Garden of Daraloth in the Waterfront District. At midnight. It's weird because the Daraloth thing is only referenced after the conclusion of the questline, so trying to use it as an actual clue is impossible at this stage. That said, since the Waterfront District has 7 buildings and Armand hosts the meeting with a torch, it's not exactly that difficult to locate. People like the Thieves Guild introduction of Oblivion because it's not as weak as Skyrim or Morrowind's introduction. In Morrowind, you just walk up, ask to join, and you're in, which would be fine if the main plot of the questline wasn't about dealing with a rival criminal syndicate. In Skyrim, you can't enjoy the Riften Market area without getting propositioned for a scheme. I feel a reference system is more appropriate for a Thieves Guild. Steal enough and maybe you impress a member and they end up referring you. In fact, that's basically what... Hang on, I have to look it up. In fact, that's basically what Brynjolf does for the player after we impress him. The only thing I would change are the circumstances necessary for meeting Brynjolf in the first place, like maybe the player needs a certain number of stolen items to their name before Brynjolf extends their offer at the market. Armand introduces himself as a doyen of the guild and decides to hold a contest for the chance to join. We're to steal a journal by sunrise, and whoever brings it back gets to join the guild. And get this, we're not just given a quest marker to follow to know where to go. For about 5 seconds before I kick a homeless dude in the stomach and toss him a $5 to tell me where the guy lives. Then I get not only a marker to the guy's house, but to the specific drawer where he keeps the journal. This path may not be as obvious for the player who didn't pay a homeless guy for the clue related to the Thieves Guild, but not to despair. You can technically steal the journal off Meth Redhill. No, seriously, her name is Meth Redhill. You could pickpocket it or even loot it out of her house because for some reason she doesn't immediately bring it to Armand. Instead, waiting at least a day and possibly 2 to do so. Should the player still manage to fail this incredibly forgiving test, Armand will extend an exclusive offer to instead steal a sword from the shop. Methredil is given the second chance if and when we succeed, and Amisai, the third contender, is left out to dry, at least until way later in the questline.
Amantia Selectus was killed during a burglary. They say the house was ransacked. Take care. I'm Amantia Selectus, the writer.
Wait, what? So, now we're in the guild. Let's talk about the massive Thieves Guild rewrite that occurred between Morrowind and Oblivion. The person we have to thank for this is Bruce Nesmith, who started at Bethesda with Daggerfall but appears to have been absent for the development of Morrowind. However, his career extends back to TSR in the 80s, writing modules for the first 2 editions of Dungeons & Dragons. Nesmith would leave TSR in 1995 to join Bethesda, unsurprising since The Elder Scrolls was an attempt at making a computer version of tabletop. Also, TSR had basically gone defunct by that point and would be bought out by Wizards of the Coast in 97, so, well, that was also a factor. I'm going to put this bluntly. It feels like Nesmith took one look at the Bal Malagmar subquest line in the Thieves Guild and said that he wanted that to be an entire faction. There's a telling quote, too.
Todd Howard asked me to create and present a quest line for the Thieves Guild, so I put together a rambling presentation of the 20 quests I had planned in the meeting. I got one sentence out before Todd stopped me.
Tell it from the player's point of view.
I had gotten so wrapped up in the backstory that I was telling, rather than the player's story. By the end of the day, almost half of the quests had been cut, making it much better. Since then, I've never forgotten that we make stories for the player, not for ourselves.
In essence, Nesmith may not have been entirely to blame for the Thieves Guild making a heel turn from pseudo-official criminal syndicate to Robin Hood.
We rob from the rich and give to the poor, that's right!
If you don't believe me, well, this quest is about bringing a guard to justice for taxing the poor of the waterfront. This quest is about stealing a statue, planting it on a trader, and then turning them in, returning the statue to its owner. This quest is about recovering a stolen ring that belongs to a widow and returning it to her. This quest is about stealing items from the Mages Guild to call guards off searching the waterfront and then return the items. This quest is actually about stealing a book and then not returning it, but involves helping a friend in need. This quest is about getting a guard captain harassing all the poor people in the waterfront reassigned to Anvil. Many of the quests are made easy when you tip the homeless for a tip in return. The player is also actually forbidden from stealing from the poor, which includes everyone in the waterfront and beggar factions. Not that it would be lucrative to do so. Oh, and speaking of rule changes.
Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary.
Now, in principle, having this as a rule for the writers and designers is a good thing. Having this as a hard rule for the player is not. The Morrowind Thieves Guild understood that things happen on the job, like the time the Mages Guild was supposed to be empty, but one of its members stayed behind to protect the hall and tried to kill us simply for entering. It's not like Morrowind didn't have the capacity to check if NPCs are still alive. Thanks to the text-based dialogue, I could literally make a mod in an hour that would add a check for this guy's health and a penalty if the player kills him without any kind of extra scripting. In fact, one of the first missions you get in Balmora does exactly that, because there's no point in stealing a key from a dead man who won't produce future goods to steal. Hell, a couple of the missions involved carrying out hits on enemies of the Thieves Guild, including high-ranking members of the Fighters Guild, in the interest of preserving the faction. Now, there is a reason you want the player to typically avoid murder. All of those interesting stealth sequences are somewhat invalidated if the player decides to rush into the room with their axe just murdering all resistance. The way you handle that is to make the NPCs in the quests especially prone to placing trespassing bounties for getting caught and murder bounties for killing. Note that this is functionally the same system as the blood price, without the arbitrary rules. Money-minded players are going to look at a quest where they got a 3,000 gold bounty and only 500 gold out of the job, and decide on a more pacifistic route in the future. This way, you can instead design the quest around how the player decides to handle jobs. Make a habit of killing marks on the job. The Thieves Guild earns a reputation as a bloodthirsty syndicate. Maybe the guards put up more of a resistance in the future. Maybe the public turns against the Thieves Guild, like the Chaos system from Dishonored. That Amantius Electius line where he refers to his own death as an oversight, but it also shows that Bethesda's prepared to account for the player killing these NPCs. I don't think it would have been that much extra disk space to include lines and scripting for the player making a habit out of murder. Fail to play along with the Men in Tights charade and you define the Thieves Guild as just another dirty criminal syndicate. Maintain the Grey Fox's public relations focused strategy and you get a positive reputation instead. Even Jim Stacy admitted that resurrecting the Bal Malagmar was a PR stunt to ingratiate themselves with the Dunmer. You could even do it where the darker path leads to receiving more gold, which is pretty basic as far as mechanical choice in games go, but it's a lot more than what we got, isn't it? Okay, fine. Let's do a quest. In order to get our first job, we need to fence 50 gold worth of items. I enjoy the premise of having to steal to get future jobs, but the player only has to steal 1,000 gold worth of items to unlock all the quests, which is extremely easy to do in Oblivion. That and access to fences is restricted by rank. I assume the idea is to protect the higher level fences, but let's say that we followed the progression of the quest where we went through an independent theft phase. That means each leg involves a trip to another city because an Imperial City-based organization has no resources for fencing goods in the Imperial City. Is anyone still doing a no fast travel run at this point? Still, I think the premise is a fine idea. Gating thievery-related quests behind, well, thievery is effectively a soft faction skill requirement. It's no substitute because you don't have to do that much stealing to be considered a master thief, whereas a hard skill requirement of asking the player to be, say, skill level 70 in any of the stealth skills would mean the title would actually be accurate. Our first actual job after fencing 50 golden items is literally called Untaxing the Poor. Hieronymus Lex, a guard captain we actually met after the final battle in the Temple District, went around and collected taxes from the poor in the waterfront as a message warning them against cooperation with the Grey Fox and the Thieves Guild. In retaliation, the Grey Fox wants both the money and the tax records stolen back. Simple as. Technically, you're supposed to wait for the shift change, but you can actually just run through the various levels without getting a trespassing bounty. That's because lockpicking's been reworked to be far less nuanced a skill than its Morrowind predecessor. In Morrowind, this is what lockpicking looked like. It doesn't look impressive, but this system would have actually played really well in Oblivion. The chance of succeeding a lockpick attempt hinges on several factors. Skill level, the lockpick quality, humidity, the curvature of the earth. All of that would be calculated in real time, so when you attempted to break into a house, you ran the risk of getting caught by a passerby. However, Morrowind's passerbys only consisted of NPCs randomly wandering around, unlike Oblivion, which actually has full Radiant AI. NPC locations are now determined by time of day and activity, and yet the lockpicking system has been reduced. This isn't just about the minigame, this is about the fact that lockpicking now freezes time. The trick here is to begin lockpicking the door to the captain's quarters in the half-second interim where the guards are loading into the current room. Because I managed to start the minigame in that brief moment of time, I'm now free to fail as many times as necessary to get in. If we had Morrowind's system here, it might take me a couple attempts, in which time I would be caught and...
Stop! You violated the law!
Now, of course, you could just propose we take the current minigame and make it real time. One, that would be kind of awkward because you lose the ability to check your surroundings during attempts, and two, the minigame has its own problems. So we're bouncing tumblers to unlock doors and chests. The number of them depends on the difficulty of the lock. If the tumbler goes up fast, it'll break the pick. If it goes down slowly, it'll stick. It's a simple game, the interface is a bit buggy, and the cursor tends to get stuck inside it. However, if you don't like playing it, then at level 10 you can do Nocturnal's quest, which awards the Skeleton Key. We'll discuss the quest proper later, but the Skeleton Key basically allows you to ignore the minigame and spam the auto attempt button until you complete it, since the Skeleton Key doesn't break like normal lockpicks. It also boosts your security 40 points to increase your success rate. In essence, you have the option to turn off the minigame. That's notably different from the Morrowind Skeleton Key, which was a super high quality lockpick that could bust open almost anything, but only had 50 uses. Okay, Oblivion fans who didn't play Morrowind, there were different pick levels with different degrees of usefulness. An apprentice pick had a quality of 1, while a master pick had a quality of 1.4. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a big modifier in the formula. The Skeleton Key had a quality of 5. That's how much better it was, which is why it was the in-game Thieves Guild reward. And I suppose that brings us to the other minigame of Oblivion, Persuasion Pie. To quote Ken Rolston,
"There were many mini-games that were proposed for Oblivion. That was a period of time when mini-games were really, really cool."
There are a lot of opinions shared about Persuasion Pie and how it's bad, but nobody ever really explains why. You can give an anecdote about how it's weird if you think about it, and I think the concept needed a second, I guess in this case a third design pass. Because yeah, asking someone if they want to hear a joke and gauging their response is awkward as hell, and being forced into using all the categories is again weird. But I feel like not a lot of people mention the rotate ability, or bribery, or flipping the table using a charm spell. And honestly, playing Persuasion Pie isn't even that bad. It's got nothing on the Morrowind persuasion system, which was only annoying in that you had to move the mouse a bunch to spam admires and taunts. Maybe if there was a list of all your options, like taunt, boast, intimidate, joke, admire, etc., and the player had to learn which NPCs like what as part of their personality. So the Joker guy in the Bruma Mages Guild might like jokes, whereas a Nord warrior might like boasting. And instead of being forced to do them all, you just pick an option from a list based on your experience with the NPC. And then skill value would influence how well it works at influencing their disposition. One problem with Persuasion is the assumption that the player only wants disposition to go up. when there are cases where you should be using it to go down, similar to taunting in Morrowind. However, as you level speechcraft up, you only get better at improving disposition, and when you max an NPC's disposition, they can no longer play pie with you. The problem with making minigames out of mechanics is that it places more emphasis on player skill rather than character skill. Character skill is super important in a role-playing game. I may not be good at lockpicking in real life, but that doesn't matter if I'm playing a character who's good at lockpicking. Of course, you can just auto-attempt, but here's the thing. I ran out of lockpicks at one point and couldn't get any more because you can only find them in dungeons if you don't join the Thieves Guild or Dark Brotherhood. That's not a big deal since I was the mage and had open spells, but a warrior character is basically locked out of content because there aren't open scrolls that can be reliably found. And of course, lockpicking becomes a universal skill in Skyrim since the spell alternative was cut, meaning all playstyles get funneled into the minigame, at least if they wanted to open locked chests. I'm not going to bother saying one game's is better than the other, or point out that Skyrim's minigame is just a reskin of Fallout 3's. What I will say is I think we're missing opportunities here with magical locks. In Fallout 3 you had computer puzzles, which esoterically represented hacking. I guess. There's a whole game here, not just with the word guessing, but identifying the patterns and removing the dud answers or getting a replenishment. Now, it might not be fair to say Oblivion should have a feature that came later to the series, but I do think that Elder Scrolls would benefit from some kind of magical lock system. For instance, if you're looting a Conjurer dungeon, you might find the chests are all magically locked instead of mechanically locked. You could even bring back the lock spell for this purpose. Players using magic would have an easier time unlocking the magic locks versus players doing it with a pick, and vice versa. Players using the security skill would have an easier time with mechanical locks versus magical locks. Since we're stealing ideas from Fallout, why not steal their traps as well? But they are fairly basic. Honestly, the lethal part of traps is touching the side of a stationary blade and taking damage anyways. This much is obvious since Bethesda would rebalance the traps in Skyrim to be way faster and way more deceptive, like those swinging spike wall traps that I died to on stream. What we're missing here is the skill-based disarmament. In Fallout, you can find traps which can be disarmed if you have the necessary skill to do so, serving as a way to bypass traps and a reward for having those skills. I feel traps are only made more interesting if it's possible for your character to have the skill to avoid them. Although I recognize it's a lot easier with the Fallout skill set to design traps around that premise. Still, I would like some continuation of the Morrowind traps, magic traps the player had to either probe using their security skill or remotely trip using telekinesis, or tank the effect of. In summary, removing dice roll lockpicking in favor of player skill lockpicking is a step towards the action-adventure formula. It's now about getting in during that half-second interim instead of having the actual skill level to unlock doors on the first attempt. Oblivion inherited its crime system from Morrowind with some alterations and additions. What was called trespassing is now called lockpicking due to there being a new system to actually catch the player out for trespassing. NPCs tend to be a lot more forgiving about you being in their house than most people in real life would be, the notable exceptions being some areas like castles where this courtesy is not extended. For theft, bounties now translate to half of the value of the item stolen instead of the value in Morrowind. That's an interesting change that I don't really have strong feelings about either way. I guess it makes sense that the player can no longer get a bounty higher than a murder just from stealing. Pickpocket in theory works the same, but has been reworked calculation-wise to actually be possible in Oblivion. There's also reverse pickpocketing, where you place items into an NPC's inventory. Nothing but approval. Assault and murder work the same and are more relevant later. There are two new crimes, stealing horses and breaking out of jail. You couldn't break out of jail in Morrowind, and in Oblivion when you break out of jail the guards just forget about your bounty. Skyrim would iterate upon this by adding the jailbreak bounty to your original bounty so you could escape but you would still be wanted. Skyrim would also improve upon the ability to be friends with guards. Oblivion would allow you to get away with the sub 1000 gold bounty if the guard had a disposition above 90. It was also supposed to have bribery, although I'm sure balancing the difference between paying bounties and paying bribes was not something Bethesda had time to figure out. We grab the tax record and gold, all 53 of it, and return to Armand. He lets us keep the money, which is kinda weird, right? Armand says that the guild has the capital to compensate the people who got taxed, and this is our payment just for getting the record. It just strikes me as off that we're being rewarded with money that was taken from these people directly. Like, it might be more appropriate to take the tax money and give us an item reward in these circumstances. There was a minor hiccup where, in the interest of grabbing Hieronymus's Nirnroot plant, I ended up getting caught out for trespassing, and this clip...
Stop! You violated the law. It's been too long since I've seen a good draw. I'm just warming up. You pathetic worm! We're supposed to be impressed!
Kinda shows a problem with the guards. I'm across town being chased by guards over a 5 gold bounty. First of all, guards in Morrowind wouldn't really pursue you that hard for minor crimes. They would try to catch you if you were in their immediate periphery, but if you left the area, you'd basically go free. Remember the time my main quest character had a 300 gold bounty throughout 75% of the main quest? Not in Oblivion. To get the guards to cut me a break, I have to skip town out of range of them, let some time pass, and then head back into town. Going back to the waterfront while being chased by guards is a really bad idea because as a member of the Thieves Guild, I get a disposition boost with all the waterfront residents, which in turn means that some or even many of them will actually attempt to fight the guards on my behalf. This guy, Gramin Gromarad, we've never met before. I haven't done his related quest, I've never talked to him, and he's prepared to fight without any kind of weapons or armor against fully armed and armored Imperial guards to the death to save my life.
You would not believe the morning I've had. You were chasing a man. No, a devil. A thief who every day robs from the common folk. Bread, laundry off of clotheslines, and even watermelons. Today, things got a little out of hand, and a lot of good people are dead.
I'm not even wanted for stealing the tax money. This is a 5 gold bounty because Captain Lex woke up and I was in his bedroom. Even better, the Doyen d'Armand offers the service of wiping bounties for half price. There's no reason not to do this, right? So the game says it wants 3 gold to take care of the 5 gold bounty. Armand then takes 2 gold because simple stuff like taking the amount of money the game says it costs is impossible. I feel like a single line of code clamping the bounty value would fix this. After completing the quest, we received 2 points of infamy. Reputation for Morrowind was split into fame and infamy, one of the areas where I think Oblivion somewhat improved over Morrowind. Just getting generic reputation, regardless of faction morality, which results in a disposition boost, is a bit busted. If the system was the same, people would like the player more after completing the Dark Brotherhood, so infamy is a good thing. Where it kind of fails is the disconnect between the quests and what fame it awards the players. When we steal the tax records and return the money taken from the poor of the waterfront, we receive 2 points of infamy. An assassination mission from the Dark Brotherhood where we end a person's life awards 1 point of infamy. Infamy also lowers the player's disposition with NPCs who have high responsibility rating. Mid and even low tier responsible NPCs lose disposition slower but still lose it. Only NPCs with close to 0 responsibility will raise in disposition for increases in infamy. This might work if there were still bandit communities the player could find and join. That might be only usable for players consistently on the wrong side of the law. Instead, the bandit community was turned into generic leveled enemies whom the player can't talk to. After another 50 gold of independent thievery, which can go by instantly if the player has already fenced over 100 gold, we get our next mission. We're to steal the bust made of the Countess of Shadenhall.
It's been 20 years or more since the Count married Lethassa. She was a beautiful elven bride. She remained young while he aged. Not too long ago, she was found slain. It's all hush-hush. Nobody knows exactly what happened.
That's kind of weird given the Count is also a Dunmer. Anyways, stealing the statue is super easy as there's only 1 guard. However, on our return from Shadenhall, we find the waterfront is full of guards searching for Armand. The player just intuits that they're searching for Armand on arrival and writes it down in their journal. Meth Redhill tells us the entire mission was deployed to uncover a traitor in the ranks, Mervana Arano. Her name actually comes up as exempt on the tax record, so good writing. Even though the tax is so pitiful that surely Hieronymus could have just fudged the numbers to cover for the traitor. We plant the bust in her cupboard, tell Lex that she was the thief, but he doubts us. After 2 bribes totaling 282 gold, he believes us. He even takes us to arrest her, which is a Karen's wet dream for how law enforcement works. It would be really awkward if later in the questline we were to reassign Lex to protect the Grey Fox's wife due to his unwavering loyalty. So for our next task, we're sent to seek out Skriva, who will be our new doyen for the next 4 quests. Also, this is a me thing, but I had to go to a fence to unlock the next few quests, so there was a bonus trip down to Leowyn and back. She wants us to go to recover a ring for a widow of one of the guild's fences who lived in, guess where, Leowyn.
The guild frowns on freelance thieves.
Really? Then shouldn't membership be more inclusive? Because, well, funnily enough, said freelance thief is Amisai, the Argonian thief that Armand decides isn't worthy of joining the guild. When we meet with Adarji, she calls Amisai a filthy lizard and asks us to recover her ring and to kill him. We can only abide one of those things for her.
Stupid guild rules. He is only an Argonian. He is less than human and much less than Khajiit.
I disavow. So Amasai got arrested after attempting to swindle the Countess. Wait, that's illegal? Thankfully, bribery isn't illegal and we can bribe the jailer to get access to him. Or you can just save 20 gold like I did and break in. The guard doesn't actually sit at the door to stop you. Amasai is less than thrilled. He'd only had to resort to freelance thievery because of his rejection from the guild. We can offer him a lockpick in exchange for the information, although since I had the skeleton key, I didn't actually have a lockpick to offer him. Thankfully, this isn't like Morrowind, which probably would have just given him the skeleton key anyways. So I just unlocked the cell by hand, at which point some of you might be screaming because you know that this doesn't work. The unofficial patch fixes that issue and a whole host of issues with this quest. There are 10 separate fixes tied to just this quest, and it's kind of a massive problem that a quest is so fundamentally broken. Which is a problem because there were 6 patches for this game. Oh, but it costs money to do patches on Xbox. No, I'm talking about shipping fixes for one of the main quest lines in Oblivion with the patches that were already released. For instance, you can softlock the Thieves Guild by asking about the job but initially declining it. Sanguine's quest involves the Countess and can create problems if done simultaneously, or if you do the Thieves Guild quest after Sanguine's, where the Countess will take up permanent residence in the dining room. If you enter the castle on the 15th through the 17th of each in-game month, the quest softlocks. No, really, showing up on the wrong day can break the game because that's when the Countess leaves town to visit her mother and Coral. There's also a bug where the Countess will refuse to sleep if she's the big spoon, which is tragic because Count Marius Caro is famous for being the little spoon. Again, no really. If she doesn't get the left side of the bed in the base game, she'll just stand there staring at her husband all night. And then you might get this far and find out the ring just isn't there, and there's a bunch of different reasons why, including the fact that if she goes to sleep on the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the jewelry box. Got it? If she gets the right side of the bed, she'll put the ring away but maintain constant vigilance. And if she gets the left side of the bed, she won't put the ring in the box, but she'll sleep. So why is this quest in particular so broken? Is it that complex? The answer is no. You talk to someone, talk to another person, and then steal a ring. The most complex part is that the Countess puts her ring in the jewelry box at night, and it's just poor implementation that there are so many issues tied to that single function. It's a shame too, because this quest is alright. It's one of the few moments the game addresses Leowin's central theme of racial conflict. Adarji is racist towards Argonians. Turns out the Count has a sex dungeon where he tortures Argonians. The guards are all corrupt, and poor Amasai tried to join the Thieves Guild in an attempt to escape what is a pretty horrible situation.
Yes, I stole that ring from Adarji. When I went to sell it, the fence told me I was too hot for him. He showed me an inscription on the inside, to Alessia. That had to be the Countess of Leowin. The damn ring was stolen property. Well, I figured I would ransom it back to the Countess, except she tricked me. I was arrested for theft, and she kept the ring.
Okay, dude, slow down. First of all, how did no one point out that Amasai said that he, not the ring, was too hot for the fence? Prude. Second, how did Amasai get access to a fence? I had to actually join the guild to get access to a fence. If Amasai already knew a fence, what was his motivation for joining? Doing good for the community? Third, of course trying to sell a ring with a stolen flag to its owner got you busted by the guards. The way you actually handle that situation is to pretend you found the ring and hope you get a reward for it. Which you wouldn't, given the nobility here are racist, so maybe you should try cutting in an Imperial on the hustle instead. I mean, worst case scenario, you serve 2 days for the 150 gold bounty for stealing the ring. I guess Amasai was destined for the Argonian sex dungeon, so it's rather timely that we got here when we did. Also, there's a letter labeled Divining the Elder Skulls, typo included. That's worth stealing as well, given both its tangible value and its plot relevance. We go to get our award, 100 gold. Wait, it can be 200 if we tell Adarji Amasai tried to sell the ring, but we can only do that if we return to her between our meeting with Amasai and us stealing the ring. Who had that idea? Skriva then gives us our next task, which is to go back up to the waterfront. Hieronymus Lex and a bunch of guards have taken over the waterfront, arresting thieves, placing Armand under house arrest, and searching the district for the Grey Fox. I love that Skriva opens by saying this is a small problem. Meth Redhill is drafting the response. She figures that if we and 4 other thieves simultaneously hit different locations with high-profile robberies, that Lex will be pressured to pull the guards out of the waterfront.
Your target is the Arcane University.
Yeah, you should probably know that there's a conflict of interest with your plan. But fine, it's neat seeing the factions overlap at some level. We walk into our own room at the university, steal the ice staff that only appears as soon as it's relevant, drop a note in our own nightstand, and take the staff back to Meth Redhill. She then has us eavesdrop on Lex, who gets a note from a messenger sent by Raminus. The messenger is a Dremora, which is an extremely bad idea to use given the Oblivion crisis. I mean, it might be over, but that didn't stop the massive anti-conjuration push in post-Oblivion Cyrodiil. Raminus also somehow knows the staff was stolen, even though we didn't tell him, so I guess he sneaks into our room to sniff our panties or something. The journal acknowledging the problems with this setup are also an addition of the unofficial patch, something I don't approve of because for a decent chunk of this script I just assumed that was in the base game. I wonder how many people are giving credit to Bethesda for being self-aware here and didn't realize it was the patch all along. Alright, so how do we fix this? Simply, instead of putting the note in our end table, if we are the Archmage, we instead deliver the note to Raminus and tell him that we want our guards redeployed back at the university. It's that easy. After that, Lex pulls out of the waterfront again and we return the ice staff to a former university researcher's chest and call it a day. This is also a quest which, in premise, is reliant on timeliness, but there is no consequence for dipping out on the Thieves Guild for over a year to do other content. The whole point of the operation is that 5 targets get hit at once. There should be a penalty if the player fails to complete their objective in a timely manner. The same is technically true of the other quests, but it stands out here because of how the quest is framed. A fellow guild member has gone missing searching for the book Lost Histories of Tamriel and Skingrad. This happened to the Fighters Guild and they immediately assumed a dereliction of duty, whereas the Thieves Guild gives its errant member the benefit of the doubt. This could subtly reflect the differences of the factions, or the differences in the writers, or the writers may not have realized that Orion can't just assume someone abandoned their mission instead of failing to complete it. This is also the first time that my general rep with the Thieves Guild is high enough that homeless people I've never met are willing to help me out for free. The latter half of that last sentence is bizarre. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the homeless are something else.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
That's bad, but they can't even do a consistent homeless accent between lines.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Here's what I know. Theranis was drinking at the Two Sisters Lodge.
So, Theranis was bragging at the inn about stealing from the castle, which is all sympathy gone, when Captain Dion overheard him. He got arrested, and unlike Amisai, we can't bribe the guard to let us see him. Nesmith was really obsessed with giving people accents.
Visitors ain't allowed down here.
No, but it will earn you 2 years in Skingrad's dungeon.
I didn't do it, but you do have the option to sign up as the guy who delivers food to the prisoners. Sounds kind of familiar. We head in and there's only a Nord present. We offer to let him out and he tells us that Theranis was sharing a cell with an Argonian and that someone called the Pale Lady took him.
The Pale Lady took him days ago. Every few days, she comes for one of us. Some return, some don't. Those that are taken 3 times never return.
It's fortunate because the Argonian was taken less than an hour ago, so I left the castle and ventured through all of Cyrodiil's dungeons to no consequence because the Pale Lady was willing to wait for me. If you take a job, you should expect the game to want you to complete it in a timely manner. If you weren't going to do the quest immediately, why did you accept it? It wouldn't be hard to account for the player shoving off their responsibilities. If the player starts the quest but doesn't arrive in time, Amisai could perish to the Pale Lady and this would make the quest more difficult as a result. If hammer space is the concept used to explain how characters stuff so much voluminous stuff into their pockets, then I propose hammer time be used to describe how quests effectively pause and wait for the player. That, or we could call it solipsism. The Pale Lady has been stealing prisoners for their blood, which poses some issues.
Let's go.
I will feed the mistress your blood.
Not going to spoil a future quest now, but if you remember the Count of Skingrad, Janice Hasseldor was able to sense the presence of vampires that threaten the population of his town. Yet here's a vampire living in his own castle, stealing prisoners without any consequence. It's just messy, and it's not the first time Nesmith has stepped over another writer to tell his story. Judging by what Ken Rolston said, his approach as the lead designer changed between Morrowind and Oblivion. Morrowind had a more rigid outline for its factions, so when the quest lines intersected, there was a higher standard of quality control, which is how it should be handled. The lead designer is responsible for the consistency of the writing in a game. In this instance, Nesmith is stepping on Brian Chapin's characterization and writing for the Mages Guild. It's nice to see the crossovers, at least at a surface level, because it makes the world feel bigger. But unlike Morrowind, which had several crossovers, there's not as much consistency because Rolston is allowing the writers the freedom to do as they wish. The writer wanted the player to find Amasai in jail again, and to save them from the Skingrad vampire. However, I'm guessing the identity of the Pale Lady was changed mid-development, and now there's a vampire that Hasseldor should recognize as a threat to his citizens, but doesn't. We break out with Amasai, and he tells us where Theranos told him he had hidden the book. Note that this is the first Thieves Guild quest to not involve returning something to its rightful owner. As in, this is the first Thieves Guild job to be about stealing something, and we weren't actually the ones to steal it. There's multiple things going on here, so let's tackle the first one. Aside from independent thievery, there's never really any Thieves Guild mission where we're out there doing Thieves Guild stuff. What I mean is, the Fighters Guild up until its third act has the player just going out and doing jobs. The Mages Guild has the player out there going out and doing jobs. And the Dark Brotherhood will have the player out there going out and doing jobs. There's never a quest where the player's tasked with stealing something for the sake of generating revenue for the guild, something that Skyrim tried to improve on with its Radiant Thievery quests. Instead, each task is either relevant to the central conflict of the guild or to some minor character story that's being told. Note that this is usually a criticism of Oblivion's factions, that not all of them are focused like the Thieves Guild on its central story.
While I wouldn't call the story of the Thieves Guild great, it manages to avoid some of the fundamental problems of the other factions by focusing on a more intimate conflict.
I don't think every faction should have a particularly high-stakes story, and I think that stylistically you can capture factions during the lulls in their history in order to better contrast the stories that are more urgent. Oblivion's main quest might not have been as well received compared to Morrowind's because Oblivion's main quest had to share the spotlight, rather than how Morrowind's main quest overshadowed all other stories. I think that independent thievery was meant to supplement the actual criminal part of the guild, but the part that every player would consistently see when doing the faction was controlled in such a way to not dictate morality on the player. In essence, it's not a stretch to say that a moral character would do the Thieves Guild, because so far we've really done more good than evil or harm. Not that the Thieves Guild is particularly evil, but they are a faction ostensibly for the selfish. Morrowind's Thieves Guild had a story to tell. It was about the guild establishing itself in a foreign land and performing its function of helping root out criminal syndicates, namely the Kamana Tong. The Tong would murder and use coercion to ply their trade, and that was usually pretty bad for foreigners, although their thugs in Oblivion are pretty chill dudes.
Hello. What can I do for you tonight? I might swim more if it weren't for the slaughterfish. Sharp teeth, and some carry disease. Farewell.
The Thieves Guild, only by comparison to the Tong, was a good thing, but that itself was balanced out by the player being sent to liberate commoners and nobles of their valuables. Now we're in Cyrodiil, where the concept of the Imperial Thieves Guild originated. The Thieves Guild should be intricately woven into the Imperial government, owning magistrates and guard captains, seen as they're older than the Septim dynasty. Hieronymus Lex is actually a great antagonist for such an organization, a rising star in the Imperial Legion committed to stamping out the corruption that allowed such an organization to exist.
It was an honor to speak with you, champion.
Uriel Septim's death could even tie into it. Perhaps Uriel was the one that was holding back any meaningful resistance against the Reform's corruption. Because again, the purpose of the guild was to oppose foreign criminal rings, and it only got bad in Cyrodiil due to the lack of criminal competition. With the Septims gone, Captain Lex is actually a threat because he is now unrestrained in his mission. But we know that this isn't the case because criminals are everywhere. They just aren't organized yet, at least not until Titus Mean became the Bandit King. It's a shame we didn't get a more criminal Thieves Guild considering the advancements in Radiant AI. People like to meme on Radiant AI because of goofy conversations or point out other games before Oblivion with similar systems. Radiant AI is a package system for the NPCs to develop a schedule. The packages essentially exist like functions, or reusable verbs if you will. Every time you eat can be boiled down to the same basic thing. You find food, you eat it. Radiant AI adds modifiers based on hidden stats like responsibility for how the NPC might find the food, but otherwise NPCs eating is because they have a basic package telling them to perform the same basic scripted function. If you wanted NPCs to do that in Morrowind, you'd have to include a huge script. And if you wanted NPCs to do that repeatedly, then an even bigger script would be involved. That's a lot of work and testing just to make one NPC eat lunch and sleep at night, so creating an easily reusable system where the designer can slap 2 packages on and have them do the basics is an impressive display. It's easy to point out that Oblivion has only a third the NPCs of Morrowind, but I will admit that every NPC in the game having a routine where they eat and sleep makes the NPCs in Oblivion worth that downgrade in population size. Because now, instead of breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night and seeing them in the same spot they always stand in, now they sleep. And that means there's consistent times of day to break in and steal stuff. Where thievery before was simply a game of line of sight or using chameleon, now the name of the game is timing and actual stealth. Trespassing is now actually a crime, so the player has to be more considerate. Merchants try to keep an eye on the player. Of course, there is still the option of using chameleon. I would be loath to forget to mention more in depth how chameleon works, as I did promise to mention it later, and later is now. Chameleon works like invisibility, except you can still interact with objects. It's also much cheaper, at the cost of being imperfect. A few points of chameleon is like having a small boost to your sneak skill, which means a lot of points is quite the boost. Surely it would be difficult to do something like that though, right? The Ring of Khajiit from Meridia's quest gives a consistent 35% chameleon. Sigil stones provide access to leveled chameleon enchantments. Starting at level 9, you can get a 20% chameleon effect from a sigil stone, and at level 17, you can get up to 30%. You can also get 20% chameleon from a grand level soul, which are the most common souls in the game with black soul gems. Putting all that info together, you may have realized that 100% chameleon is pretty easy to acquire. It's actually easier in Oblivion since they removed the cast effects from clothing, so that's a constant 100% chameleon. In Morrowind, you could get 100% chameleon pretty easily, but it had a time limit. We're effectively invisible at all times now, only detectable by the sound we make. This was probably the reason that chameleon was removed from Skyrim, because if Oblivion broke something from Morrowind, Skyrim usually removed it. Now, as nice as the novelty of being able to run around invisibly messing with people is, it's obviously a wrench being thrown in the cogs of Oblivion. Thus, I provide a solution: Detect Life. One of the uses for Detect Life is finding NPCs who rendered themselves invisible. Mannimarco did this, for instance, at the Mages Guild. That's pretty rare since you can usually deduce the spellcaster who went invisible a second ago is still standing in the same spot. A change I've been discussing online is to incorporate new Battle Mage guards. They could be signified by blue hoods and would have access to magic like Detect Life and Paralyze in order to better fight crime. A guard patrolling an area with Detect Life would invalidate stealth, even players using chameleon. So the way around that problem is to simply make them use the spell if they suspect an invisible person is in the area. Same thing with shopkeepers with a modicum of magical talent. If all your items start disappearing from in front of you, the shopkeeper might use Detect Life to try and find the thief. Another thing that's been removed from Morrowind was shopkeepers detecting illicit goods on the player. There has been some discussion on this, but to simply say that it's unreasonable that a shopkeeper even knows the player has moon sugar on them isn't entirely accurate. Again, this is a setting with mysticism magic. If the criticism was that there were too many merchants who avoided illicit goods, sure. But to say that merchants can't outright detect them in a world with magic is kind of crazy to me. Oblivion removed this because players complained about not being able to sell skooma to upstanding citizens. So now the player can, which is a missed opportunity in terms of using the responsibility stat. Anyways, that's not the only thing. Iliad ruins should honestly have the same moratorium placed on looting them the same way Dwemer ruins did in Morrowind, since we see even experienced warriors lose their lives to their traps. But no. The only thing NPCs refuse to deal in is stolen goods, and excuse me? How does this guy know it's stolen? In Morrowind, you could sell stolen goods to any merchant, provided they weren't the original owner. So we've gotten rid of contraband, but made it so most responsible NPCs, which is all but the fences and one extra guy, won't buy a stolen item despite there being 1,000 possible explanations for how the player got their hands on it that wasn't thievery. A woman pays me for saving her children by giving me her wedding ring. Or maybe I acquire the wedding ring by stealing it off her finger when she sleeps. How does the merchant know the difference? If the answer is magic, I rest my case. You can't have the stolen item flag system and remove contraband. That just doesn't make sense. Again, instead of fixing the issues with contraband, they just cut the idea entirely. We're on to Skriva's final quest. The Grey Fox wants Hieronymus Lex reassigned to Anvil, and she notes that the Countess of Anvil is under the Grey Fox's protection. For some reason...
We are thieves, not murderers.
Oh please, I specialize in making it look like self-defense. We have to steal a letter of recommendation and forge Lex's name onto it, and a beggar points us at the castle smith who shows us the entrance to a hidden passage system in the castle.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Stop! Intruder in the castle! Protect the countess!
Stay away! Good day. Good day.
Show me.
Yeah, that's Radiant AI in a nutshell. All these people like me for my heroic deeds and for closing the Oblivion Gate at Anvil, so despite looting Darahill's desk in front of her, she's willing to actually fight the guards that she called to protect me from the guards she called. It'll be really funny if she gets mad at us later.
She wants me to tip you? You add insult to injury. You cost my cousin a chance at that job. Take your money and get out of my sight!
Before that, though, we have to forge the letter. A beggar points us towards a guy in Anvil known only as a stranger.
Know about the Gray Fox.
He's quite skeptical of the Gray Fox and then offers to do the forgery in exchange for money. I wonder who this unnamed character could possibly be. A day and 500 gold later, we head back to the Imperial City to seal the letter with the seal of the Imperial Legion commander and then go back to Anvil to deliver it personally to the Countess, who is still cool with us despite taking an arrow to the head to defend us against her own guards. This is kind of an unenviable problem for anyone writing a thievery-related story. Despite us stealing the letter in front of Darahill and objectively failing to do it stealthily, and despite the Countess being there and likely asking Darahill about what had happened, the authenticity of this letter is not drawn into question at all. It is nice that the player can be penalized for giving the forged letter to Darahill, because she won't give it to the Countess, so we have to steal it back again and do it right. Also, again, it's funny that Odin's Avidius gets disqualified for questionable morals, when earlier we bribed Hieronymus Lex as part of the quest. We're the one to personally deliver Lex's transfer orders to him.
I've been reassigned. This is outrageous. The Gray Fox had a hand in this. I know it.
From here on, we're getting work directly from the Gray Fox, who sends messengers to tell us where to meet him. This is the genesis of the Skyrim Courier and also the thematic conclusion to the stories of Meth Redhill and Amisai, who were so successful in their careers that they're relegated to delivering the mail between more successful thieves. Anyways, we meet the Gray Fox up at Helvius Thesia's house in Bruma. Despite being the greatest martial artist in Cyrodiil, he's also just a bandit in the Thieves Guild. No, that's a rank. Bandit. If you don't slobber on the Gray Fox's cock in the opening of the dialogue, then he immediately ends the conversation, despite this transparently being the same guy as the Stranger, who obviously doesn't like the overstated reputation the Fox has earned. Also,
Capital.
Hey Oblivion fans, did you remember the part where he said cat? We'll focus on the Gray Fox's character more in a bit. For now, he has a laundry list of items he needs for a big heist, although the heist is not presented to the player until the day of. It's a minor thing. By itself, it doesn't really break the story. I just feel at this stage in the questline the player should be in the loop as to the story being told here. It's neat to have clues the player can find along the way, but if the player isn't aware that the end goal is stealing an Elder Scroll, then it just feels like lore accessories that aren't tied into the story properly. It's weird to tell a heist story where the character who's going to be doing the heist is going through the planning phase, not knowing that's what they're doing. The reason you don't keep thieves in the dark about what their end target is you don't want them getting cold feet because they didn't realize the danger. What was the Gray Fox's plan if the player character decided they weren't going to go through with the heist? Was he going to have Meth Redhill or Amisai do it? We first have to acquire Sevilla Stone, which the Gray Fox uses to perform reconnaissance on the Imperial Palace. It's located at the Temple of the Ancestor Moths, a retirement home for moth priests blinded by their career choice of reading Elder Scrolls. It's an interesting quest focused on the audible aspects of stealth, even if Oblivion doesn't really have any kind of advanced system for audio detection. Our next task has us traveling to Coral. This time the Gray Fox needs the Arrow of Extrication, which has a key-shaped arrowhead. It's in Fathus Aaron's tower, but it's locked from the outside and needs to be infiltrated via a secret passage in the Breville Castle. The passage is labyrinthine in nature and quite extensive. I'm genuinely impressed with this area, and the only fault is that since the tower area is an exterior location, Fathus can't actually bust us for trespassing. And the chest the arrowhead is kept in isn't owned by him, so we can take it from in front of him without any issue.
This arrowhead advances my plan to... never mind.
We give the fox the arrowhead and then are told to meet him in Shadenhall.
I have another message from the Grey Fox. The Grey Fox requests a meeting. Please travel to Ganradel's house in Shadenhall. May Shadow hide you.
Now he says he needs the boots of Spring Hill Jack. The only clue we have is his last living relative, the Earl of Enbull in the Imperial City. Why did we meet in Shadenhall if we were... So we find the Earl's house. We're supposed to steal his genealogy first, but I end up running into him despite it being the dead of night when he supposedly goes out for walks. As a healthy, pure-blooded Breton noble, he of course cowers in fear and gives us the key to his basement, which is actually full of vampires. So where was the Order of the Virtuous Blood on this one? We find a note indicating that Yakbin is actually Spring Hill Jack. Long-lived due to his affliction. I mean, I guess livid is also true. He then tries to kill us, we kill him, and take his boots. Back to Shadenhall. Then we're set to meet with the fox for the big day. Again, bear in mind that until this point the player has not been told that this is what it's been leading to. In the Imperial City, the Grey Fox lays out his plan that he's been building for 11 years. Our objective is an Elder Scroll, located inside the Imperial Palace. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patches and is completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely. For whatever reason, we'll assume magic, we can't enter the traditional way from the ground floor. And the idea that a member of the Thieves Guild would condone us learning illegal levitation magic and flying up to the roof is far outside the moral bounds of what the Grey Fox is prepared to permit. Instead, we're to sneak in and go into the basement to activate a giant hourglass, which will open the old way. Note that this is actually broken without the unofficial patch and completely optional. It's like one flag to fix this, surely they could have. After this, we enter the Imperial sewers in the southeast tunnel. After a lengthy sewer level, we encounter a locked door, opened by a key the fox stole from Mikado himself. This leads into the palace sewers that a Timberwolf has somehow gotten inside. Anyways, the palace sewers eventually lead to a door in a lost ruin called the Old Way. You know, it's a pretty big deal anytime someone becomes a lich, so running into 5 of them is pretty questionable. The old Imperial ruin gives way to an old Aliad ruin. We stand at the right spot, fire the arrow of extrication across the room into a keyhole, and this opens the way into the palace. A couple statues also come to life or whatever, but they don't stand a chance against 100% Chameleon.
Hey Ron, am I invisible? Who said that? But serious, I don't think I'm in any kind of grave danger. Who said that? Oh, Harry just...
This leads into the fireplace to the Imperial Guard quarters in the palace. Past this area, and we get into the the Elder Scrolls library. The priests are actually expecting one Celia Cameron, and we've arrived in her stead. The priests bring us the particular scroll we need, and we escape. We head higher into the palace and use the chimney in Okado's bedroom to slip out. This drops us back into the old way and requires us to use Spring Hill Jack's boots to survive the fall. Although they break in the process because Bethesda hates fun, and we retrace our steps back to the Grey Fox. Alright, so not the most elaborate heist. In fact, most of it was just a dungeon crawl. Graded on the Elder Scrolls curve, then yeah, it's an amazing and unparalleled heist. But start asking questions like, weren't the moth priests in the palace supposed to still have their vision? And who is Celia Cameron? Does she have any relation to Mankar Cameron? And why is she given access to an Elder Scroll? I can also tell that none of the emperors were ever fat because, good lord, living in this palace must be miserable. I'm surprised teleportation was illegalized when such a massive tower exists. With the Elder Scroll in hand, the Grey Fox asks us for one last thing. We're to deliver a ring to the Countess of Anvil and report back to him how she reacts.
I used to admire you, but it turns out you're just a sinner like all the rest of us.
You know, I've basically spent the last 3 hours donating to the poor, returning stolen property, and protecting the waterfront, right? How am I a bad guy? We give her the ring and she wishes she could see her husband, to which the stranger appears and dons the cowl of Nocturnal, revealing himself as the Grey Fox. My stars and garters, can we hurry this up? I want to get to the Dark Brotherhood already. Mr. Corvus Umbernox reveals the truth and also states that he altered time by lifting the curse of Nocturnal. This allows us to take the cowl without inheriting its property of making the wearer unrecognizable when not worn. It also gives us a headquarters in the waterfront, but that's not really that much. The cowl is basically an alter ego we can use to commit crimes without attaching a bounty to our real identity. It's also got some useful enchantments on it, like 200 points of feather, and that's it. The Thieves Guild is the only faction to not have any kind of post-faction content. But what about the Grey Fox? Right. He's a character, alright. He says he inherited the cowl from the previous guildmaster. How and why?
Count Umbernox has returned. After 11 years, he just walked back into Anvil.
Yeah, that's basically the extent of the answer we get. We're also told that the Grey Fox has been a thing in the Thieves Guild for 300 years, which is why Oblivion is the first we hear of it. Corvus, I can't believe they named him that, Corvus also mentions that the cowl is the root of the guild's bad luck, to which I ask, what bad luck? That a guard captain recently decided to do his job? The bad luck line turned me off of this quest line, which isn't really Oblivion's fault, it just reminds me of that stupid bad luck meme from the Skyrim Thieves Guild. Hell, come to think of it, the Skyrim Thieves Guild reused the same exact premise. The Grey Fox's obsession with helping the poor of Cyrodiil is stated to be a somewhat recent development in the guild's history, something probably attributed to Corvus's reign, which is something that can only be speculated on as basic empathy and not much else. I tried to read some lore books on the topic and found it rather barren. Thief of Virtue, for instance, doesn't really explain it. Rather, it's about a guy who breaks into a castle and ends up banging a nobleman's wife because he valued sex more than the money he stole. Perhaps the idea is that the Grey Fox was only able to concretely unify the organization around a mission of philanthropy. If the guild focused on selfish profit, it would constantly be betrayed for money, like we see happen with Urano. It's easy to speculate when the game neither shows nor tells us what the point of this is, because Todd Howard decided he wanted it to be a personally exciting story and had all the parts about the organization itself cut. If I cut out the parts of the sequence where I stood in a corner and ground levels, then the entire guild is a 4-hour distraction. It's shorter than the 6-hour Mages Guild and 8-hour Fighters Guild because it was decided that having fluff was bad. Some might call this trim inefficient. I personally call it starved of context, and again, to the benefit of what exactly? Bruce Nesmith joined Bethesda with Daggerfall, having a career working on modules for D&D. He worked under Ken Rolston, who joined Bethesda with Battlespire, who also had his roots in tabletop gaming. In fact, Rolston and Nesmith had worked together on Lankmar, City of Adventure in 1985. I just spent like an hour reading about Dungeons & Dragons, and I've come to the conclusion that generally, their Thieves Guild don't tend to operate like how they do in Oblivion. An interesting thing to note is that a cave underneath Castle Umbernox is in fact the home of the Thief DLC home, Dunburrow Cove. It's a pirate-themed home with lots of features. The basic lore details is that the cove is the burial place of the Black Flag, a ship belonging to infamous pirate Captain Dougal, whose death marked the beginning of the Umbernox reign in Anvil and his transition from Pirate Haven to Imperial City. You clear out the cove, which is full of skeletons now, claim it for yourself, and then purchase upgrades for the ship. These upgrades, as you buy them, come with crewmen, a merchant, a fence, a security trainer, a marksman supplier and trainer, and a weapons merchant and sneak trainer. Once you have the complete crew, you can send them out plundering, and after a week in game time, they will return with 100 times your level in gold, maxing at 2,000. This DLC is part Redguard and part Pirates of the Caribbean, but I always liked it. Having a live-in fence means an easy way to store and gradually offload your merchandise, even if that's not really a big issue in Oblivion. You can also get some pretty powerful sabers that do quite a bit of damage. They max out at Ebony, but that's not a bad thing. Having a fence does somewhat break the Thieves Guild since the whole premise of joining is gaining access to that service. And he isn't just a fence, he's a better fence than the best fence you unlock from the guild. He has 1,500 gold, like the best fence, but has a consistent place you can find him, unlike Fathus Ulis, who travels between Coral and the Imperial City. Fathus is also a master of mercantile, so it's harder to get good prices with him. This DLC also provides easier access to enchanted arrows, which continue to be an experimental idea. Elder Scrolls has gone back and forth on this. Back in Morrowind, you could find enchanted arrows, but not too consistently, mostly from leveled lists. There was also a free plugin that added an NPC who sold arrows with area of effect enchantments, but it's somewhat obscure and isn't shipped with the Steam version of the game. Oblivion limited it to a couple NPCs that drop them, some that carry but don't sell them, and one that does sell them but gets killed as part of a quest. Mellowin sells enchanted arrows, but only a couple. If you want to absolutely maximize your damage, then you'll need them. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having the ability to enchant arrows. It would be annoying to do them one at a time, sure, so maybe a single soul can enchant 20 arrows all at once. It might actually help me break the habit of saving all my valuable arrows for never getting used. There's also a chest that comes with the cove that can't be opened, designed for players who wish to practice their security skill. While this house has a lot of upsides, the only downside is there's no fast travel point straight to it, so you always have to run a small distance from Anvil to reach it. And it's in the corner of the map if you're not doing a fast travel playthrough. By now we've established that the Thieves Guild is a morally good faction role-playing as bad guys. So let's discuss the actual evil faction in Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood. This is the work of one Emil Pagliarulo, not that he would let you forget it. What he would like you to forget is the arena, which is why it's a fitting conclusion to the factions starting and ending with the same designer. Emil Pagliarulo, in recent times, has come under fire for his work on Fallout 4, and his general mentality towards writing and how he handles criticism, which is to say, he doesn't. So let's take it back to the beginning, to Thief. Emil didn't work on this game. Rather, he was a popular reviewer and eventually editor-in-chief at Adrenaline Vault, who was hired on to work on 3 Thief 2 levels. 2 months after the game's release, Looking Glass Studios closed down. After 2 years of working on presumably Anachronox, Deus Ex Invisible War, and Thief Deadly Shadows at Ion Austin, Emil apparently reached out to his friend from his days at working at Adrenaline Vault, none other than the great Pete Hines, VP of Marketing at Bethesda. He also apparently knew Todd while working at Ion Austin. Yep, Emil went on to do side quest work on Blood Moon. I pointed out in the Morrowind video that the Blood Moon side quests were a bit referential, but that's a pretty good foot in the door as far as Bethesda designers go, and Oblivion was his big shot. Skipping ahead, the Dark Brotherhood was far and away considered a highlight of Oblivion. Ken Rolston left Bethesda and the lead design position was open for the taking on Fallout 3. In only 5 years and 1 game, Emil had gone from a junior designer to the lead designer at Bethesda. Bruce Nesmith, second place for his work on the Thieves Guild, would take on the lead designer role for Skyrim, with Emil getting credited as a senior designer and writer, separate from the plebs. Emil would then get Fallout 4 as lead designer again, and that was when he started getting criticized for his work. Fallout will have to come another day. For now, let's stick to his work on Oblivion. Let's keep it to this simple question. Is the Dark Brotherhood really that good? To join, you have to murder someone. Chances are, if you're playing unpatched Oblivion for more than 10 hours, you already have. Not because you're a monster per se, but because what gets counted as murder can be goofy. The Great Prince, if you do his quest and he asks you to kill him, is originally counted as murder by the game. Caminalda, the Altmer woman waylaying merchants on the Anvil Road in the Mages Guild, is another person the player may be credited for murdering if they kill her early. Umbra, if you visit her out of sequence, will also be counted as murder when killed. You'll know it when you see the words, "Your killing has been observed by forces unknown." Personally, I think this ruins the surprise of Lucien Lechance's visit when you sleep, and I don't see any benefit to the message. I do understand how the Brotherhood witnesses a murder in the middle of nowhere without having spent months tailing me, and that's the power of Sithis. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Anyways, I send the adoring fan flying, and after an hour's rest at the top of this cliff, Lechance arrives to induct us into the Brotherhood. Murder's alright, but I'm not prepared to be associated with an organization that utilizes teleportation magic. That kind of criminality is a step too far. Alright, Wes Johnson, show us some vocal range.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'm about to propose.
Lechance isn't just one of the best-sounding characters in the game that wasn't listed in Todd Howard's star-studded cast. His character model also looks like a normal human being. Like, everyone hypes up Martin, but that face model looked mediocre at best. I'll discuss later why LeChance may have gotten special attention to his face. Right now, let's hear him out.
I bear an offering, an opportunity to join our rather unique family.
Now, what's great is you can kill LeChance here, ending the quest and closing you off from the Dark Brotherhood, or you can let him do it himself.
Your path is clear. Send Rufio to his death, and the Dark Brotherhood will embrace you as family.
Anyways, in order to complete our induction, we need to take this ebony blade of woe and kill a man named Rufio at the Inn of Ill Omen. The blade itself is rather weak though, comparable in damage to a steel dagger, and using it's optional. Its full strength gets drawn out later, so let's get our hand on a real knife, Mehrunes Razor. The razor wasn't part of the base game, otherwise it would have been the perfect sacrifice to Martin. Rather, it came as a DLC for $3. It comes with a massive dungeon, a couple new items, and the titular razor. We start the game and hear an omniscient rumor that points us to Sundercliff Watch, where a rogue Telvanni— give it up everybody, this may be the last time we see rogue Telvanni. The dungeon is extensive, going from fort to cave to alien ruin, starting with Dunmer mercenaries who we eventually see battling with the vampire natives of this ruin. And you can easily see why it's well remembered. We see how the people here are living, with little stories that can be learned about the goings-on here. It's also obviously chock full of Morrowind references, at least at the surface level. At the end, we find the long-buried Mehrunes Razor. Long-buried, and it definitely didn't show up in Morrowind 6 years prior, or Daggerfall 10 years before that. I'm just poking fun. Half the places artifacts end up tend to be goofy, like that time Ariel's bow was hidden in the Forgotten Vale for thousands of years, but also in the hands of an ordinator at the Ghost Gate. Anyways, we end with a final confrontation between ourselves, the Guardian of the Blade, and the Rogue Telvanni. Our end reward is the Razor, a powerful dagger which has the chance of instantly killing your opponent, scaled to the player's luck attribute. The dagger actually works the same way in Skyrim, except since there isn't a luck attribute, its maximum chance is now the minimum as well. Anyways, this is a much more fitting dagger for an assassin, if there wasn't an even better tool. The bow. We'll get into that later. For now, let's get into the Dark Brotherhood. We head out to the Inn of Ill Omen, also known as the Tavern of Transparent Portent. The publican won't think anything of us asking about Rufio, even when he ends up dead. The Tavern Keep is also the only NPC in the game to purchase stolen goods that isn't aligned with a faction. The task is simple, and the thrust of the quest is more so the implication of the player actually going through with it. Rufio doesn't fight back and sleeps 20 hours a day. We can actually get some clues about who it is that wants Rufio dead. The Black Horse Courier ran an article about Night Mother rituals, stating one Claudius Arcadia had performed the sacrament that summons a Brotherhood representative. Later in the questline, we get the key we need to visit Arcadia's house and find his journal, indicating he was the one to hire the Brotherhood to kill Rufio, but he doesn't get a motive beyond revenge. Rufio, if you manage to kill him during his waking hours, will hint that he had killed a woman. That's the extent of it, and it means we're not really bad guys.
So, the deed is done.
Talos preserve us. With Corpus going around, we need to social distance. So Lucian explains the rules and structures of the Brotherhood. Makes sense. Unlike the other guilds which generally let us in for little effort, we've made a commitment to come this far. Unfortunately, this means we may have also signed up for a cult. Like Mehrunes Razor, the Dark Brotherhood was all over the place throughout the series until Oblivion. Starting as Sithis, god of death worshippers, transferring to Mephala in Daggerfall. Then it turned out that the Morag Tong were the original Mephala worshippers and the Dark Brotherhood had broken off from them. They weren't characterized as particularly religious in Morrowind. In fact, during the Morag Tong questline, they're mostly characterized as a-religious and money-focused, while the Morag Tong are the ones with values. Mephala's quest even starts in the Tong headquarters. Sithis has also undergone some back and forth in the series. He's not part of the Adric or Daedric pantheons. He started life as a generic death god and has stepped sideways into a position of representing chaos. What chaos has to do with dressing in BDSM tight leather and pleasuring yourself in the act of murder, I couldn't tell you. It's almost like it's a superficial downgrade from the pragmatic assassins of before, and no, just because one of their sprites in Daggerfall is shirtless doesn't excuse it. Every faction had half-naked sprites in Daggerfall. At best, I can say the only reason Oblivion made the Dark Brotherhood so colorful was maybe a ratings reason. Like Bethesda was worried if the professional assassins were well-adjusted people there might be backlash. Or maybe it's just stylistically meant to be that way. Well, the game got off on the gore but ended up having hidden titty models be its downfall. Or, as I've alluded to already, it's possible Bethesda wasn't entirely comfortable with giving the player a genuinely evil faction and ratcheted up the cheese factor to 11.
If you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of, I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So like the tone is more like, it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them.
Here's your free set of shrouded armor. Outside of its marginal enchantment, you can easily do better. Their only notable property is that, since they have a value of 0, they can be fully repaired by a smith for only 1 gold. We're sent to Vigente, the resident vampire, and he gives our first job in a general pattern for the guild. You get a job, you may get an additional condition that will pay extra, and then you can ask your guildmates for advice on completing the job.
Why should anyone bother with all that sneaking and skulking? Yes, of course I value our secrets, and I've never betrayed them. But using stealth to kill, it's just so weak. Bonuses? Useless, I say. Gold and magical trinkets are no substitute for the freedom to slaughter anyone I please, at any time.
Oh, Gogren, your methods may be crude, but your heart is always in the right place.
Our first task is to sneak aboard a ship docked at the waterfront and assassinate its captain. The first mate's been giving us trouble throughout the entire game anytime we got near the ship, which is often considering they parked it right next to my house in the Imperial City.
Beautiful, isn't she? The Maria Elena. Damn fine ship, with a damn fine crew. I should know. I'm her first mate. So believe me when I tell you we don't like it when people snoop around in our affairs.
Gogron figures that, since we aren't getting a bonus, we might as well go in guns blazing. It'll give us the option to use a one-liner. Also, scratch the line about Gogron killing a 6-year-old at her birthday party off your bingo card.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Antoinetta, meanwhile, will say the ship may be full of nooks and crannies to hide in. Thanks for the advice, guys. Our options are to go in through the main deck, but have our hands full of pirates, who the guards will actually assist us against because Oblivion can't do trespassing in exterior cells. We can hop up onto the balcony and break into the cabin directly, or we can stow aboard some cargo and sneak through the ship. So we've got options. Once we get to the cabin, we could just stab the captain, but that draws the attention of the pirates. Instead, this quest is the debut of the poisoned apple. Simply place it down and then viciously hunt down every other piece of food in the area, and then after several minutes of waiting in place, watch as he eats the apple. And then spends the next 30 seconds slowly dying before eventually ragdolling in his chair. I mean, I mock it, but yeah, that's cool. I remember when Morrowind tried to poison Inquest. It didn't work that well. But how does the law feel about murder? Oblivion has made its commission murder easier than Morrowind, which is funny considering the Morag Tong had writs making the assassinations legal. There still isn't a good witness system, so you have people who can report their own murders. Murder also earns you infamy points, but only if it meets the arbitrary marker of murder. And infamy can easily be cleared out by completing a pilgrimage to the Nine Divines. The problem that leads to a lot of quick loads is the hyperactive guards. They don't just chase you through the streets now, but will now come in and pursue you into buildings as well. Even going so far as to instantaneously manifest inside homes once you assault someone.
God! Stop!
Crime in Oblivion was at an awkward crossroads. The simplicity of Morrowind didn't work, and it wasn't as sophisticated as its Skyrim incarnation, which is why, for a lot of people, the Oblivion guards symbolize the game. But let's not be fooled. Each faction, barring the arena, starts with a quest for the players given multiple paths to completion. Surely it won't hold, right? Our next task is to assassinate a Bosmer named Bainlin, with a bonus if we drop a mounted head that hangs over his favorite chair onto his head. And yeah, it's that easy. I think this quest suffers from giving the player way too much information to start, like maybe the bonus could just specify that Bainlin needs to die in an accident, as in not be found with wounds that could point to murder or poison in his blood, and the player could work out the rest from clues in his house, like a note saying he needs someone nimble to get into the crawl space to tighten up the mounted head. It's fairly obvious this is an inheritance play, given that Bainlin's nephew moves in not long after. Our next target is Valen Dreth, our former lawyer that got us a multi-year prison sentence, in Tamriel. Actually, I find it funny that Claudius Arcadius is serving a permanent sentence for hiring a murderer, but would only serve a 10-day sentence if they had killed Rufio themselves. Hell, honestly, given my average rate in the Brotherhood, I'd say it's probably cheaper to do it yourself and pay off the bounty, instead of paying the Brotherhood. Obviously, this is a gameplay concession, don't get mad. This quest is fun in that you have to retrace your steps through the tutorial and see just how short it could have been, but wasn't. Our bonus comes from completing this job without killing any guards. If the bonuses come from the clients, as is implied, it's possible whoever wants Dreth dead works at the prison and wants Dreth to die before his upcoming release. It doesn't help that the Legion had recently busted and then decided to publicize the materials of the Black Sacrament and leads for researching the ritual.
Wait, I know you. You're the one. The day the Emperor was killed. They went through your cell. You lucky bastard. But you came back? Come on, you've got to help me. Let old Valen out of this cell. You've got your freedom, now give me mine. What do you say, huh? Come on, friend.
Yeah, no, not after that farce you called a legal defense.
What? You filthy little maggot. When I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? Dead!
Our bonus reward is the Scales of Pitiless Justice, which... Okay, so they fortify strength, agility, and intelligence by 2 points at the cost of 2 points of personality. They don't work like a typical fortify item because they aren't an equipable item, so it has to run off a script. It's just an odd item because of how not weak, but how minimal its effect is.
A powerful tool indeed.
I think it needed a second design pass, personally. Our next job is to cut our client with a poison knife, which will allow him to fake his own death in order to escape debt. He owes money to the wrong kind of people. Yeah, I guess owing money to the Fighters Guild can be rough. Seriously, is there a secret underground bank handing out loans to people with bad terms? Or was there a payday loan office in Breville that I just barely missed? Francois here wants us to do it in front of the unnamed organization's enforcer, and then, after a day, we're to sneak into the chapel Undercroft and revive him with the antidote. You can actually fail this if Francois dies or if we go against the terms and kill the enforcer, and the consequences are handled properly. We aren't rewarded, our rank is delayed, and our relationship with our boss is worsened. Albeit in a really extreme manner, Vigente deciding to kick our ass for messing the job up is a bit extreme. Still, I have to appreciate that the player is at least allowed to fail, despite the fact that failure is more difficult than success here. That's our final contract from Vicente, although he does have a final offer.
As a vampire, I may pass my gift on to others as I see fit. You have served me well, and I choose now to extend that gift to you. Shall I use my dark powers and turn you into a vampire?
Awesome, let's do it. Wait, what kind of vampire? The cosmopolitan, hide-inside-your-house starving Cyrodiilic vampire, Clan Valkalhar, what?
I was stricken with vampirism 300 years ago, while on an expedition deep into the ashlands of Vardenfell.
Yeah? What clan? Normally I'd hope for Ondai, but willpower's my dump stat now, so I'm really hoping for Quora. Oh, I guess he was lying since we still end up being a Cyrodiilic vampire. But our transformation won't complete until after we finish the questline because it takes 3 days, and believe me, the rest of the questline will not take that long. We're taking jobs from Ochiva now, the Argonian who greeted us at the door when we first arrived. Her first contract is to kill Phalion, an Altmer skooma addict in the Imperial City. However, our bonus is to avoid doing it in public as that would draw the attention of the Legion. We can ask Phalion's girlfriend about him, which should raise a red flag but doesn't. We can also ask Phalion, who only talks if we provide him skooma. Either path points at Lorkmir's house in the afternoon, which is where Phalion hides to do his skooma. This satisfies the condition of making the murder not public, but doesn't answer the question of who exactly wants Phalion dead. I don't think it's the girlfriend because she talks like she wants him to reform, and He's already lost all his money, so it's not an inheritance play. The publican of the Tiber Septim Hotel where the two stay, maybe. She doesn't have anything nice to say about Phalion, but that isn't a motive, especially with how dangerous the Black Sacrament would be to her reputation. A guy got life in prison for performing the ritual for actual revenge, let alone just an eviction. You can find Lorkmere, the homeowner, dead in the basement. Atrena refers to the house as deserted despite the freshness of Lorkmere's corpse, and the place is already trashed. My theory, thus, is that Phalion summoned the Dark Brotherhood upon himself, which has holes in it, I know, but we have the body parts, the dagger, the candles. The only thing that would complete this picture would be to have the Nightshade leaves too. And the Black Horse Courier literally printed the entire ritual in their newspaper, so maybe in a haze Phalion reproduced it. The only problem is, how would Phalion pay for our services? He's broke. And even if he had the money, wouldn't the brother who came to arrange the murder just stab him on the spot? Don't tell me it was made a legit contract as a challenge or test either. Baneland was more of a test. Our bonus reward shows a similar level of amateur design. Shadowhunt's bottom two effects, turn undead and weakness to poison, don't actually do anything. They don't have a duration, meaning that the undead hit would flee and rally in the same second. And weakness to poison doesn't work for the poison of that attack. You have to weaken first and poison second. But the weakness effect would fade before then, so it's worthless. The damage value is also just a hair above steel and quickly made irrelevant by generic loot, except in weight, which is such a pedantic category to favor a weapon for. If you hold out until level 30 to get the best possible effect values, you'll already have plentiful access to Daedric bows and Grand Souls to do better. You might counter that you can't get a damage, health, and magicka effect that powerful with a Grand Soul, and I would say 1. How did they enchant this weapon? And 2. Damage magicka is such a meme in a game where every enemy has regenerating magicka, especially since just focusing damage works way better in Oblivion. So we get our next quest to take care of a warlord who's taken up residence at Fort Such, and we need to make it look like his illness has taken his life by switching out his medicine with poison whilst undetected. Cool, but I think this quest highlights a problem with the general writing behind the Dark Brotherhood, which is that it fumbles a lot of the details. It feels like Rolston really needed to be more active in making sure that Emil was developing his ideas correctly. You might be surprised to learn that Warlord as a title is exceedingly rare in Elder Scrolls. It's actually more so used to describe generic high-level enemies like Orc Warlords in Daggerfall, Dreg Warlords in Morrowind, and Marauder Warlords in Oblivion, than it is to describe characters like Warlord Gathric in Skyrim. That's a super minor thing, but seeing that word made it really stand out to me. Look at it like this. Rufio was staying in a place called the Inn of Ill Omen. There's a pirate ship docked in the Imperial City waterfront, feet from guards searching for the Grey Fox. Someone has hired a manservant. A prisoner is serving a multi-year sentence. An unknown criminal organization is sending enforcers to kill people on the principle of owing money. A house in a luxurious part of the imperial capital city is deserted, with a body rotting inside it and a known skooma addict using it as a den. And now there's a warlord with mercenaries controlling a fort. None of these things are wrong per se, but they are incongruent with Oblivion and Elder Scrolls. It's a slight deviation in the pattern. The problem is that Pagliarulo and Nesmith weren't in harmony with Chapin, Nelson, and Coleman. I mean, Rolston said as much in an interview. Quote, "I was the one who sketched the general history and the history of the different factions, but this time I strongly encourage the designers to move away from these models or even ignore them completely depending on their tastes and skills." Source 11. And Emil agrees in the 5th anniversary podcast.
Dark Brotherhood was cool because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston, so
I suppose we should talk about Pagliarulo's resume of the Thief 2 levels. If you don't know, Thief 2 was a counterpoint to Thief in that the levels were designed first and the story was wrapped around them, whereas Thief 1 wrote a story first and made levels around those story beats. And the end result of that was that nobody really agrees which game was better. But it may inform the design of the Dark Brotherhood quests. After all, many of them sound like they were designed first and written second. Like someone wrote down the idea, "Guy fakes his own death," on a whiteboard, and then made a quest. and thanks to the contract nature of the Dark Brotherhood, it's able to fit together, but a lot of the missions read like whiteboard level ideas. Sneak aboard a pirate ship, do the tutorial backwards, replace a guy's medicine with poison. And again, it doesn't really seem to hold any advantage over, say, Nesmith's style of writing out a story first and making the missions around it. But it does have its disadvantages. Firstly, if it's fair to criticize the Fighters Guild for not entirely being about the conflict with the Blackwood Company, then it's absolutely fair to criticize the Dark Brotherhood for waiting until the halfway point to tell a consistent narrative. Note that I disagree with this notion. The Dark Brotherhood can be about contract assassinations all day. It's just a stylistic difference. But these disconnected level ideas seem to have spawned the tendency of the Dark Brotherhood to be off with the little details, because again, in a vacuum, they don't really stand out. It is kind of weird that you got the guy who worked on Thief to make the Dark Brotherhood and the guy who worked on Dungeons and Dragons to make the Thieves Guild, but I'll assume that's what they all wanted. So, how are Emil's Thief 2 levels? His first level's Eavesdropping. In this mission, we break into a church and overhear a meeting. We then have to steal a safe deposit box key, make a wax impression, and return it. Which means a lot of backtracking through the level.
I think my work here is done.
The key location is actually random, so I probably just happened to get the worst location, which was the top of the eastern tower on the opposite side of the building from the wax. His last mission is Precious Cargo, which is the level where you find the underground base through a lighthouse. And then there's Life of the Party, which, as everyone says, is really 2 levels inside of 1. I found Emil to be a bit key-heavy in his design. Precious Cargo is 2 separate levels separated by a single locked door, and the main thrust of the final part of the mission is just finding a key. And then there's Life of the Party. Yeah, the rooftop sequence is pretty good, but the actual Mechanist Tower is super tedious in my opinion. The key to the guy's office is in the ballroom 20 feet away, and the objective where you find the scripture is annoying because it's hidden in boxes that don't show any external indicator that they can be lockpicked, like every other single lock in Thief 2. So I spent a while searching for keys to them that just didn't exist. It wasn't very exciting to have the alarm going off as I escaped, considering I'd already knocked everyone in the building out during the numerous backtracks I had to do while searching for all the recordings. I don't know, I just liked the bank mission and the one at the sheriff's office way more. Bigger doesn't mean better, you have to earn your immensity in my opinion. Most of the actual level is the same size as any other level in Thief 2, there's just more filler that would logically exist in Life of the Party, and a lot of fun moments to set it apart. But now we're at the point that everyone discusses, the pivotal moment. Whodunit? A murder mystery story where we play the murderer. Our bonus comes from not being suspected by the other guests. I am guessing this is to appease Sithis and not actually a condition of our contract. All 5 guests form a complicated web of relationships, and there are many different ways to do the quest, turning the guests against each other.
Now I'll tell you what I didn't tell everyone else.
This quest is broken. Without the official patch, the guests can't actually detect when you murder someone with melee. You could run in fist swinging and drop everyone in 15 seconds. Even with the patch, it's not difficult, and the harder you push it, the more ridiculous it becomes. The guests all have ESP and know when the others have been slain, even if it happened seconds prior on a different floor.
This house is a death trap. We're being killed off one by one.
If you use illusion spells like Frenzy, Rally, and Command, you can completely break this quest. Watch as the old woman murders all the guests around her and nobody suspects her, even if they watch her do it. Drop poisoned apples everywhere and watch as all but one of the guests eat them anyways, even after their fellow guests died from the poison. Now, let's be fair. The complexity of this quest and the sheer amount of dialogue that had to be recorded, especially in context of the 2006 release, is impressive. It's a shame the only people trying to one-up it are in the multiplayer space. It seems like there would be a fantastic opportunity to make a murder mystery work in Elder Scrolls where the player has the power to influence other people to become the murderer. I hope Elder Scrolls 6 recreates this premise, but accounts for all the different disposition options because, well, disposition will come back and the illusion magic won't be cut, because it'd be cool to see a version of this quest that responds to power gaming in some way.
So for Sithis' sake, do not wear your hood.
You have the incentive to do the bonus condition and not just kill everyone as fast as possible, as the bonus is 2 free skill points in Marksman, Security, Sneak, Acrobatics, and Blade. I do have to wonder if the inability to fail on the console ports has contributed to the popularity of this quest. The premise alone convinces people to do the quest through dialogue, isolating the guests and slowly picking them off. The Dark Brotherhood features a great deal more dialogue than any of the other quests in Oblivion, usually with 3 consistent personality options. If there's one thing I can't criticize Fallout 3 for, it's expanding the number of dialogue options given to the player over Elder Scrolls.
Sorry, kid. Hell cost cats, and you look pretty broke to me.
You grown-ups are all the same. All you care about is your stuff. My papa is missing, and I think the ants may have gotten him. I hope they get you too.
One philosophy isn't better than the other, however. I would just prefer Elder Scrolls keep doing its thing and not feel compelled by other games into leaning into that BioWare, CD Projekt Red style of player dialogue. However, the elephant in the room with Oblivion's dialogue is the transition from the text-based dialogue of Morrowind to a fully voice-acted dialogue system in Oblivion. In my last video, I presented the idea that text-based dialogue was superior to full voice acting, for a few reasons. One is that from a designer perspective, it's far easier to implement quests with textual dialogue than it is voice acting, because voice acting adds additional considerations when it comes to disk space and voice actor pay.
I mean, one of the things, I don't know if people know this, but one of the things we really struggled on in Oblivion is, fitting all the audio assets on the disc. And we had too much dialogue.
However, the downside of this is that most people don't like text-based dialogue because they can't read. One interesting outcome of the Morrowind video was a mix of dyslexic people who disagree on Morrowind. Some argued the game had helped them overcome their condition, others argued that it had inhibited them from getting into the game. Then the topic of text-to-speech came up, using a rudimentary mod to give all the dialogue basic voice acting. In the time since writing my Morrowind video and now, there's been a significant advancement in using AI learning for text-to-speech, to the point that Witcher 3 mods are able to create rudimentary dialogue for Geralt without needing the voice actor. One of my big oppositions to voice acting in the Elder Scrolls was the inhibition of quest mods. My first run-in with this was the Falskar mod back in 2013. Less the mod area itself and more the contrast in quality from the regular NPCs to the one in Skyrim. That element of textual dialogue being a benefit for designers goes doubly so for modders who don't have as consistent access to voice talent. OBVA, however, is a tool created for mod makers to synthesize new dialogue using AI trained on the game's existing dialogue.
I can make the NPCs say whatever I want, and there is nothing to stop me. Subscribe to Patrician TV.
Now, the thing is, you and I are both fully aware that Bethesda and other studios with budgets higher than the price of a car are never going back to the text-based dialogue. In fact, I was pretty confident that it was a dead issue in the Morrowind video. I more so made my case as a demonstration of the advantages of the system. The thing is, I stand by that position. Just like with fast travel and quest markers, there's no reason there can't be a middle ground in text-based dialogue as well. Thing is, all of this dialogue already textually exists in the game because it's in the subtitles. Whenever I actually play Oblivion or Skyrim, I usually just read through the words on screen and skip on to the next line of dialogue. I very rarely just sit back and listen to NPCs talk, so this is what dialogue actually looks like when I play for myself.
The 6th guest has finally arrived. Whoever invited us here must at least know us, don't you think? The rest of us have already traded introductions. Now who might you be?
I can read very quickly, a necessary part of both my job and my hobbies. Plus, it doesn't help that Oblivion and even Skyrim have awkward, noticeable pauses between lines of dialogue.
We're being stalked like animals in the forest. I'm still not sure if the killer is one of the other guests or is hiding somewhere in the house. One thing I do know is that the killer won't just stop with 2. They never do. You and I, we need to watch each other's backs. I've got my old Legion armor and sword in a chest upstairs. It's time I geared up and showed this coward just who he's dealing with.
Now, my proposed system would be a toggle option between a classic window and a normal window for dialogue. Normal, modern dialogue would happen as always, in real time with options occasionally appearing when available. In the classic window, dialogue would appear in a text box, with additional, either unspoken or radiantly generated dialogue that would appear as well. This way, you could include that superfluous information that slows a normal conversation down. Normies can play a version of the game that's fast and quick and just follow the quest markers, while role players can get the additional dialogue with all those directions and lore details and encyclopedic dialogue people like to complain about in Morrowind. However, this design philosophy requires 2 things. A desire to cater to all fans of the series, new and old, and the drive to do that extra work. We're on Ochiva's final quest. We've been authorized to take down Adamus Philida. Who? You know, the guy we were supposed to avoid in the Imperial City. The guy who's been spearheading the campaign against the Dark Brotherhood. Adamus Philida? The guy is supposed to be an antagonist for the Dark Brotherhood, but because he's only mentioned in passing once, and otherwise only exists in a newspaper article, he just doesn't have the presence that Hieronymus Lex had. This is one of those disadvantages of the disconnected quest design theory. For all its benefits, it's hard to have an antagonist in a storyline with so many disjointed missions. Tying a thread between all of these quests to involve Philida is effectively impossible. Which is a shame, because Philida is said to have both interfered with contracts and to have survived 3 different assassination attempts. Maybe he could have shown up during the job in the prison and interfered with the contract. Like we kill our target and then he appears and now we have to escape him because our conditions say that we can't kill him. Maybe it's even possible the guards intentionally drew us here to kill a prisoner to increase the likelihood of him capturing us. Regardless, Philida's retiring now and has moved down to Leowin, but the Brotherhood, being spiteful pricks, want to have the final word. So they fashioned a Rose of Sithis, a special arrow which will instantly kill its target, in this case Philida. He lives in his armor, however, and the game won't recognize if we nail the shot through the slit in his helmet. He only takes it off to sleep and for swims. Hitting him when he sleeps is difficult, but possible depending on how hard you power game. He has a bodyguard which maintains a constant vigil over him, never sleeping. And breaking into the City Watch barracks itself is a challenge. Each door is lit and under constant supervision with only a small lip that the player can lockpick the door from. If we go invisible immediately, the bodyguard should open the door. We head into Philida's room and then from the corner we shoot the Rose. We have to shoot from here because we'll become visible when we start to draw our arrow and in that time can be caught if we're standing anywhere else. This is not how the quest is meant to be completed, as evidenced by the ever-awake bodyguard. So to do it right, we have to follow Philida around until he eventually goes for a 5-hour swim in the public watering hole. This man only sleeps 4 hours a night, so he spends more time of the day in the water than he does in his bed. Was his first passion endurance swimming and he only settled for the Legion? Either way, Philida is dead and we cut off the finger wearing his Legion ring, which we place in his replacement's desk. This is our bonus objective, which exists so we can send a message. Knowing what happens next makes this gesture quite ironic. Our work with Ochiva is done and we've received a letter from our recruiter, Lucian, inviting us out to his hideout at Fort Farragut. It's a dungeon quest set in a generic fort full of undead. Yes, I'll acknowledge the back door, but you have to admit that most players aren't going to find it on their initial arrival, considering it's facing 180 degrees away from the road and checking for back doors just isn't consistent in Oblivion. We meet with Lucian, who is impressed with our career and has a use for us. A traitor has infested the Brotherhood, and they are most certainly definitely in the Shadenhall branch. We're new, having only been with the guild for at most a week, so we're cleared of suspicion. Thus, there is only one path. A thorough investigation and spy system to monitor all Guildhall members for traitorous behavior. No, we're to murder everyone in the rite of purification. This is pure pathos, as the purification is both an absurd ritual and dissonant with other lore. Its only motive is to pit the player against NPCs the player may have formed a connection with in order to drive home an emotionally resonant point that the player is a murderer. Take another read at it, and the player will be responsible for dispatching a group of evil murderers, while themselves barely bloodying their own hands with the blood of innocence.
Kill a little Nord girl.
Dark Brotherhood was cool, because I took a different approach. Like, I didn't know a lot about the Elder Scrolls lore. So I took a step back from it, and I grew up a good Catholic boy in Boston. So if you look at the fiction of the Dark Brotherhood that's in Oblivion, it's actually a sort of like dark perverted version of the Catholic Church. You know, there's the Sithis is God and the Night Mother is Mary, and I just sort of took those experiences and sort of flipped them around. I wanted to have a certain tone, like, you know, a very sort of. I didn't want the player to be that grisly in what he did. So, like, the tone is more like, it's very sort of darkly comedic, and the player, if you do the Dark Brotherhood, the player is guilty by association. Like, I was able to, like, the other people who are in the Dark Brotherhood with you, your other family members, are like, they're like the psychotic. Like, there's the one guy who talks about, you know, killing a little girl at her birthday party, and there's everybody else is way more evil than you, but you feel guilty by association just by hanging around them. And in a game like Oblivion, where you kill hundreds of people through the course of the game, what makes it special about being an assassin? You know what I mean? Big deal, I can kill people.
If you just think about it, how many people that God of Miia kills?
So that's why I try to like work in some of the novelty, like, you know, dropping the head on the guy and, you know,
It's obvious, again, that the idea came first. Some of the assassins in the Sanctuary have strengths and weaknesses the player can account for, like placing garlic on Vicence's person to weaken him. The player can also miss out on 2 quests if they rush the quest line, like losing the chance to be properly sired as a vampire, or the Renegade Shadowscale quest. The Shadowscale quest is interesting. One of the titular Shadowscales, an Argonian born under the Shadow Sign, has broken the code by abandoning his life in the Brotherhood. It's kind of weird that Shadowscales vow not to harm other Shadowscales, because how are they normally supposed to deal with situations like this otherwise? We track the Shadowscale down and he presents us a choice. We can take our proof, a Shadowscale heart from a nearby corpse, and he'll tell us where some loot is. Or we can kill him and take his heart. Or we play both sides, taking the false heart, getting the treasure's location, and then killing the traitor. Your choice is entirely based on your character's thought process. Wait, why is there a Shadowscale corpse here? Were they dispatched to take care of him? What about that vow? Anyways, we wipe out the Sanctuary, and we're now officially a member of the Black Hand. The Black Hand is a reference to the Serbian secret society responsible for a couple of high-profile assassinations, including Franz Ferdinand, which resulted in the crisis leading to the First World War. The organization works like this. There's a listener who deals with the Night Mother, and there are 4 speakers. Each of these speakers, in addition to presumably having their own sanctuary, have a personal silencer, which is the role we now fill for Lucian. We never see any of the other sanctuaries. We're told they exist, but that for the secrecy of the guild we can't know about them. Which makes it weird that we so consistently operate outside of Shadenhall, considering there must be sanctuaries in at least a couple of the cities we operated in. Just seems inefficient to have a Shadenhall guy performing jobs in Coral or Leowen if there happens to be a sanctuary there. That's all I'm saying. This marks the beginning of the second half of the guild, where we receive our next orders with our payment from the prior job at various locations across Cyrodiil. We've also been gifted Shadowmere, an immortal and powerful horse, and we ride off to the first dead drop.
Give me more of what I really need, 'cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock.
Shadowmere is the fastest horse in the game, in addition to not being able to die, which is funny considering you can still get him a nice set of horse armor. Our first task is to drop a necromancer going through the process of becoming a lich. We find his journal where he spends an entire paragraph discussing at length about how he must never lose his phylactery during the process, and it's done. This is another one of those whiteboard ideas that probably didn't get as much time as was hoped. The dead drop quests are markedly simpler than the prior Dark Brotherhood quests, so I posit a theory that all the quests were created, and then the ideas that got developed ended up as sanctuary quests, and the ideas that ended up just being go to X and kill Y ended up as dead drop quests. Emil Pagliarulo's big secret is a classic trick that all creatives consider at some point. Put your best foot forward. Even if your work is terrible, if the first section can hold people, that increases your likelihood of success. That's why the questline starts with a good-looking NPC using a unique voice who proceeds to disappear for 90% of the questline. Indeed, it's interesting how many people praise the Dark Brotherhood while glossing over the latter half of the questline. It's really telling that everyone's example of the quirky dialogue is the line where Gogron says he killed a little girl, because it's the first piece of advice Gogron gives the player. Emil started strong, but it's obvious he didn't get to fully develop all of his ideas. Anyone who made it this far is going to ride out the rest of the questline, so it doesn't have to be as good. Next of kin has us killing a mother and then using a shopping list to track down her 4 children. Note that by this stage we have long given up on hinting who hired the assassins. After this, we're sent to kill a martial artist in Bruma. No, not the master hand-to-hand trainer. Then we take on a psychopathic murderer hiding in a cave. Then we get to our other standout, where we have to track down a mobile merchant who travels Cyrodiil over the course of a week.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
Rumor has it the Nerevarine has left Morrowind on an expedition to Akavir and has not been heard from since.
It seems that these are turbulent times in the land of the Dunmer.
Not only is it a standout for using a schedule and the actual in-game weekdays as a method of working out its location rather than a quest. Oh, no, sorry, we're still given a quest marker. You have the choice of ambushing him on the road, murdering him at an inn, or poisoning him with mead, which he's allergic to. It's also possible he'll have long since died while traveling the road since he's never flagged as essential. Which, this is the point of essential flags, isn't it? To make sure quests don't end before they start? We're then sent to get revenge on a Nordic murderer who fled Solstheim. And finally, a Bosmer in Breville who likes to pray to the statue of the Lucky Lady. Lucien arrives and congratulates us on a job well done, and we're promoted to the leader of the faction. The third dead drop is an obvious, marked change in the nature of the targets we go after. The dead drop orders icons change from a neat letter to a torn out page icon, and the prose of orders changes markedly as well. Lucien's writing and spoken tone lacks emotional inflection, his coldness spilling onto the page. After the second mission, the writing is suddenly much more emotional and plays more on our emotions as a killer. We've been taken for a ride, and despite possibly immediately noticing the change, there's nothing the player can do about it except play the fool. You can't return to Lucien as he'll go mysteriously missing until after Ungolum's death in Breville. You also can't speak to any of the targets who become immediately obvious as either skilled assassins or speakers with hints littered all over. Indeed, our most recent target was the listener of the Dark Brotherhood himself, despite there still being more speakers and silencers to kill. This questline is as cynical as it gets about the player, so sure that they will just follow the quest markers and not notice any clues as to not provide the player with any measure of escaping this trap. So Lucien's pissed, naturally, except the Black Hand is apparently blaming him and not us. No, we were just following orders, which, okay, that's true. But if the Black Hand is suspecting Lucien, he should be able to make an easy case by pointing out all the targets and dead drops Lucien assigned us that we just didn't do. Anyways, rather than doing the smart thing and coming with us to Anvil to our next dead drop to investigate it, he instead decides to wait at Apple Watch, despite stating that he's being pursued by the Black Hand. Okay, buddy, it was nice knowing you. At our next dead drop, we confront the person who drops it off, but it's just a Bosmer, and Bosmer can't be villains, so you're free to go. He points us at the lighthouse, and after an intimidation play, we make it into the cellar. It's a bit rough, but fairly clean compared to the average YouTuber's house. We find a severed head we telepathically intuit as belonging to the guy's mother, and a journal outlining all the points of this story. This kid watched his mom get assassinated by Lucien, so he joined the Brotherhood and has been slowly climbing the ranks until the day that he felt confident he could assassinate the entire Black Hand and the Night Mother herself. So, Lucien's been murdered, naturally, and it doesn't matter if we slap the members of the Black Hand with the journal itself, all of them will refuse to listen and our character will refuse to speak, because this is a theme park and we're along for the ride. At midnight, we speak to Arquin, who utilizes illegal teleportation magic to transport us to Breville. I'm sorry, murder's one thing, but there's no coming back from a crime like this. Luckily, most of these characters die when the traitor reveals themselves and we put him down. He did miss a spot, though.
Honored listener, I offer myself as your humble servant and guide. Please allow me to mentor you in your new role.
I don't need you. You're lucky you're flagged essential. So Bellamont was the traitor, and the only flaw in his plan was that the Night Mother's a ghost. She's known all along that he was a traitor, which, is she omniscient? Her seeing the rituals is fine, as well as her being able to watch her members of her cult. It's all tied to her. But apparently she sees everything and elected not to tell anyone because she wanted this outcome. Okay, if Mr. Next Listener, Lucien Lachance, was actually fated for that position, then you didn't see this coming. Also, the purification is not complete. There's still one dumbass left to kill. But I know what you're thinking. The Night Mother has the benefit of her patron, Sithis, right? If you believe in Sithis as an entity, you are being had. This is Mephala, Anticipation of Vivek. She's big into murder and deception, so much so that she's the Daedric prince of those concepts. And this is Sithis. He's a tumor. Despite representing the general concept of chaos as a dualistic counterpoint to Anu, who represents the general concept of order, the writers have tried to cram Sithis into the mythos as a more active entity. The book Fire and Darkness, which can be found during the Thieves Guild and not the Dark Brotherhood, attempts to make the claim that the Morag Tong were in fact actually Sithis worshippers, which would have no doubt been of immense interest to Vivek. The book makes what are likely intentionally poor arguments for this position, like that the Morag Tong assassins wrote poetry that were clearly dog whistles for Sithis worship. Guys, you have to trust me on this one, okay? It's clearly wrong. Because later it posits that Vivek stopped the Morag Tong from worshipping Mephala, which he largely didn't, And then the book claims that Vivek allowed them to continue worshipping Sithis, which they never did. Dualism is a concept of two forces that balance each other, which in our world extended to religions like Hinduism and Zoroastrianism, and then later Judaic Christianity. The idea is that you have a good god, Anu, that all the beggars praise, and you have a bad god, Padme, aka Sithis. Anu represents order, Sithis represents chaos. Reality then exists in the balance of these two forces. Too much Anu is how the world was before this conflict, orderly and dead. Too much Sithis is how the world was during the Mythic Age, chaotic and difficult to live in. Both entities have been anthropomorphized by various religious sects on Nirn, but unlike the Aedra and Daedra, which were verifiable entities that either used to or continue to interact with worshippers, Sithis and Anu don't. The closest we get to Anu doing anything is Anuiel in the Altmer pantheon, whose sole action was giving Auriel his bow to kill Lorkhan. In effect, this is a metaphorical explanation for why Auriel, aka Akatosh, filled the position of Time God, which was Anu's domain as the conception of order. What about Padme, aka Sithis? Padme, like Anu, only made a vicarious contribution to the world, which was his son, Lorkhan. If you're not getting the picture yet, Lorkhan and Akatosh are the actual gods, and they simply each have a dualistic conception assigned to them. Akatosh got order, Lorkhan got chaos. But what about all the meddling Sithis does? He sends wraiths down to attack the player if they break tenets 4 and 5, and, well, that's basically it. And there's nothing there to indicate that Mephala isn't the one doing that. But we get the word of worshippers of Sithis who all end up being to some degree insane latex-bound fetishists trying to justify their actions. Okay, but the Night Mother mentioned Sithis as well, even though the Night Mother is almost certainly just Mephala in disguise. In essence, I posit that the worship of Sithis is a ruse made up by Mephala and probably Lorkhan to some extent. We get access to Deepscorn Hollow, a DLC home for evil characters. Notable is that it has a shrine to Sithis, which depicts a statue of a robed man missing a heart, which is a very striking visual choice to make when designing the statue. It's probably that this visual representation is inspired by Lorkhan. There are some other features of the house. We get a cattle cell containing a sleeping person that we can feed on, we get a small garden full of various poisonous plants, and we get the font of renewal, which will cheaply and easily cure vampirism at any time without much effort. Given we just got this power and we already have a means of removing it, let's discuss vampirism. Oblivion overhauled vampirism into its more recognizable form in Skyrim. In Morrowind, vampires were effectively cursed with never being able to really do quests or use service as NPCs ever again. Oblivion added a stage system where depending on how often you feed, you may be able to keep your vampirism under wraps. At the first stage, you'll be able to move around outside without issue. You gain the Hunter's Sight spell, which casts Night Eye and Detect Life. We become immune to disease and paralysis. Our acrobatics, athletics, destruction, hand-to-hand illusion, mysticism, and sneak skills will all see a +5 bonus, as will our strength, willpower, and speed attributes. We only have a 20% weakness to fire and a 5% normal weapons resistance. On the second day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up to 10, our weakness increases to 30%, and our resistance goes up to 10%. We also start to take damage from the sun, meaning we can no longer fast travel or wait outside during the day. We also gain the Vampire's Seduction ability, which allows us to heavily charm an NPC once a day. On the third day without blood, our skill and attribute bonuses go up to 15, our weakness increases to 40%, and our resistance goes up to 15%. We take 4 times as much damage from the sun during the day, and we gain the Reign of Terror spell, which casts silence and demoralizes once per day. Finally, on the 4th day and beyond, our skill and attribute bonuses max at 20 points. Our fire weakness reaches 50%, our normal weapons resistance reaches 20%, we take 8 times as much sun damage, and we gain Embrace of Shadows, which allows us to go invisible and use Night Eye for 3 minutes once per day. NPCs will generally stop providing services to the player at this stage, however, so feeding on a sleeping NPC to revert back to 25% is a good choice. My only real change would be to make it so that feeding reverts back only one stage, so if players are comfortable playing as stage 2 or stage 3 vampires, they don't have to constantly keep reverting back to stage 1. Playing the entire game as a vampire is actually fairly viable in Oblivion. Your only combat weakness is fire, and you can either play a Dunmer or use the Atronax sign and a couple items to easily offset that weakness. People only notice your vampirism at stage 4, and liberal usage of charm spells can offset that. And since most people in the game have sleep packages, it's easy to find fresh food. Sadly, none of the game's content accounts for vampirism. Nobody ever mentions the player's rather obvious affliction in quests, and unlike Morrowind and Skyrim, there aren't any special quests just for vampires, except for the cure. The player can approach healers about the subject who point to Raminus Polus at the Mages Guild, who himself points to the Count of Skingrad. Oblivion is kind of weird about how it approaches the subject of vampires. You have several stories like the Grey Prince whose father was a vampire, the multiple quests surrounding the Count of Skingrad, the Springhill Jack quest, Vizente's a vampire, and you have the Order of the Virtuous Blood, a vampire hunting order the player can join and get paid for vampire dust. And Azura's quests about vampires too. But you don't see any kind of replacement or expansion on the vampire clan's idea from Morrowind. The concept's just sort of in this transitory phase that lasted until the Dawnguard DLC from Skyrim. The Count of Skingrad and his wife became vampires 50 years ago, and while the Count was fine with it, the Countess was not. She refused to feed and eventually slipped into a coma. The Count since then has sought a cure but is somewhat trapped in the castle for the sake of protecting his citizenry, so he passes the search off to us. He has heard that a witch of Glenmoral is near the Corbolo River. Glenmoral witches have existed since Daggerfall but have been performing the thankless task of curing lycanthropy and vampirism since Blood Moon. This witch, Melisande, demands 5 grand soul gems as payment. Sure, take them. I don't need them. I can get them blackened for you if that's what you want as well. She'll then give the player a shopping list of ingredients for the cure. Bloodgrass, garlic, nightshade, Argonian blood, and the ashes of a powerful vampire. This doesn't mean Janus, however, no sacrifice is necessary. Hindarl, a powerful vampire, was trapped in a cave by hunters. He hasn't fallen into a coma from sadness, so we have to fight him. Ingredients in hand, we return to Melisande, who takes a day to brew the potion. We then take 2 doses, one for ourselves and one for the Countess, and return to Skingrad. We go to where the Countess is resting. Melisande, who shows up for some reason, awakens her, and the Count gives her the cure, whereupon she dies, and a day later we're paid what is probably the highest scaling gold reward in the game, with 10,000 gold being the reward at level 30. People actually consider this quest particularly lengthy. I think that might only be true if you do it at a lower level when Grand Soul Gems are much rarer. I like this quest, but it does raise the question of what the hell was going on with the Pale Lady. I'm guessing originally the Pale Lady was the Countess, and this was reworked after the Vampire Cure quest was written. There's also the Purge Blood font if the player's lazy and had a couple dollars to burn on the Vile Layer DLC. So, in conclusion, the Dark Brotherhood. Probably the best content of the base game, that being an exceptionally low bar to reach. When you have a game as iconic as Oblivion was back in the day, the person who made the highlight content is fated to do well, as Emil Pagliarulo did. He's taken the reins as a lead designer at Bethesda, potentially even a successor to the Howard Crown when Starfield's finished and Todd resumes his aging.
I'm the only alchemist in Skingrad. Not much business here, but I can't go back to Morrowind. It's just like anywhere else in the Empire. By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
Is it your first offense?
Let's assume... no.
Then it's at least 500 gold.
That's nothing compared to Morrowind, thanks.
Before we head on to the Shivering Isles, there's a bit more base game content left that bears mentioning. These are the Daedric and some select side quests of Oblivion. The Daedric quests are the work of Mark Nelson, at least that's what I've been led to believe, and nobody's taking credit on these, despite many of them being some of the best content Oblivion has to offer. The quests are gated by level requirements, and I did many of them during the events of the other quest lines. So you'll be seeing our character jumping around various parts of the playthrough. We'll handle these in the order that I did them, so let's begin. Also, I should throw in here, many of the Daedric princes have sibilance issues, where the sharp S sounds are piercing. I've tried to correct that for your benefit, but it does bear mentioning. Sheogorath. Shigarath's quest is offered at level 2. All 15 of the available Daedric princes have shrines, and most of them have offerings the player must give to get the quest, which the player can learn at the shrine from the priest. So, funny thing, The Making of Oblivion documentary shows Mark Nelson and Ken Rolston trying to fix a bug with the Daedra shrines where the NPCs walk around constantly, which can be annoying if you're trying to record footage of the prince's monologue and you keep getting pushed around because the NPCs can't decide which patch of grass to pray at. Shigarath in particular wants an offering of a lesser soul gem, a head of lettuce, and some yarn. He's a bit random.
Come visit again, or I'll pluck out your eyes!
Oh, right, the name. In Morrowind we get this line.
What is it, mortal? Have you come to be of service to Shigarath?
Despite putting that in the video, and pointing out that this is the pronunciation of the name that Morrowind gives you, people still leave embarrassing comments about how I said the name wrong. But yeah, when the voice actor changed from Jeff Baker to Wes Johnson, it came with some changes to his character. Oh, but Wes Johnson was not the original Sheogorath voice actor in Oblivion. Pre-Shivering Isles, the voice actor was Craig Seckler, who voiced all of the Elven femboys.
Another mortal dares to summon me, and already I'm bored.
But enough about me. Let's talk about you. I could turn you into a goat, or a puddle, or a bad idea. I could make you eat your own fingers, or fall in love with a cloud. Perhaps I could make you into something useful. Let's find out.
Sheogorath's presentation in Morrowind was very deadpan. He asked you to do something ridiculous, but he asked normally because being ridiculous was his normal. I'll have a lot more to say about this in the Shivering Isles section. For now, let's focus on our task. Shaggy wants us to mess with a Khajiit settlement that is superstitious. We're to go there, ask about the Kashara prophecy, and then fulfill it. We're directed to Ribasa, who after a disposition check will tell us of 3 plagues: vermin, famine, and fear. We have to figure this out on our own, but it turns out the local tavern keep is a cheese collector who keeps a potent Olroy cheese locked in a display box. We steal the cheese and place it in a pot over a fire, which draws a swarm of rats to the village. Ribasa panics and places rat poison everywhere, killing all the rats. He's taken this as potentially the first stage of the prophecy. If we then take the rat poison and place it in the sheep trough, they'll eat it and die, whereupon Sheogorath congratulates us and handles the 3rd step for us, making it rain burning dogs.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
That
Not
is a
good
bad
anymore.
puppy. That is a bad puppy.
The village is in panic, and Sheogorath, pleased, awards us the Wabbajack. The Wabbajack transforms creatures into other forms, sometimes less dangerous, usually more dangerous. It's a fine toy, but that it only works on creatures as well as the limited number of uses means it's easy to forget about. Still, I enjoy the idea of a powerful lich who spent years uncovering and undergoing a ritual to attain immortality, unparalleled in power by the mortal world and immune to the effects of age and disease, getting smoked in the side of the head by the Wabbajack and turning into a sheep, then dying almost instantly. Namira.
You dare approach my shrine, child of light? You who walks this plain basking in the light of the warm, cruel sun?
Namira's quest is available at level 5 and requires no offering, but does necessitate the player's personality value be below 20, which is impossible by default and requires every character to use some kind of supplement like cheap wine to reach that value. Namira wants to help some Skyrim fans who are being harassed by priests of Arkay, who won't stop trying to get them to go outside. She wants us to help by putting out the torches and letting her followers kill them. If we touch the priests ourselves, we'll fail the quest. Overall, it's pretty easy.
You have cleansed my followers' perfect darkness. The forgotten are free to wallow in their misery. Take my ring. Let it bring pain to others who would wish it upon you. Namira blesses you.
The Ring of Namira has a static effect which reflects damage 12% and reflects spells 10%. I kept this ring throughout the entire game, which should speak volumes to its usefulness to the player, despite how simple her quest is otherwise. Azura. Azura's quest unlocks at level 2. It may seem that I've done things out of order, however Azura's offering is Glow Dust, which comes from Will-o'-the-Wisps, who only start showing up at level 9 as bosses and level 11 as general enemies. There are only 2 ways to get Glow Dust before level 9, which are the quests Mystery at Harlan's Watch, late in the Fighters Guild, or Blood of the Daedra midway through the main quest. We donate at the hours of dawn or dusk, and
I have seen your name, traveler, and heard it whispered in twilight. I ask a service which holds promise of fame and reward.
Azura requests we slay some of her followers who've been afflicted with vampirism. Harsh, just like Morrowind. The followers had acquired the affliction after slaying a vampire themselves and then sealed themselves away in its lair. Guys, you had 3 days to go pray at a shrine to get cured. Shepherd's pie and mandrake root would also do it. No? Okay, I just think you're being overdramatic. I mean, hell, I've been cured. Or wait, no, this is earlier in the timeline. I'll get cured later.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine, 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of their sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the Book of Fate.
Azura's star is... well, do I need to even introduce it? It's funny that this is the artifact the game suggests you sacrifice as part of the main quest. I can only imagine the horror from the thought of sacrificing this item. Azura's star is a reusable soul gem which can fit any creature's soul, big or small. It can't accept black souls, yet. Azura's star is so ubiquitous with Elder Scrolls that it exists in the Oblivion construction set, even if you haven't loaded Oblivion yet. It's important if you plan on making a consistent use out of enchanted items with charge, like the Wabbajack as a poor example. It also, however, invalidates any of the lesser soul gems in the process, since you don't really need to keep any of those around anymore. One way to get good use out of it is to keybind a super lethal soul trap spell to one button and the star to the next to make sure you keep your gear topped off. Sanguine. Sanguine's quest opens up at level 8 and requires a pricey bottle of Cyrodiilic brandy. I tried and failed to do this while doing the Fighters Guild work. I'm fairly certain it ended up breaking the infiltration quest my first time around. Anyways.
Another mortal. Come to beg Sanguine to add a bit of spice to an otherwise drab existence.
Sanguine wants us to go to a dinner party in Leyawiin tomorrow night. Buddy, your shrine is halfway across the continent from Leyawiin. Doesn't matter, the party is delayed until our arrival, despite not being invited. We're to attend the party and cast the Stark Reality spell on the guests. It has a small drain health effect, which registers it as assault. When it hits, all of the guests, ourselves included, lose all of our items and will immediately find ourselves wanted. However, doing what I call a pro gamer move, you can cast the spell and then immediately use an invisibility potion to bypass the legal challenge of this quest. We still have to get back to the shrine despite losing all of our items, which is a challenge and involved months of whoring ourselves out at taverns to pay for carriage rides. Skingrad is quite a ways away from Leyawiin, after all.
A rousing success, mortal. And it appears you joined in the festivities as well. Good for you. You need to lighten up a bit. You'll find your equipment in that chest over there. And here's a little something for your efforts. Maybe we'll celebrate again sometime.
Sanguine's Rose. Martin has an interesting line about it.
I never thought to see this again. I once possessed it, briefly. A lifetime ago, it seems now. To obtain it and then give it up. I honor your dedication to our cause.
The implications. Of all the Daedric princes for Martin to have served, you picked Sanguine. I hope it's not because his shrine is close to Kvatch. Or I hope you didn't move his shrine close to Kvatch because of that line of dialogue. The Rose, when its spell hits a target, summons a random Daedra to aid you. It's not necessarily an ally to the player, so using it is effectively a wild card in fights. At level 8 it's great because the Daedra you summon can be more powerful than the enemies you're fighting, later on, less so. Nocturnal. Nocturnal's quest is only one of 2 which have no extra requirements, you just have to hit level 10.
Night among the strangers. Secrets in the dark. Nocturnal is here. But my eye is blind and drowned, stolen from its shrine and hid in dark waters. To steal from a god is most unwise.
Nocturnal wants us to retrieve her eye, which was stolen from her. This happens to you a lot, doesn't it? How come Azura doesn't have these issues? First the Grey Cowl, then the Eye of Nocturnal, and soon the Skeleton Key. I cannot help but think you're either enabling this kind of behavior or lying and simply saying the previous person you've rewarded actually stole from you. After a short investigation in Leowin and an eavesdropping section that requires a small amount of stealth, they put the eye in a cave full of trolls, which is fair enough, since it probably won't get taken, but that's a huge amount of risk to rely on being able to sneak past trolls just to stash your goods. All these trolls are named Ash Clan or Kapler Clan trolls. Maybe we were going to get more named monsters originally, one dungeon crawl later, and...
My eye is returned, and I once again see into the darkness that is your world. We mock the thieves, for bitter is their loss. You, mortal, may take this. It shall open the secrets of dark places for you.
Wait, the skeleton key to the skeleton card? That's a stupid joke, but I'm gonna make it as often as this is the first thing I think of. Hey, Nocturnal, isn't this thing super dangerous? Like Mehrunes' razor changing yourself into the Dragonborn kinda dangerous? Unlocking metaphysical concepts dangerous? I guess that part of the lore wasn't written until Skyrim. The skeleton key, as mentioned previously, is an unbreakable lockpick that also boosts security by 40 points. It basically allows you to turn off the lockpicking minigame and just spam auto attempts. This is because they changed the fundamental way lockpicking works, so the skeleton key has to be a good alternative to normal lockpicks, which are universally homogeneous in quality. I favored lockpicking on my character as opposed to using magic due to my condition where I don't naturally regenerate magic, discouraging casual use of magic. Simply put, the skeleton key is too valuable an artifact for an Atronet character to even contemplate sacrificing to Martin. For everyone else, though, well, why aren't you using alteration magic? Peryite. Peryite also requires no extra sacrifice, although this time that's likely because the worshippers who usually tell you what the princes want are all frozen in place.
This one moves. A welcome change. So, mortal, you have found my shrine, and you have seen my followers. They are an embarrassment to me. The fools cast a spell in the hopes of summoning me to them. It was prideful and foolish, and it has had its consequences.
Peryite's followers attempted to summon him but failed and ended up trapping themselves in Oblivion. Oh, an adventure in a game called Oblivion to a Daedric prince. It's just the Deadlands. You guys couldn't make a basic-ass enclosed swamp area for Peryite's realm? Peryite, with his disease themes, misses his chance to be relevant in Morrowind, and he's not making up for that by having us do the 61st Oblivion Gate, this time without the Sigil Stone.
You have returned my followers, mortal. The natural order is restored, and for this, I thank you. Perhaps they have learned the folly of attempting to touch a Daedra prince. Take this with my blessing. May it bring you order.
Still, despite all that, Peryite's reward is substantial. Spellbreaker. It's hardly the most powerful shield the player can get in armor value, but its Reflect Spell 30% enchantment is insane, especially when paired with our natural 50% spell absorption. You aren't capable of making anything even as remotely powerful in Oblivion. You may say the Escutcheon of Coral is better. I would counter that it only gets better after level 25, and I ended the playthrough at level 28, whereas I was able to get Spellbreaker a quarter of the way through my playthrough. Malakath. Malakath's quest is available at level 10, and he likes troll fat. Let's hear what he has to say.
That characterizing a whole species in your game as ugly, warlike, and malevolent might be harmful to real-world groups regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent.
Sorry, let's use the better orc-exclusive version.
I love greenskin orc content. That's what I'm all about, pal. Yeah.
Nice present. Good. And from a nice orc, too. Double good. Orcs are smart. They know you want something. You do what boss tells you. So listen good. Lord Drag took my ogres. Poxy Whiteskin says he owns them. Lying maggot! They're my ogres! So, this Lord Drag, he puts my little brothers in chains, working in the mines, and it makes me mad. So, you get over to Lord Drad's estate. Get my ogres loose and get them out. Do it now. For me, the boss!
Lord Drad is a Dunmer skirting the Empire's very incredibly violent history with abolition by using ogres instead of humans as slaves. Of course, this isn't the only reason Malakath is invested.
I bought it for a song from a foolish orc. My ogres mine the gold, and I reap the reward.
When the ogres are freed, they'll attempt to kill the guards and enslave the Drads to work the fields. This pleases Malakath.
Good job. No one owns ogres but me! And I fixed that maggot. The ogres own Drad. Make Drad eat death. Now you get a present. Keep up the good work, and be nice to my little brothers.
Yeah, that's not going to happen if ogres keep being generic enemies. Anyways, Malakath doesn't get the cycle of retaliation, or more likely, really doesn't care, as the Greenskins' continued societal subsistence is crucial to his continued worship. Truly, what an amazing parallel to real-life races. Whenever I think of orcs, I'm immediately reminded of the struggle of inner Australian rock warblers and their plight compared to their mouse warbler counterparts.
And Malakath is not popular at parties.
You don't say. Our reward is Volendrung, which is kind of terrible. It's interesting that the hammer, which originally belonged to the dwarves but was taken over by Malakath, has had an increasingly corrupted appearance as time has gone on. A neat visual detail that ESO completely missed by just reiterating the Skyrim design, when during that time period it would have looked like it belonged in a Warhammer game. Anyways, it's a two-handed blunt weapon and its notable quality is being exceptionally durable. It does middling damage, however, and its enchantment does not substitute its later game weakness. Drain health 5 points for 20 seconds means the target's health is drained by 5, but restores at the end of those 20 seconds. It's only temporary damage, and as such you typically need a large amount of drain health to offset that weakness. It does paralyze for 3 seconds, which is good, but its charge to cost ratio is such that you may find yourself having to recharge the weapon every 2 or 3 enemies you fight with it. All that and the general bias against two-handed weapons in Oblivion makes Volendrung a good pick for the sacrifice, which is a shame. I had this realization that there's an infinite lockpick for thieves and an infinite soul gem for mages, but no infinite repair hammer for fighters. Perhaps Volendrung would have been suited to serving a double role as such. I can't really think where else such a hammer would fit, considering none of the Daedra really represents smithing. That's more a Zenithar thing, really. Meridia. Meridia's quest unlocks at level 10 and requires an offering of an undead ingredient like bone meal, ectoplasm, or mort flesh.
By the detritus of the profane I am brought forth, and by your offering you have made the profane your interest mortal. The undead are foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures destroyed.
There's actually some ectoplasm submerged in the ground at the shrine, likely as a development tool, although I don't know why you wouldn't just use a console command in testing. Meridia's quest is super basic. Go to a cave, kill 5 necromancers, and return.
Well done. Those creatures were an affront to all life, and I have paid the price for their actions. Take this ring and go with my blessing.
Meridia's ring, the Ring of Khajiit, is very powerful. There is no consistency between the quality or complexity of the Daedra quest and its reward. You may spend half an hour fulfilling a prophecy to get a toy like the Wabbajack, and you might spend a couple minutes doing a short dungeon to get a ring with 35% chameleon. The Ring of Khajiit is also kind of weird in that twice it was used as a Meridia reward and once as a Mephala reward, despite the enchantment clearly leaning towards Mephala. That's the sort of thing that causes decades-long lore discussions about the intricate relationship between Meridia and Mephala. Yeah, okay, we can do that, but I'm gonna need reference photos. Okay, basically, I think the wrong prince got the wrong item because they have similar names. It's that easy. Mephala. Funny we mentioned Mephala because it's time for her quests at level 15 with an offering of Nightshade.
Call me web spinner. Pluck but a single thread, and the weave unravels.
Yeah, tell me why Meridia has your ring.
Don't spoil my scheme.
Mafala notes that the village of Bleeker's Way has two families living in it, one Nordic and one Dunmer, who are living in harmony. She wants to upset this balance by staging 2 murders and planting evidence. Yes, this is the person who is most definitely not making up that Sithis worship stuff. It's weird that the conflict starts after both family patriarchs are framed for the other's murder, like they both died on the same night. It's not possible for them to have murdered each other. It might be better if the quest plays out differently based on how the player approaches it, like maybe if the Nord is burned to death and the dagger's planted, one of the Dunmer might point out that the cause of death doesn't match the murder weapon.
Well done, little web spinner. Is there a prettier sight with friends at war? Take pleasure in the strife you have caused, mortal. Savor the divine essence of a well-spun plot, and here's a little needle to help you stitch your own tangled tapestries.
Our reward is the Ebony Blade, a blade that has appeared in every Elder Scrolls game except Morrowind, surprisingly enough. It's quite powerful, only really topped by a Daedric longsword with an Absorb Health Transcendent Sigil Stone, which is a mouthful, but it isn't that far from players at level 15. Because it absorbs health, as long as the player keeps this thing charged, they can funnel their offense into their defense. Vermina. Vermina is a level 5 Daedric quest, which seems like I may have forgotten about her the first time around, but no, she wants black soul gems, so I had to wait until I was a ways into the Mages Guild questline to be able to do this.
We meet again, mortal, for we have met before, whether you know it or not. When you mutter in your sleep, you speak to me. When you waken wet with sweat, you've just left my house. I dwell in your dreams. I savor your nightmares. Now you will serve.
Vermina wants us to retrieve her orb from the wizard Arkved. It has, however, transformed his tower into a nightmare. It's interesting to see all the different ways the designer can recycle other level props, which is not a diss. This whole section is quite creative. You have the upside down dining hall, then later it's oversized. We get to Arkved's bedchamber and grab the orb. He's permanently asleep, so he's not a boss or anything like that.
My orb is returned, and Arkved will live out the rest of his days in nightmare. It is fitting. You have proved yourself, mortal. It is fitting as well that you should bear my token.
Vermina's reward is the Skull of Corruption, which creates a corrupted clone of its target NPC for 30 seconds. This is pretty fun, and I liked bringing it out for boss fights. It's also buggy due to how it works. There's a duplication glitch tied to it if you have the Staff of Worms. There's also 2 different methods of making a permanent clone of yourself using the Skull of Corruption. Hircine. Hircine, my man, welcome back from the Blood Moon. He's a level 17 Daedra and wants a wolf or bear pelt as an offering.
Summoned my prey. The hare crouches before the fox's muzzle. Perhaps I should ask you, mortal, sent you to hunt for my amusement.
Jonathan Bryce is that voice, and if you're ever convinced the voice actors in Oblivion are bad, recognize that this guy also voiced the Argonians, Khajiit, Nords, and Orc males. Most of the Daedric princes served as an opportunity for the normal voice actors to flex their muscles, even if their recordings have some sibilance issues. Hircine wants us to hunt the last unicorn. Second to last unicorn. Thanks, Creation Club. The unicorn is an exceptionally tough creature, resisting normal weapons, paralysis, poison, and resisting 50% of magic and reflecting 20% of physical damage. If that isn't tough enough, it's guarded by 3 special minotaurs, all of whom would be challenging in their own right. Their main weakness is the hunter's tool, the the bow. Reflect damage only works on physical damage, not ranged damage, which may well be intentional given we're working for the hunter god. So, after a few minutes of backtracking and taking pot shots, the 4 enemies go down, and with the unicorn horn in hand, I return to Hircine.
Yes, hunter, make your offering. Did you taste its flesh and drink its blood? Never waste the spoils of a kill. You've pleased me, hunter. Take my token and wear it well. Hereafter, take your prey and whisper my name. Our
reward is the Savior's Hide, which has quite literally gotten weaker with each iteration. It started life as an armor set designed to help the player against Mehrunes Dagon in Battlespire by reflecting 100% of physical damage. And then in Morrowind it was downgraded to resisting magicka 60%, which was still pretty amazing. Now it's down to 25% resist magicka, and in Skyrim it will drop further to 15% resist magicka with 50% poison resistance. And then Blades, which I don't normally count as an Elder Scrolls game anyways, lowered the effect to just 6 points of spell resistance. Oblivion's incarnation is still better than the best resist magic sigil stone. I suspect the goal was to avoid players heavily stacking resist magic like in Morrowind to invalidate spellcasters. To that I would say, change weakness to magic so that it can apply to targets with 100% resist magic anyways, and make NPCs who can recognize when their spells aren't doing anything and switch out to a weakness to magic spell to compensate. That may be well outside the bounds of Oblivion. I'm talking TES 6 magic AI tactics here. Molag Bal. Poor Molag Bal. You didn't ask to be the Daedric face of Elder Scrolls Online. You were thrust into that role, copying a younger, sexier Daedric prince's plan to conquer Tamriel. You were better than that. You were the guy who taught Vivek about Chim. You were the originator of vampires. Your only crime was resembling the other half of Satan. Molag Bal is a level 17 prince who wants an offering of a lion pelt, for some reason.
Another mortal come to do my bidding. I only wish suffering and death. You will bring me both.
Molag wants us to go to a guy's house who has sworn against violence and push him into murdering us with a cursed mace. The player has to figure out both the best time to provoke him and figure out how to get the mace into his hands, which is to drop it and start a fight. This may take a while given how high our health is. It reminds me of the pilgrimage quest where the player is expected to drown themselves in Morrowind.
It seems you've accomplished the task set out for you. Well done. Another man damned, another ruined soul. But you'll still get your prize, won't you? I think it was worth it, don't you? Keep up the good work, little mortal.
This was also Jonathan Bryce's voice, and I think he was leaning a little too heavily into the Khajiit voice for this. It's funny because Wes Johnson's Molag Bal from Morrowind fit the character way better. The Mace of Molag Bal does a lot of damage, but it comes with a terrible enchantment. Absorb Magicka is an awesome effect. I wish it showed up way more often. Even fighter NPCs still have Magicka values that we can steal from. But Absorb Strength, while sounding good, has no effect duration, meaning that without the unofficial patch, it doesn't actually do anything. Boethia. Boethia is one of the 3 Daedric princes that require the highest level to start their quest, level 20. His offering is a Daedric heart.
Why do you summon me? You are not one of my faithful. Do you hope to be counted among my chosen? Then prove yourself to me, mortal.
He's also presenting as a male in Cyrodiil. Daedric princes don't have genders because they don't have sex. Okay, we did talk about Molag Bal just now, so to clarify, they don't reproduce. Instead, they simply take forms that fall into mortal gender definitions. That's why the big-tittied goth Daedra girlfriend is called a prince. Boethia doesn't care, which makes having lengthy arguments about his gender pointless. Boethia wants us to enter his realm, which of course is just the Deadlands again, although at least this time it fits, and fight in a tournament. There are 9 champions to beat, all of whom align with a different race, and we replace the 10th Breton champion. Since we're at level 20, all of the champions will be armed and armored extremely well, and we come with a host of spells, poisons, and potions to boot. And we can't leave until we're done, which is one of the few times Bethesda really makes the player commit to a gauntlet in Oblivion. It can be cheesed, however. Since this is the Deadlands, it's easy to make NPCs go into the lava and just die. I personally would have set this in a closed environment, just a series of rooms forming a circle with the starting point in the middle. Upon our departure,
I greet you, chosen one. A victory in my tournament of 10 bloods brings great honor. Take Goldbrand, sheathe it in your enemies, and offer their souls as praise to me.
Goldbrand is one of the best swords in Oblivion in terms of raw damage potential. You can barely edge it out with a Daedric longsword using a Transcendent Sigil Stone. Let's hold a best sword contest later. Clavicus Vile. I find it funny that since Clavicus Vile's quest involves Todd Howard as a voice actor, it's a bit broken.
A mortal! Wonderful. Always a pleasure. Perhaps you'll do service for me, mortal, and I'll reward you. A fair bargain, don't you think?
At level 20, Clavicus wants an offering of $60. However, for most people, this is not how the quest starts. Because the quest does not enable Umbra after starting, Umbra can actually be visited at any time, any level. Her sword is very powerful, and her armor, while leveled, can be taken off at level 1 and is identical in stats to Orcish, or taken off at level 15 and will be identical to Ebony armor. And since her sword is a quest item, it currently has 0 weight. She's a challenging fight, but a lot of metagamers do it early for the weightless sword and keep it until level 20. The sequence is actually supposed to go like this. Clavicus sends us to get the sword, Umbra from Pel's Gate. Umbra, if you recall, was a Morrowind character and weapon. The player can encounter Umbra, who will tell them that they've done everything and only wish to die in battle, which I obliged. The last living dwarf, Yagrum Begarn, wrote in Morrowind that Umbra was created by an ancient witch to trap souls. The book Umbriel would expand on this lore to make Umbra a Clavicus Vial artifact originally, which is why Barbas, his servant, comes with us and insists that we shouldn't bring the sword to Clavicus? I guess the implication is that the evil part of Clavicus was split off into the sword, and he'll stop being the Daedric Prince of fun mercantilism if he reunites with it. I guess him getting it back is now confirmed, not canon. Thanks, Creation Club! Anyways, a Pel's Gate villager says their apprentice came in contact with the sword and left with it, and is now staying at a nearby Ayleid ruin. Convenient. One fight later and we're presented with a choice. Alpha Male, where we go to Clavicus and tell him that we're keeping the sword, or Beta Male, where we go to Clavicus, give him the sword and take his mask, or Omega Male, where we keep the sword as long as we fancy and return it later for that sweet 100% completion. My son, it is your choice. Do you take this powerful sword Umbra, capable of perpetually soul-trapping your enemies? Or do you take the Mask of Clavicus Vial, a heavy armor helm equal to a Daedric helm that fortifies personality 20 points?
You've brought the sword! Now give it to me. As we agreed, Umbra and I have unfinished business.
Yes, and...
Excellent! A pitiful sword with a pitiful soul in exchange for a mask fit for a god. You've gotten the better of this bargain, mortal. Now, I have business to attend to. Run along. Perhaps I'll be looking for you again.
No, and...
You would dare? We had a bargain, little hero. You would risk my wrath for a pitiful little sword? I will be watching you, mortal, and waiting.
I take the biggest sign of proof that Umbra isn't Daedric in nature as the fact that the player can't sacrifice the sword to Martin. That said, I do wish it counted on the artifacts collection sheet so that players trying to 100% weren't forced to choose the mask option every time. Personality is a dump stat, and the Helm of the Crusader is a way better version of this helmet. It's a shame too, because the mask is awesome looking and used to be useful back in Morrowind. Hermaeus Mora, the final Daedric Prince. Oh yeah, Mehrunes Dagon didn't get a quest, but that was because he was kind of the antagonist of the game, and as we discussed, we did his bidding during the main queue. Anyways, after completing the 14 other Daedra quests and after starting Blood of the Daedra, the player may be approached by Casta Flavis in their sleep, summoning them to the Shrine of Hermaeus. So, by necessity, the player has to be level 20. I suspect this may be a quest of last resort for the player if they somehow manage to lose every other possible sacrifice.
I see you have served my brethren, and now you come to serve me. I am Hermaeus Mora. Past, present, and future are as one to me.
Skyrim definitely improved his voice, no question, which is funny because both iterations are actually just Wes Johnson. Hermaeus Mora wants us to capture a soul from each of the 10 races, which is easy if you target the bandit population.
You have served me well, and I am pleased. I give you this, the Agma Infinium. Knowledge given by me to Xerxes is recorded within. Read it and gain knowledge of yourself. Go now, and remember.
The Agma Infinium, similar to the Bitter Cup of Morrowind, is a powerful tool for leveling. Kind of. Since you can't get the Agma Infinium until level 20, the early game benefit of, say, raising your endurance isn't able to be appreciated. When you read it, it offers the player 3 paths, each boosting 2 attributes and 3 skills, 10 points. Firstly, there are no benefits to using the book to boost skills past skill level 100. None of the skills you can boost with it will do anything extra at 110. So me getting to heavy armor 110 is pointless. Attributes, however, will. You will continue to increase your max encumbrance with strength, speed with speed, magicka with intelligence, and magicka regeneration with willpower. You can optimize using the book if you get all 3 skills to 90 and the attributes to 100. The best use in that respect would be the Path of Spirit, as destruction and restoration are handily the worst skills to level of the bunch. I don't really see any benefits to the Path of Shadow, as its skills are easy to train and agility is a shadow of its former self. Path of Steel, then, is what I chose, for the strength and speed benefits. With this marks the end of the Daedra section. It's a mix of interesting and boring quests, and I've been led to believe it's the work of Mark Nelson. He created the Daedra quest for Morrowind and would go on to fill the lead design position for the Shivering Isles, while Bruce Nesmith was in the design director position. The thing is, a lot of these Daedra quests feel exactly like their Morrowind iterations. You talk to a statue, it tells you to go somewhere, and either kill something or perform some task, you return and get rewarded with an item. The falter here is fast travel. Ken Rolston said in an interview that Mark Nelson hated fast travel. I pointed out in the Fighter's Guild section how that stance didn't make sense with how the quests were written, and it's possible that it was designed after this issue was resolved at Bethesda, whereas most of the Daedra quests were on paper before then. See, the thing is, the reason the Daedra quests in Morrowind worked was that they were exactly that, quests. Most of the time you had a significant amount of traveling through dangerous territory, both to find the shrine and then to do the quest proper. I was playing some TES 3MP with a friend and we decided to do Molag Bal's quest to get him the mace, and we failed the quest. Not because we did it wrong, but because even with 2 of us, our characters just weren't prepared for the high level challenge. Plus you can't reload saves in multiplayer, so when you die you just go back to a shrine. And Molag Bal's quest is literally just go to this cave, kill these Daedra. Despite failing, this quest was a highlight of our adventure due to the navigation and exploration that was involved, despite myself having done this same exact quest only a couple months prior for the Morrowind video. In Oblivion, travel is never a factor in the quest itself thanks to fast travel. Recognizing this, you may have noticed that most of these quests took place in areas that were extremely close to the shrine itself, the notable exception being Sanguine's quest, likely because it may have taken place in Skingrad, the wine city originally, and was changed when the vampire stuff got added. If you don't know, Oblivion was designed in white box environments. This means that rather than Bethesda loading up the entire game to test their ideas, you were always working with just a couple cells and whatever items you wanted or needed that day. From a design perspective, it's easier if most of the Daedra quests involve the player just going over the next hill and completing it. There's almost a sense of rebellion from this, like Nelson is challenging Howard's fast travel philosophy. And in watching a lot of videos on Oblivion, I've yet to actually see anyone else point out that most of these quests take place in the same general area as the statue. Probably because these people, even if they played Morrowind, found relief in having the adventure part of their adventure game cut out. The problem is, when you remove the travel element from these quests, having a quest where you go to X and kill Y is suddenly extremely bare bones. And Nelson probably understood that, which is why he opposed the idea. Bethesda was essentially putting themselves in a situation where their old standards of quests just didn't work, not because the idea isn't sound, but because accessibility trumped aesthetic style. Which is probably why Mephal's quest was the exception rather than the rule. Still, between the unique idea of sacrificing items to access the quests, the level requirements, and general idea of working for actual gods, the Daedra quests generally remain a highlight of the game for me. We're nearing the end here, and I've just thrown a bunch of Daedric items at you, so I feel it's necessary to discuss leveled items and metagaming. The Daedric items aren't leveled, likely another holdover of Nelson's old-school design philosophy. There's rarely any leveled items in the Fighters Guild as well, go figure. Now, the idea behind item scaling, or leveled items, probably went as follows. Players are getting powerful items very easily in our game Morrowind. We don't want players to get bored at level 15, so let's make it so that the player is constantly challenged and constantly receiving even better items. This is an attempt to solve that power threshold problem I mentioned in Morrowind. Now the funny thing is, this design philosophy would actually have worked better on Vardenfell, where there was so much more content. But they implemented this design philosophy while simultaneously cutting back on the amount of content in the game. The example I like is the Spelldrinker amulet. This is the only amulet in the game the player can get with spell absorption, which won't come from randomized loot, but it's leveled in 4-level intervals. The effectiveness of its enchantment comes from the moment the player completes the Ulterior Motives quest for the Mages Guild. I got it at level 15, which means I got its version that only does 18% spell absorption. The problem is, I used this amulet throughout the entire game, not because of any personal connection to it. It's a piece of bling that Raminus gives us so we're not mad at him for betraying our trust. But because even with all of the dungeons and Oblivion gates I ran after this point, I didn't find anything to really replace it. The problem isn't that I was stuck with one amulet for most of the game. Most of my Morrowind characters were. The problem is that I'm stuck with its weaker form. The game is almost challenging the player to grind to level 30 so they get all of the best leveled items. This actually got worse with Skyrim, which cut back on the overall number of leveled items but greatly expanded the level ranges of the ones that still exist. I personally would prefer to get consistent items at consistent times. Even if it's like the Ebony Blade where the sword will be outclassed in 10 levels, the solution to that system is not to make the Ebony Blade leveled. The solution is to raise its rank in the totem pole, which is what Skyrim did. Skyrim largely addressed this problem. I take the few leveled items that do exist as a rebellious designer and nothing more. You can practically see the divisions and staff on the topic just by their quests. Coleman, Nesmith, and Nelson didn't seem to like leveled items, so they rarely rewarded them. Chapin and Pagliarulo seemed to love leveled items. Emil especially, given how many bonus items he awarded with level scaling. Is it any wonder then that Fallout 4 ended up being a looter shooter? I think one potential fix to the system may be some kind of upgrade system, where once you reach the higher level brackets, the enchantment can be leveled up to what you would have gotten if you'd completed the quest at that level. So what is the best of the best? Let's put the build I came up with forward then. To start, Breton Atronak. Resist magic 50%, absorb magic 50%. I'm basically already an anime protagonist shrugging off all the special attacks. Spellbreaker from Periite Shrine, reflects spell 30%. Spelldrinker, absorb spell 26%, only 18 on my character. Ring of Namira, reflect spell 10%, reflect damage 12%. Blade Turn Hood from the Mehrunes Razor DLC, reflect damage 15%, resist normal weapons 15%, shield 17%. Raiment of the Crimson Scar from Vile Layer DLC, reflect damage 35%. In total, 40% spell reflection, 76% spell absorption, 50% magic resistance, 62% damage reflection, 15% normal weapons resistance, 17% shield. If someone attacks me with magic or physical damage, they'll do more damage to themselves than to me. And we've still got a free ring slot for a wild card. Now for the weapons. Daedric Bow, enchanted to do 10 points of shock damage for 3 seconds. Even with console commands, I couldn't reopen the Oblivion gates, which means I was cut off from the very best Transcendent Sigil Stones. Otherwise, I would opt for a Transcendent Sigil Stone with damage health, which will also do 30 damage, but instantly, and you get 9 more uses. Sneak attacks with a bow will give us 3 times damage, which is not as powerful as people make it out to be because it only applies to the damage of the bow and arrow, not the enchantment or poison, which is where the fun begins. So first, we have our character, who I'm going off of the final save, so they have a marksman skill of 56. I'll put the UESP numbers next to it, which assumes a max marksman value of 100. The Daedric Bow does 12 damage, and the Daedric Arrow does 9 damage, which is a cumulative 21 damage for an ordinary shot, and 63 damage for our stealth attack. That's pretty good. Our character with a blade of 66 can only pull 42 damage out of Goldbrand in a single swing, and can up that to 252 damage with a 6x sneak attack. However, the Daedric Bow is ranged, making stealth far easier, but Goldbrand can hit multiple times in the time it takes to land a second shot with a bow. It's fairly balanced. Let's introduce a dump truck to the equation. This is my super poison, I call it Game Over. I don't even know what's in it anymore. Before I show you what it does, this is the best a default poison can do. Damage health 30 points. It's a nice topper to our bow damage. Time for the dump truck. Damage health 6 points, 25 seconds. Fire damage 8 points, 31 seconds. Shock damage 8 points, 30 seconds. Add all that damage up and you get 638 points of damage. Some characters might resist the fire damage, and some characters might resist the magic damage, and Argonians will resist the poison, but in general, if this arrow hits you, let alone from a stealth attack, that's 701 points of damage. I don't even need the stealth damage at this point. I can just run around putting this poison in people and watch as the bodies hit the floor. and if they resisted, I made a spell that does 100% poison weakness, doubling the damage in a normal person and rendering people formerly immune to poison now vulnerable. Nothing is funnier than an ancient lich suddenly being vulnerable to poison and dying from a single cut. Players getting to use weapon poison was new in Oblivion. In Morrowind it was represented in shorthand with an actual poison spell, which means that we're basically seeing the Morrowind version of weapon poison late in Oblivion, hence why it's so unbalanced. This must have been frustrating to the designer that worked so hard to put balance in a single-player game only to find out that super poisons existed. This isn't even a matter of playtesting, the designers probably just didn't realize the potential of this system. I suppose, then, a small contest of the best swords is in order. Swords tend to be massively overrepresented in fantasy. Our first contender is the Ebony Blade, 23 damage, absorb health 8 points, silence for 10 seconds. While I like the utility value of silence, having it constantly applied means enemies aren't using magic, which means the absurd amount of spell resistance, absorption, and reflection is just going to waste. I want enemies to use magic on me because that means I'm either going to get more magicka back or do more damage to them. Absorbing health is nice though, but only 45 uses? Bruh. Gold Brand, 25 damage, 22 points of fire damage, and 76 uses. Really good, a very popular pick with good reason. Umbra, 28 damage, soul trap for 120 seconds. Soul trapping for so long with a sword is only sensible if you're using poisons, and even then most custom poisons only go on for like 30 seconds. I just think the sword would be better if soul trap only lasted 20 seconds but it got a lot more uses, not that 125 uses is that bad. The problem is that because it does less damage than other swords overall, it takes more swings, thus you use more uses, and while it might keep your soul gems full, that also means constant gem cycling. That said, Umbra has 0 weight until you complete the related quest, which is the real reason it's so popular in Oblivion. I actually never understood why removing weapon weight on equipped weapons wasn't an expert or master perk in Oblivion. Finally, the generic Daedric Longsword, 24 damage. With a Transcendent Sigil Stone, you can apply 25 points of Absorb Health, which will have 40 uses. While it does really good damage and heals to boot, it's also really ugly. Onto our DLC options. Sword of the Crusader. Getting it at level 21 or higher, it'll do 25 damage with 14 points of fire damage for 2 seconds or 28 fire damage, and 40 points of magicka damage on top with a total of 62 uses. Uses are weird because for this sword in particular, its use number is parabolic. At level 7 through 9, you'll get a sword with 125 uses, for instance. Battlehorn Castle adds the Dragon Sword of Laneland. Without the unofficial patch, the highest level version you can get is the level 20 version since it scales to Lord Cain and not the player, and he maxes at level 20, instead of going up to 25 where you get the best version. Unpatched, the sword will do 18 damage with Absorb Fatigue 21 points for 5 seconds and 20 points of fire damage with only 26 uses. Patched, and you can get the sword to 21 damage with 23 points of Absorb Fatigue for 5 seconds and 25 points of fire damage. Fatigue is kind of a meme in Oblivion, and at level 25 you really shouldn't be losing so much fatigue in combat as to necessitate trading damage for Absorb Fatigue. The Dragon Sword does look cool though. Then we have the Shivering Isles swords. Dawnfang and Duskfang are actually a single blade, alternating form with the time of day. During the day it'll do fire damage, and at night it'll do frost damage. Notable, however, is that if the sword lands 12 killing blows in a single 12-hour period, the next phase will be superior, absorbing health during the day and absorbing magicka at night. The best version is available at level 30 and beyond, doing 25 damage with 15 points of elemental damage and 7 points of absorb. It also recharges when it changes shape, but the nourishment only works when it's charged, so you have to keep it topped off if you want to get the superior effect. It also looks super edgy. Personally, I don't like its design. It feels like the origin of the paddle blades of Skyrim. There's also Amber and Madness weapons, which are slightly better than Daedric's base stats. Same principle, just with 1 more point of damage. But what about two-handed weapons? Personally, I find the loss in speed to be too big a detriment for two-handers in Oblivion. Because of the way combat works, there's more of an incentive to get more swings downrange than big, high damage swings. And it doesn't help that Oblivion itself is pretty biased towards giving the player one-handed weapons anyways. And what about blunt weapons? Again, the sword bias is strong. You don't get a lot of options for maces and even less for axes. And this held true through the expansions. The Mace of the Crusader has Turn Undead on it. Gross. And Shivering Isles provides Nerve Shatter, a hammer with a 0-second weakness to shock effect on it that doesn't do anything. If you're playing with blunt weapons, you're basically holding out for Shadowrend near the end of the Shivering Isles expansion just to get a weapon with comparable stats to a sword. And it's two-handed, and there's a sword version of Shadowrend. Alright, there's one more thing I want to get off my chest in a discussion of magic items in Oblivion, and that's how terrible a lot of them are. There are a ton of unique enchanted items sold at merchants with terrible effects. Picking a random example off a lengthy list, Aegis of the Apocalypse. Fortifies blade, blunt, and heavy armor 5 points. Drains luck 5 points. Drains health 10 points. Why? Why are there so many base game items sold by merchants, usually for tens of thousands of gold, that are balanced in their spell effects? Like the Truncheon of Submission. It's funny because it heals the target. That's worth a laugh when you see it. But the Helm of Ferocity drains intelligence, willpower, and personality, and only for the paltry benefit of 5 points to your favored combat stat. It's not like Fortify Blade is worth anything to a hand-to-hand fighter, is it? And you get the Tower of the Nine, which isn't even a tower shield, which drains light armor 10 points. I mean, yeah, it's a heavy shield, but why does it have that effect? The problem is that negative effects still increase the value of enchanted items. It would be one thing if they were cheaper due to having downsides, but they aren't. They're more expensive. I'm not even against this idea. I actually like the mentality of having a trade-off with an item as long as the cost is balanced around that trade-off. I'm not paying 10,000 gold for an item that is handily outclassed by random dungeon loot. Another thing would be the number of items that just demonstrate a lack of understanding of the game's mechanics. I've detailed various items which in the base game effectively have no enchantment because they last for 0 seconds, or are weakness effects that don't apply on strike because that's not how it works in Oblivion, or are armor for spellcasters in the game where spellcasters are penalized for wearing armor. How about this one? The Circlet of Omnipotence. Omnipotence. Unlimited power. You find this ring in a random, easily missed chest during the Pale Pass quest, and all it does is fortify agility, endurance, speed, strength, and willpower by 3 points. 3. You seriously expect someone to give up a valuable ring slot for an enchantment so paltry most players wouldn't even notice the difference when they wore it? So, with our anime protagonist character who reverses a ton of damage on his enemies and is capable of melting hardy opponents, there's only a few side quests left in Cyrodiil for us to do. Oblivion is a world full of side quests. Each city has around a half-dozen side quests not tied to any of the factions, and there are more spread out throughout the world. These can be hit or miss due to the nature of how quests are made at Bethesda. If a programmer decides he wants to make a quest about retrieving a woman's potatoes from an ogre, well, I guess he can. Not that I know who made the potato quest. Again, the nature of credits in these games means that unless it's stated, we don't actually really know who made what in Oblivion. But I don't see a problem with getting a potato quest. Sure, it's not complicated, it's go to X, kill Y, and retrieve Z, one of the most basic quest designs. It's fairly similar in that structure to a lot of other side quests. The only difference is instead of fetching something of lore significance or character implication, it's just prized jumbo potatoes. I think a lot of people who complain about there being simple quests are not thinking about the implications of their request. They are essentially asking that every single quest they get have stakes and lasting consequences. And that's really not a good thing. If you, the person listening to this video, want to do a real-life quest right now, do you want to know what that quest would be? Food delivery. Maybe if you're lucky, someone might need a pest taken care of. The nice thing about mundane quests is that it doesn't take long. 5 minutes for a little bit of flavor and probably only an hour for the designer to make. Little tasks are nice because they make the world feel more grounded. If every quest involves deception and murder and the sins of the past and the cycle of retaliation and a threat that challenges the very fabric of reality, then that makes the main quest feel pointless. I'm supposed to be saving these people, but it turns out that everyone in Cyrodiil has to have some dirty secret uncovered by a quest. What's the point of saving a world where everyone is a bastard? In a role-playing game, the player should be able to define their own reason for their actions, but that means the game also has to have ample opportunity in which to do so. I'm saving the world so that these people can enjoy their quaint lives of waking up in the morning, going for a casual stroll in the park, eating lunch, and then doing 2 hours of work before socializing at a tavern. Or maybe I am the bastard, and I'm saving the world so that a guy like me can take advantage of all these simple folk. The same is true in reverse, of course. Having quests where the player can find and beat the scum of society is great if you're role-playing a vigilante sort of character. I wouldn't want the world to be whitewashed with morally good and simple tasks. It's the diversity of content that makes a role-playing game thrive. So it bothers me when people look at that variety and say there should only be X, only be Y, or it should be more like Z. Let's start with a fan favorite. A Brush with Death. When deciding what quests to cover, I went off of a couple lists of fan favorite side quests, and without fail, this quest has always made it. In Shadenhall, a famous painter has gone missing. I guess the guards and local mages guild are not interested in how this guy just magically disappeared from his studio, or his wife has only told us that he disappeared from within a locked room. Even with the unofficial patch, there's a clipping issue where 2 dressers are clipping through the 2nd floor. Amazing. Our main advantage over the other investigators is being able to intuit where doors are, and this painting is one of them, which transports us into the painted world. When people praise this quest, it isn't because it's particularly complex, but because of how creative this world is. Alan Nanes is the man behind this quest. I don't know if he came up with all of these assets, but he seems to have had the idea to actually make the trees, rocks, sky, and even creatures appear painted. To me, this shows the potential of a game called Oblivion to realize all the different realms of Oblivion. Like how Paradise was visually distinct with just a few minor alterations to the visual aesthetic of the game. Hircine's realm is probably just a black forest. Malakath would be in a more mountainous area. We know Bethesda's capable of doing it because we got the Shivering Isles and Hermaeus Mora's realm in Dragonborn. The only limitation for Oblivion is file space and development time, another victim of the release date curse. So the painter's trapped in this painted world after losing his paintbrush to a thief. The brush was given to him by Dibella and exists as a vanilla example of an Adric artifact we could have given to Martin. This brush allows its wielder to paint their imagination into this world, which then appears on the canvas. So, why does he have a sketch of a forest if he isn't actually a classical painter? Is it to trick people into thinking he's an oil painter when actually all he does is just VR painting? Which is harder, by the way. Also, side note, if the painting is his imagination, then why is it an impressionist style? Shouldn't it be a realist style, since Writhe would be imagining realistic objects? Or is the implication that it's going off of his memories, which are now impressions? I suspect the answer really is that the style has to be impressionist to convey that it's a painted world, because Bethesda's already attempting to convey realism in their normal aesthetic. While we're killing painted trolls with turpentine, let's discuss Oblivion's aesthetic style. When people discuss style in Howard's Elder Scrolls, realism is the word of the day, and I don't think it's accurate in the least. In fact, each Elder Scrolls game has come with its own unique visual aesthetic. Arena and Daggerfall have very similar styles due to their proximity and release dates. They draw visually from like Dungeons and Dragons, with an emphasis on the human form and contrasting colors with the background. Morrowind inherited the former but lost a lot of the latter. That's why shirtless old dudes are jacked and faces are super exaggerated. Its environment was fairly desaturated, however, and the only time you would see the use of contrast was when characters were dressed brightly compared to their environment, or maybe you would see a blue or red candle lighting up an area. Oblivion is almost a counter-statement to that. Everything is bright and colorful except dungeons, which are desaturated and moody. The unique usage of lighting is gone. In Morrowind, enemies followed a rule of aposematism. The brighter and more colorful they were, the more dangerous they would be. In Oblivion, every enemy is bright and colorful, and level scaling removes most of the danger. The problem is the bulk of this visual discussion almost always stays in the Great Forest and around the Red Ring Road, when Oblivion offers so much more than that. The Gold Coast and Imperial Reserve feature a more golden landscape. Skingrad is intentionally meant to evoke the imagery of a city in the Alps. Blackwood is darker and more humid, fitting a swamp, while the more mountainous regions near Shadenhall and Bruma are desaturated, full of grays and whites. To simply say that Oblivion's world is bright and colorful and cheery is dishonest, and is akin to saying that Vardenfell was entirely an ashy wasteland.
It actually has trees, unlike Vardenfall.
I'm not going to focus on Skyrim's visual design yet because this isn't the video for it. I don't think they improved, but I do think that Skyrim is beautiful. Anyways, we managed to get to the thief's body, who was killed by his own painted trolls, and the painter uses it to teleport us out of the painted world. He gives us his apron, which fortifies agility and intelligence of all things. And yeah, this quest really is popular just because it's visually distinct. It goes to show a short dungeon crawl can be made interesting when you use a unique design. Where Spirits Have Lease. Something new to Oblivion is the ability to buy houses. In Morrowind, the only player home you could get legally were the strongholds, which weren't always ideal given they weren't in central locations and were gated behind the Great House content. Oblivion changed this for the better by offering houses for sale in each city. This was one of the main money sinks in Oblivion since houses cost several thousand gold, if not tens of thousands of gold. The DLC would then break that by offering houses for real money that were effectively free once you installed them. Anvil offers the player a moderately sized house on the cheap as well at only 5,000 gold. So when the player turns around to find that the house is haunted, well, this caught people by surprise. This is another one of those essential quests that people recommend. Velwyn Benerus, the guy who sold us this place, immediately skips town as soon as he has his money. We confront him in the big city and he feels guilty and is willing to return with us to Anvil. He offers to help us with exorcising the place, as his blood is needed to open a wall in the basement. He flees as soon as it's open, and we confront the Lich Lorgren Benerus down in the basement. This quest is pretty simple, and it involves traveling back and forth a lot, but it's themed really well. The basement is spooky, and there's even a Necronomicon, which I consider a fun element to the house since it sticks around even after the house is restored.
I am Lorgren Benerus, and I desire the chance to atone for my sins. The things I've done to the people of Anvil, the horrible, unspeakable acts I've committed, demand repentance. Garahil was justified in his actions. Slaying me was the only way to stop the madness. I have accepted that fate. Now, so I may make my final peace with the Nine, please rejoin my hand to my body. Only then, when I am complete, will this eternal nightmare end. It never fails to amuse me how easy mortal man is to manipulate. You've assisted me in completing the very thing Garahil and his cabal sought to prevent all those years ago. My ascension to immortality. Last time I clashed with mortals, I underestimated their power. I shall not repeat that mistake twice. I live again.
We have to kill Lorgren, who's become a Lich, but that isn't a problem because he's not that powerful. Maybe I might criticize Velwyn for foolishly selling the house. He should have invested in hiring an adventurer to take care of the Lich, and then the property value would have gone up, resulting in more money for him. But it's part of his character, so it fits. Also, you get a line from Garahil at the local Mages Guild about this.
I've heard you were able to lift the curse from Benerus Manor and destroy Lorgren Benerus once and for all. I thank you for completing the task I set about to do long ago. His unholy craft will no longer threaten the citizens of Anvil. Well done.
Zero visibility. It speaks volumes that such an obvious and intentionally dumb village name is the setting of such a prolific quest. Everyone in All Is Well, you know what I'm calling it Ailswell, has turned invisible and they want us to reverse it. Turns out they live near a wizard who they've taken to blaming for it, but they can't confirm this because, well, they can't find him. I have to use a detect life spell to track him down, and we find him living in the tower with a bunch of invisible creatures. He got tired of getting harassed by the villagers, so he cooked up an invisibility spell with an area effect. Only problem was, the radius of the spell included the village, so unknowingly he actually turned all of those people invisible. There's an entire conversation, and unless you're polite or boost his disposition, you might not get all the tools you need. He gives us a scroll to reverse the spell, but we have to cast it in the middle of town, and he can give us a ring while we do it, or it'll end up damaging our luck. Honestly, why aren't there more spells that are made more powerful if you incorporate downsides into them? Our reward for fixing the village is free lodging at the Ailswell Inn, which includes a safe chest to store stuff, basically a free house to live in. Given its proximity to the starting location, it's fair to say the developers may have intended us to encounter this village on our way to Wayne Priory as a first quest, which is probably why it's so simple yet popular. A Shadow over Hackdirt, with its obvious reference to the 1968 film Shadow over Elveron, is another quest considered part of the essential Oblivion experience. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't get it. I don't think I've ever actually done this quest correctly, or if I have, then I don't understand what the excitement's about. The quest apparently starts with a young Argonian woman approaching us. If the footage is missing, it's because I literally do not remember this happening.
Hello, I don't think we've met. Are you new in town? Oh, well, I'm sorry for bothering you. My mother often says I'm too forward with strangers.
I do, however, remember her mother asking me to find her missing daughter, mostly because her mother's the advanced mercantile trainer and would ask me to try and find her missing daughter every time I rolled into Coral for training. No, don't worry, I'll go looking for her. Eventually. Dharma, I'm not sure if her name is intentionally meant to refer to the religious concept of Dharma, volunteered to handle business for her mother in Hackdirt, a village located deep within the Great Forest. It's not exactly the richest of places, but then again, they did decide to name their settlement Hackdirt, so perhaps it's an intentional living style. It is not. The locals don't exactly take kindly to strangers in these parts here. Maybe Hackdirt stands out to people because it's the only place where NPCs aren't weirdly cheerful to the player. Being told to fuck off probably caught a lot of people off guard. The merchant Dharma was supposed to meet claims they've not seen her, and makes demands of us to boot. Nobody else in town is much help, but it's very apparent they aren't exactly the kind to trust. That's why it seems questionable that Sydney wait, seriously? That's her name? She's weirdly popular with the, artistic community too. Anyways, it's questionable that she would ever, in a million years, allow her daughter within a mile of Hackdirt. I can imagine being called a piece of Dunmer farm equipment was the least of the things Sydney has had to endure while trading with these people. Seed-san suggested that if the villagers didn't know where her daughter was, to look for her daughter's beloved horse Blossom. And sure enough, we find it without the daughter. A villager will deny foul play, saying that they've owned the horse for years. We're eventually approached and told to stop asking questions lest the brethren get involved. After trying to persuade several people to help me, there were just no leads. It's a shame the villagers don't change their tune with a higher disposition. They'll have the variable that normally indicates they should like the player, and then they'll still tell us that we're unwelcome. So eventually I just take to looking for clues in people's houses and eventually find a trap door into a cave system. After a small bit of stealth, I find Dharma in a cage and I set her free, and we walk back to Coral with 0 resistance. Yeah, I think I did it wrong. There's a whole story here about the history of Hackdirt and how this cult took over and these creatures that roam the caves, and escaping with Dharma is supposed to be a challenge. And despite having done this quest twice, I've never experienced any of that. And yet, I approve. Thing is, having the freedom to somehow mess this quest up enough to actually pull off a rescue without any lives being lost is kind of interesting. It's apparent from reading the UESP that I missed the one NPC who can actually help us and just barely missed the events where I'm supposed to get ambushed. I didn't do it how the designers intended clearly, but I could still do it, and that's emergent storytelling. Kudai, at the Breville Mages Guild, wants us to help her with her missing friend who's gone missing inside of a dream world. Already this sounds like 2 quests we've done already, smashed into one. I theorized back in the Mages Guild section that this quest in particular may have been the original recommendation quest and grew into its own dedicated side quest. The reason Kudai needs help is that she needs a stranger to enter the dream world. If she entered, her friend Hinnatir would just dismiss her as a memory. Upon entering, we find most of our equipment has disappeared, and in order to escape, we have to help Hinnatir with 4 trials to escape. If this premise sounds familiar, that's because the Mind of Madness would redo this quest in Skyrim as Sheogorath's quest. The first test, the Test of Perception, is a challenging gauntlet of various traps the player may encounter while playing the game. Or it is, in theory, had the animations not broken so the traps move in slow motion. The second test, the Test of Resolve, gives us a bunch of freebie gear and pits us against a couple Minotaurs. The third test, the Test of Courage, is a short swimming sequence that the game makes sure to provide ample water-breathing potions to help with. It's not that difficult. The final test is the Test of Patience. If that isn't fitting for Oblivion, then I don't know what is. We're given a scroll which shows 3 patterns that match the pressure plate series in front of us. The player can recognize a pattern of similar characters drawing out the path through the plates, or we could just run through. The traps don't spell our death or anything, and doing it right is not a condition for escaping. With all 4 tests completed, Hinnatir's therapy session is over and we return to the real world. We're given 6 leveled scrolls, and that's the quest. I think this harkens back to our discussion on puzzles. This appears to be the extent that either Bethesda can design puzzles or is willing to make them difficult. I'm sure a major concern with this quest was trapping players inside the dream world who may not have saved before entering. Its simplicity may be for another reason, however. This appears to be the only documented quest of Megan Sawyer, an environmental artist you can see in the Making of Oblivion documentary working on her main job during Oblivion, which was the city of Shadenhall. What's funny is that I wouldn't have known Megan Sawyer had worked on this quest if she herself hadn't put her name on it, which was apparently an accident. She included it to fill space on the letter puzzle and then forgot to remove it later. I'm not asking for Metal Gear Solid V tier credit sequence here, but if there was a tag in the construction set where devs could leave their signatures, we'd probably have a pretty clear image of who created what quests. If this accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't have found Sawyer's website, which happened to answer the question about the Brush of Death quest I had. Nanas may have designed the quest, but the reason people remember it is because of Sawyer's visual contributions. Order of the Virtuous Blood. After you reach a fame value of 5, which is super easy, a Dunmer woman will approach you in the Temple District. Her husband, Gillen, wants us to meet his boyfriend, Dio Brando, who's heading up a vampire hunting organization. He gives us a name and tells us about how they're a vampire and they killed an innocent woman, only for it to be revealed on arrival that Roland did no such thing. Roland will claim that he is not a vampire and that neither party looks like vampires, I guess implying that they fed recently and thus can't be detected with just the eye test. Killing Roland nets an easy 250 Gs, but going after Dio is much more profitable, since Roland will afterwards pay us 250 gold for each sample of vampire dust we bring him. It's a shame neither Dio's nor Roland's houses have any garlic in them as clues, although we do find 2 bottles of skooma in Roland's house. Hell yeah, cheers, brother. Even though Dio is a vampire, he still makes visits over to the first edition to purchase literature. Hey Fentius. Fentius, always willing to gossip, tells us that he overheard Dio mention Memorial Cave. To who exactly? Well, whatever, we head out and find his vampire lair, where he lives with 12 other vampire— wait, what? I mean, heading up the only local vampire hunting organization in Cyrodiil and killing off its competent members is certainly a good scam for a vampire to run, assuming Dio is the patriarch. Roland has a reward for clearing his name, will give us the Ring of Sunfire, resist disease, whatever, but 25% spell reflection at level 25 is fair. The game's over at this point anyways, but still, that's an insane ring to say the least. The Killing Field. Whoops, I haven't written it yet. When we step out of the prison sewers and into the world for the first time, the first dungeon that's immediately visible is Vilverin. Vilverin features an Iliad statue in a difficult-to-miss location. The statue is extremely valuable, but when you sell it, you'll eventually be approached and asked to visit Umbacano Manor in the Imperial City. Umbacano is a high elf collector of Iliad artifacts, particularly the 10 Ancestors, a set of statues that used to reside in the Imperial City but were scattered across Cyrodiil during the Slave Rebellion. Umbacano wants to pay us to retrieve the statues for him and will pay us 500 gold per. Note that he doesn't give us any clues as to where to go for statue number 2. There are 53 Iliad ruins, and only 9 of them have statues inside them. We do get clues later after we find the second statue, but for now we just have to dungeon dive and hope for the best. Oh, and in at least one ruin I managed to miss the location of the statue due to it being hidden. After 3 statues, we get the next quest. There's no fancy reward for completing the set beyond 5,000 gold plus the 5,000 you'll make from selling the statues, so you might as well not bother. Umbacano will give us a key and ask that we seek out the location of a ruin called the High Fane. No relation. I'm not sure where, but at some point in the playthrough I happen to have read a book called Cleansing the High Fane, so in a rare moment of lore integration, our character will actually offer up the name and location of the ruin. You will also know if you've been to the ruin, as you'll recognize the drawing. Otherwise, we head outside and get approached by Cloud Merrick. He's a fellow treasure hunter who works for Umbacano and will heavily push the player towards finding the ruin, which obviously turns out to be a trap when we arrive to find sightseers adorned in Daedric and glass armor. The ruin's pretty simple, and when we leave, the ambush occurs. I hand over the statue before immediately stealing it back because that's definitely the funniest outcome. It's also really easy to do because the carving has no value or weight, even though it would almost certainly have both. All you get is again gold for turning in the carving, so you could at least let him have it, because you'll still get the third quest. Finally, we're given the third quest of the trilogy. Umbacano gives us 1,000 gold and tells us to get another collector to turn over their Iliad crown. Said collector is an Iliad researcher who reveals that the crown is probably not suited to belonging to Umbacano, as he has ulterior motives, and suggests that we give him a different crown. I steal her crown anyways, and then we get the other crown and head back to Umbacano. He's thrilled and requests we escort him through the ruined city of Ninalata. And he is not essential, so you might want to clear out all 10 liches first. There is some absurd stuff in this game, but the fact that liches show up as common enemies in dungeons in the late game is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. In broader fantasy, a lich is a master of necromancy, perfecting his art to the degree that he transfers his soul into his own immortal undead body. This action is not casually performed, and liches are often the primary antagonists of stories, either due to some maintenance requirements to keep their form, or their magic turning them evil. The idea that multiple liches share living space, or even that 2 liches work together, is absurd, and the game even represents this by putting liches into their own faction with adversarial relationships with necromancers. Yet at level 19, you'll start finding the Iliad ruins are full of random liches, and masters of conjuration can even summon the form of a lich. Sorry for saying it so many times, but come on, dungeon masters spawning tons of liches in order to kill their players is a known meme. So when Umbacano sits down on the throne, and it turns him into the King of Ninalata and opens 2 monster closets with 4 liches inside them, yeah, I'm fading.
I'm pretty fond of the Umbacano quest. I think it represents some of the things that we wanted to carry forward into future games, both in terms of pacing and connectivity, making things feel organic in the world, and in terms of how the feel of the final encounter was. Back in those Wild West days, sometimes the final encounter was you put a guy down in the world and he's just really tough and you have to beat him. Well, here we actually made an actual encounter that you had to deal with that felt like it was more like a boss encounter. So I'm particularly fond of that. And when I talk about the natural world stuff with the Umbacano quest, you find something in the world, the quest is waiting for that. And when you find that, somebody comes and talks to you. So it feels like the world is natural, and that's a very cool moment.
The only real reward that isn't the generic Iliad loot we get along the way and could have gotten from any of the ruins are the 2 Iliad crowns. The Crown of Ninalata, which fortifies alteration and conjuration 15 points and reflects spells 25%, pretty good, and the Crown of Linde, which fortifies alteration and illusion 15 points and resists magic 35%. Nice. These are fine rewards, except they're spellcasting focused helms with armor values, making the whole thing questionable. This is where I'm going to move on from the side quests, but I hear you say, where's the Everscamp quest? Where's the Siren's Deception? Where's Tears of the Savior? Where's Pale Pass? I think to neatly close off this section, Oblivion is fondly remembered for its side quests, because many of them tried to have unique or entertaining premises, making them memorable. Everybody's going to have their own side quest they'll want to have seen covered, but necessarily can't be. Not every side quest is that complicated or interesting. The Ghost Ship of Anvil is about exorcising ghosts from a boat. But as I said at the beginning, that's not grounds to cut it simply because it's not bombastic. To me, there's a sort of thrill starting a side quest that you think is going to be simple, only for it to become more complicated as time goes on. Sanguine's quest in Skyrim is a good example. That surprise only works when you have quests around it that aren't complicated for it to better blend in. If Skyrim only consisted of its top 20 most bombastic quests, then Sanguine would not have been a surprise and thus would not have been as interesting. There's one more variety of quests I want to talk about in Oblivion, and those are the Master Trainer quests. All 21 of them tend to work the exact same way. You reach skill level 70, an advanced trainer will recommend you to a Master Trainer. In order to offer their services, all the Master Trainers will have some sort of request, usually related to their skill. The Sneak Trainer wants you to steal a coin from her. The Mysticism Trainer wants you to close 3 Oblivion gates. The Marksman Trainer wants you to own an Elven bow. The Heavy Armor Trainer wants you to get him a set of silver glasses for an innkeeper he likes. The Hand-to-Hand Trainer wants you to spar with him. The Destruction Trainer wants 20 bear pelts. The Conjuration Trainer wants you to summon a ghost. I think the most unique one is the Alteration Trainer, who lives in the Niben Bay, and yeah, he spends most of the day underwater. He'll only offer training to the player if they can survive underwater for 3 in-game hours or 6 minutes of real time. This is not terribly challenging, especially if you're skill level 70 in Alteration, but it's a great quest idea. The player is either expected to know magic or be Argonian. Skyrim got lazy with this, likely because there weren't enough people using trainers to even notice the effort that was going into their quests. So for the most part, the 18 Master Trainers of Skyrim simply required you to either be a member of the Stabbers, Skulkers, or Weird Boys factions. So I put out some feelers after my Oblivion research streams that anyone who had made an Oblivion video was invited to do a short collaboration where they discuss a side quest and their experiences with Oblivion. This was intended to be an olive branch of sorts to the channels I covered in my streams. Instead, the two creators I hadn't covered were the only ones to respond, From Hero to Zero and Private Sessions. The former because his video came out after I had finished, and Private Sessions simply because he wasn't really on anyone's radar until after.
A Brotherhood Betrayed has the player investigating a murder in the city of Bruma. Only thing is, the culprit has already been found by the guards and found not guilty. Reynold Draelus was caught in the house belonging to Brayden, and when the guards found him, Reynold claimed to be a vampire hunter and that Brayden had been a vampire living a double life. Due to some circumstantial evidence and word from Skingrad, the guards of Bruma are quick to believe Reynolds' claim. The only problem is that Brayden's wife is convinced her husband was no vampire. The evidence the guards are leveling against her husband is faulty, and she's able to dismiss it all quite readily.
Help me clear my husband's name. Someone needs to get Sciorta under control.
She believes this is a perversion of justice and asks the player to get to the bottom of it. Carius belittles the player's involvement in the investigation as he's already content with the flimsy explanation that supports the word of the supposed vampire slayer.
Keep up the good work, I suppose.
But if the player does a little snooping at the inn where Reynold is staying at, they will find a journal belonging to another victim of Reynold, proving that Brayden, Reynold, and the journal's author all knew each other years back and found a powerful artifact while adventuring. It would seem Reynold decided to start murdering his former partners for their keys to the chest containing the artifact. When Carius is told this and shown the journal, he does an immediate 180 and puts the player onto Reynolds' trail to serve justice. At Borealstone Cave, the player finds the chest and Reynold, who decided to wait rather than, use the keys and run off with the amulet. He refuses to surrender, opting to take his chances in combat rather than rot in a Bruma dungeon for a double homicide. He's really forthcoming with his motivations, more or less narrating and telegraphing everything he's thinking and about to do. He then wishes the player good luck in killing him, and then gets killed by the player. The player then takes possession of the keys and the amulet, which doesn't seem to do anything special at all. Upon returning to Brayden's widow, she informs the player that Brayden had a special spell put on the amulet to mask its true purpose. She whispers the special word that undoes the spell, it's Brotherhood, by the way, and then gives the player the amulet as a reward, which just turns out to be a meager Fortify speed enchantment. Yeah, that's right. 3 men died over a necklace that fortifies speed. Hello, I am Private Sessions. You may know me as the owner of a YouTube channel called Private Sessions. I used to have the longest Oblivion retrospective on YouTube until Patrician came along and made one longer. Patrician asked if I wanted to cover a quest in his video and talk about my experiences with Oblivion. So here I am, covering a quest in his video and talking about my experiences with Oblivion. When I started playing Oblivion 15 years ago, I never would have thought it would one day make me mildly YouTube famous. It's been a fun and exciting adventure. And is this style of narration really boring and annoying? Because this is literally how this quest is written. Whoever wrote, designed, and made this quest seemed to not understand what the old writing rule of show don't tell means, because this entire quest is spelled out in painfully dull, almost monotonous detail. Like, let's just read a couple of excerpts from the journal we find. It's quiet out here, as if the ruins were paying respect to the alien inhabitants that disappeared here long ago. Or how about this one? As we carefully walked along, I scanned the floor and the walls very carefully for any type of triggers, tripwires, or pressure plates. Such was my specialty. The entire quest sounds, reads, and plays like this is the first story the designer ever wrote, and if Bethesda had even remotely tighter quality control mechanisms, this quest would have, at the very least, been rewritten to sound less amateur. And once again, I just can't get over the fact that the keyword to unlock the amulet is Brotherhood, like the name of the quest and the name of the adventuring group. And the thing just fortifies speed. Woo! Anyways, thanks to Patrician for including me in this video. Oblivion is a fun game. Go play it.
Hey there. You probably don't know me. I'm from Hero to Zero. Actually, now that I think about it, you might. Because apparently, after watching an 8-hour-long Morrowind video, a lot of people went, what's another 1.5 hour, am I right? Basically, before Pat uploaded his grandiose 8-hour epic, I was sitting at a very modest 11 subscribers. But then, suddenly, Anyways, a year and a half go by, during which I'm comfortably riding the coattails of seemingly everyone that's uploaded a video on Morrowind, trying to reach out to Pat with a joke tweet which he replies to and promptly forgets about. Well, who can blame him? This is Twitter after all. And working on other projects, I finally release my take on Oblivion. For some reason, my videos on the Elder Scrolls series and Pat's sphere of influence seems to be intertwined. Maybe by sheer coincidence or some other cosmic force, but either way, someone picked up my Oblivion video and posted it in the Patrician TV Discord server. One thing led to another, and here I am, guest appearing on what I'm certain will be the definitive Oblivion video on YouTube. But hey, you're not here to hear me talk about myself, so let's get into the meat of things. As we all know, a great narrative needs a protagonist that is tailor-made for the role, which is why I have crafted the most optimized detective known to man. A huge cranium to house his galaxy-sized brain, pronounced eyebrows for optimal eyebrow movement when scrutinizing his suspects, huge eyes whose pupillary distance has been stretched to the very limit of human understanding for unparalleled situational awareness, and, of course, a little something for the ladies. This is the great detective. His one and only purpose after breaking out of the Imperial prison is to find the perpetrator of a most heinous crime committed against the Countess of Coral. You can go to Castle Coral at any time and talk with Ariana to learn of the ongoing investigation surrounding a stolen painting of her deceased husband. Canvas the Castle, as it's called, is a somewhat unique quest in Oblivion. For one, there's absolutely no fighting involved, even if you were to accuse the wrong person, but the quest also expects you to figure things out on your own without any sort of guide. If you accept the Countess's plea for help, she'll point you in the direction of the 2 last suspects and 3 witnesses who you'll need to interrogate to get to the truth. Interestingly enough, her descriptions of where you can find them are so good that the quest markers become superfluous. Actually, after having finished the interrogations, the quest markers disappear completely. At that point, there's nothing telling you where to go to look for clues. I think this is the only time that happens in Oblivion. Having the people in question spill the beans is merely a matter of getting them to like you enough. But let's get real here, what's not likable about this phase? Each person gives a small nugget of information that, when combined with the rest of the testimonies, should give a pretty clear answer to who the culprit is. There is still a need for hard proof though, so it's a shame that there's none of it here. Basically, instead of finding proof that corroborates with the different pieces of information to, and excuse the pun, paint a picture of what happened on the night of the crime, you find circumstantial evidence, such as an actual painting in one of the towers, footprints of paint on a carpet in the dining hall, and painting supplies that have been hidden in a lectern. Like, why wouldn't you leave your brushes and stuff in a place they're protected? How are footprints in the dining room, which could have been left there by literally anyone, damning evidence? How do you come to the conclusion that someone being into painting means they also steal paintings? The culprit is, of course, meant to be Chanel. You'd have to have a previously undiscovered level of dyslexia to think that the culprit is Orgnolf. True, one of the witness reports states that they saw him drinking in the West Tower, the same place as the painting is found, but that same statement also says that he quit doing it after he was caught, so that theory barely even enters the room before it's flung back out through the window. You can still accuse him of the theft though, but the only thing that happens is that there's an added voice line from the Countess and a decreased reward. There's also an option to straight up lie and say you never found anything. The reward from the Countess is barely worth the effort, but Chanel will be so grateful that she offers to paint you a picture as thanks. It's just you'd have to wait 3 whole weeks for it to be finished. The canon route for the Great Detective, though, was always meant to be the one where the culprit is exposed and the painting is returned to its rightful owner. He doesn't give a crap about some lame sob story.
I am ashamed that I took the painting, but my love for the Count was greater than you could imagine.
Chanel gets exiled from Coral, and all that's left is to admire the fruits of Hang on. Admire the fruits of the investigation's success. It's almost enough to bring a tear to an old hard-boiled detective's eye.
This is your last warning. Get out or I'll arrest
I made a statement in my Morrowind video that went something like this. The reason people forgive its main quest for fumbling the war at Red Mountain is that thematically it's concluded by the Tribunal DLC. In a sense, people are willing to forgive the iniquities of a game if its expansion content is good. The Shivering Isles is the awkward middle child to Blood Moon and Dragonborn. Both of those expansions took place on Solstheim, the middle ground between Vardenfell and Skyrim. Conversely, the Shivering Isles has little thematic relevance to its parent province at the surface level. This is the fault of Oblivion, and Shivering Isles cannot help that Sheogorath was effectively irrelevant the first time around. So much so, they changed the voice actor for the expansion. For the better, perhaps, but it kinda shows that this wasn't entirely planned. If you look at it cynically, Shivering Isles is an olive branch to the Morrowind fans. Visually, the Isles look similar to Vardenfell, at least superficially. Mania is way more colorful than the Ascadian Isles or Grayslands, and Dementia is a lot more gloomy than the Bitter Coast. There's even a point where an area is turned gray and dead, and I stopped and stared at the horizon and realized that I was standing in the Ashlands. I think the worst part of the Shivering Isles is showing the real potential that Bethesda has to make a creatively alien world, a potential that barely ever shone through in Skyrim and we never really saw in Fallout. Maybe Starfield will get the chance to be truly alien. And I'm not talking about weirdness. If you play the Shivering Isles and just conclude, that's weird, then you didn't really try to understand it. There's a disturbing trend in Oblivion videos of excluding the Shivering Isles, almost as though people think if they include it, it may invalidate some of their arguments on Oblivion, which isn't true. The Shivering Isles does not try to fix level scaling, broken quests, bad storylines, or face gen, but it does have an interesting quest line, and it actually somewhat leverages the potato-faced freaks into thematically fitting Oblivion's tone. In a sense, the Shivering Isles is probably the best piece of content that could have been made for Oblivion. We start with the personnel change. Rolston is gone, replaced by Nesmith and Nelson. Alan Nanez, Kirk Coleman, and Brian Chapin continued as quest designers with 2 new team members, Eric J. Capone and John Paul Duvall, who were both late-game additions to Oblivion. Eric J. Capone started at Bethesda after being a mission designer at Monolith in 2005. No, he didn't contribute to Fear, he worked on the Matrix Online. He was late to Bethesda in working on Oblivion, contributing at the tail end, and he designed 2 unspecified DLC pieces, as well as working on Knights of the Nine and eventually Shivering Isles. I was not able to find as much information on John Paul Duvall. He showed up one day, got an additional design credit on Oblivion, and then became a main designer by Shivering Isles. It's funny that, despite having as many designers on the Shivering Isles, there's much less content. And obviously this is because it had a shorter dev time, with Bethesda aching to move their entire studio on to production of Fallout 3. A gate has opened in the Niben Bay, to Sheogorath's realm of Oblivion, the titular Shivering Isles. And this is...
Because my lord wills it to be so. It poses no danger to Mundus. No compact has been violated.
Man, the Temple District is still on fire, and we've already retconned never again. In truth, this does not bother me. We see other princes extend invitations to their realms, even potentially after the main quest's conclusion. My only problem is that there's never really a plot point about who brought the gate here. Periite and Boethia's invitations took place at their shrines, but apparently Daedric princes can just plop unsolicited gates to their realms down in the middle of a sea traffic lane, and as long as the intent isn't set to hostile, the mods won't get involved. A man dressed as the Breville Guard is standing at the gate, warning people not to go in and killing anything hostile that comes out. Now, there are gameplay reasons for this, but Gaius here is not a guard. He won't attempt to arrest the player, and no one in Breville even acknowledges his existence. After spitting out a crazy guy who the guard kills, Sheogorath will invite us into the realm. We're greeted by the legend himself, Jeff Baker as Haskell. This guy was the Morrowind voice of the Dunmer Imperials, if this voice sounds familiar but you couldn't place it.
I am Haskell, Chamberlain to the Lord Sheogorath.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
It's a shame they couldn't get him for more roles. I absolutely understand not wanting to do the gravelly Dunmer voice for hours worth of voice lines, even though it's not necessary as this was a regional thing to the Dunmer who lived near Red Mountain. Haskell here lays out the premise for the expansion. Sheogorath is looking for a champion and so has taken to inviting mortals to his realm. Whether we continue or not is our choice. Personally, I would think the $30 this thing cost at launch would have been the choice moment. It's not like you future-proofed any of the other DLC in Oblivion. That's a nice effect. We get deposited into the Fringe, a quarantine zone for the realm proper. We have to either get past the Gatekeeper, a giant flesh golem which possesses the keys to the gate, or go mad and get admitted into the realm proper. Seeing as there is not a way to actually go mad in Oblivion outside of role-playing, our only option is the former, which means that canonically, the cock did not go mad. Beating the Gatekeeper is interesting because while there are ways to make the fight easier, we could also just elect to fight him head-on and could even win. Some snooping around reveals that the golem's creator visits him at midnight, and she will even say that her tears adversely affect the Gatekeeper. There's also a local, J-Red Iceveins, who wants to attempt to fight the Gatekeeper, to brute force his way into the realm. He posits that the best way to kill things is with its bones. That's a Nordic philosophy for you. After a short visit to where the Gatekeeper was built, we're fashioned with 20 Gatekeeper bone arrows. There are several different varieties of arrow to be found, all of which are leveled to the player, and the best of which does 16 damage, 1 point more than Daedric arrows. Shivering Isles is, in many ways, a horizontal progression to Oblivion rather than a vertical progression like Tribunal and Blood Moon were for Morrowind, and that's not a criticism. Now, before we continue, I have to put this out there. It's fairly evident that with most things, I'm not really an expert in the stuff I talk about, outside of like sound engineering and writing, which is tied to my profession as a video editor. The thing is, however, when I butcher music theory in a discussion of the soundtrack, it's mostly correct for the benefit of the people who don't know much about that subject, and hopefully only minorly cringy for the people who actually study it. At the end of the day, however, if I'm wrong about music, it's not really that harmful. An inevitable part of this analysis is going to be a discussion on mental illness, which is where I have the most potential to say something actually harmful if I'm wrong. I'm putting this disclaimer in, less so as a way of shielding myself because, well, people will just ignore it if they want to, and more so as a way to shield you, the listener. Humans are prone to seeing symptoms in themselves and self-diagnosing problems that don't exist, and also paradoxically ignoring symptoms and conditions that do exist. It's important to remember that we're seeing these topics through a lens, through writers who themselves have differing levels of experience with these issues. I don't like Sheogorath because they changed his characterization to be random internet humor. But here's a post by a guy who claims to be bipolar schizoaffective who says that Sheogorath helps him explain his condition to people. In this sort of situation, I personally would defer my analysis to actual scholars. Unfortunately, as far as I can see, nobody's taken the time to write up a thesis about how mental illness is portrayed in the Shivering Isles beyond the surface level. The best I found was an article written by a doctor of psychology about how she uses the Shivering Isles to introduce her students to concepts that she plans to teach. When what I need is, for example, to know what mental illness Relmina Verenum is suffering from. I would say she's suffering from psychotic disorder. She routinely tortures people, lacks any sense of empathy except for the delusional relationships she does have, a motherly relationship towards a flesh golem that is forced to love her back, and a parasocial relationship with Sheogorath who, in reality, is just using her talents to make abominations. Her apprentice, Nanette Dawn, opens the way up for us to exploit the weakness of the Gatekeeper. She appears to suffer from schizoaffective disorder. She's suffering from auditory hallucinations, which could be a whole host of things, but since the sounds are almost always contextual to the conversation she's having, and seeing as this is a common trope used for schizophrenia, I think that's the case. None of the other residents of the Fringe seem to be suffering from noticeable mental illness yet, which is the point. The Fringe is meant to ripen people into madness before their invitation to the realm proper. J-Red Iceveins is another contender, seemingly obsessed with bones, perhaps autism since he came from Skyrim, His obsession with bones and social awkwardness are my case, although our understanding of autism in 2007 was super basic, so I don't know how accurate that assessment is. When we defeat the Gatekeeper, we get 2 keys which correspond to the 2 gates. As Haskell explains, one gate will lead to mania, and one gate will lead to dementia.
As I've said, all choices have consequences, but don't trouble yourself too much with your decision.
Yeah, no kidding. The actual choice isn't which route we take to get to New Sheoth, as you could use the Mania Gate and still travel through Dementia. Rather, the choice is between 2 powers which are not communicated to the player. The Blessing of Mania is a power that casts Frenzy, while the Blessing of Dementia is a power that casts Demoralize. Fitting, one to start fights, and one to end them. There is a large mountain in the middle of the island, meaning that the player is gently pushed towards taking the roads through the middle of each region. There isn't really much of note until we arrive at the city of New Sheoth, which is divided into 2 districts, each corresponding to their own region. Here we'll encounter the strange residents of the island before heading up to the palace and meeting with Sheogorath.
Why, look who's here. You! How about that? You've made it this far, farther than anyone else. Well done!
To summarize a lot of dialogue, Sheogorath is pleased we made it, but needs to replace the Gatekeeper, or adventurers are going to start showing up and ruining things. While this is his realm and he could pretty much do anything he wanted to his intruders, he prefers to take a more hands-off approach. Unfortunately, I feel like this decision has colored the other princes' realms in their portrayal. Daedric princes are effectively omniscient when it comes to their realms. Mehrunes allowed the player to close Oblivion Gates in order to prop up his chosen boy Martin. But if you're in Cold Harbor and Molag Bal wants you to die, then you better be a goddamn Daedric prince or have Chim if you expect to not end up becoming a greasy smear on the side of his mace. Even if Sheogorath isn't taking an active role in kicking the normals out of his realm, we can probably assume he's watching everything we do more than he would care to admit. And I mean, if we try to fight him, he'll just teleport us into the sky and send us falling to our deaths. It's a shame the bounds of Imperial law regarding levitation magic reach even into the Mad God's plane of oblivion. So we're sent out to Xedilian to reactivate it. It's an old tool Sheogorath used before the Gatekeeper to keep the normals out. Now it's just a Grummite den. Grummites appear to be a primitive mortal race, their nature largely up for speculation. We know they are not Daedra though, because they have a reproductive cycle. Anyways, the book Sheogorath gives us details the process of restoring Xedilian, and after doing so, a gate opens to reveal a teleportation pad, which takes us to Caliban Narandal.
Finally, Lord Sheogorath has sent someone to assist me.
Yeah, dude, he totally did not forget about you until he needed you. Caliban designed this dungeon, and it's used to lure adventurers here. Caliban's interesting, almost a mirror to Relmina. He was the first guy, or maybe just an earlier guy, to create a tool for keeping outsiders out, and seems to be delusional about his importance to the realm. But where Relmina leaned towards dementia, Caliban leans more towards mania. Could also be schizotypal disorder, could also be that whoever wrote this character didn't do a good job of keeping with the motif of the expansion and equated mild eccentricity with madness. Xedilian uses a resonator to draw adventurers, and sure enough, a trio has arrived in time for a demonstration. This quest is fairly memorable for a lot of people, even though it's just mechanically pushing buttons and watching the events unfold without you. That speaks to the character of the writing and the premise. The first chamber has a gnarl in it. It's small and harmless, and the group shows varying degrees of caution about it. One button makes the gnarl huge and pumps LSD into the room, driving the rogue insane. The other button releases a swarm of gnarls into the room, which the group fights, and the rogue will die in the process. The second chamber has a large mound of treasure inside a cage. The two will be drawn to it, whereupon a button will fire a trap, killing the mage, while the other button drops hundreds of keys, driving the mage insane as he searches desperately for the correct key. The third chamber is full of corpses, which unnerves the orc. One button causes him to hallucinate that he died, without knowing how, driving him insane, while the other animates a bunch of the corpses and he dies in the process. The only downside of this quest is that there isn't really commentary or consequence for the player based on their choices. In fact, we only have to make these choices in order to leave. Also, what happens if there's more than 3 adventurers? Are there more chambers, or...
He had another friend.
What? That's impossible. You can't have more than 2 friends.
It was a fatal mistake.
Still, it's a fun quest, and the reward of Dawnfang is pretty cool. It's a unique blade, said to hail from Akavir, which changes between a dawn and dusk version every day. It also increases in power if the wielder manages to kill 12 enemies that day. During the day, the sword does fire damage, and if nourished, it will absorb health. At night, the sword does frost damage, and if nourished, will absorb magicka. My only problem really was keeping the blade constantly sated. I mean, yeah, you could use summons to do it, but it's just tedious. As we go to leave, we're greeted by some lads called the Knights of Order. They match the motif of all the gray crystals powering Xedilian, which does not bode well. Killiban tells us that we should immediately inform Sheogorath about their arrival. Sheogorath's not actually surprised and says that this happens at the end of every era, but before he dispatches us to deal with the problem, he wants us to learn about the culture of mania and dementia. I think the quests are out of order. Also, we can summon Haskell to us anywhere now. Yeah, he'll always have a bit of advice for the player, which I think is mechanically a good idea for something like the Shivering Isles, even if they never really go so crazy as to risk losing the player. So, starting with Mania. The Duke of Mania, Thédon, appears to have had a relationship with someone from Dementia that resulted in him losing the Chalice of Reversal, which has complicated his ability to do Feldu. He wants it back, but doesn't give us a whole lot of information. His nearby servant, Wide-Eye, will tell us where the chalice is and elaborates that this is a sort of test that we've been sent on. Sure enough, Feldu is an addictive substance, which we'll need to ingest in order to access the dungeon to retrieve the chalice. While in theory this quest is about the withdrawal the player will go through without drugs, there's ample enough Feldu in the cave that I never actually experienced the withdrawal symptoms. This turns the burrow into a long dungeon crawl, concluding with us finding the chalice and 3 addicts who had been using it. We use the chalice to cure ourselves of drug addiction because it's that easy, and exit only to be ambushed by more Knights of Order who've erected some kind of obelisk that is summoning more knights. It's a microcosm of the Oblivion Gates, or maybe more accurately a proto-dragon encounter from Skyrim. We'll deal with some enemies that are attacking a random part of the woods and get awarded with some kind of item in the process. Thankfully, like the Oblivion Gates, the way to disable the obelisk comes with it, which are the hearts of the Knights of Order. There's a priest enemy maintaining the obelisk, but since magic doesn't hurt us, he's not a problem, even if he doesn't die until the obelisk is disabled. As a reward for fetching the chalice, the Duke admits us into the Court of Mania. So, I guess we've now learned about their culture. I don't know, I feel like the Dragonborn chopping wood for somebody to earn the title of Thane was more of a cultural lesson than this. This was a dungeon with a gimmick. A fun, unique gimmick that a lot of people rightfully enjoy, but it was not a lesson in the culture of Mania. A proper opposite, then. Dementia's equivalent quest is actually an adventure among the people of Dementia. Syl, the Duchess, is paranoid that somebody is out to get her, and since we're new here, we can't be the suspect, so now we're the Grand Inquisitor. Is shade being thrown at the Purification quest? It is possible since Emil didn't contribute to the Shivering Isles. Our torturer is Herdir, who will be proficient at getting the truth out of people. Oh, and one last thing.
If no one is found, you will be held responsible.
I think the only way to properly pay this quest off is, well, to make it so that there's no traitor. We search all of Crucible only to come up empty-handed, and then we either have to tell a paranoid person who threatened us that they're wrong, or choose one of the NPCs we've spent the last hour meeting to get punished instead. Naturally, when presented with another unique interactive storytelling opportunity, Bethesda fumbled, and there is actually a conspiracy to uncover. Herdir, I am the Grand Inquisitor.
Are you? I'd expected an entrance with a bit more flair. Ah well, perhaps you'll grow into the role. One can hope.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you, Wes John. Wait, really? Fucking A. Talk about leaning on your talons and trusting them to carry you. Our man Michael Mack in the court will say that Anya Herrick has been acting a tad more suspiciously as of late. And after some encouragement, she'll point out Mazada, who's a tough cookie and will hold out without evidence. Asking around eventually points us to a secret meeting between Mazada and a Dark Seducer. Oh yeah. The Mania guards are Golden Saints, like the ones from Morrowind with 30 extra pounds, and the Dementia guards are Dark Seducers, which are basically just Dunmer with blue eyes instead of red. They're also looking noticeably empowered from their earlier incarnations. Their new designs are, in my opinion, fairly garish. They're now one giant streak of gold. At least the Dark Seducers have that little green sash to break up the color, but still. Anyways, we overhear a meeting between Mazada and a Dark Seducer, and with this knowledge, we confront the Khajiit again. He offers to cooperate if we meet him at his house in a day. Then we can torture Nelrine, the seducer, a few times to get her to admit that the conspiracy leader is Murine. Meeting Mazada reveals that he's been murdered, however. Thankfully, he left evidence in his house. All roads lead to Murine, who orchestrated the entire plot and would have actually been perfect dementia material if not for one thing. She got caught. Knowing this, the Duchess executes Murine and awards us the bow Ruin's Edge, which casts one of several random spell effects, and gives us a place in the Court of Dementia. Alright, so looking at both of these quests. Thédon is the Duke of Dementia, and, well, he appears to be in a perpetual state of mania. Syl's role as the Duchess of Dementia is less clear because dementia has been equated with depressive. Manic depression, or what is now bipolar affective disorder, is clearly the main motif of the expansion.
Well, well, you've experienced both shades of madness. Wonderful! You seem fulfilled.
Sheogorath has us go out and mingle with the twin cultures of New Sheoth in order to better contextualize our job of saving the realm. He basically lays out his entire plan. We'll become his champion, and eventually we'll become him. Before that, however, Sheogorath wants us to relight the Great Torch. This has some religious significance to the city, so we're off to Cylarn. Like you even know where that is. Cylarn is currently locked in a red versus blue conflict between the Saints and the Seducers. Which side we pick is superfluous, and that's the point of the Shivering Isles. There's no recognizable difference between the Saints and the Seducers besides their color scheme. This is kind of awkward though, because Skyrim had the identical Imperials versus Stormcloaks conflict. Remember when the series had opposing factions that the player had to choose between that meant meaningful sacrifices? Now, as a thematic point, we have a faction conflict between sides that is intentionally pointless. At least in this case, though, the player's final mission is resolving that difference. All that said, the premise of this quest relies on our neutrality in this situation. You could not do a quest like this with the Stormcloaks and Imperials. The premise is that each side is in control of an altar, and one side will need both altars to perform the ritual needed to create the Cold Flame of Agnon. There is no peaceful resolution, not for Daedra fighting eternal battles, so we need to pick a side and eliminate the other. At first it just seems like picking a team and fighting the other, but there's actually a surprising degree of deception available to the player. The Saints, who have to go on the offensive, have a scout who informs us of a hidden passage that could be used. However, his commander refuses to listen to him because he's a male. He's a male because he's in a lower position in Oriel society. He's not in a lower position because of his gender. Daedra don't have genders, remember? If we guide the Saints through the tunnel, they can easily win the fight. However, we could also take this information to the Seducers and then lead the Saints into an ambush they don't stand a chance against. Or perhaps you tell the Seducers that an attack is coming from the tunnel and then lead the Saints through the front entrance. Whatever happens, the surviving commander then sacrifices themselves to light the fire for us. Don't worry, all Daedra canonically respawn. That's actually why they're so cavalier about this situation. All of the sentient Daedric races operate in logical manners for immortal beings. Honor and status would be super important in a society where nobody dies and nobody new is ever born. We return, having been lit on fire, and the priests approach us to make their case. We're basically choosing which jacket we want, and spoilers, Arden Souls is way better. Sheogorath, impressed, wants us to take over one of the duchies and leaves the choice up to us. I just did a favor for Manius, so Dementia seems the way to go. There are some other benefits. Dementia gets a better ring, they get to summon Dark Seducers, and even better, you'll unlock an even better spell to summon Golden Saints for twice as long by picking Dementia now. But this is exclusivity. There are things you don't get after making a decision. Even an entire quest that will play out differently. We'll start with the Ritual of Mania since it's not canon. Thédon, as a happy-go-lucky kind of guy, is pretty easy to replace. Thédon has to overdose on Greenmote and then we take his heart to the altar. I'm not sure how this ritual is supposed to work if Thédon dies by other means, considering vaporization does happen more frequently in this setting, but sure. Tailing Thédon's servant reveals a hidden supply of Greenmote, but we need to employ stealth to reach it. We poison his food and wine. Thédon's heart will then explode in the middle of dinner and we ascend to the Duke of Mania. That's a fun little quest, but now for the canon ritual, the one where we go after someone who already believes an assassin's on the way. She is accurately paranoid of Sheogorath wanting to replace her, which is that blasphemy or the ultimate worship? Our man Kithlin gets us the key and we kill Syl. Easy as. Except it's a body double, which, what are the odds of two people looking alike in the Shivering Isles? We have to chase her down using a secret escape tunnel, like the tutorial, except now we're the overpowered assassin chasing the leader. She's a fighter and she wields the legendary Nerve Shatter. What's that? No one uses this hammer? Yeah, probably because the weakness to shock effect doesn't do anything without the unofficial patch. We take her heart back to the chapel and...
Syl? Syl is dead? This can't be right. Is this right? What have you done? Have you done this?
Hold your tongue, little Duke, or I'll tear it from your mouth.
Yeah, that plot point came back. Théoden decides to turn coat to the Knights of Order, which is a good reason to take care of Syl. She seemed the more capable of the two. Sheo lets him go, however, because he's happy with how things are turning out. Not out of madness, but because it confirms that things are playing out differently than before. The forces of Order have also taken the Fringe, which at first may indicate to players that they're invading from the portal, but really it's more of a tactical move. Without fresh blood entering the realm, the numbers of madness are going to dwindle. As the only remaining leader besides Sheogorath himself, we're sent to command our forces in the Fringe and retake it. Our forces are 4 Dark Seducers whom we can position at will. There's not as much nuance to this as the designer was probably hoping, seeing as unit positioning is mostly irrelevant in Oblivion. It's less like a battle and more like 2 sponges grinding against each other. The commander assumes the source of the Knights is the Spire, which is probably being powered underground in some old ruins. The Seducers will stay in Passwall to defend the town and will go disable the Spire, and there's no choice in that matter. Zedafin is an interesting dungeon despite being the same bleak, grey, boring Oblivion fare. There are refugees hiding out in the ruin, knights rushing from the Spire out to battle, and we even run into one of the guys from the beginning. Context and a little bit of scripting turned an average dungeon interesting, which is sort of a prelude to how Skyrim would shift its dungeon design. With the obelisk down and the Fringe handled, we return to Sheogorath. His riding has noticeably changed, and he's a lot more efficient with his conveyance. Yeah, laugh it up. But the conversation prior, he was still his random self. Now he's a lot more focused, which matches what he's saying. He's running short on time, and we still have several things we need to do. For one, we need to go back to Relmina and assist her in building a new gatekeeper. Even though the knights can and do pop up wherever, so replacing the gatekeeper in the Fringe hardly seems relevant, it seems like originally the threat may have actually been external. Like imagine a story where after the player goes in, the Legion decides to shut this gate down and instead of fighting Knights of Order, we're fighting Legionaries. Would make the gatekeepers and Zedillion as anti-order weapons more accurate, right? Relmina now works at the bottom of a dungeon, and worse, when she begrudgingly agrees to the building of a new gatekeeper, the building process is yet another dungeon. Unlike before, where there's a direct conflict and stakes, now we're dungeon crawling for more esoteric reasons. Sure, the gatekeeper needs to be built, so it's urgent, but the threats aren't these flesh Atronachs, which, well, stellar work, Bethesda, these guys are awesome. I'm going to save us both a lot of time and skip all of this to the part where we build the gatekeeper. We get to choose all the body parts, which directly affects the stats and powers of the gatekeeper. While neat, I really don't get the point of this, so they had to shoehorn in that you could activate the gatekeeper to get one of his powers. Great, add that to the pile of greater powers I forget to use. We return to Sheogorath to report our success, only for the next quest to actually start. This is urgency done right. The threat is coming early on, but it's not immediate that the player feels compelled to drop everything to handle the situation. Sure, ignoring the orders of a god would be a bad idea, but we have plenty of room to go off and do our own thing. Only once the player gets a ways down the line does the imminent threat of the apocalypse get made apparent to the player. Our army is under attack at their spawn point, which is bad news for us. The question is, where's Jiggalag?
Well, aren't you precious? Do you really not know? Haven't you noodled it all through yet? Because he is me! Well, I'm him! We're a bit of each other, really. I won't be here when he arrives because I'll be him!
A split personality within a split personality. Truly, you are the god. Anyways, we're off to help the Saints, although we'd be helping the Seducers if we were the Duke of Mania. They may not be comfortable with the Duke of Dementia helping them out, but that's what leadership's about, making people feel uncomfortable. That's why I feel the canon approach to this questline is to alternate which aspect of the realm you assist instead of just focusing on one side. We free the commander, but now we take care of all the knights before the wellspring gets stopped up and all the saints turn to stone. Stada, the commander of the Saints, is in fact the same golden saint that gets killed during Azura's Morrowind quest, where the player has to stop Sheogorath from interfering with a bet she had made. The premise is that Théoden, switching sides, used his position to get into the base, as though the Saints weren't told he was no longer the Duke. Perhaps it's the timing, but we're implied to have been liberating the Fringe for a while, seeing as Sheogorath's demeanor changed over the course of a quest, and we rebuilt the Gatekeeper. So this is really your fault for not doing something sooner. Speaking of, it's too late for Sheogorath. His transformation is beginning and his staff has lost its power. He's black-pilled, naturally, which is why Haskell comes in for the assist. Haskell sends us to an ancient, secret library of Jiggalag. In it we find Dias, a servant of Jiggalag and librarian trapped and forbidden to die. He actually helps us, for reasons we'll get into in a bit. But first, a fetch quest. We go into a dungeon, find the Grove of Reflection, and are faced with our clone, who is normally a challenging fight if not for how hard he gets bodied by my super poison. You may have thought I needed to learn my own weaknesses, but I already knew them pretty well, which was bows and poison damage. The other item is inside an apostle base, a heretic faction formed by a survivor of the last Grey March consisting of people disillusioned about Sheogorath. While we could annihilate the heretics, we could also steal a uniform and infiltrate their ranks, supplying a rebel subfaction with weapons to kill their leader, or simply going straight after our target. Faction uniforms.
Look out your eyes!
And with that, Dias creates the shell of the staff. We'll still need to empower it, which we do at the fountain behind the throne, leading to a lengthy dungeon sequence that involves opening and closing doors with items and creatures. It's interesting. We have to cleanse these pools, and that means killing some priests of order, including Thadon. So that was your moment, huh? You went down like a bitch. With the staff fully powered, we turn to the sacrifice and find the palace is under attack by Order and Jiggalag is coming to kill us. We take down 2 obelisks in the courtyard, and then Big J shows up to fight. Alright, so what have you got?
This ends as it always does. Order shall reign. Another of Sheogorath's foolish schemes. Your staff does not make you a Daedra, foolish mortal.
Bodied. Hard. I even checked the difficulty and redid the fight. I feel like I messed something up. Like he ended up getting stuck with low difficulty health because I saved in the middle of the fight or something. But looking at his stats, his slow gait, and considering the sheer entity we've crafted up to this point, I guess it's no wonder this fight is so ludicrously easy.
Enough! I am beaten. The Grey March is ended. For millennia, this drama has unfolded, and each time, I have conquered this land, only to be transformed back into that gibbering fool, Sheogorath. It was not always so. Once I ruled this realm, a world of perfect order. My dominion expanded across the seas of oblivion with each passing era. The other princes, fearful of my power, cursed me with madness, doomed me to live as Sheogorath, a broken soul reigning in a broken land. Once each era, I was allowed my true form, conquering this world anew. And each time I did, the curse was renewed, damning me to exist as Sheogorath. Now, though, you have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jiggalag is free to roam the voids of oblivion once more. I will take my leave, and you will remain here, mortal. Mortal, king, god, it seems uncertain. This realm is yours. Perhaps you will grow to your station. Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
So we, the player, have taken the role of the Mad God, and what is it?
The issue with the quest that eats at me more than anything is the player's ascension into god status at the end of the quest line. I know I've gone over this when I talked about the Guildmaster ranks, but becoming a god is on another level of stupidity entirely, and I just can't help but mention it. In Sheogorath's Daedric quest, he rains dogs from the sky, and unless Bethesda planned on giving the player the same ability, they should have never let the player become a god in the first place.
This is an extremely narrow-minded perspective to have when it comes to creativity, and I imagine pretty much every single Oblivion fan is going to disagree with that perspective. I try to avoid telling artists what they can and can't do and focus rather on how well they execute their concepts, because then I actually agree with Will. The powers and responsibilities we gain as Sheogorath are not adequate. We can change the weather, guards will no longer take us to the dungeon, people will refer to us as their lord, and we're immortal and can resurrect at the palace. It just feels like the reward for becoming Sheogorath should have been the designers just going wild with spell ideas and powers. But, like the artists who made this game, I'm also ready to finally bury this thing and get it over with. Alright, so let's tackle my list. First, why does Dias help us? If he's a servant of Jiggalag trapped by Sheogorath, then it seems like he wouldn't have made the pivotal plays involved. Jiggalag and Dias both believe in determinism, that it's possible to accurately predict the outcome of events with logic, and have used that to repeatedly curb stomp the Shivering Isles. They were so good, in fact, that the other Daedric princes cursed Jiggalag into becoming Sheogorath, and they didn't even try that with Molag Bal. Jiggalag is emancipated at the end of the questline, however. He started life as a mysterious missing prince in Daggerfall. Ted Peterson, his creator, as well as Douglas Goodall, both corroborate that Jiggalag's narrative purpose was to become the 17th prince should the story ever need one. Normally, he wins the Grey March and then is reverted back into Sheogorath at the end. This time, however, we mantled Sheogorath and were able to defeat Jiggalag. Since he can't revert back into us, he's effectively free, which is actually a desirable outcome for Dias. Yep, we got played. Again. Giving credit where it's due, that Reddit post I linked earlier about the guy with bipolar schizoaffective disorder remarks that the Grey March is similar to medication, explaining that things become cold when medicated, which becomes its own form of madness that contributes to many people with the condition entering cycles of medication and madness. The end of Shivering Isles is basically Sheogorath shouting to the world that he is done taking his medication. But the big question is, did the cock become Sheogorath? I've said before that unless there's a necessary narrative purpose for characters to cross multiple quest lines, that I generally operate under the rules of assuming that each individual quest line was done by its own unique character. The Nerevarine was the guy who defeated Dagoth Ur and potentially went on to defeat Almalexia. He was not the guy who solved the disappearance of the dwarves or found Auriel's bow or took down the Thieves' Guild. Arguably, he was not even the guy who fought Hircine and Bloodmoon. Likewise, I don't subscribe to the theory that the cock defeated Mehrunes Dagon, and then went on to defeat Umril the Unfeathered, and then mantled Sheogorath and defeated Jiggalag. It's fine if you do. You can believe your character did whatever you want them to have done. But people get really defensive about this point. It is so ingrained in people's heads that the cock equals Sheogorath that even mentioning I don't believe this to be the case will spark arguments, usually citing this line from Skyrim.
You are the best septum that's ever ruled. Well, except for that Martin fella. But he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sporting. You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvelous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, and the cheese to die for.
Now, rather than taking this as just a sequel playfully referring to its prior game, people take this line as a hard canon that cock equals Sheogorath. First, unreliable narrator, literally the most common trope in Elder Scrolls. Second, Sheogorath did participate in the event even without the Shivering Isles, considering every Daedric prince would have been interested in the outcome of the crisis. He also says, I'm a mad god. The mad god, actually. It's a family title. Gets passed down to me, to myself, every few thousand years. ESO took this as a cue to say Haskell also mantled Sheogorath at one point, which... no.
You'll be stopping the Grey March, altering the course of events, breaking the cycle. We're going to change things. No, things will be different this time around. You'll be my champion. You'll grow powerful. You'll grow to be me, Prince of Madness, a new Sheogorath. Or you'll die trying. I love that about you. Wondering why I let him go, aren't ya? I can see it in your face. Mostly in the eyes. I may take those from you when this is done. This has never happened before. The ruler of Mania, turning traitor. Unprecedented. But different is good. A new act in this play. Maybe we're onto something here. We'll see how it plays out. It can't be worse than what's happened before.
Following each cycle of the Grey March, Sheogorath has cast out or killed every aspect of order found in the Shivering Isles. I alone have survived. Sheogorath cannot bring himself to destroy the knowledge that I possess. Instead, he's confined me to this place and forbidden me to die. I have not seen another creature until fate, predictably, sent you to me.
The Grey March is ended. For millennia, this drama has unfolded, and each time, I have conquered this land, only to be transformed back into that gibbering fool, Sheogorath. Now, though, you have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jigalag is free to roam the voids of oblivion once more. This realm is yours. Perhaps you will grow to your station. Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
I'm not just saying it didn't happen, because you can make that case if you want. I'm saying that if you retcon it to have happened, you're simultaneously making the story of the Shivering Isles worse in the process. The point of the Shivering Isles is that Sheogorath is using us to try something new, that Jigalag can't have accounted for. The expansion is essentially an 8-hour-long diss track about how determinism is wrong. Or is it? After all, Jigalag did account for us and did plan for us to break him free, then perhaps the point is that everything that happens in the Elder Scrolls universe is deterministic. Pretty cool, right? It's a literary mirror to the main quest, how both the good and bad guys have an interest in making a certain outcome occur in order to change things. Except this time we're Martin instead of Haskell, and the roles of which side wants change and which side wants order have been reversed. However, if you are absolutely convinced that the cock is Sheo and you can't be swayed, I'll give you some ammo to fight back. This is the Wes Johnson theory. Wes Johnson, as the voice of the Imperials, naturally voices a lot of characters in Oblivion. Then you start to realize, the guards are Wes Johnson, so are the beggars. We start Knights of the Nine and Wes Johnson's prophet guides us into becoming Wes Johnson's Pelennor Whitestrake. We arrive at the gate to the Shivering Isles to be greeted by Wes Johnson as a guard and are invited in by Wes Johnson as Sheogorath. All of these characters are actually Sheogorath, gradually guiding the cock towards this fate. Lucien Lachance, Wes Johnson. Raminus Polus, Wes Johnson. Varanus Daunton, Wes Johnson. Herdir, Wes Johnson. Cathatet, the Dremora in Paradise, Wes Johnson. Hieronymus Lex and the Grey Fox, Wes Johnson and Wes Johnson. The arena announcer from the very beginning of this playthrough, Wes Johnson.
I have been every voice you have ever heard inside your head.
Hello there.
Funny thing is, I stopped playing this character shortly after completion and only started it up again to fact check some stuff, and within a couple minutes I got this notification. I didn't realize, but we went from 0 to Mad God in less than a week. And even less time than that considering Dunburrow Cove was before the entire Dark Brotherhood questline. We've got one more quest that it only felt appropriate to handle now thanks to our new position, Paranoia. The second time I visited Skingrad, I was chased down in the dead of night to outside the city where I was to meet the Count's manservant turned necromancer. Despite meeting us out in the vineyard in the dead of night, he's insistent we find a more secluded spot, behind the chapel. Glarthir here is paranoid that there is a conspiracy of people out to get him, and he's absolutely right. As a responsible patron deity, we take to helping him out. The quest involves 4 phases. In the first 3, we're given a name and tasked with following them. The goal is to find evidence that these people are spying on him, although all we really find is that during certain parts of the day they cross paths, giving Glarther ample suspicion. Most of them will put on an act that they don't know who he is or only know him as the town eccentric. The conspiracy runs deep, however, running from a commoner woman up to the castle and even the proprietors of the local vineyard. We aren't doing this for the money Glarther offers us, but to help support his cause. Our testimony alone is evidence enough, and eventually he'll task us with eliminating his enemies. Nobody. This is something you have to do. This is your metamorphosis. Go get him, Tiger.
They think I don't know. They think I don't see.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
You didn't even manage to kill any of them. Still, there are plenty of other ways to proceed. You can tell Glarther that nobody is stalking him, at which point he assumes that you're in on the conspiracy and attacks you. You can also take his note to the guards as proof of conspiracy to commit murder and they'll kill him. I assume you guys attempted to arrest him first, right? You can, of course, murder his targets, which will change based on who you implicate. The best way to handle this is probably to only implicate Tudius Sextius. While there isn't any downside to killing Bernadette or David, Tudius is the only one of 3 that really deserves it.
Perhaps you should seek out a priest, perhaps a beggar or guardsman. You and I, we have nothing in common. What could we possibly talk about?
Dude, you're a noble, and I'm a god. Ultimately, returning to Oblivion after the Shivering Isles is like watching a TikTok after this video. I had to get B-roll and did a few side quests, but the novelty of the game has long since worn out, and seeing almost everything done better does not help. Having gone from being the protagonist of Oblivion to becoming the protagonist of the Shivering Isles, it's only fitting to end on Sheogorath. Sheogorath has fundamentally changed. He's a pleb tier character now.
Jeez!
I do not find the personality shifts mid-conversation entertaining. He was made this way to amuse, not to truly portray madness. His Morrowind quest tasked us with taking a fork and killing a flying jellyfish with it. And he asked for that with a straight face. Shivering Isles Sheogorath feels like he's in on the joke. It's iconic, but it's also a shame. That said, Sheogorath also truly does feel like the patron of madness. He seems to know everybody native to his realm by name, and going back to Cyrodiil to do mundane quests seems like something that he would do. In a way, Shivering Isles was exactly the perfect setting for an Oblivion expansion. It wouldn't have worked for Morrowind, and it wouldn't have worked for Skyrim. You needed the batshit lunacy of Oblivion to sell this idea. We made it to the end. I'm hundreds of pages and over 100,000 words into this script, and now it's time to wind things down and bring you a conclusion. Endings are hard, even harder than beginnings, so let's start with our thesis. Hopefully by now you can see the effect pushing to be an Xbox 360 launch title had on the development of Oblivion. It is fun to imagine the game we could have gotten if Bethesda had gone at their own pace, but you then also have to wonder where Bethesda would be in the industry if they had done that. How much of the nostalgia and success around had come out in 2007, a perfect RPG, to an industry that doesn't care because they have Halo 3. Despite that, I don't think it's a valid excuse to blame all of the iniquities of the game on a deadline. After all, in terms of man-hours, Bethesda still had as much time, if not more time, than they had spent on Morrowind. Morrowind didn't start real development until after the Y2K disaster had ravaged all of the computers. But Oblivion had a larger team, more designers, more artists, more visions of what Elder Scrolls is. 2006 may have been a limiting factor to Oblivion, but it will never be as limiting as the changes in design philosophy at Bethesda. A design philosophy that says that content can't be exclusive, that allowing writers to be inconsistent with their work is preferable to restricting their design, that large dungeons don't need context to be interesting, that making the Daedra more palatable to a Christian culture was better than making them unique, that the premise trumps the execution, and that making the game more accessible to the lazy who feel satisfaction in checking off boxes is preferable to maintaining the series' roots and requiring the spirit of adventure from its players. Todd Howard is still doing his thing at Bethesda as executive producer, selling his games and shielding his devs from purse holders. Ken Rolston retired after Oblivion, but not for long, as he moved on to the cancelled Ascendant, and from there led the development of Kingdoms of Amalur. Mark Nelson would go with him, but more interesting than that is the duality of two Shivering Isles designers. Almost matching the theme of the Shivering Isles expansion are John Paul Duvall and Eric J. Capone. Capone would go on to work on Fallout 3 and even took a lead design position on its DLC, The Pit, before joining Nelson and Rolston on Kingdoms of Amalur. Inversely, you have Duvall. Duvall went on to design for Fallout 3, and then Skyrim, and then Fallout Shelter, and then Fallout 4, and then Fallout 76. It's the duality of artists. One took a risk on a game, the other stayed in a comfortable, if increasingly stagnant, position. Kingdoms of Amalur failed, by the way. While an EA partnership was definitely a bad move, the real lethal mistake was not understanding their place in the industry. A freshman studio needing to sell 3 million copies just to break even is a sign that you sold your idea to investors way bigger than you could actually manage. Hell, a new studio with just star power selling 1.2 million copies in 3 months is by itself impressive. Bethesda's next move was Fallout 3. They had acquired a license to make a game in the franchise, and in 2007 would acquire full ownership of the intellectual property. After that, Elder Scrolls would see the first and only game of the 2010s, Skyrim. Elder Scrolls 6 has been announced, but only as a marketing ploy. Bethesda has been busy working on Starfield, and as of writing this has not finished development on that game yet. Ultimately, Elder Scrolls seems to have left a hole in a lot of people. There's something about these games in particular that leaves a feeling of unresolved apprehension. I don't think, however, that the future of the franchise informs Oblivion. Did Bethesda learn? Yes, but in my opinion they learned all the wrong lessons. They learned what was necessary to broaden their appeal, beyond the breadth that was Oblivion. For April Fools, I made a mod of Oblivion that connects 50 of its dungeons to the tutorial, effectively turning the game into a roguelike. Unexpectedly, I've been told that this actually makes the game kind of fun. It focuses you into the mechanical mindset of the game, making you appreciate aspects of it most people just ignore. In a way, it takes all of the nostalgic baggage away. And I think, at the end of this, nostalgia is the game's biggest obstacle. It's not about how good a game is, it's about how a game made you feel at a particular moment in your life. Skyrim fans should look at how Oblivion really is, and realize the only reason that hasn't happened yet to Skyrim is because Test 6 hasn't come out yet. So let's strip the nostalgia back one last time. Oblivion is a game with goofy voices and goofier faces that tells bad stories and makes the act of leveling tedious. It made stealth archery overpowered, it made combat boring, and it squandered the creative potential of magic in favor of balance. It's full of dungeons that are so repetitive that people believe they're all just copy-pastes of each other. It effectively started the practice of downloadable content, and it watered down its setting and mechanics to broaden its appeal. Despite that, it brought us another masterpiece of a Jeremy Soule soundtrack. There's a lot of lore contributions that are positive, just not to their full potential, and Oblivion had a lot of concepts that evolved into better quests in Skyrim. It brought a new generation into role-playing games, some of who would even become more interested in what was at the time just a niche genre. Section by section, then. The combat rework is at odds with the new leveling system. In fact, the new combat could work if the game wasn't raising the bar on new enemies as you progress. Instead, it becomes a static game of weaving outside of the AI's attack range and blocking choreographed attacks, while magic suffers because it's extremely difficult to stay at a level where it feels good to use, and the enemies won't take too much damage. And the stealth overshadows all because it's now on the other side of the spectrum from where it was in Morrowind, going from the weakest playstyle to becoming the dominant strategy of the game even without poison. In turn, the leveling attempted to take steps towards trying to improve the overall experience. In theory, the player should no longer step into a random dungeon and find themselves completely outclassed. In practice, the player has to play a very specific way to not find themselves outclassed in all dungeons in the late game. Perks are a good addition to the game, providing new mechanical potential to mastery of skills. I think the only problem is that there really isn't a way to check out your perks in-game in Oblivion, as once the prompt is dismissed, it's gone forever. The problem is that there's simply too much incentive to grind the skills we want to use. Instead of the stated goal of the system, which is to have the character develop around the playstyle, instead of the traditional way things work in RPGs where players have to develop around their character. The other problem is that equipment scales with the world as well, less an issue because bandits are wearing Daedric and glass, and more an issue where the player has no reason to commit themselves to low-level gear you inevitably realize will be outclassed. The worst incarnation of this is the realization that rewards are leveled, and that random dungeon trash will outclass your special amulet simply because you made the mistake of doing the content you were most interested in first instead of last. And that content is in varying shades of quality, most of which simply aren't good. It feels like all the playtesting went towards finding bugs instead of performing introspection to determine if the questlines told good stories and finding out if the game was fun. I think that all of these questlines have solid premises, hence why I didn't really hate any of them. It's just bad execution. What I did hate was nothing, really. There's nothing in Oblivion that inspired hatred in me. It's not my most or even second most played TES game, but it's far from my least played Howard game. Perhaps at some point I would have handily affixed the pleb tier title on Oblivion, but now I've finally come to an understanding of it that so few can give, despite how many that have tried. The arena is clearly unfinished. It tried something interesting, but once you've cleared all the human enemies, there isn't anything to it. In a game that has radiantly generated lists of characters it can use built right into the editor, the Fighters Guild is more of a Traveler's Guild, but in a game where any character can freely teleport, travel is meaningless. The Mages Guild is a mess of a story that isn't even really sure what it wants to be about. The main quest does know what it wants to be about, but was far too ambitious with what it wanted to accomplish. The Knights of the Nine is mediocre. It gives a lot to think about, but not a lot to do. The Thieves Guild is a better story than most, but it hardly projects the criminal fantasy onto the player, instead providing a stealthy shade of heroism. The Dark Brotherhood is not heroic, but there also isn't much of a story to it. More of a loose collection of quest ideas. There is creativity to the quests, but not consistency. The Daedric and side content of the game is also a mixed bag. In a world as culturally diverse as Cyrodiil, the NPCs are homogenous. The writers didn't account for Colovia and Nibene being of different cultures, let alone, of course, the jungle thing. The sound engineers didn't have any other way of organizing voice lines than alphabetical order. The only thing that differentiates the races are height sliders and skin tones. We're in the heart of the Empire, the home of a religion older than Christianity, and they have no militant branch, no political connections, barely even a priestly body. The Imperial cult had much more of a presence in Morrowind, a land where they were missionary invaders. The Imperial Legion has barely any soldiers, most of them performing simple guard duty in the Imperial City. They aren't joinable and they have no character. They could all literally be clones for all we see of them. In Morrowind, there was a legion of predominantly orcs with a variety of characters and motivations, even a cult which planned to assassinate the Emperor. And that was just one fort. Now we're in the Heartland where we should be seeing all sorts of legionaries. Where are the Redguard warriors loyal to the Empire? Where are the Altmer battle mages? Where are the Bosmer scouts? There isn't really much of a cultural overlap with the neighboring provinces. You might notice an increase in a certain race, but their unique cultural identities are suppressed because it was outside the scope of what this game could accomplish. Imagine how the Bretons are portrayed in Skyrim, but for every race in Oblivion. I don't have a fitting conclusion for our character. Nothing like stepping off the dock at Raven Rock, because the cock isn't a character. Not like the Morrowind characters were, who all made choices and had quirks that defined them. This character did not make decisions. They had no morality. They had no character. I can't even really pin down what their motivations were to begin with. All I have is the moment where I play him for the last time, where I play Oblivion for the last time. Like Morrowind, I doubt I'll ever do a playthrough of vanilla Oblivion ever again. I guess I'll get this one out of the way. Have I tried playing Nerim? For those unaware, Nerim was a German game made using the construction set and Oblivion assets, and the answer is not really. I started Nerim and was then forced through the Oblivion intro dungeon on steroids before stopping for the day and never picking it back up again because I had moved to a new computer. I might have been more enthused to pick it up again had it not decided on such a, at times, literally railroaded introduction. The next thing would be to talk about more Oblivion, Skyblivion, whatever port me and you of names we're using right now. I'm not really sure why you would choose to play more Oblivion over just playing Morrowind, short of being really, really bad at Morrowind. It just doesn't seem ideal to stamp Oblivion gameplay over Morrowind's world. I guess that logic would apply to Oblivion. Although, if all it takes are a couple gameplay mods to make Oblivion fun, I'm not sure why you wouldn't go that route. Skyrim and Oblivion, at least mechanically, don't have that much in common. Do people like Skyrim's gameplay, but Oblivion's world that much? I'm sure I'll try it at some point. I do want to do a heavily modded playthrough of the TES series to showcase the potential. I guess I also should say that I'm looking for feedback in regards to the level of research in this video, as well as these sections where I included other Oblivion videos. This was experimental for me, so I need to know what didn't work ahead of any future Skyrim project I plan on doing. You probably don't know that I streamed some of the research process, mostly the note-taking on Oblivion videos. These streams were a lot of fun, but upset a couple people who think media analysis should just be a row of walled gardens, so we're probably going to do them again. Literature reviews are in fact part of the academic process, and it's handy to have words straight from the horse's mouth instead of always having to present a straw man, which aren't actually straw men because I'm usually recounting actual arguments people make, but hey, you took English comp and want to justify learning about all those logical fallacies. If we do end up heading towards Skyrim, that water's going to get a lot more red because there's a lot more content creators, but also heavily ingrained senses of nostalgia to overcome. So hopefully this video does well and I can justify doing that. Ironically, I had originally started my channel in the interest of doing a long-form video on Skyrim and just never did it. Although they are threatening to re-release it again, which is awkward because I may actually have to wait for that before making any moves. Maybe I'll finally review ODST. You know, I only reviewed Morrowind because ODST got re-released on PC, so I no longer had to play my 360 copy, and well, now I may end up doing ODST because Skyrim is getting re-released again. Funny how things come full circle. Welcome to the credits. Don't dip out just yet, this is more than a sales pitch. Moments like these are some of the few times I get to express myself after months of tortuous editing, and I do mean months. To a lot of people who saw the Morrowind video, I just appeared in their lives one day. While it might not seem unreasonable to assume the Oblivion video wasn't happening after only 3 months, it is unreasonable to the person who has to live this. Thank you if you started at the beginning and made it here. It means a lot to me that people do that. I have a hard time believing people sat through the entire Morrowind video in a single sitting doing nothing else but watching, but that idea only inspired me to do a better job with this one. Objectively, I think the standards have been raised for myself. I like to think that there is going to be a Skyrim video, but I don't know if that's going to happen until I start the project, and that can only happen after this video is published. Not an Elder Scrolls channel, should put that on a shirt at some point. I have other content, and if you like that content, then you should subscribe. I don't know how sustainable these really long videos are. Let's give out thanks. First to Bethesda for creating Oblivion, and for all the people who worked on this game I spent 12 hours mercilessly shredding apart. That's a joke, of course. Thanks go out to the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages for maintaining the superior wiki. It really helps when you are validating information 3 months after your playthrough. So does having a handy research team on the Discord server. These guys helped with some of the more annoying aspects of research, like when an archivist decides to just delete a bunch of old Xbox magazines. I also want to thank all the people who left comments on my previous videos and also participated in the live streams and the community. And, well, the broader Elder Scrolls community deserves thanks as well. This video was literally impossible without the foundation that these guys provide. Finally, I want to thank my incredibly patient patrons. I told them up front it was going to be a long project, but even then, I still feel they were very patient through this process. We're going on 9 months now, which was half the time of the Morrowind video. Anyone who donated since January of 2021 is currently scrolling by on the screen. I really do appreciate the people who, ending this is hard, because I'm on page 303, and doing this at the very end of the project. I'm the sort of person that when I have an emotional reaction, I usually just go Spartan. I guess if you haven't, you can go watch the Morrowind video now, or if I do end up making it and it's out by now, the Skyrim video. I guess I'll see you around. Oh yeah, and one last thing. I know I said illegal wrong. That was intentional. Mispronunciations drive up engagement more efficiently than asking people to comment, like, or subscribe ever has. Okay, it's time to wake up. You've massively overslept.
Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about the Branch Davidian cult of Waco, Texas, the 51-day standoff between them and federal authorities, and the conspiracy of what really happened. Regardless of opinion, the Waco siege is widely regarded as one of the largest tragedies in law enforcement history. And depending on who you ask, it was either the result of a deranged cult leader and his loyal followers, or a massacre at the hands of a tyrannical government. Despite being one of the most widely publicized and documented standoffs in American history, where the guilt is to be placed and even some of the events that might have happened are still up for debate. After poring over dozens of news reports and several hours of interviews with both federal agents and Branch Davidian survivors, I feel confident that we can put together a picture of not only what happened, but where this cult came from and how it all ended so tragically. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we get into the story of America's most infamous standoff. Hey, real quick, remember that last time I did a Magic Spoon ad and said I was probably going to try out some more of their flavors? Yep, with no exaggeration, Magic Spoon has you for watching. Now, most are familiar with people like David Koresh, or the infamous way that this standoff would eventually end. However, what a lot of people aren't aware of is why the Branch Davidians were in a compound just outside of Waco, Texas in the first place. So to begin, we're going to go all the way back and talk about the origins of the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians trace their roots back to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now, it will become very clear in a moment that the beliefs of the Davidians do not align with the beliefs of the Seventh-day Adventists. So just to clarify, the beliefs I'm about to talk about do not represent the religion as a whole. In the 1920s, a man emerged from the Seventh-day Adventist Church by the name of Victor Houteff. One of the focuses of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, at least among the members that I know personally, is a focus on the book of Revelations and the imminent coming of Jesus Christ. It's believed by many that in the book of Revelations, it says that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, will come to earth and then take the believers in God back to heaven with him. Victor decided to take this a step further and determine the actual figures who were mentioned in Revelations. See, in the book of Revelations, there is a lot of language that is heavily debated as either being symbolism or literal representations. From the 7 seals of judgment being poured out on the earth to the 144,000 who will be left here after Christ's return, there seems to be a lot left up to general interpretation, and Victor was not okay with this. Victor decided that he was going to determine the identities of the figures mentioned in Revelations and make the preparations for Christ's return. Victor wrote a manuscript regarding these beliefs called the Shepherd's Rod. He passed it around to several church leaders who all seemed disinterested in his ideas, and after repeatedly berating leaders of the church to believe what he's saying, he was eventually disfellowshipped from the Seventh-day Adventist Church in 1930. At this point, however, he had managed to sway enough people to join him by the time that he was removed from the church, so he began to form his own religious offshoot known as the Shepherd's Rod. The Shepherd's Rod was officially organized in 1934 and shortly thereafter began calling themselves the Davidians. This is because in the Old Testament, King David is mentioned as being a righteous king and his offspring would be the ones to inherit the earth. Victor, believing himself and his followers to be those offspring, referred to themselves as Davidians. In April of 1935, the Davidians purchased a piece of property just outside of Waco, Texas, which they named Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel comes from an Old Testament story in which the prophet Elijah challenged the prophets of the god Baal to a competition to see whose god was real. A name, while at first symbolic, would become much more literal in the coming years. Initially, there was about 125 people at Mount Carmel. However, these numbers would grow rapidly, as did the property. The property had massive dairy farms and gardens, as well as schools for children and even a sanitarium. Victor also began various mission trips to begin to spread his word of determining who the true followers of God were. And while not all of them lived at the property, in 1950 it's believed that up to 100,000 people were a part of the Davidian religion. In 1946, a man by the name of Benjamin Roden joined the church at Mount Carmel. He had a more unique and steadfast approach when it came to his interpretation of Scripture. This caused several people within the Davidians to begin following the teachings of Roden specifically. This would manifest itself when in 1955, Victor suddenly died without warning. After Victor's death, his wife Florence Houteff would take over. Florence and Benjamin did not get along, primarily because of Benjamin's unique take on Scripture. See, Benjamin believed in the apocalyptic ideas of the Davidians. However, he believed that the Scripture itself was more malleable and subject to change over time. He said that this interpretation of Scripture was given to him by God, or the branch, which is another reference to the Old Testament. So his followers began to refer to themselves as Branch Davidians. So keep in mind at this point, the Branch Davidians are 2 degrees of separation from the original religion. When Florence took power, Benjamin Roden and his followers left in their newly defined Branch Davidian group, and in 1959 became their own thing. Florence, who still maintained leadership of the original Davidians, as well as the property of Mount Carmel, said that she had received a revelation from God that on April the 22nd of 1959, the world would end. Or more specifically, the events of Revelation would begin, but same thing. Her followers believed her, and they all joined together at Mount Carmel, to which when April 22nd passed, the world didn't end. Shocking, I know. This created distrust among the group, and from there they began to fracture. After this fracture and Florence's loss of power, Benjamin Roden stepped back in and purchased the property of Mount Carmel for the newly defined Branch Davidians. So Davidians buy property, Branch Davidians separate during the property, Davidians lose property, Branch Davidians come back. Now keep in mind, the group at this point was much smaller than Victor's original Davidian religion. Less than 100 people were probably with him at this time. And when Benjamin died in 1978, similar to Victor, his wife took over. Lois Roden ran the cult normally for a few years until in 1981, when a man by the name of Vernon Howell joined the Branch Davidians. Shortly after joining, this new member Vernon became very close to Lois. Vernon was a very charismatic man. Not only was he a good public speaker, but he was also a musician who would lead the group in song. Furthermore, he claimed to have his own revelations from God regarding the meaning of Scripture. This, if you'll remember, falls in line with the Branch Davidian idea. The two were so close, in fact, that according to members of the Branch Davidians, they began to have an affair when Lois was in her late 60s and Vernon was in his early 20s. This was another one of Vernon's revelations, as he said the child that they would have together would be the chosen son of God. Lois's son, George Roden, as you can imagine, hated Vernon a lot. Not only did George consider Vernon's teachings bizarre, even by cult standards, but the whole affair with his mom thing probably didn't help. Members of the core Branch Davidian group began to lose faith in Lois, again, probably in part because she was giving so much faith to Vernon. So in 1983, her son George Roden took over. One of his first orders of business was removing Vernon from his place of power. See, Lois had allowed Vernon to do his own teachings to the side of the regular teachings that she would give. And because of that, as is now the 3rd or 4th time it's happened in this story, Vernon started to garner his own following. So George, not wanting a repeat of what his own father Benjamin did, cut out Vernon's story time. For like a year, Vernon just kind of lived in proximity to George. I mean, they're still in the same building at Mount Carmel. But presumably during this time, Vernon drove George insane. Not only was Vernon still presumably teaching people in secret, but he would also undercut some of George's messages. And the two hated each other to such a degree that whenever part of the building caught on fire in 1984, George immediately blamed Vernon. And Vernon said that, I don't know, maybe God did it. Which, it's wild to imagine two cult leaders who are kind of forced to live with each other, and something bad happens to one of them, so the other one's like, I don't know, maybe God hates you. Did you ever think of that? Over the course of this argument, George and his own followers forced Vernon and his followers to leave at gunpoint. So Vernon and his believers left for a while, and George Roden renamed Mount Carmel to Rodenville. You know, the cult story's getting good when they rename a small compound after themselves. For 3 years, with Vernon and his followers staying on a different side of town, they kept having these petty squabbles with each other. George would show up to do business on this side of town, and then Vernon would conveniently be doing business right next to them, and then George would witness to this group of people, and then Vernon would show up right afterwards. This came to a head when, in 1987, Vernon went back to the Mount Carmel, now renamed Rodenville compound, and according to witnesses, while there, George Roden dug up the body of a Davidian who had died 20 years ago, because, they had their own cemetery on the property, and challenged Vernon to a competition of who can raise the dead. This is where the Mount Carmel joke about Elijah challenging the other prophets comes back into play. George would later say that he was just moving the bodies for some reason. And supposedly right after this challenge, Vernon went to the police and reported George for defiling a corpse. The local sheriff's department said they can't prosecute or perform a real investigation unless they had something like photographic evidence. So shortly after this, in November of 1987, Vernon and 7 of his followers, armed with rifles, broke into the Rodenville compound. According to them, they were doing this in order to get evidence of the exhumed body, and claimed that the weapons were just there in case they were attacked. Lois Roden had also died the year before in 1986, and some believe this may have given David the go-ahead to conduct a violent raid on the compound, but that's up to opinion. While making their way into the compound, they were spotted by George and a gunfight broke out. The gunfight lasted about half an hour before the police arrived, and as soon as the police showed up, Vernon and his men threw down their guns. During the fight, no one was killed, but Vernon had been hit. In the trial that followed, Vernon claimed that he was there investigating suspicious activity that concerned himself, and that over the course of the gunfight, he was just firing bullets in the air in order to protect himself and never meant to hurt George or anyone else at the compound. All of Vernon's men were acquitted, and Vernon himself was given a mistrial. Also, after it was over, members of the jury hugged Vernon because he was just that much of a likable guy, apparently. And as soon as the court proceedings were over, he invited the prosecution over to his place for ice cream. George, in the meantime, was held in contempt of court because he had said such horrific things to the judge and legal teams there that they considered it a threat and indecency. After being released, George found out that several of his followers had converted over to Vernon's teachings. Vernon had got under George's skin to such a degree that in 1989, whenever one of George's own followers approached him and said that he had a new revelation from God, George killed him with an axe because he was convinced it was Vernon trying to get at him somehow. So, with George now in jail for murder and the majority of George's followers following into Vernon's teachings, Vernon just walked his way back into Rodenville and renamed it Mount Carmel. Vernon, now the unchallenged leader of the Branch Davidians, which is at this point an offshoot of the Branch Davidians, so we're 3 degrees of separation now, Vernon renamed himself to David Koresh. David being the reference to King David, the one who the Davidians took their name after, and Koresh being the Hebrew pronunciation of King Cyrus the Great, the king who freed the children of Israel. With his new group, David began his own interpretation of the Book of Revelations. In the Book of Revelations, the Lamb of God is mentioned as returning to earth. Now, this is widely believed across the majority of Christian doctrine to be a reference to Jesus Christ, the Son of God. However, David's revelation with this was that the Lamb of God was someone separate from Jesus. And as a matter of fact, Christ is not exclusive to the Son of God, but is instead a name given to any sons of God who carry on his prophecy and message. David believed himself to be one of these Christ, and more specifically, the Lamb of God mentioned in Revelations. So because of that, in his teachings, David told his followers that they were to be the ones to fight the armies of Babylon, or the wicked world that would enclose around them during the final days of earth.
What about these people here?
Those people here are people... Well, you know what they think of me? They think I'm the Son of God.
Do they?
Yeah.
Is he the Son of God?
I hope he is.
This belief would shape the majority of their actions going forward. See, the entire Waco incident is incredibly misattributed, and we're going to talk about why that is in a little bit. But the majority of news sources just say that David believed himself to be God, and that the Branch Davidians, or more accurately the Koreshians, because again this is a removal from even the Branch Davidians, were simply a doomsday cult who believed in the glory of their own death during the end times. The reason that narrative is pushed so hard is because it helps justify what would happen later. But these Branch Davidians did not have some idea that taking one's own life would cause some greater purpose or state of existence.
I think in the case of the Davidians, if people had listened carefully to their rhetoric with an ear toward an understanding of religious apocalyptic language, would probably not have been worried about them using these weapons against their neighbors.
As a matter of fact, it was the opposite, and believed that it was their job as the Lamb of God to hold out till the very end. David's belief was that he was to build an army and prepare for the eventual coming war.
Would you use a gun if somebody came in here?
They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us, what would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia. This is not Europe. This is not where a country overthrows a bunch of people, takes away their weapons so that the people cannot argue any issues. Did King David have swords? Did Jesus tell the apostles to carry a sword with you? Yeah.
And in 1989, he would begin to put praxis to that belief. David said that he received a revelation from God that he was to father several children, 24 to be exact, that would be the eventual leaders or judges in the end times. And to do this, he would have the children with the women in the congregation. Again, stating this all to be some higher purpose. And here's something I want to emphasize in my research, and this is something you can totally disregard or do your own research and say that I'm dumb about. Like I said, this is just opinion. But from everything that I've read and interviews I watched with him and members of the group and people who talked to him, I think David really believed what he was saying. And you may think, yeah, duh, every cult member believes what they're saying. But not really. Most cult members, at least the ones that I have read and studied about for this job on YouTube, they're always trying to sell something or maintain a sense of dominance so that there's never a question of one's own servitude towards the cult leader. And while I would normally just chalk up David to being another charismatic guy who likes to rule over people who he thinks are lesser than him, looking at his history, I think David truly believed his own hype. David was born to a single mother who was 14 years old and from a young age began to live with his grandparents. David had several learning disabilities and was relentlessly mocked for it at school. And I emphasize this whenever I talk about things like serial killers, and it needs to be resaid here. I am not saying any of this to justify or explain away the evils that David committed. Everyone wants to look at the story of the Waco standoff and either say good guys attacked bad guys or good guys were attacked by bad guys. And as with most things in life, it's not that simple. While it's easier to look at the Branch Davidians as helpless victims of the evil government that came in and attacked them, and trust me, we will get to that, but I believe it to be more accurate to look at the actions of David Koresh as evil and the things he did to those around him as evil, but to also say that he legitimately believed in that evil. And again, the things that happened to him at a young age or his upbringing does not excuse anything he did later in life, but instead for us now analyzing it can provide a deeper picture or explanation. During this time period when he was bullied as a child and being raised in a Seventh-day Adventist church, he began to say that God would give him revelations regarding the Bible, and say things like God directly speaks to him. Supposedly, according to those around him, whenever he would preach from the Bible or of these revelations from God, his stutter would go away. A stutter that he was otherwise mocked and ostracized for. When David was around 19 years old, he went to the pastor of his church and said that God told David that he was to marry the pastor's daughter. The pastor told him to not approach him with that idea again, but in response to that, David got his daughter pregnant. So David went to leaders of the church and said that he felt that God wanted him to marry this girl, and in response, David was kicked out of the church. During the time that he was expelled from Mount Carmel, he went to countries like Israel and Australia and began to recruit people to come back and join him. Also, during this time, he found another girl who he said God wanted him to marry, and this time the father approved. This girl was 14 years old, and David was 29. Now, while it's legal for a 14-year-old to be married in Texas given the parents' permission, I do not care what the law says. That is disgusting. But given his entire history and eventual destination, there never seems to be a point where David was doing it as a farce. And while these things are absolutely bizarre and abominable to us, it seems to David this was all in line with his greater purpose. And again, I don't feel that any of this is excused. I don't feel this justifies any bit of it. As a Christian myself, I consider the majority of his actions to be blasphemous at best. But David didn't see it that way. If he was selling a lie, I don't think he was in on it. I say all of that because we're about to get into the main story of the Waco standoff, and it seems that because of these beliefs, David was in it for the long haul, and tragically, so were those around him. Now that the Branch Davidians were done with their infighting, their new wave of problems came from old members. Members who had left the Davidians either because they were upset with David or just became disinterested in the entire religion, began to tell news sources and the police that there was severe child abuse occurring at Mount Carmel. Which, let me state, to be clear, yes, there was, legal or otherwise, having a child with a 14-year-old is gross. But regardless of how gross you or I think it is, it was still legal by Texas law. So the stories of ex-members began to change. Instead of just the stories of David taking on a 14-year-old wife, it began to be stories of several of the adults in the compound abusing children as young as 8 years old. And it began to paint this picture in the media of a depraved group of monsters who trap children inside of this massive doomsday facility.
Around 1987, Mark Bro, a self-proclaimed prophet from Honolulu, Hawaii, joined the Branch Davidians at Mount Carmel. He was asked to leave in 1989 when he tried to take over the leadership of the Mount Carmel Center from David Koresh. Mark Bro vowed revenge. He called several international agencies and made allegations against David Koresh of adulterous sex, child abuse, and gun stockpiling. In 1992, Mark Bro was provided a golden opportunity to get his revenge when a disc jockey named David Jewell became embroiled in a custody battle with his wife, Sherry Jewell, a Branch Davidian who lived at Mount Carmel. Mark Bro approached David Jewell's mother to tell his sordid tales of sex, abuse, and guns.
At least it did to outsiders. See, the weird thing about the Branch Davidians when researching them is that comparatively, they were pretty normal. And I emphasize the comparatively. They still had a leader who fathered several children with different women, as well as married a 14-year-old in years previous, and he also said he was like the Lamb of God, kind of. But typically whenever you hear that, you would imagine, okay, I guess these members weren't allowed to go outside of the facility or to watch media from outside the facility. However, that wasn't the case. The entire group was free to come and go as they pleased. They all had vehicles. They would regularly drive out to town in order to eat dinner on the evenings. Pretty much all of them had jobs at different places out in town. David himself led a band that was made up of members from the church, and they would tour around at local bars and sing music. And no, not like spiritual hymns like rock music of the 90s. They would convert the auditorium into a theater and have movie nights, and they would regularly invite people from the town over to the compound and have these massive ice cream parties. They were active in the community of Waco and were known for having an open door policy where anyone could come and listen to David's teachings or just hang out if they wanted to. As a matter of fact, several people who joined the Branch Davidians were just people from the town who thought they were cool and wanted to live there. So whenever these allegations came out of child abuse, people in the town were pretty shocked. So in 1992, CPS did an investigation to see if any children were being abused. At the same time, a news channel from Australia came to Mount Carmel in order to interview David and figure out more about the Branch Davidians. CPS ruled that there was no evidence of child abuse and dropped the case. However, this investigation had left a sour taste in the once positively viewed Branch Davidian group, and public opinion slowly started to shift.
That for a couple of years. In fact, we had the Department of Human Services go out and interview some of the kids and whatever they could do. I had people go out with them to interview. To this day, we don't have a case that we can make against Vernon Howell or anyone for child abuse. Even though the news media here and other people kept saying this is what happened. A man from Australia said this is what happened. But we could never get them to give us anything more than just, we know that's what happened. You have to have proof.
People say you've been sleeping with the women here. Is that true?
No, only one. And she's tired of it. Now, I mean, she's tired of the accusations.
We also put to Koresh claims that he had sex with children and underage girls.
Did you do it? No, I didn't do it.
Another detail about the Branch Davidians that's about to come into play is that the group really liked their guns, which, again, for the record, don't really have a problem with. And David was known for having several people in the community over to shoot a bunch of the cool weapons that he had amassed. In the investigation and trials that followed, there would be a lot of misinformation thrown around about the nature of these firearms, and specifically something known as the mag bag. The mag bag was the name of a business that was ran by one of the people within the Branch Davidians. For those that don't know, there's this thing you can do as an individual or a gun store called an FFL. An FFL, or Federal Firearms License, is essentially the license you get if you want to start making or selling guns. This is what every gun store does in order to legally sell guns and perform background checks. And it's also what individuals do who have a large collection and want to sell part of it and do the following background checks. Paul Feda had his FFL and used it as a revenue source where he would travel to local gun shows and sell guns, which the money would then go back to the Branch Davidians. This was all done extremely above the board. They had their official license, they would manufacture and register all of the guns legally, and then whenever they would sell part of their collection, which is something that people who collect firearms often do, the FFL allowed them to keep background checks and records of all the guns sold, and they kept files and everything was above board. A lot of the language that was used to demonize the coat would later paint this mag bag as some kind of front. They would say, oh, well, there was supposed to be a gun store, and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address. But there was a gun store, and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address.
All gun dealers stockpile weapons. All gun shops stockpile weapons. We call those stockpiles an inventory.
How can one use firearms as an investment?
The guns that he was buying would go up in value, no question.
Okay. And do you know other people who do that?
Yes, sir.
It's not uncommon by itself,
sir.
is it?
No.
It was a hobby for the men to build rifles and then register them and then sell them at gun shows, and again, all legal. However, this came into question when in February of 1992, a UPS worker was delivering a package to the mag bag, or in other words, Paul's FFL, when according to him, a box fell open and he saw inside several training grenades as well as black powder, among other various gun pieces. Now, this is not something out of the ordinary. If you've ever been to a gun show, dummy grenades are a very popular sell because, it's a little toy grenade and people think they're neat. And the Branch Davidians would load their own ammunition, which is where the black powder came from, and the assortment of other gun stuff that they were stocking up on. However, when this UPS driver reported to the local sheriff's department that there was suspicious items in the package he was delivering, that message got passed on to the ATF. The ATF, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, are the bureau that regulates anything to do with alcohol, tobacco, firearms, or explosives. If it sounds weird to group tobacco and explosives together in the same group, that's because the ATF essentially works as an extension of the IRS. See, if someone was to manufacture or purchase a fully automatic firearm or machine gun, then that would be illegal not because they're impossible to have, but because you have to pay your taxes for it.
Machine gun fire in itself is not evidence of illegal activity. It is legal to own a machine gun if the owner pays a $200 tax on the gun. But there was no evidence the Branch Davidians owned any machine gun at all. So, bottom line, the raid on February 28, 1993 was launched because the ATF merely suspected that the Branch Davidians might have a machine gun that they had failed to pay a $200 tax on.
Not only is the process very time-consuming and thorough on the individual purchasing it, but the weapons themselves are very cost-prohibitive, and that's a whole other discussion. So when the ATF heard that the Davidians were being delivered what was for them a normal restock of supplies, instead they heard dummy grenade, black powder, that can make an untaxed explosive,
and they immediately began an investigation. On June the 9th, they began looking into the history of the Branch Davidians. And eventually on July the 30th of 1992, they sent 2 agents to a local gun shop to inquire about the Branch Davidians. The local gun shop said that they knew the Davidians for years and that they were always very above the board, and they even traded weapons back and forth on occasion. The ATF, not trusting their word, called the local sheriff, and the local sheriff got in contact with Koresh. Through this 3-way conversation, the sheriff and Koresh openly invited the ATF to come over, Koresh even saying that they're welcome to go through all their paperwork and weapons if they want to. The ATF, for some reason, denied this offer, which seems bizarre. I mean, even if you think they'll be hiding something, you would at least want to go check out the operation, especially if the sheriff's going with you. But instead, the ATF left and said there wasn't any headway made. Shortly after this, the ATF began renting a house across the road from Mount Carmel, under the guise that they were a group of college students who were just renting the house for the semester. What's funny is even on the most, pro-government websites that give this account of events, they all list that the ATF's cover was awful. They're supposed to be college students, right? But they're all driving these brand new matching vehicles. None of them ever go off to school. None of them ever are enrolled or do anything in the local community. Not to mention they're all 30-year-old dudes. One of these ATF agents, Robert Rodriguez, posed as an undercover agent and joined the Davidians. And by joined, I mean he would walk across the street and listen to a couple of their sermons and then come back. It turns out early on, David figured out that Robert Rodriguez was undercover, but didn't say anything and just let him be a part of what they were doing. Again, David had already invited the ATF in before, so it's not like he was scared that they were going to see something. Rodriguez eventually filed his findings within Mount Carmel, and they were something else. Rodriguez said that he had found lower receiver parts, as well as aluminum blocks and fake grenades. Which, as already established, to explain the absurdity of the legality, and for YouTube this is airsoft, I guess, I don't know. This is an AR-15 modeled to look like an M16, very similar to the same semi-automatic rifles that David and the Davidians would have had around this time. Within the realm of legality, the part of the weapon that is legally the gun itself is the receiver. On an AR-15 like this lower piece is the receiver, and this is just a hunk of metal. The reason being there has to be one piece that is serialized and transported to the individual, so the block that holds the trigger is often considered the receiver part. On the AR-15 specifically, any mil-spec AR-15 shares the same part dimensions. So you can take any receiver that you have and then combine it with the other pieces of a barrel or whatever other assembly you're working with and create your own rifle from there. It's kind of like Legos. For those that are familiar with firearms, it's very common for someone to buy a receiver and then build out the rest of the gun however they want it, because the receiver is the only part that matters. And it was very common, as proven by records, for the Davidians to order a bunch of receivers and then build out the rifles and then sell them again legally at gun shows. The ATF looked at this report that said there are receivers laying around and said, but what if this time, for the first time, they decide to use those receivers for something nefarious? Because if you were going to illegally convert your weapon to be fully automatic, you would have to damage and alter the receiver itself. And even though they had a long history of never doing that, the ATF decided that this time it means they're making illegal weapons. That would be like if I walked into your house and then saw steak knives on your kitchen counter and immediately assumed that you were going to stab me to death, because that's apparently the only function of a steak knife. If it sounds weird for me to show examples and to go into that amount of detail regarding the legality, just know that this was the justification for the ATF's later actions.
In a word, what the search warrant found was gun parts. It was the duty of the ATF to show that those gun parts were owned with an intent to create illegal weapons. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, but my reading of the warrant does not convince me that that intent was there.
Also, listening to the rest of Rodriguez's report was
painful.
The affidavit describes how an undercover agent had observed the upper and lower receivers of disassembled AK-47s. The AK-47 has a one-piece receiver. There are no separate upper and lower receivers on an AK-47. Obviously, Agent Aguilera didn't have a clue, and Magistrate Green failed to notice.
They listed that as their justification for a search warrant, along with a noise complaint from a neighbor. A few months before this, a neighbor had reported to the local sheriff's department that he had heard what sounded like full auto fire coming from Mount Carmel. What the ATF did not mention in their request for a search warrant is that this was already followed up on by the local sheriff, who investigated and saw it was just the guys firing a trigger really fast. But the ATF left it in, implying that the Davidians had unregistered machine guns. The ATF received their search warrant that must be carried out by February the 28th of 1993. The behavior of the ATF during this time is very odd. They began to amass reports from local journalists of the Branch Davidians abusing children, and used that as part of the reason that they should search the property for illegal firearms.
My investigations convinced me that David Koresh was guilty of statutory rape. But I don't understand why 2/3 of the search warrant is about child abuse and statutory rape when the ATF has no jurisdiction over those offenses.
Furthermore, whenever David Koresh bought the property, he reported to the local sheriff's department that he had found a meth lab that someone had set up on the outskirts of the property. So the sheriff's department came, picked up the meth lab, and there was no issues. However, the ATF cited this as evidence that they might be making meth. So why would the ATF, a bureau that's dedicated to the registry and tax filing of things like tobacco and firearms, be investigating reports that have been disproven by CPS of child abuse, along with things like meth making, which is, for one, a DEA problem, and two, no evidence of, if anything, evidence against, since David called the police to get rid of it. As a matter of fact, why any of this, right? Because it's not uncommon for an FFL to order gun parts and then build and legally sell weapons. So why all of a sudden decide that it's a big deal and then act so coy about it, refusing to step foot on the property unless it's an undercover agent? Well, as many have since pointed out, the reason is publicity. And the reason the ATF would want good publicity at this time is because of a little incident known as Ruby Ridge. To give a very brief overview of a topic that deserves its own video, in August of 1992, the ATF was doing an investigation into a man named Randy Weaver who supposedly created 2 short-barreled shotguns. Once again, for those that don't know, rifles and shotguns have to be a certain legal barrel length, shotguns 18 inches and rifles 16 inches, so if this rifle were to say have a barrel that was down here, that would be a felony. Similar to the machine guns I explained earlier, it's only a felony if you don't pay the tax. After the ATF determined that Randy Weaver had sawn the barrels off of 2 shotguns, he was given a court date to which he missed, most likely because the date was rescheduled, and Randy, who lived off the grid, wasn't exactly one to check his mailbox. One night, again in August of 1992, U.S. Marshals came to Randy's property, a property known as Ruby Ridge, in order to arrest him. Upon arriving there, the dog began to bark at them, to which the marshals shot, insert shooting dog joke here, and Randy's son, Sammy Weaver, who was following his dog outside, just saw a random guy in the woods shoot his dog, so naturally, Sammy shoots back. A gunfight ensued, and Sammy was killed along with an agent. This resulted in a 2-week standoff where negotiators were given false information about what even happened, thinking that the people inside of the cabin just fired on federal agents, when in actuality the agents shot first and didn't identify themselves, and culminated when a sniper named Lon Horiuchi began to fire at Randy as he walked out to his shed in order to get the body of his son. Lon continued to fire shots at Randy as he ran to his house, with one of the shots going through the door and hitting Randy's wife, Vicky Weaver, as she held their child. Randy, now fearing for the life of his other children, not expecting the FBI to just start shooting at them, surrendered himself along with his 2 children in fear that they'll keep shooting. So in the end, the FBI and the ATF had killed a mother and son over 2 short shotgun barrels. It cannot be overstated how hated the ATF was at this point in time. Movements and protests began calling for the ATF to be destroyed. And in the midst of all of this, they hear the story of a supposed group of child abusers who are manufacturing illegal weapons. And they view this as their ticket back to the top. Now, I understand everything that I just said is opinionated and subjective. However, the majority of people who are close to the case agree with that opinion, and that explains why everything they do has to make that narrative fit. That's why they go to local newspapers and get stories of child abuse. That's why they use disproven information like the noise complaint to justify there being illegal weapons on the property. That's why they say they're making meth, because it further vilifies this evil cult. And I want to clarify, I'm not saying all of this to imply that anyone who works in government or any 3-letter organization is inherently evil. All of my friends and everyone that I've talked to within those organizations universally agree that Waco was a horrific tragedy. As with all of my videos, this isn't some push to make you upset. This is a look at an event that happened in the past so that we can more properly prevent things like this, or at least understand them as they happen in the future. And I'm not implying that everyone on the government side in this tragedy is some diabolical ghoul, or that the Davidians were patron saints. And I still hold fast that David Koresh was a wicked man who led people astray, regardless if he believed he was doing the right thing or not. And that several leaders on the opposing side were performing wicked actions regardless if they believed they were doing the right thing or not. And on both sides, we see what happens when an individual has just enough of a twisted will and just enough people willing to follow orders. In the ATF's request for a search warrant, they said the reason that they have to raid Mount Carmel directly is because David Koresh never comes out of the compound. I can only say that this is willing ignorance. Not only did they have people across the street watching the compound every day, but they also had an inside man who would have plainly seen that David Koresh performed with his band several nights a week and went out to eat and work several days a week. This decision would be heavily scrutinized later, as instead of arresting a potentially dangerous individual when he was out on his own, they were now bringing that danger to a facility that they knew had several civilians and children. The day before the raid was scheduled to take place on February the 27th, the Waco Tribune-Herald ran a report called The Sinful Messiah. This openly accused David of several of the things the ATF had mentioned in private, like the multiple accusations of child abuse, which again I'm not claiming him to be innocent of, but it seems the ATF did not approve of this move because, the day before you raid someone, probably not a good idea to put him on edge. The ATF would also later claim that the reason they performed the raid on February 28th is because they had to move their timescale up because of this report being published. However, that is not true because, as mentioned earlier, February 28th was the deadline for the raid itself. And plus, in the days before February the 28th, the ATF had set up a mock course of the Mount Carmel compound at a local military facility and had been running routes training the course of the building itself, so they knew what they were doing. It's interesting to note how on paper this is just a search warrant, as in someone comes to the door, serves a warrant, and then does a search. However, it seems the training that the ATF had, as well as the way they pulled up to the scene, implies that they were never planning to carry out a peaceful search in the first place, and instead were treating it much more like a military operation. A problem that could have been solved with a couple of agents just carrying out a normal search warrant or following up on Koresh's offer months ago was now being treated like an armed assault against foreign invaders. With the agency backed into a corner and their reputation at stake, it seems they were determined to fix the problem that they had created. And when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. The raid began on the morning of February the 28th, 1993. A local reporter had been tipped off that the raid was about to take place, so while driving towards the area, he pulled over and asked a postman if he knew how to get to the Branch Davidian compound because a big ATF raid was about to go down. Unbeknownst to that reporter, the postman that he just asked was David Koresh's brother-in-law, another Branch Davidian. So Koresh's brother-in-law hops in his car, speeds to the compound, and warns everyone that a raid's about to happen. According to whatever the reporter said, it was going to be loud and violent, and everyone in Mount Carmel started to panic.
Koresh ran to Agent Rodriguez, who, if you'll remember, is supposed to be undercover at this time, but David figured him out, and begins to beg Rodriguez to call the ATF and to call off the raid. Rodriguez plays dumb and slips out the front door. He says that as he was leaving, everyone began to pray. Also, to get across how ready the ATF was for a fight, not only did they roll up dozens of agents in full kit, but they also wrote their blood type on their wrist and neck in case they were shot and needed a quick transfusion. At this time, there were about 115 people within Mount Carmel. The women and children began to hide in their rooms while several of the men took up arms. Koresh and the others assumed that the ATF was going to come loud and was looking to make an example. It's here that we start to get into discrepancies, and normally I would tell the whole story in a straight run through of the official report and then go back and talk about the theories surrounding it, but this event is so long I'm just going to hit the discrepancies as we get to them, beginning with the question of who shot first. At about 9:45, the agents roll up in covered trailers and begin to surround the front door of the premises. Koresh comes outside with his arms up and tells them to stop because there's women and kids in there. While everyone is yelling back and forward, someone fires a shot. Now initially it was declared by all of the agents that one of the Davidians shot first. However, later reports would recant this. The two leading theories is that either one of the agents fired after seeing a Davidian holding a gun in a window, or that part of the ATF's dog kill team, who was sent forward, according to some of the reports I read, with the intention of shooting the dogs first, went forward and shot the Branch Davidians' dogs. Again, insert joke about shooting dog here. These dogs were shot by the agents, and this seems to be the most likely moment that would have happened. This caused the rest of the agents to erupt into gunfire, and the gunfight started. A big point in contention of deciding who shot first was the right door at the front of Mount Carmel. See, David was standing just outside of the door with his hands raised in the air, and in the initial gunshots he was hit in the stomach and hand. He immediately ducked back inside of the door and closed it behind him. The rest of the shooting, or at least the vast majority of it, came from the upper windows of the compound. Reports would later say that David probably got shot whenever he went up to a different floor or began to engage the officers. However, the evidence on that front door shows several bullet holes, implying that the ATF fired at David while he was standing outside for a few seconds, which would mean they would have had to be the ones to take the first shots. This front door with this supposed evidence totally disappeared. Even after everything that went down, the left door was retained in evidence and in fine condition. The right door disappeared off the face of the earth, and according to one agent who later testified against his initial report, he said that he saw a group of investigators after the whole standoff was over, loading it into the back of a U-Haul. In the following congressional hearings, the door was never recovered. Crazy how evidence like a door can just fly away. Wayne Martin, one of the Davidians, called the local police and asked them to get on the phone with agents and to stop shooting, continuing to exclaim that they were shot at first and now the women and kids are in danger.
Yeah, there's 75 men around our building and they're shooting at us in Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel? Yeah, tell them there are children and women in here to call it off. I hear gunfire. Who is it? Wayne. Tell me what's happening, Wayne. There are women and children in danger. Wayne. I'm under fire. I'm going to call out. What? Tell them to pull back. I have a right to defend myself. They started firing first.
During this initial gunfight, the first agent was shot whenever he tried to make his way around to the back of the compound and was hit by a shooter in a top window, and helicopters began low-flying back and forward supposedly to draw attention away from the men on the ground. However, according to many of the survivors, these helicopters were shooting at them. Just as they had trained, the officers began putting up ladders on the front of the building in order to make their entry into the top floors of the compound, where they expected the majority of the weapons would be, according to Rodriguez's report. While gathering outside of the window, the three initial agents who crowded around it began to be shot at, before they throw a stun into the room and make their entry. During this entry, you can see where bullet holes are flying out of the wall, being shot from inside, and this results in another agent being hit and then falling off the roof. While not on video, according to the ATF, on entry another agent was killed and they in turn killed a Davidian who fired at them. While searching for weapons, they were then ambushed by another Davidian, where 2 more agents were injured and then that Davidian was killed. The agents then make their exit from the window. 1 agent hits his head and then falls down the roof, as the agents begin to take cover behind the Davidians' vehicles and return fire. This shooting continued at a high rate for 45 minutes, and only then slowed down because the agents started to run out of ammo. Even then, the gunfight itself continued, with the agents occasionally firing rounds for 2 hours. The sheriff, as well as others on the scene, say that the altercation only quit because they ran dry. Once they were out, the Davidians said that the ATF could come retrieve their wounded and dead, and on the ATF side, 4 agents had been killed and 16 were injured. On the Davidian side, 5 had been killed and several more injured, again including Koresh himself. The Davidians began to collect their dead and bury them in the cemetery on the property. While the men who buried their dead were walking back inside, one of them was shot and killed by the ATF. According to the ATF, this guy had decided to start firing at them, although this has never been confirmed. This makes a casualty count for the first day 6 Davidians and 4 ATF. As soon as this happened, it became a media storm. Initially, it was just this weird group in Texas who a few people knew about, who were being investigated on weapons charges by the ATF. But now it had become an open gunfight with 10 dead. So at this point, it was off to the races, with journalists and news crews from across the country showing up. The situation was then taken over by the FBI. The FBI took it over because once a federal agent is killed, it then becomes their case. Specifically, the situation was taken over by the FBI HRT, or Hostage Response Team. This was conveniently the same team who was at Ruby Ridge. In the initial hours, David began to call local news teams and began doing interviews and explaining what had happened. Of course, David maintained that they were fired upon first by the ATF. In response to this, the FBI cut the phone lines so that way David couldn't speak to anyone that they didn't want him to, and ran a phone line directly from the negotiators to him so that that was the only means of communication. However, what little David did manage to say became all the rage within the media frenzy. He talked about how they were fired upon first and how it was his right as an American to defend himself and to stand up to tyranny and blah blah blah, and many began to view the Davidians' actions as defensive violence. Over the following days, Koresh spoke to the FBI negotiators for hundreds of hours. He would talk about his family, he would talk about the Bible, he would ask about the negotiator's life.
If you die, you tell me, if you die from that wound, I want you to tell me what's going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to be around anymore, am I, to influence anybody, right?
Well, David, listen.
No, Jim, listen.
This has been painful for us. Come on.
Listen, Jim. There's nothing that hurts me more than being called a cult leader, all right? If I'm wrong, people like me don't deserve to live, okay?
Listen.
You understand me, Jim. If you let the people think, because, they're all scared around here now. Don't burn our building down.
No, we won't do that.
Don't shoot us all up. They've got to have that time.
But David, if you die, you're leaving your people helpless.
Look, they're God's people.
But if
I'm just an instrument, okay? I show them out of a book what God teaches. It is for them to decide.
And for a while, they just existed in this stalemate, with the FBI encircling the compound and the Davidians inside, just waiting for something to happen. This is why earlier I was emphasizing the difference between a typical doomsday cult who's just anticipating the end, and the Davidians who were prepared to hold out until the end. Throughout the FBI's internal logs, Jonestown was constantly brought up. The negotiators and the FBI in general was not understanding the mental concept of what the Davidians were trying to say. They just assumed, oh, crazy religious cult here, do crazy religious cult thing over here. And they were waiting at any moment for the group to either drink the Kool-Aid or go out in a blaze of glory. However, after several days, nothing happened. The group, who had provisions to wait out the war with Babylon, were just sitting inside waiting for the next move. Eventually, David said that he had a message for the American people, and if they played it on the news, then he would willingly surrender. The FBI kept up their side of the bargain and played the message. However, after it was played, David said that God decided he was not yet to come out.
He gave us his word that after the message was clear...
Yes, but what if there is a higher power than you and I that speaks to an individual? If there is a God in this universe, and there's the laws of man and there's the laws of God, and this God that has led him all his life says to him to wait, what do you do?
We find no incidents, those of us who've listened to the negotiation tapes and studied the transcripts, of Koresh lying. On March the 2nd, he said he was coming out and then said God told him not to. If any lies were told, it was that, and we would have to know what God said to Koresh in order to call that a lie.
Do you people believe that Koresh is actually talking to God?
Koresh believes he's talking to God.
This is again another discrepancy. One either views this as Koresh playing hooky with the FBI, or the FBI making things difficult. See, in the midst of all this, where David's explaining, why did you shoot at us, this is my vision from God, can you play this message? The FBI was doing stuff like rolling tanks up to the compound and cutting off power to the entire facility, and just generally being crude.
They were mooning the women, for instance. They would drop their pants and bend over and bare their rear end to people that were looking out the windows, which was, you know, not a situation that some of the women or even some of the men took too lightly, in the sense, well, do we want to send our children out to these kind of people?
Steve, every time we're aware of movement, we've told you about controlling these guys. I mean, if you got guys out there right now pulling their pants down, men that are mature, they're sticking their butts out in the air and flipping the finger.
Give me a moment. See, the guys that gravitate toward, riding in tanks, jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that are a little different mindset than you and I.
I agree with you.
Right?
I agree.
So when they get a chance to use a Bradley, probably half of them have never been in a Bradley before.
It reminded me of a lot of kids in there.
Absolutely.
Having an opportunity to...
Hey, let's drive this baby and see how it works.
Sure, but somebody's got to be above these guys. Well, those vehicles and what they're doing do not show what is coming out of the mouths of some of you guys.
Regardless, for one reason or another, David decided he was not going to come out. The negotiator asked if he could send out some of the children, and David said he'd be happy to send out anyone who doesn't want to be there. The ones that chose to leave were several mothers, as well as 19 children aged 5 months to 12 years old. That meant that 23 children were still inside the building. After this departure, about 98 people remained inside of Mount Carmel. The mothers were immediately separated from their children and arrested, and the children were immediately taken to be interviewed. Keep in mind, the media frenzy around this entire thing is the story of child abuse, and that the ATF and FBI are doing the heroic thing by trying to save these children from these monsters. So whenever the children were set down in question, they were asked about child abuse. Now, during the time of the standoff, it was seen as a 100% cut and dry evidence that the children said they were being abused by their parents and Koresh. However, there is no logs or records of any of this happening. As a matter of fact, according to people who were there and later testified, there was zero evidence that there was ongoing child abuse. Because the story at this point had not just escalated from Koresh being a creep to young girls into the idea that a bunch of the parents were being creeps. The story now was that as the standoff was going on, the children inside were actively being tortured, and the interrogators used leading questions to get vague answers that further justified this. David said that he wanted a video footage of himself and his followers so that the outside world could see what they were about. So on day 9, the FBI sent in a video camera and the Davidians began recording.
And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, I'm the kind of guy that I'll stand in front of a tank, you can run over me, but I'll be biting one of the tracks. No one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jogged up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. Waco was going to bear witness against the ATF. The 2 agents across the street over here, Robert Gonzalez, I love the guy. I was honest with him. I brought him into my home. He was going to stay here for 2 weeks. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. You know, he wanted to tour around the place. I promised him a tour. He could have talked to any of these guys around here, anybody. He was free to come and go
Hey, I
as he
turned my
chose.
mic on for a second. Yo, really, what's good?
And I do not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with two
so good to see you.
helicopters and cattle trailers and all
What
that.
were we playing? 16 hours. Jesus Christ, you're insane, dude.
Doorstep any day.
Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Get hurt if you want to keep playing that game.
We are learning about the ATF.
I'm talking to you.
The marathon last stream.
Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF
We're learning
has
about
that
the
kind of
ATF right now.
to come into anybody's home.
We're learning about the ATF and why they're evil.
Like that.
Why they're the worst ever.
I do understand. Someone reminded me of this. I do understand.
This is some insane shit, dude. This is some insane shit. I've never seen anything like this before.
That was just like a signal and all that, But look.
It's terrifying, man.
Beside the point.
It's honestly terrifying.
You boys are wrong.
But dude, they shot dogs. They did do it. They did do it. They absolutely did do it. They did it. Like without a doubt, 100%. They were shooting dogs. It's insane. I've never seen anything like this before.
Damn you! I tell you what, you keep your damn gun in your holster. You send a couple of big braves.
I thought it was a meme. I thought it was really a meme.
You let them knock
I really thought it was just a meme, but
to where they can risk their lives for the name of the law and send them up bulletproof, put them in some kind of night armor or whatever.
Oh god. I'm glad you had fun playing last stream. I heard it was really good. I feel like Whiskey played it recently. But I've seen a couple people playing it. And it looks really fun to go to Crash. Yeah. Oh, she did. Yeah. Alright. Get a good night of sleep, dude. I know it's late as shit in Australia. Oh, right, it's about the Czech Legion. Yeah.
May not be like your family.
I'll take care of everybody.
May not be like
I'll
your
feed
family.
them the ATF's lives.
Too, right, Joseph? Yeah. Tell them, look in that camera and tell them what you think about it. Who treated you good?
Tell them what you think. Don't give them water after midnight.
You mind that, son?
Good night, Remy. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really appreciate it, bro. Get some fucking sleep. You deserve it, dude. 16 hours. Get some sleep, bro.
So, you guys, you do it
and just for the raiders, I'm a little quiet right now because for me, it is 9 a.m. This is morning. It's early morning. I don't think everyone in my house is awake yet.
And I'm sorry some of you guys
I'm doing a subathon right now. I'm nearing the end of it. This is like the 9th or the 10th day. I have not slept.
And what brings you all the way
have not slept in like 24 hours.
Which I've seen in what brings you to America?
You just finished crunching a week of uni work for a deadline. Oh, Jimmy, that's insane. I hope you get some good sleep. Let me show you. I'm actually also crunching uni work. We just call it college because I'm American. Like I said, I've been crunching some chemistry notes because I have tests today. But I think I'll be alright. I think I'll be alright.
Nobody can show me. And now
it is what it is.
The FBI chose to not follow through on their deal because they felt that the video would garner public support. At this point, with a week and a half under their belts and no development, infighting arose in the FBI. The negotiators said that they were talking to David as well as other members of the
6 hours. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Time to get progress this way, and the HRT team said that was too slow and that they need to speed it up. So the HRT
and I've kind of been getting everybody's getting like
psychological warfare.
Me reacting to the videos.
Taking their tanks and just running
we might go back to that just because it helps me do my schoolwork.
And then through the night, they would shine spotlights at the building and
focus
play
on my schoolwork a little bit better.
Noises on loudspeakers. Like they would play variations of old music to the sounds of rabbits being murdered. And at one
usually
point,
in about an hour and a
dolphin
half.
noises.
Yes, right here.
Once I've had like coffee and
Is
shit.
there a consideration to use psychological warfare?
I kind of want to watch a video about Ruby Ridge after
I don't know what psychological
but it just makes me so angry. This shit with the ATF dude makes me so mad.
Bright lights on the compound.
You played old school RuneScape until 3 and then found out about your test?
The entire group. Is that a possibility?
Well, I knew it was coming.
We will not discuss tactics of that sort, but
oh yeah, and I've been playing old school RuneScape.
Yes, ma'am.
Old school RuneScape and Minecraft for about... I played RuneScape for 6 hours and Minecraft for like 10 hours. Yesterday? Ruby Ridge is even less justified. This is like what they try to do to homeless people. You guys know that. This is what they try to do to homeless people.
Finds reporters facing a banner reading, "God help us, we want the press." Reporters respond with a statement of their own.
God help us, we are the press.
Also, as the tanks were running over the cars, they kept running over the bodies of the people who were previously buried.
That's so
and they
disgusting.
just kept like doing it back
That's
and
so
back and forth
disgusting.
just to, I don't know, make them sad. And even if you're a staunch believer in the idea that the government's actions were justified and Koresh needed to be stopped by any means necessary, and I'm not even disagreeing with you on the idea that Koresh needed to be stopped, however, what purpose does the whole playing dolphin noises serve? Like, if their concern is that this guy is some crazy Jim Jones type who's going to kill everyone before he comes out of there, then what does playing sounds of rabbits being murdered accomplish? All you're doing is making someone who you claim to be unstable more sleep deprived and unstable.
This is actually for my subathon. I'm doing a subathon because I actually debuted this VTuber model
to the limit. Did they want to create an
a
incident?
while ago now.
You know,
almost a month ago now, I guess.
And start shooting,
but
so
yeah, I drew the art for the model and I rigged it myself.
We realize that you have the ability, and it's not below you people to do something like to erase all evidences.
And thank you guys for the follows. I really appreciate it.
You can give me any kind of crap you want. I know, you know. The reason we're not talking to the press is you people have got to cover your butts from what you did, and that's what's going on here.
At this point, they cut all power and water lines into Mount Carmel, and while the Davidians had water tanks to ensure they would have reservoir of water if they needed it, 2 of them had been damaged and drained in the initial shootout, so the entire Davidian compound was down to 1 water tank. Again, another layer of stress added on to what was supposedly a very delicate situation. Around this time, 11 people left. Several of the children didn't want to leave because, as they could see initially, the parents were immediately arrested and the children
I think that's like the most fucked up part about it.
So the kids decided to stay while again 11 adults left.
The people left, they're like, I need to get out of here because I don't feel safe because they're like shooting at us
to try to better understand
and
the
as soon as they
psychology
leave,
of the people they were negotiating with.
They get like arrested. These people are just civilians. They're just civilians.
I thought the main problem was going to be understanding the psychology of the people inside the compound. But as I got into it, I quickly became aware that the psychology of the people outside the compound was more important.
Sure are crazy, right? Crazy.
It was unanimously
to be fair, the leader
by everybody that was brought
diddle
in
kids.
that the correct approach
who was a cult leader,
to a group of people who think that they
this
are
was pre-war on terror.
Face the end of the world.
Bro, you are the terror.
Is to not be the armies of Babylon. This went on for several weeks, with people being consulted on the news and being brought to the site and saying that violence isn't going to work against a group of people who are determined to fight violence at all costs.
True.
But meanwhile, around Fort Caramel, it was just a carnival. They were selling t-shirts, and there were like ice cream vendors, and they were like playing games with each other and taking pictures.
That is
there were
so
protesters,
evil.
Someone dressed up a dog in an ATF shirt, and it was just so bizarre that during this massive standoff that you could just drive up and take selfies next to a bunch of federal agents. Also, at this point, the FBI had pushed the press a few miles back at a place that they could still see the compound, but they couldn't hear or see any of the actions of the agents themselves. Again, the FBI HRT, who really wanted some action and were desperate to get it, began debating on April the 10th what if we just like snipe Koresh? Like, what if he comes by a window and we just shoot him? Keep in mind, these were the same people that were rich, truly a one-size-fits-all group of guys. But then they said that they shouldn't do that because they figured as soon as we kill Koresh, they'll all probably kill themselves, which again shows the lack of understanding of care between what the agents thought of them and what the Davidians thought themselves. However, the HRT wasn't the only one getting antsy. DC was getting a lot of pressure to wrap things up.
Special live call-in show here this morning. Listeners had strong opinions on how they think this tragedy should now be handled. A majority seem to want law enforcement to end it all quickly.
Good morning, Waco 100.
I vote for go in and just take him out.
Which, when you take a step back and think about it, is so stupid. Like, you showed up, you instigated the violence, and I don't even mean the first shot. I mean, like, you drove armed people up to the front door. And then, after the gunfight, they don't do anything, and you keep poking them with more stuff, and they keep not doing anything, and they're just
Like,
standing
why aren't
around
they
like,
fighting back?
"If we don't end this
We
fast,
can't shoot them if they don't fight back.
it could get out of hand." Attorney
Like, what the
General
fuck? They were
Janet
supposed to shoot
Reno
back so we could
told
kill 'em
Bill
all.
Clinton, the at-the-time president,
Oh
that
my
things were
God.
rapidly
Arsenio?
escalating. No, they weren't. And that children were being abused every day that they don't do something. Clinton initially said, "Why can't we wait?" And Reno said that would be too expensive. Because remember, kids, the only time the government cares about budget is when it's your life. When later asked about this, and after it was brought up to her that there was no evidence of children being abused during the standoff, she said that that wasn't the actual reason she wanted to finish it.
Actually,
she wanted to finish it because she was afraid that other militias from across the country would show up and try to take
That's such a
back Mount
retarded
Carmel.
thing to say.
Okay, so Reno got the go-ahead.
It's
and they
horrifying.
decided that they were going to end the standoff one way or the other.
Let's just kill
On
him.
April the 14th,
Kill him.
David said that he had received his final message from God. David asked if he could write down his final message of the seven
The
seals
Netflix
of
movie? Oh,
Revelation.
shit, then I gotta
and
watch the
after
Netflix
that,
movie
he would
too.
willingly come out as he gives
Oh,
over
man.
his manuscript to the media.
On April the 14th, there was a major breakthrough, and that breakthrough was David Koresh's letter to me, which I promptly gave to the FBI, that said that he'd received his mission, that he was working on writing his interpretation of the seven seals, and that everyone inside was relieved that they didn't have to die now, that the prophecies were not being fulfilled now, and that this would be resolved.
However, this was unacceptable to the HRT, who wanted to see something happen.
FBI testified before the House hearings that the negotiations had reached an impasse. They told the Attorney General they weren't coming out and that there was a stalling tactic and they weren't working on the seven seals. Their own negotiators had reached an agreement knowing that the first seal was finished.
That 300.
And in order to get proof of it, had
318.
sent in typewriter ribbons so that they could get that proof in their hands. And yet the very next morning,
17.
they launched the gas and tank attack.
On April the 19th,
gassed
1993, several CEVs began to encircle the compound and punch holes within the walls of the building. Earlier that morning, the FBI had called and said, "This is your last chance," which again had been 51 days at this point. And they watched as someone threw the phone that they were previously negotiating with out the front door. Supposedly, the FBI took this as the go-ahead. The tanks that had made these holes
They
began
just
pumping
decided, yep,
CS
let's do
gas,
it. Let's
type of
just
tear gas
gas them
into
and
the
kill them.
structure. Whenever the gas began pumping into the building, the women and children made their way to a bunker located at the side of the building itself. It's believed that one of the reasons they did
gets
this was not only
worse?
for shelter, but because most of the gas masks could not fit children.
And I can just see those kids barfing, vomiting, screaming, because you can't possibly have a gas mask that'll fit a little kid.
Didn't their report say that gas masks don't fit on these babies?
That's correct.
And didn't they know that?
They should have known that.
Several of the men began putting on gas masks and shooting at the tanks that had made entry into the building.
Oh, this is
During this
America.
time,
What
someone reaches out the front
when
door
was it?
and
What
pulls
year was
the
this? Was
phone
this in
back
the 80s or the 90s?
They also began waving a white flag outside of an upstairs window, as well as a banner that said, "We want our phones fixed." The FBI began to announce that if you want to surrender, simply step outside. However, it now seems that the reason that they wanted to get in contact with the FBI was because the bunker that the women and children were inside of had had its entrance and underground tunnels destroyed by the tanks. The FBI had also inserted a listening device into the walls of the compound, and during this time men can be heard yelling and praying and saying things like, "Wait for the tank to come to light it." It's believed that the men were perhaps making Molotovs as some means of defense against the gas attack.
This is so
And then at
fucking
around
insane.
noon, the building caught on fire. The fire was massive and seemed to start up all at once, engulfing the majority of the structure. It
Well,
had been
because
6
didn't
hours
they
since the
fucking
gas
fill
attacks
it with like
began.
flammable
But now
gas?
with the building on fire, people tried to make their way out of the windows. A total of 9 people made it out as the building was burning. These were the final survivors of the Branch Davidians. Fire trucks that were arriving at the scene were stopped by the FBI, who were halted because they, quote,
Yeah, it
didn't want
was
the
flammable.
firemen to be shot at. The building burnt fast, and it burnt all the way to the ground.
The firemen couldn't
bodies
even
that
help
were
because
found
they
were
would
nearly
have shot at the firemen
unrecognizable.
because they were just
From
shooting
the
at
positions
everything.
that the bodies were located, it seemed the majority of the men had died trying to free the women and children from the trapped bunker. And within the bunker, it seems that they died of a combination of suffocation and poisoning from the CS gas. When CS gas burns, it creates a sort of cyanide poisoning, and from the disfigured forms of the bodies, it seems many of them succumb to this cyanide effect. Several of them seem to have died from a gunshot wound, seemingly as a sort of mercy killing. One of the survivors who made
I
their
would
way out of the
rather
building
die
as
from
it
a
was
gunshot
burning
wound than that.
brought with them the beginning transcript.
Yeah, it would be a
that
shame if the
David
firefighters
Koresh
were
had
shot
been
by the
writing,
FBI.
showing that, at least to our knowledge, he was following through on his word.
And then he said, the word came to him and said, write, and he wrote. This was brought out the day of the fire by one of the survivors. He was keeping his promise of April 14th. We believe they would have all come out safely.
This was pulled out of the fire. The tapes were, and then this then was written up as evidence that he was working on that message on the 7 Seals.
David Koresh was found shot, supposedly by his assistant Steve Schneider, who then took his own life. Again, most likely
Another successful operation. Thank you, ATF.
Given the effects of the gas and heat and suffocation. There is a take on this that is widely propagated by the Waco miniseries that came out a few years ago, and that miniseries is good for the most part. It does a good job at visualizing a lot of the standoff. However, in order to make it more of a story, they showed the agents being very remorseful and distraught at the situation.
No, they weren't.
And while there was certainly some of that in the days that followed,
I know he talked about one agent testifying against the ATF later on. But I'm sure they didn't give a shit.
Branch Davidian Star
Push. We love and trust the American government. Oh my God.
They ran the ATF flag up on that flagpole.
They posed for photos over the rubble.
Conquest, because the whole world saw this as a symbol that the battle was over.
I was a lawyer, and I had David Koresh's grandmother with me, and I wanted to see about talking to her. And after a few minutes, another one came up to me who was obviously the guy in charge and was very surly, and declined to give me any information at all.
See, that's insane.
So I started to leave, and just as I left and turned my back and started walking toward my van, I heard a voice say, coming from one of those people, I don't know which one, but one of them said, I hope she has told him goodbye. That was the mentality of the people who were guarding the gates.
What the fuck?
Those were federal law enforcement authorities. And their attitude was, we are going to get revenge against David Koresh, and if that means we have to eliminate all of them in there, that's
for what?
just
Making
fine,
them look
too.
stupid?
That was the attitude that they had.
Holy shit,
Like
that's
them or
how let's
not,
get
or
to see
like what we
you.
do for a living or not, they've been law enforcement officers, some of them, longer than I've been alive. And with that comes a lot of experience. What I'm saying is, you have to trust the people in charge at the time. I'm low in the food chain, so I'm standing by what they did, because I do what I'm told as long as it's legal and moral.
My God.
Legal and moral, huh?
Torturing babies. And saying it's part of their job? And saying it's okay because their parents were bad? Our whole
Their parents weren't even
society
bad, it was
structured
just
around
the
the
cult
notion that
leader.
if parents are bad, we protect the children even against the parents. In this case, the FBI and the government took the position, why, not only do we not protect the children, we use them as an instrument to try to get their parents to do something. We'll torture them so their parents will do
Trust
right.
us, bro. We really needed to burn the kid.
God, where did they think that up?
Not only did they wave a victory banner, but they began to pose with their rifles over the bodies of dead children, as well as do things like remove the aforementioned door and other pieces of evidence from the compound. Not to mention running the massive story that the entire group had
children
died
are evil,
due
bros.
to one massive
It
suicide.
is their fault. It actually is their fault.
In your mind or the Justice Department's mind that the fire was set by the cult members?
I have absolutely no doubt at all that the cult members set it based on all the information that has been furnished to me.
These people are going to hell, bro.
The Davidians set fire to themselves and committed suicide. The government
Joe
did
Biden?
not do that.
Which leads us into the big question and
Joe
conspiracy
Biden.
of Waco. Who started
Joe Biden said they lit themselves on fire.
This to the
Davidians on all the information that has been furnished to me.
David Koresh and the Davidians set fire to themselves.
Well, he is going to hell
committed
too.
suicide. The
I-
government did not
I don't.
do that.
Which leads us into
Oh,
the big
that is
question
disgusting.
and
Oh my
conspiracy of
God.
Waco. Who started the fire? So, the State Department maintains to this day, and everything that you look
been in
at,
Washington since
that
Nixon
the
was
Davidians started the
Really?
fire in order to go out in one big blaze of glory. Now, ignoring everything that I've said up until this point, and everyone who was there, and all of the experts that this was in no way their intention, the evidence itself doesn't line up with that either. Do you remember how I said there was audio from listening devices of what the men were doing whenever the building began to burn? Well, they used phrases that were supposedly picked out, like light it when the tank gets here, to imply that they were
They're
planning
lighting
to
the
light
building?
themselves up. However, not only is that taken out of context, and again probably about the Molotovs according to the survivors who ran out of the building, but in the trials that followed, the juries couldn't even pick out if that's what was being said, as the audio was too garbled to tell. Despite this was used as evidence to show another crazy cult
That's
offing
illegal?
themselves. Furthermore, if this was a cult suicide, then why do things like try to wear gas masks, and people trying to escape, and the men trying to get the women and children out of the bunker, and even going to the bunker in the first place? This is also excluding the testimony of the 9 survivors who said everyone was panicked and trying to survive. Not to mention, the FBI was saying weird stuff before it even began, implying that they knew a fire was about to take place.
At one point, the FBI asked them, do they have fire extinguishers? And Schneider sends someone to check and comes back with the report that there's only one fire extinguisher in the building. The FBI...
And they're like, yep, perfect, let's light them on fire.
Is, somebody ought to buy some fire insurance.
One of the big contentions in the trial that followed was the use of CS gas, as you can imagine. And several of the state-appointed experts said that CS gas is not flammable.
That's a lie,
which,
though.
Yeah, it is. For one, CS gas is not just CS. It is a powder in its natural form, and it needs some other compound to make it an aerosol spray. The agent that was used at Waco was methylene chloride, which is flammable. And CS gas is also flammable. And when you put the two together, it's still flammable. Attorneys would skirt around this and say things like, yeah, in an open flame, which whenever you're destroying an entire house with several tanks, there's a chance that something's going to spark. And the most that they would say is, well, maybe the CS gas added to the accelerant after the Davidians had begun their suicide attempt. Not only that, but the FBI
Yeah, if only there was a fire
for
department that coulda-
years that there
oh.
was no shots or pyrotechnics used at the final day of the siege. Well, for one, the thermal imagery shows that that's a lie.
20 seconds after the 2 gymnasium flashes, still more automatic gunfire can be seen coming from the field to the left of the demolition tank.
And it turns out 6 years later that there was pyrotechnics used. As a matter of fact, the pyrotechnics had been sourced from a local military base, which is another lie the FBI said when they claimed that they received no weaponry
Dude, like, how do you
from the
expect people to
military.
trust you if you
But it
just
turns
lie
out
about
that
stuff like
40mm
that?
grenade
Oh my
casings were
goodness.
discovered in the
Oh my
wreckage.
god.
This pyrotechnic projectile is one of 2 found in the rubble of Mount Carmel. It's a 40mm military device that's fired from a handheld grenade launcher. This one was found here, near the corner of Mount Carmel where the first fire started. The other was found
A lot of
here,
people trusted these
in a
guys
kitchen
back then,
dining
even
room.
after Ruby Ridge.
This is a civilian version. It's a 37mm launcher, which is pretty much just for shooting flares and looking neat. But it's
It does
similar
look
in
kinda like a
construction
thermos,
to the
actually.
one that would have been used at Waco. You load a grenade in there, and then shut it, and then it fires a grenade towards your intended target. I don't know how to tell you this, but this
The
is
internet was
about as
oh, that's
pyrotechnic
true.
as
Yeah,
it
it was
gets.
early 90s.
And whenever it came out that for 6 years, over 100 federal agents had lied, saying that to their knowledge no pyrotechnics were used, their defense was that they were shooting the water reservoir behind the building. Which, for one, no you weren't. 2, why would you do that? And 3, that's still a lie. You still shot pyrotechnics at a building full of flammable gas that's not flammable. And also, like, even if you strip all of that away, you strip the fact it was flammable, and then they shot explosives at the flames, and then blame the cult for doing it themselves, what was their plan with all of that? Right? Because, again, they're still operating under the assumption that this is some crazy doomsday cult, and the reason they didn't want to just shoot Koresh is because they're afraid everyone would freak out and off themselves. So what solution is it to run tear gas through holes that you made into the house? If this was such a crazy scenario, did you think that would make it better? Not to mention that they were knowingly gassing children and the elderly in order to make them come outside. I have never met or heard the opinion of anyone who felt like this was a good idea.
I really appreciate
Except
it.
for,
Hanging out with us.
Documentaries, news sites, and YouTube channels, but that's besides the point. That day, 82 people died, 23 of which were children. In the aftermath, 12 of the survivors were charged with illegally aiding and abetting the murder of a federal agent, as well as possessing and manufacturing illegal weapons.
But they didn't even have proof that the weapons were illegal in the first place.
Using a weapon during an illegal act. As of July of 2007, all have been released. An audio tape
but they released them
out to
all.
the public in the weeks following.
Holly, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with
stating
us.
that he simply asked for 2 more weeks to finish his final revelation, and then they would all leave the compound. You can judge the validity of this yourself, but after a standoff that lasted 48 days, when Koresh asked for 14 more, the FBI only allowed him 3.
It's assertion to me that the
almost
media
15
and
years.
The government has made a kind of blanket declaration that the Branch Davidians committed, quote, mass suicide, to equate it to a Jonestown, Guyana suicide, is the most irresponsible statement that can be attributed to anything having to do with the Waco incident.
As one of them afterwards said, Livingstone Fagan, who lost a wife in the fire and his mother in the fire,
That's
he said,
insane.
those of our people who died are highly honored in heaven, and so we should not worry about them. The thought
It still
that
was
the
a
army
cult.
of Babylon would kill them, as perhaps it ultimately did.
The way things are supposed to
So,
happen in this
still was a
country is when
cult.
someone's suspected of a crime, even if it's child abuse, even if it's capital murder, we give them a trial. A jury finds them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before they go to sentencing. Then a jury or a judge sentences them, and an appeals court makes sure the trial was conducted with due process. And then and only then do we kill them. We don't kill them first, like happened in Waco on April the 19th.
The trials that followed were a political storm, from people who steadfastly agreed with all the actions that the FBI and ATF pursued, as well as those who called for an immediate removal of pretty much the whole government. And it seems that a lot of stuff conveniently went missing.
And kept in contact through the White House counsel. I'm sure the White House counsel advised the president.
We're missing some of your telephone logs, particularly April 17th, 18th, and 19th. And our problem is that they've all been redacted. And is there any chance that we could get those?
The thing that really
He's like,
concerns
no.
me is why the building was so
Big
totally
mouth.
destroyed afterwards. After the fire was out. There was no firefighting whatsoever attempted. And then the crime scene, and it was a crime scene, was totally, absolutely destroyed. And I've seen this happen before.
He's like, yeah, they burned it
Do you see
to destroy the
FBI
evidence.
changing the crime scene in any way?
Yes, sir. As I had said earlier and didn't get to finish the answer, they were moving the vehicles, which destroyed valuable trajectory evidence. And in the end, it turned out didn't matter because the
But it
structure burned.
didn't seem to be standard operating procedure. You don't consider that standard operating procedure, do you?
Certainly not in any crime scene I've ever been on. No.
Lon Haruchi, the guy who fired the shot that killed Vicky Weaver back at Ruby Ridge, was stationed with his sniper rifle on the final day of the siege. If you remember, the official story is that no shots were fired at the Davidians, however this seems to not be true. Supposedly Lon fired several shots at the compound as people were trying to escape. However, when an investigation began, it turns out that he had immediately re-barreled his rifle, meaning that no shots could be traced back to him. On top of that, all independent autopsy footage was confiscated by the FBI and seemingly disappeared during the trials that followed.
They told us that they had misplaced it. At one time they told us that I have it in my briefcase and I'll give it to you.
In fact, we said that
So
we're going to delay
evil.
giving
Oh
the
my
reports
God.
until you give a tape back. And of course, they said, sure, we'll give you a tape back next time we come to your office. We, in fact, suggested we would go to
Oops.
Waco and collect the tape from them. And they said, no, it's the San Antonio office. And at a certain point along this discussion, they finally said, the tape is lost. We can't give it to you.
Initially, everyone maintained a tight lip of superiority, but in the following years, as I mentioned earlier, people began to come forward with stories of pyrotechnics being used, to stories of the door disappearing, and even matters of who shot first. Regardless, to many in government, this was viewed as a win, with Clinton using this victory over a crazed cult to further justify his 1994 assault weapons ban. As is the case with most tragedies, it would go on to spark many more disasters. When Timothy McVeigh committed the Oklahoma City bombing, the largest terror attack in the United States up until 9/11, he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge as his primary reasons, even appearing outside of several of the trials following Waco, selling t-shirts and bumper stickers of individuals like Lon Horiuchi. Several of the survivors would go on to file lawsuits and tell their stories, such as David
I would file a lawsuit
whose
too.
book that he wrote about his experience became the inspiration for the miniseries Waco, as well as other stories and narrations of
gotta
the
watch
events that
that.
occurred in 1993.
Are you still on the front
which is
page?
the
I
one
have
we're
no
listening
idea.
to right
Honestly,
now.
I have no idea
And
how to
again,
tell.
at the end, I know that it's easy
No
to
idea.
get heated on both sides of this. Why did the government do such violent actions? Why didn't David just come out?
But
Why did
everyone's like
both sides
bunkers
have to
90s?
become
Yeah,
so
it's
steadfast and
true.
stuck in their own mindset that it led to such a needless tragedy? And I don't have all of the answers for that. I wish I did. I wish I could just give you a blanket statement of this why bad thing happened here. On
Bad
to
thing
stage
happened
2.
because.
But as with most of my videos, I am just the storyteller, or I'm the orator who is trying to recount this to you.
insane.
Again, I think there was a lot of evil on both sides. And the only
And the
people I
charges were
consider to be
dropped,
blameless
too.
victims
That's
are the
evil.
children who were a victim of two different kinds
You're
of tyranny.
evil.
It's a depressing, gut-wrenching tragedy that hopefully some of us can learn from. And as with most of the stories that I try to tell, hopefully learning about the past can teach us something about the present. And what is that lesson to be learned? I don't know. I'm just the YouTube
Yeah, I don't
guy.
know.
And I understand this story's very depressing, but hopefully it was at least a little bit educational and didn't totally ruin your day. I'm so sorry if it did. But
Dude, it
hey,
totally
even if it
ruined my
did,
fucking
I just
day.
want to say thank you for watching. This video is probably
Holy
going to get nuked in either the algorithm or by monetization.
Let's see.
Or
I don't think it
by
did.
my channel. We'll just have to see. But this is something that I've known about, you know, obviously me being weird in the way that I am, for a while now, and something I've wanted to talk about
Ellie's
for a
most
while.
infamous
And I
heist.
thought it deserved a longer video like this.
We're
and
gonna
it
look
deserved
at
its
that
due
too.
justice. And like I said, I'm not saying this to
Man.
vilify one side or exemplify the other, more so to point out faults on both
Man.
ends and the eventual fault of the entire situation
Society is
itself.
complex and power is simple. It's easy for power holders to
It is
distract us with
very
ideas
sad.
and propaganda. That's,
I would
that's true.
say the one
That's
thing,
true,
like
honestly.
I know I went a bit harder
true. I agree with
on
you.
the criticism of
You have
the
Black
government
Ops 3?
than I did Koresh. I think in the beginning I
asking
adequately
me if I have
described
Black
why
Ops
I
3?
don't like Koresh. You know, the whole 14-year-old thing. There's
The
always gonna be
only
bad
Call of
people
Duty
who
game
hurt
I have
others
is
and
Modern
take
Warfare.
advantage of others
The recent
and
like
try
recent
to
Modern
exemplify
Warfare.
themselves. And like I said, I do
It's the only
think
Call of Duty
Koresh
game I have.
believed in himself, but you know what they say about good intentions.
Lame.
But he is supposed to be the exception. He's supposed to be the people that were protected from
Oh,
by
so
the people
unfathomably
who showed up
based.
supposedly to protect these children. They
Holy
are the
shit,
ones who
but I
are to
didn't
be
even
held
pay
to a
for
higher
it.
standard. So if it
Wait-
sounded like
wait,
and
I
I
didn't
was,
even
I
pay for it,
understand, more
though.
harsh to the federal agents in this story, that's because the federal agents are supposed to be the ones who protect us. They're the ones who have their
You sound kinda
livelihood
hoarse. It's 'cause I'm
and
trying
the
to be a
trust
little
of the
quieter
people
than
around them
usual
to protect us
for
from
now.
people like David Koresh. I'm not broken down and disheartened by the immorality of a cult leader. I'm broken down and disheartened by the immorality of the justice system.
Oh, no.
So yeah,
Can't
I was
believe
a
you're
bit
lame
harsh
now.
with
I'm
them,
sorry, Chud
but
Bun.
I expect them to be held to a higher
I'm so
degree.
sorry,
But
bro.
that's enough rant about Waco and Ruby Ridge and all of that. This is going to be the video that does me in, isn't it?
So insane.
It's been a good run, boys.
New Seth video like just now.
Really though. Thank you
Everybody's
for
been
watching.
saying new Seth video, new
Um,
Seth video. We
I'm
watched the one that
probably
dropped
going
like
to need to
yesterday.
dial back the seriousness a little bit. a lot of you seem
We watched
to
the Seth video that
like
dropped yesterday. We watched it like as soon
the,
as, like almost as soon as it got posted.
What was the last video? The North Hollywood shootout video, and I really appreciate that. That video got demonetized, and then I fought on Twitter and got it back. I'm going to have a much harder time fighting this one, but we'll see how it goes. But really, though, thank you all for watching. Like I said, it's worth it.
It's a really good
talk
video.
about some of this stuff, and if you guys like it, then mission
I
accomplished.
guess you can't shit talk the ATF and stay monetized.
But hopefully, it stays up so that you can like it. Like I said in the last video, if 1 or 2 gets demonetized, that's fine. The whole channel, not so much. But I don't think this will be that awful.
His 3-hour presentation about cancer or something.
But thank you all for
isn't he
sticking
like
around either
isn't
way.
he like
It
a
means lot.
fucking
I love
like
making videos for
immunology
you guys.
professor or
Glad
some
that you
shit?
enjoy them. It just really is heartwarming to see.
Some
the
shit
channel's
like
growing.
that. I
It's
don't
doing
know, man.
fantastic. We're at 1.39 million.
Like it's his major.
Which is really, it means a lot. Thank you all for that. Thank you for putting me
Yeah.
to this level. Thank you for allowing me to
He's
make
got a
it
master's
weird.
in immunology. Oh
However
shit.
long this video is going to
That's
cut down
awesome,
to. I've been
honestly.
recording for like 5 hours.
I think it's really cool.
Thank you for allowing me to make these weird rants about Waco, and you all watch them, and it really does mean the most. So, that is that. Like I said, I'm probably going to need to take it easier on the uploads, at least for the heavy stuff. Probably do some more ARGs or funsy little, hit my knee, funsy little creepy stories. I am a mess.
I would be a mess
rather
too
than
after
just
that.
whatever these past couple uploads have been. But let me know if you like this kind of thing, because I like doing it. And like I said, assuming this doesn't, that you enjoyed.
All right, we'll
I'll
get to the
see
next one in
you
just a
in the
moment. This will be the last one before we start actually getting
Bye.
into
Hello,
gaming
everybody.
content of the
Today
day.
we're going to talk about one of the most insane
Okay,
cases
so that'll
in
start us at
American
about 11
criminal
a.m.
history.
Video games at
the
11 a.m.
North Hollywood Shootout. The North Hollywood Shootout took place in the early hours of February the 28th, 1997 in Los Angeles, California.
Bunch of
In
special
less
stride
than an
limp.
hour, what was supposed to be a simple bank robbery became one of the largest
Going from Oblivion
gunfights
to
in
this
law
is some wild
enforcement
whiplash.
history.
Yeah, but that's
One of
how
the
I
most
keep you guys
interesting
awake.
details of the entire case
You
is
remember
that
this?
nearly the entire shootout was caught on camera, meaning that now we can go back, watch the entire thing play out for ourselves, and decide exactly what went wrong. And we're going to do just that today. We're going to look at the criminals themselves, everything
not
that
do
led
Legos
up to
yesterday.
and happened immediately after the shootout, and piece by piece break down
That's
the events
insane.
of that eventful
All right, you guys,
day.
I am going to
And if
mute
you're
my
not familiar
microphone
with the
just for a
events
little bit,
of
just so I
that day,
can
cannot
finish up my
stress to you
notes.
how much this looks like something
So
out
that I
of
will
an
be able to
action
study
movie.
for my
And I mean that in
test,
the best
quiz
and
test
worst
that
way.
I have
So
later
if that
today.
sounds interesting to you,
I'll still be
stick
here,
around as
still be
we
watching
break
the stream,
down one of
still
the
have face
most
tracking and
remarkable
everything, but
cases of a high-scoring
microphone
law.
muted for a little
Before
bit.
you hear me go on another unhinged
Just so
rant,
that I can
let's
focus.
make sure you're hearing it
If
the
something,
right way
if
with
some
today's
really crazy
sponsor,
shit goes down, then I'll unmute and be like, what the
with the
fuck?
best audio quality and the best package
But otherwise-
available, it's no mystery why Raycon earbuds
Okay,
has
we're
over
skipping this.
48,000
It said Sawcon.
A lot of this information to Raycon, if you go to the link
Shut
in
up.
the description, that's right, just go to the sponsor in the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video.
All right, back to
We
the
are going
video.
to go ahead
Let's
and
watch
get
this
into it,
shit,
but
guys.
as always, thank you for watching. Now, before I dive into the details, I want to say a lot of this information comes from NorthHollywoodShootout.net. The writers over there have not only done a phenomenal job at compiling evidence and sifting what is good information and what's bad information, but they've also created series of charts and diagrams of the events of that day that make it a lot easier for me to get across to you and hopefully a lot easier to understand. I'm going to link the website in the description, so if any of this interests you, go check them out. Donate if you feel like it. I certainly did, because I know how hard this research can be, and I'm really blown away with the effort. And also, I'm going to be my normal joking self through this thing, and if at any point you feel I'm being disrespectful of the victims or lives lost that day, just wait to see how this all played out. Our subject of this story is a bank robbery in Los Angeles, which isn't anything outstanding in itself. From the 70s to the 90s, bank robberies were all the rage. To give you an idea, in 1991, across the entire United States, there were 9,388 bank robberies, or in other words, a bank robbery every 16 minutes. Nationally, there was over $60 million lost every year to robberies, and that's with an average takeaway of about $6,000. Because, you know, the vast majority of bank robberies are guys running in with a gun, taking a couple hundred from the teller and then trying to leave. Probably running into the glass door on their way out too. But every now and then someone would score it big, which is what would drive the numbers up. And not only were the large cash amounts enticing to would-be robbers, in the 80s the police said that they were catching about 25% of bank robbers. So statistically, you could walk into a building full of money with a gun and be pretty okay. In the early 90s, the government tried to curb this by de-incentivizing bank robberies. Transportation and storage of money became more secure, guards were more common at bank locations, and on the legal side of it, charges went from a few years jail time to up to 25 years in prison for armed robbery. And as things like forensics developed, that 25% number jumped up to around 53. Part of the reason they cracked down so hard on it was because in high population areas like LA, bank robberies had become a weird kind of pyramid scheme. Around 89, there was this epidemic where these gang leaders would get like crack addicts and homeless people off the side of the road and then give them a gun and then have them walk into a bank and rob the place with a note that was also written for them by the guy who, gave them the gun. So they just walk up to the teller, hand the note, teller would hand the money, and they'd walk away like it was a McDonald's. So if bank robberies are so easy, you don't even have to be at the bank to rob it. Someone should probably do something. In 1992, one gang called the Rolling 60s claimed 363 bank robberies in that year alone. Or in other words, one gang was robbing a bank a day with 2 vacation days. LA was so bad that in 1991, remember that 9,388 figure I gave earlier? Well, 1 in 4 of those was in LA. Think about that. You have this data for the entire United States, and if you remove one city, it drops by 25%. It was so bad that in LA in 1992, there was a robbery every 42 minutes. Why would you work at a bank? I'll get off this tangent in just a minute, but I decided real quick, how many banks are there in LA? And the first thing I got linked to was bank robberies, because of course I did. And this site is telling me that between 85 and 95, there were 3,500 banks in the region that were robbed 17,106 times. Meaning that if you worked at a bank in LA for those 10 years, statistically you were robbed at gunpoint 5 times. At what point do you just not use money anymore? Bro, one day in 1992, there were 28 bank robberies in one day. Oh my word. So, suffice to say, it was bad. Hence, all of the crackdowns on bank robberies that I mentioned a moment ago. Now, this had 2 effects. One, yes, it did lower the overall number of robberies because people who thought it would be a quick cash grab weren't ready to deal with the security, the lower takeaways, and perhaps most importantly, the long jail sentences. But the second effect that it had is that now, whenever someone came to rob a bank, they came to rob a bank. Gone were the days of sort of small-scale mugging where any Joe could just walk into the bank with a pistol and then the teller would just throw giant white bags with dollar signs on them across the counter. That's how banks work, right? Now, a new type of robbery became more common, called a takeover. A takeover is the kind of thing you're familiar with in the movies, where the people walk into the bank and very loudly assert their dominance by shooting bullets into the air and telling everyone to get down. Because now getting the money was a much more involved process, as was getting through things like security guards and increased police presence. In order to be successful, you had to show your teeth and do it fast. Which leads us to today's suspects, Larry Phillips Jr. and Emilian Matasareanu. Larry Phillips Jr. was born under the alias of Larry Warfel. He was born under an alias because his parents were wanted by the law. At only 19 years old, Larry's father, Larry Phillips Sr., was arrested for grave robbing because he was trying to remove somebody's head because he thought it was funny. And then after that, he committed several robberies for which he was eventually arrested and then escaped, to which he was now on the run. So, Junior had a great role model growing up. Other stories claim that his mother was a criminal as well. However, at the very least, she was okay with her husband's doings. His dad was finally caught and arrested the day after Junior's 6th birthday. And throughout his upbringing, Larry had a hatred for law enforcement and authority. Emil's childhood wasn't as catastrophic, however it certainly wasn't ideal either. Emil was born in Romania, and at the age of 10, he immigrated to the United States with his parents. He was the new kid at school, which caused him to be rather withdrawn and quiet. While all the reports indicate that he had a healthy and wealthy life at home with his parents, he wasn't doing well socially. One neighbor stated in an interview that whenever Emil graduated high school, he threw a party and no one showed up. Also know just because I said that, someone's going to be like, oh, poor sad boy bank robber shootout man. His mother said the one hobby that her son ever really had was firearms, which, I think in and of itself is fine. But, the other thing he did, which was sitting on the front steps of his house and disassemble and reassemble his guns every day while staring at neighborhood children, maybe not okay. Regardless of these shortcomings, Emil became an electrical engineer and even started his own business. Keep that business in mind. It's going to come around in the end. You won't see it coming. It'll be great. Don't worry. Most stories say that Larry and Emil met each other in 1989 at a Gold's Gym at Venice Beach. Some other stories indicate that they knew each other beforehand, but 1989 is as early on the timeline that can be confirmed. You wouldn't think the two would get along, but after they figured out that they had a shared interest in firearms and eventually crime, they were a match made in not heaven. Now, it can't really be confirmed what was happening in the next several years following their meet. It seems that Emil was running his business for some time, and Larry was running his own business that we'll talk about. But for reasons I'll talk about later, I believe they were doing small-scale crimes during this time, and were slowly working their way up to what they would become. That side hustle of Larry's was real estate scams. He became a real estate agent and started doing all of these backdoor schemes in order to steal money from clients. He also shoplifted a $400 suit for funsies, I guess. So before his first big arrest, he had already stacked up a history of white-collar crime. There are several other crimes, because remember LA was getting robbed a lot, that are believed to have been perpetrated by the two men, although it can't be confirmed. Unofficially, they are associated with 2 armored car robberies and 3 bank robberies. I mean, it's, not hard to see why. If all these were really them, then their first official hit was on an armored car on July the 20th of 1993. That incident went off mostly without a hitch. That was until October the 29th of that same year. The 2 of them were pulled over for speeding, and whenever the officer walked up to the window and began asking them basic questions, like where's your driver's license and insurance, they started to get nervous. Or at the very least, Emil did. See, at this point, they were using so many fake IDs and names for when it came to vehicles they were renting or properties that Larry was trying to scam someone on and false business practices, that it was pretty easy to get their stories mixed up, which it seems Emil did. When they were asked, is this your car, they were supposed to say that they had rented it from the airport because the car was rented from the airport. Instead, Emil panicked and said it's Dennis's mom's. Dennis was the alias that Larry was using at this time. So the cop was suspicious. He ran numbers on the car and saw that the story doesn't make sense, so he eventually arrested them and searched the car. In the rental car, they found 2 rifles, 2 handguns, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, police radio scanners, smoke bombs, IEDs, body armor, and 3 fake license plates. I almost have to give them credit for having the gall to drive around downtown LA in a rented vehicle with a small armory in the trunk. The 2 were charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. Duh, because after they ran their names and prints, they saw they were using fake aliases and had a record, and I'm sure those IEDs weren't medicinal. They were each given short jail sentences and 3 years probation. The most important part of this is that they were each given felony charges and had all their guns confiscated. Over the next few years, again, this is assuming that they did rob all of the places it's assumed that they robbed, they would hit another armored car in June of 1995, this time killing one of the guards aboard the armored car, and then torching the vehicle that they had drove in order to get rid of evidence. I guess they like heat. And then in 96, robbed 2 Bank of America locations. If they did do these hits, then they had stolen at this point about $1.5 million. The pair, only known for their ski mask and AKs, were dubbed the High Incident Bandits. There we go with the cool names again. At this point, again assuming the previous robberies were them, they got this method down to a science. They would go in loud, shooting rounds into the ceiling in order to freak everybody out. One of them would get the crowd to lay down and not look at their faces, so there was no risk of them being identified, while the other would go to the back door, shoot the door open to the teller's area, and have the bank manager take them to the vault where they would load cash into bags and then leave. Several of these heists took place in under 3 minutes, and given that the average police response time in the area was 8 minutes, the business was doing pretty good. However, as we're going to find out, for each of these heists, they brought an absurd amount of ammunition with them just in case something went down. They had planned for their next hit to be at another Bank of America location, this time the one at 6600 Laurel Canyon Boulevard. This was the largest Bank of America location in North Hollywood, so they assumed it would have the largest takeaway. This location had a parking lot to the north and south with a neighborhood bordering it on the east and a shopping mall bordering it to the west. While this did mean there was a higher chance to be seen as it was a high traffic area, it also meant that there were several escape routes. And in order to maintain fire superiority, the pair would bring with them 3 Norinco Type 56 rifles, or in other words, Chinese AK-47s, a Bushmaster XM15 dissipator, which is essentially a Sporter M16 with a shortened barrel, an HK-91 or civilian G3, and a Beretta 92 FS. The guns will come into more detail as things start to go wrong, trust me. The pair also heavily laid up in body armor, each wearing bulletproof material for a soft vest before inserting metal trauma plates underneath those vests. Phillips went a step farther by wearing what's called a groin guard, or essentially a bulletproof diaper, as well as taking pieces of Kevlar and duct taping it to his arms and legs. All of the weapons that they brought were not only illegally obtained, because if you'll remember they were both felons, but they were also illegally modified, save for the Beretta and the HK-91. If anything were to go down, the men would essentially become walking juggernauts, and as we're going to see, that's exactly what happened. Each of the men wore gloves in order to hide their fingerprints, so the gloves had sewn-in watch faces so that they could time the robbery itself. So, on February the 28th of 1997, the two men pulled into the north parking lot at 9:16 a.m. To calm their nerves, the two downed phenobarbital before they walked in. Phenobarbital is typically an anti-seizure medication, but for what they were using it for, it was a very intense nerve suppressor. The two set their timers for 8 minutes and then exited the 1987 Chevy Celebrity. Completely kitted out, the two made their way to the sidewalk and then began to walk into the Bank of America. And that 8-minute timer probably would have been okay if it wasn't for a patrol car that just so happened to be driving by at the same time. The patrol car saw the two guys in ski mask, bulletproof armor with rifles walking into the building and figured it was a problem. Walking into the front door, there was a man using the ATM who Larry grabbed, threw on the floor, yelled, "This is a holdup," and began shooting into the ceiling. Larry kept shooting and telling everyone to get down, while Emil ran to the teller door, shot the lock off, and then grabbed the assistant manager. As soon as the two had walked in, the teller hit the panic button, although that didn't really matter because again the patrol car already saw them, and Emil made his way with the assistant manager to the vault to start loading the bags with money. Now, as mentioned earlier, a lot of these robberies only took a couple minutes. However, due to the recent string of robberies, a couple probably committed by Larry and Emil, the banks had changed procedure. So now, instead of just opening one key and all the money was there for the taking, money was composed into these small individual lockboxes. Because of that, it took way longer to load the bags with money than it had previously. On top of that, the pair had planned to hit the bank this Friday morning because there was supposed to be a money delivery a few hours earlier. However, again, because of the string of bank robberies, deliveries were purposefully sporadic. So Emil kept yelling at the assistant manager to give him the rest of the money because he thought there was more even though there wasn't none, and what there was took longer to get a hold of. This would cause the two to eat up the entirety of their 8 minutes. Larry was again out in the lobby on crowd control. However, for some reason, 3 minutes after this all began, he walked outside to the front door of the bank. To me, this indicates that he probably saw the patrol car see them as they were walking inside, because I don't know why else he would do this. He walks out the front doors and then just standing there, ski mask and AK to his side, looks down the street one direction and down the street to the other direction, and then just walks back in. It's believed that whenever he looked south, he could probably see the cop car, which was the initial cop car that called for backup. So what probably happened, in my opinion, is he saw the cop car and then thought this is probably going to be bad. So then he's on crowd control, he gets everyone to lay down. He then walks back outside to check, sees the cop car and thinks, yeah, it's going to get bad. After he comes back inside, he goes to the security guard who is laying on the ground with everyone else, before putting a gun to the back of his head and saying, whenever I tell you to, move everyone into the vault. Larry then says something to Emil, most likely informing him that there's police outside and it's about to be a fight. So Emil zips up the bag he's been filling, which contains $303,305, as well as 3 dye packs. Dye packs, for those that don't know, are these little packets of dye that are made to explode if something's stolen or taken away, so that it becomes unusable and traceable for whoever stole it. I'm sure Emil wasn't aware of this, and after a short discussion with Phillips, they changed their game. While all of this is happening inside, on the outside, police are taking up defensive positions around the front door of the bank. I also want to mention really quickly, I looked at so many different interviews and documentaries and websites in preparation for this, and this always happens with stories or cases I read about, that some information's wrong, but like entire documentaries had no idea what they were talking about. Like, the majority of them conflicted with the footage that is clearly visible and just said that the pair did things that they did not do. One of the documentaries said that the two split up at one point and Emil walked out of a door that doesn't actually exist. One of them claimed that Emil was so intoxicated on the barbiturates that he passed out at one point, which he did not. And one of them claimed that Larry tried to kill Emil. No. It was too dumb not to mention. I had to get that off my chest. Especially before this whole situation goes from bad to worse, which it's about to right now. So the first wave of officers has now made their positions in front of the bank, and Emil is currently trying to bust open the ATMs in order to get some more money. So Larry steps out of the bank, now seeing more police cars lined up in front of him, and just starts shooting. Again, his AK had been illegally converted, so it was just full auto fire in the middle of a busy street in LA at 9 in the morning. See, for those that don't know, police were not allowed to carry rifles in their cruiser during this time. Because of that, nearly every officer at the scene only had a Beretta M92 or a Smith & Wesson revolver, meaning the largest caliber that the police had on hand was this, a 9mm bullet. For a comparison, one of the guns that Larry used was an HK-91 chambered in .308, which, if this is a 9mm, this is what they were carrying. Now, normally up close, it doesn't matter, a bullet's a bullet. However, this gunfight took place from several hundred feet away, and Larry and Emil were decked out in body armor. Meaning, even if a police officer managed to hit an insane shot from 200 feet away with a handgun, the armor would catch the round. And meanwhile, Larry and Emil were able to pierce through the doors of police cars. So for the first 4 minutes, Larry's just standing outside, shooting a lot, and then reloading, and then shooting again without really worrying about cover. And the police on the receiving end were essentially pinned down and taking on casualties. Several officers and civilians were receiving gunshots to the legs and arms. The police began retrieving shotguns from their vehicles, but again, at the distance, they didn't do much, and what they did do, the armor stopped. One officer who was wounded stumbled into a dentist office that was located in the West Strip Mall, and as he stumbled into the door bleeding, the dentist began to patch him up as his partner stood inside and watched the door with a shotgun. After 4 minutes of this, Larry steps back into the doorway of the bank and Emil comes out to join him. The police during this time are trying to take pot shots at the two, but anytime one of them gets a shot off, they're met with a hail of gunfire. This continues for about 3 minutes before the duo decide to make their way back to the car. I also want to shut down a rumor that's often associated with this case. A lot of the media outlets that report on it, and again, even make documentaries about it to this day for some reason, say that these two were unbelievably intoxicated and barely able to comprehend what they were doing. There are several cases coming up that disprove this, and the first one's here. The two began a bounding maneuver in which Emil laid down covering fire for Larry as he ran to a position in the parking lot, and then whenever Larry got there, he stopped and laid down covering fire for Emil as Emil ran to the parking lot. Also during this time, several who were on the scene, including the officers who were interviewed, said that the two were lousy shots, and that's why most of the shots missed their target. However, during covering fire, the purpose is not to wait for someone to pop up and then fire, it's to lay down enough shots so that they never have a chance to fire. The two were very skilled and very well thought out when it came to their strategy, which is what makes the following several minutes all the more interesting. As Emil began to follow Larry to the parking lot, about 6 feet after leaving the door, the dye packets exploded. Now what Emil did not know, or at least didn't realize in the heat of the moment, is that most of the money was fine as it was still wrapped in plastic. However, Larry, thinking that it was all ruined, dropped the money bag. Also during this time, all the officers on the scene had their own events going on. For example, one officer that was shot in the leg pulled off his gun belt and used it as a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleed. And upon rounding the corner to the parking lot, Emil finally took his first effective hit when he was shot just above the eye. This was also around the same time that media helicopters began to arrive on the scene and film from the air. During the video, you can see Emil grabbing his head and then touching the hood of the white car next to him and the clearly visible blood print. It seems that getting shot in the face highly discouraged Emil from continuing the fight. At this point, it's believed the two had taken several rounds to the body armor, but you know, the face is a big deal. After this, Emil goes and sets down in the car. It's unknown if he did this in order to leave or if he was just trying to gather himself. But either way, Larry was certainly not leaving as he made his way to the trunk and began resupplying on ammo. Now, what happened during the next 20 minutes is a mystery. There seems to be a conversation happening between the two on the ground, but we can't be sure what it is. Regardless of what Emil's intentions are in this moment, it seems that Larry is ready to fight. He keeps sweeping the areas where he saw gunfire coming from earlier, as well as checking the streets to which police could be coming down, as well as coming around the building and checking the drive-through lane. All the while, when he goes to these corners, he continues firing shots. Now, it's not known if Larry was doing this for strategic purposes. Perhaps he thought the only way he could get away is if he took out some of the resistance as he did it, or if he just decided that this was going to be his Alamo and he was going to take some guys out while he's on his way. Now, at this exact point in the gunfight, whenever the two of them are by the vehicle, it's very possible that the two could have driven away. The police who were there were pinned down and couldn't do anything to stop them. One officer even remarked over the radio that if they try to leave, don't shoot. Now, could they have gotten away long term? Probably not. There were 6 helicopters watching them at this time, but that's like a long-term problem. He was probably worried about the short term. Or at least he should have been. Maybe Larry just didn't know his situation and was convinced the police would show up around the corner at any minute. He was partially right as one cop made his way along the cement wall that separated the bank from the neighborhood to the east, and upon seeing him, Larry let out several rounds towards the wall he was hiding behind. During this time, Larry was hit at least 3 times, with one of them believed to have hit him in the side where his armor wasn't protecting him. Either from the drugs or the adrenaline, though, it didn't seem to bother him. At this same time, everywhere around the pair was being locked down. The streets were being shut down several blocks away, and all the schools in the area went into lockdown. Again, during this time, the police guns didn't really do anything. So a few police drove down to a local place called B&B Guns and barged in asking the owner for more firepower. The owner gave them 5 Colt Sporters, 2 Remington shotguns, and several magazines. At the same time, even though the surrounding roads were shut down, paramedic crews began to make their way in and try to help the injured. At this point, it seems that Larry had ran out of ammo for the belt rig that he was using. So he walks to the back of the car, again Emil still sitting inside, and Larry ditches his gear and pulls out the HK-91 that had yet been used. He then grabs several magazines for it and continues to fire. However, at one point, he reaches into the car, possibly to tell something to Emil or grab something from Emil, when an officer stands up and shoots him in the arm. Larry continues to fire rounds, but for the rest of the gunfight, he can be seen using his left arm to support the rifle rather than hold it. At least not hold it with any efficiency. It was possible at this point, now that his support arm was down, that he realized it was about to get bad. In either frustration or trying to get them out of the airspace so they could escape, Larry started shooting at a CBS helicopter. While this was going on and he was just firing wildly into the air, never hitting anything, several of the paramedic teams were able to evac people on the ground. Also during this time, news reporters began to get close and get footage from the ground of the pair trying to escape. In another move that, again, people who cover this say was a drug-induced paranoia, but if you watch the video is actually a pre-plan, Larry begins getting out AK magazines and setting them on the roof of the car. People point to this and say that he was out of his mind and trying to reload a gun with the wrong mags, but what it seems he was actually doing was counting the rounds he had on hand for his 91 and realized that he would soon need to switch back to an AK. It also seems because of this that he had communicated to Emil that they need to go now. However, the problem with this was so many shots had been fired at the two at this point that not only were the majority of the windows in the parking lot shot out, but the Chevy had 2 flat tires. While Larry is reloading the HK, Emil slides over to the passenger side of the bench seat and begins giving covering fire. It's during this time while walking around the side of the car that it seems Larry was hit 3 times. He then began to fire back seemingly unfazed, however many believe that this was the killing blow. And not for the round that Larry took, he was only shot in his hand and seemed to be okay, I mean his left arm was down anyway, but because of the round that hit his gun. Again, Larry was using an HK91, and for YouTube this is airsoft or something. The furniture's different, but the operation of this one's the same. The HK91 has a short mag well that you load your magazines into so that they can feed rounds into the gun. In a rather bizarre malfunction, his gun was shot right there at the front of the mag well. This created a sort of divot in the gun itself so that the magazine became trapped inside of it. So he couldn't get the old magazine out when he needed to reload, and he certainly couldn't put a new one in. Again, some consider this to be the kill shot because it causes Larry to do what he does next. Larry then ditches his gun in the back of the car and pulls out a now third and previously unused AK. I think he was already mentally planning to switch over to this one, hence him laying out the AK mags. But this was a problem as his AK kept jamming. Now, my theory behind this setup, and this just makes the most sense watching the whole thing to me. These guys had illegally converted all their guns, except again for the HK and the Beretta that were still semi-automatic. To convert these guns, which I am not going to explain on the internet because I like not being in jail, but it requires some level of cutting and sawing on the internals of the gun itself. Because these guys were familiar with the firearms, I think Larry knew that that AK was defective. Because think about it, he had used an AK initially in the robbery, and then he took all the time to take off all that gear and then put on all of the HK91 gear, only to then take all of that off and then put on the AK again. It seems like he really didn't want to use that AK for some reason. Now the solution to this would be, why didn't he just use the original AK that didn't have any problems, but all of the AKs were loaded with these big drum mags, so maybe mentally it just seemed easier to grab the AK and start shooting. I don't know, just a thought. Either way, it seems his gun kept jamming. He would fire a burst of rounds, then have to clear it and continue. It also didn't help that, at least inferring by the footage, he was shot in the left forearm again and was now leaning on the side of the car. With all of this happening at once, Emil really wanted to leave that north parking lot. Eventually, he leans over to the passenger side and pushes open the door for Larry to get in, but Larry, determined to do whatever he's about to do, slams the door shut and remains outside. So now, Emil is driving the car with 2 flat tires as Larry uses it for rolling cover and continues firing. While still firing and possibly communicating something to Emil, they get to the exit of the north lot and Larry makes a bound for cover to his east. There was a large tractor trailer parked there, which actually was only parked there because a neighbor had complained about its previous position the night before. While still being shot at, Larry runs to one side of the tractor trailer for cover, while Emil drives around it to the other side. It seems that the two lost sight of each other here. Emil starts to slowly gas the car as if he's waiting for Larry to come out on the other end, and Larry starts looking back and forth on either side of the truck to see where Emil is. It was during these few seconds that an officer had looped around to Emil's side of the tractor trailer and began shooting at him in the vehicle. Emil panicked and gassed the car, and in the video you can see the car hit the curb and then correct itself. But it now meant that Larry was completely alone and without cover. While standing and supposedly looking for Emil, Larry got shot twice in the back, one of the rounds hitting his subclavian artery. It's very possible here, with that shot being the first shot that would have given a lot of blood and pain, that Larry started to panic. Because while returning fire from behind the trailer, his gun jammed again, and this time he made it way worse. See, Larry's gun had experienced something commonly called a stovepipe. In other words, one of the casings that was supposed to come out of the gun instead stayed inside the gun. On the inside of the AK, there's this little rail that runs along the left side of the firearm. One of the casings had become stuck underneath this rail. Now, normally, if he was thinking straight, which it seems earlier he was, as he had cleared like 3 of these jams, all you would have to do is remove the magazine, the casing would drop out, you put the magazine back in, and you're good to go. But Larry, seemingly in a panic, grabbed the bolt and started racking it down, which, as you can see, runs in that area where the casing was stuck and makes it dig further down in the gun. And he just started racking that thing over and over and essentially broke the gun. In order to fix what he did, it would take an entire field disassembly, which he did not have the time for. This is why many say the shot to the HK earlier sealed his fate, because it caused him to get a faulty gun, which he then made much worse in frustration. That and the shot to his subclavian artery, which would have gave him, realistically, about 30 minutes before he bled out. Seeing nowhere else to go, Larry crawled underneath the tractor trailer. Shortly after Larry had crawled under the truck, a cop car came up that was chasing Emil's vehicle. However, the driver looked towards the tractor trailer and saw Larry hiding underneath it. So they quickly got out of the car, shot towards Larry, and probably hit him another 2 times. I think it was during this time Larry really put together that this wasn't going to end well. He went from his very tactful and straightforward idea to a much more sloppy, casual walk. He drew his handgun from his shoulder holster and began firing it one-handed at the police. In his left hand, for some reason, he was holding an HK magazine as if he was going to make it back up the road to the car and get the gun back out. It's possible at this moment that the lack of adrenaline and blood loss was getting to him. He continued to exchange shots with the police until one of the police rounds hit him in the hand, causing him to drop his gun. It was at this moment, having been shot, as we're going to see, a lot, bleeding everywhere, and now being shot in both of his hands and his gun laying on the ground, that Larry decided it was over, and also that he wasn't going to jail. So Larry leaned over, picked up the gun with his injured hand, and took his own life. The police, not able to see anything from their angle, had no clue if the guy was crouching down to reload or laying down to take a shot, so they just kept shooting him as he laid on the ground. This is a darker video, I'm just now realizing, but hey, monetization, who needs it? I also have to mention this side story because it's hilarious. The house that was immediately next to, or on the corner of, where the shooting took place, had a man and his housekeeper there at the time, and the housekeeper kept trying to leave, and the man was saying, no, you can't, there's like a gunfight going outside. And the housekeeper, who was from South America, said that he was being a wuss because this happened all the time where she's from, and he needs to quit being a baby about it. So then while the two of them are having this argument, literally like 10 feet away outside, the shootout just ended with Larry. So the police come to the door for some reason and ask if they can use one of the man's bed sheets to cover up the body of Larry. And the man was like, no. Which, understandably, imagine if a guy comes into your neighborhood and decides to turn it into Desert Storm, and the police are like, we really need to, be respectful of him. Like, no, I'm not ruining my wife's linen sheets just so he doesn't have to get some sun. I'm sure he's not complaining. So now the only person who's left is Emil. Also, at the same time, SWAT had finally arrived to the scene. SWAT didn't mobilize towards the bank until the second report of an officer down. Again, as we established earlier, if SWAT arrived at every bank robbery in LA, they would have to be deployed several times a day. So now that the main gunfight was over, the SWAT officers were in cop cars just driving through the neighborhoods around the bank itself because everyone was on the hunt for Emil's car. So it was essentially a giant game of Pac-Man. Emil, who has been slowly rolling his car in intervals, then gets out of his car and looks back towards Larry. Now, at this point that he did this, Larry had been killed, although the police hadn't come up to his body yet. However, it's very possible from his position that Emil was able to see Larry lying on the ground. Emil does a quick move towards his chest, in what seemingly a fist over his heart, possibly saluting his fallen friend. Larry then drives towards a vehicle and very calmly tries to steal it, but the driver of the vehicle just keeps backing away. And then maybe the funniest thing of this entire event, actually the funniest thing of the entire event, Emil tries to wave him to come back, which is so funny. Imagine you're driving and then a guy gets out of a car and he's got a rifle and a ski mask and body armor, and as you're backing away, he's like, "No, I promise." It's from here that Emil does something I can only describe as car shopping. He pulls in front of one car and then stops, backs up, and keeps driving. And then he pulls in front of another car and then stops, and then hits another car and then pulls away. Eventually, he sees a Jeep and decides to steal it. Hey, so I'm editing this right now and just wanted everyone to know I have no idea why I called that truck a Jeep. It's very plainly a truck and not a Jeep at all, and I'm going to continue for the rest of the video you're watching to refer to it as a Jeep for some reason. The driver of the Jeep begins to back away, but then Emil shoots through the window, breaking the glass and cutting the driver across the face. Reports are conflicting here, but the driver either pulled the key out of the ignition or hit a kill switch on the vehicle before ditching the car. Emil was not aware of this, so he pulls up next to the Jeep, begins throwing stuff into the back of it. However, whenever he gets into the driver's seat and tries to move the car, again it won't move. He supposedly bends down and tries to figure out what's keeping the car from moving, and as he's doing this, a SWAT car sees him and is able to pull up right in front of him. Emil sees this at the last moment, gets out, and then runs back around to take cover behind his own vehicle. It's from here that gunfire continues for about 2.5 minutes straight. Emil grabbed a new gun out of the truck, the previously unseen dissipator with the 100-round beta bag, and just laid over the hood of his car and kept shooting. The SWAT team who was behind their own vehicle was returning fire and getting several hits, however they kept hitting the body armor. One of the SWAT members, Officer Anderson, moved around the car in order to clear a jam, and whenever he did, realized that he could get an angle on Emil's legs. So he leaned underneath the Jeep and began firing, several of the shots hitting Emil in the uncovered legs. Emil realizes where these shots came from and begins returning fire the same way, before Officer Gomez lays down and takes a few accurate shots into Emil's arm that's now ducked under the car, and this causes Emil to drop his weapon and finally give up. Emil throws his hands in the air in order to surrender, however the police who are laid under the car continue firing and strike him in the buttocks and leg. The officers then move around to the front of the car and cuff him as he laid on his stomach. Unknowing if the guy had a bomb or other weapons on him, one of the officers aimed a gun at the back of his head to make sure he didn't try anything, and the front of the gun was so hot that it seared the impression of the flash hider into the back of his head. After this, police and news crews managed to come up and begin to get action shots of the scene, which led to this very iconic image of the arrest. The police kept asking for Emil's name, to which he gave the false alias of Pete. Another thing that had happened that I hadn't mentioned because we've been in like the, cool gunfight part of it, is that there were several false calls happening at the same time. By the end of the day, there were 17 calls from the neighborhood who saw 17 different people who they all thought was the shooter. If they saw anyone doing anything, they called 911 and said that it was another robber, to the degree that someone called the police because they said they saw someone working underneath their car. Yes, I'm sure that the robbers, as they were making a hasty getaway, decided to repair this random guy's Dodge. Because of this, the police did not know if there was another suspect that they need to be on the lookout for. They tried to ask Emil if there was another suspect, but he just kept yelling for the police to shoot him, so that wasn't really a help. So the area was still on lockdown. The police kept trying to get information from him, but he just kept saying things like, "F you, kill me, I hope you die," and other pleasantries. Emil had been shot a lot, but every one of his shots was in the legs. Now, while thigh shots can definitely be fatal, it doesn't seem that he had something like a clipped femoral. However, what he did have was a bunch of barbiturates in his system. Barbiturates can also act as a blood thinner, so it's quite possible that the drug he was on caused him to bleed out a lot quicker. In a move that is very highly contested to this day, Emil laid on the ground bleeding for 56 minutes. Now, this argument has two sides. On the one hand, there were several calls coming in that another gunman was still at large, and considering how violent the shootout had been, I highly doubt these guys were going to assume that if there was a third one, he'd be in a talking mood. And also, Emil wasn't being very forthcoming, so it's understandable that they'd still be on alert. And the other side of the argument is that this guy had just shot up a bunch of police, so maybe the police that were there just weren't in a hospitable mood. So, after 56 minutes of laying on the ground, Emil died due to gunshot wounds to his legs. The area was still on lockdown and the search would still continue. However, what the police didn't know at the time was Emil's death was the end of the action that occurred that morning. The gunfight lasted 44 minutes, with some accounts saying up to 2,000 rounds were fired, with 1,100 of those rounds coming from the two shooters. This gives an estimate of about one shot every 2 seconds for the duration of the gunfight. Around 300 cops ended up responding to the scene either during the fight or afterwards, and one of the largest gunfights in LA history was nearly entirely filmed. So how many people died in this massive shootout? None. Well, excluding the two shooters, but they don't count. Now, it is true that during the whole scenario, 12 police and 8 civilians were injured, but as mentioned, no one was killed. Hi, it's me again, the editing me, not the video me. I hyped up how many shots Larry and Emil received and then forgot to say it in the video. So now I'm here to tell you that at least 11 shots made contact with Larry's skin, and probably way more hit his armor. And Emil had 29 bullet wounds in his legs. Again, more shots definitely hitting his armor. These numbers are going off of the coroner's report, which is why we don't have exact numbers for how tore up the armor was. Now, that 29 figure is a little bit misleading. That's not bullet holes or bullets in him, that's bullet wounds. So if a round struck the pavement and shot 5 pieces of fragment into his leg, that would count as 5 wounds. So while not 29 individual bullets, I'm still sure he was having a terrible time. Now, the events of that day carried all the way to 11:30 that night when the lockdown was finally lifted. Some parents weren't able to get their kids out of school until 8 p.m. because everyone was on high alert that someone else may be out there. And again, as mentioned earlier, this was due in part to the entire neighborhood calling 911 every time they saw a bird out of place. In a case that I still don't really know where it came from, the police, for some reason, thought that this supposed third gunman was hiding in the storage shed of this old guy's house. So the police come to his door and are like, "Sir, we have to investigate this third shooter. Can you and your bedridden wife leave for a while?" So the old man's like, "Okay, officer, I guess." So he puts his little wife in a wheelchair and puts a blanket over her because it was February and it was cold. So as soon as they leave, the police pull up an armored truck and immediately break a hole in his wall and just tear up his entire backyard and start trying to destroy the shed. Like, what kind of operating procedure is that? You think there's a guy in a shed, so you spend like 2 hours destroying everything on your way to the shed. And eventually they tear it open and lo and behold, it's just a shed. And then that old couple's son found them wandering around the neighborhood at 7 p.m. that night. Like, what a just mean thing to do. Also, to continue the police's weirdness, whenever they thought there was a third gunman, they decided to have a low-flying helicopter fly over the neighborhood and loudly announce from the megaphone to give up because your accomplices have been captured. Imagine if you were just at home and didn't know what was going on, and then you walk outside to a helicopter 20 feet over your head telling you to surrender. Now, there's a couple mysteries to this case that I think would make a good bow to the whole thing. One of them is the story I just mentioned, the story of Emil bleeding out for 56 minutes. One of the reasons that he was allowed to bleed for 56 minutes is because there was a lockdown on the area, so anyone who wasn't police was not allowed in or out. While several medics who were closer to the bank decided to break that rule in order to help people, at one point they even commandeered an armored vehicle and began driving around the front of the bank picking up people who needed aid, which is pretty cool. But 2 medics decided to break rank and go to the area where Emil was shot. Initially, the medics were treating the guy who had glass in his face because he was the one driving the Jeep whenever Emil shot at him. A quick funny story about that guy. After he got out of the Jeep, he ran to the first house that was near him and began banging on the door and asking the person inside to let him in. However, the person who was inside was a 60-year-old lady who turned to her front door and saw a man with blood all over his face banging on it and called the police that there was a madman outside. Whenever the two medics arrived, they saw Emil laying down next to the car and he wasn't moving, so the medics just thought that guy was dead. However, as they were treating the driver, who they said had minor wounds because it was just glass tearing at his face, they saw Emil move, so the two medics immediately began to run towards him. As the medics were running towards them, a lieutenant stopped them and said, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know there's another gunman nearby?" So the two of them got out of there thinking that they were in immediate danger. However, they remarked afterwards that this was weird because at this point all the cops had their gun holstered and were just casually standing around. That lieutenant would later say that a police sergeant ran up to them, said that there's more gunmen around the neighborhood, be careful, and then ran away. This magical running officer was never identified and an order like this was never given. And also, if it was, they would tell them over the working radio, not have a cop run by himself down a street that's supposedly infested with robbers. Also, it seems that those two medics had their report fabricated, because whenever they pulled those medics' reports later, it was written down that the medics said they had decided to treat the guy who had the glass hit his face and all that because he was in critical condition. However, as the medic said that day, the dude was pretty fine. He just had some cuts across his face. And the police used that to justify why Emil was not given aid. The children of Emil would later sue the police department for wrongful death. Also, it was very clear that the family knew everything he was up to. It wasn't like this was a surprise for them. So people saw it as being pretty cheap. The trial ended in a mistrial and was never really picked up. Again, it was a pretty unpopular decision to have the trial in the first place. But it's still a mystery to this day how much was fabricated and for what reason. The other mystery is about Emil's electrician business. Yeah, we're going all the way back to the beginning. So Emil started this electrician business in the late 80s. Whenever he started this business, he had a projected profit of about $150,000 to $250,000. In the early 90s, he reported his income as being closer to $2 million. Now, normally, this would be perfectly normal. It's not uncommon for a business with several employees in Hollywood to be making about $2 million a year. However, when the police were investigating all of their assets after they were dead, they went to this business location and it was an abandoned building. The electrician company was being used as a front with a reported income of, again, $2 million. So it seems that they were using Emil's business in order to launder their money. Now, the reason this ties back into the mystery is because the North Hollywood shootout took place in 1997, and the earliest supposed robbery that the two had committed was in 1993. So then, why in 1992 was an abandoned business making $2 million? This could mean that the two were committing several other crimes previously to the one suspected, and potentially other bank robberies. So these two may be responsible for far more crimes than what is currently believed. Also, these two each had their wives in on it, helping them launder the money, and they were renting several properties under false aliases across LA, and it seems living rather lavish lifestyles with having cars separated in different parts of the city. So it was like Breaking Bad, but with banks instead of meth. He just like me, for real. The police investigated all of these properties and eventually found one that had a makeshift bomb-making site in it, as well as several other rifles and ammunition. It's not known where these two got their weapons. Again, they were felons, so they couldn't have purchased them, but it does seem they did the illegal conversions in-house. Also, there was a push in government at the time to allow officers to more strongly arm themselves, because there were concerns that police could be confronted with a force that was more heavily armed than them, which is exactly what happened. So while it wasn't the only cause of it, the North Hollywood shootout was definitely the catalyst that made it to where police officers began arming themselves with semi-automatic rifles, with several people even pushing the idea of the modern militarized police force back to this event as its beginning. There's a lot of other weird side stuff that's happened during this investigation as well. For example, it seems the ATF doesn't have any or got rid of all their documents related to the case. A lot of things like the vehicles and records that the two had has completely gone missing. Autopsy photos show that somewhere between the news camera's coverage of the scene and the autopsy being performed, that Larry had received another gunshot wound to the forehead. So what was that about? A wound that, mind you, was not mentioned in later reports, only in photographs. And several of the properties that contain vital information were seemingly found on a whim. The final thing I'm going to mention is the weirdest mystery of the entire story, and I have no idea what to make of it. So remember how I said they investigated Emil's office and it was just an abandoned building? Well, that wasn't entirely true. The top floor of the building had been converted into a sort of housing thing. So whenever the police search the second floor, they find a 44-year-old woman named Georgia Mayo. It was completely undocumented that herself or anyone else was living there, and apparently she had been locked in this room for over a week. According to her, the door was locked and she was kept in there, and someone would show up to deliver her food and medicine. However, for the past several days, no one had came. Again, this was undocumented housing in the second floor of a supposed electrician business that was actually being used as a money laundering front for a guy who died in a police shootout. I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea what to make of this. Emil's mom was named as a suspect, but I don't think that ever went anywhere. I don't know what that relates to, and it bothers me a little bit. I hope one day I can make an update to this video that's like, oh, a whole conspiracy that was taking place between them and the LAPD, but it's probably just weird one-off stuff. The whole story's kind of weird, but I also think it's kind of interesting because it's the one time that I can talk about a weird shootout that looks like something out of an action movie and no one died, besides the people who started it. And I think it's really neat. Things like bank robberies and shootouts are often overlooked in the whole true crime sphere on the internet, but to me they're some of the most interesting, especially because, the focus isn't on child murders and instead hee hee ha ha gun go boom. And I think it's something I'm really interested in, and hopefully you did too, and hopefully if you stuck around this long it wasn't awful, and I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, I really think this shootout stuff's cool, and there's actually a couple other shootouts that I wouldn't mind covering. We'll see if YouTube nukes this one in the algorithm / monetization, but sometimes you got to do stuff just because you like it. It doesn't always have to be profitable. It would just be nice, since this is a full-time job, if the majority of them didn't do that, but one every now and then's fine. So that being said, let me know if you like this, assuming this video stays up. And if you do, I would be down to cover a series of other shootouts or other standoffs like that. Because like I said, that's a really cool little niche that not a lot of people talk about. And I think it's really neat to look at the details of it. It also gave me an excuse to be a nerd for a couple minutes. But that's the one time I get to use that knowledge on here. But really, thank you all for watching. I really enjoy that I'm able to talk about pretty much whatever I want. And hopefully, knock on wood, you guys manage to continue to support me. And that really does mean a lot. Again, I hope you all enjoyed. A bunch of cool projects on the way. But for now, I'm tired and I need to edit this and get it up. So I'll end it here. But I just want to say thank you. Oh, sorry. Whoa. I got that too soon. Thank you to all of my subscribers. Thank you for getting me to this point. It means a lot. Thank you to all of my ex-patrons. I couldn't do it without you. Almost lost it there. But now that that's done, thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Role-playing game. It was big business. Fallout 4 made $750 million on its first day on the shelves, and it did this despite being, to my mind, the weakest of all the mainline titles. Fallout 4 is a tough nut to crack, harder for me to evaluate now than when I first played it years ago. It's the most modern of the Fallouts, the most smooth and contemporary in its presentation and world building, even compared to Fallout 76. It has a dense and vertical world map that is unlike anything that the franchise has tried to portray before, creating a more technically impressive wasteland than any previous Fallout title. It's just not creatively impressive the same way that it's technically impressive in terms of artistic depth and narrative meaning, Fallout 4 has the weakest wasteland of any mainline title. Fallout 4 is very driven by factional politics, tracing some of the structure that made New Vegas so impressive, but the factions themselves are not narratively weighted against each other the same way they were in New Vegas. They interact awkwardly and poorly. A major criticism that people have made against Fallout 4 is that the dialogue is bad. And coming back to the game and spending another 100+ hours with it, I don't really think that that's the case. It's much more complicated than that. The problem with Fallout 4's dialogue is the same problem that extends to nearly every other aspect of production. It's fine. It's mostly okay, and okay is not bad. A bad game is actually much easier to talk about than a giant 1 to 200 hour game world that is just okay. When it functions smoothly. When it's good, it's enjoyable, but not especially memorable. When it's bad in a bland way that fades from memory just as easily. Fallout 4 is nearly always adequate. What a rat-fucked position that is for a game critic to be in. What changed my opinion about Fallout 4 from it's bad to it's adequate is a change in hardware. I began recording footage from a computer closer in time to when I originally played, so it can't get the graphics up past medium. It runs choppy. The choppier Fallout 4 runs, the more a player is confronted with other disappointments in the dialogue, or the arrangement of the world map, or the deprioritization of role-playing in favor of the crafting loop. The majority of footage for the video was instead captured on my newer desktop, where I could play at maximum graphics, except for weapon debris, which I had to turn off due to a game-crashing bug. Smoothing out the frames per second smoothed out how much I was paying attention to the things that irritated me. The game looks very pretty. It's a pleasant enough place to be. If the game runs smoothly, the crafting loop feels better, and the experience becomes less disappointing and more okay, fine, just alright. Fallout 4 is a substantial, deliberate improvement on Fallout 3 in terms of creating a simulated environment. The lighting systems are more bright and naturalistic, the colors are much more vibrant and lush, the gunplay is vastly improved to the point where it becomes mostly enjoyable on its own. The better the game looks, the smoother it plays, the easier it is to forgive or ignore its frustrations. Fallout 4 is a simulation more than it is a role-playing game by a huge margin. The franchise just isn't willing to fully admit this until the advent of Fallout 76. So here's the thing about Fallout 4's dialogue. If it was truly bad, it would have generated some kind of memeified bit like, "Have you seen my dad?" It never did. Even now, trying as hard as I can't exactly remember how any single line of dialogue went. It's all just a mush of impressions and summaries to me. I know who I spoke with and what about, generally. I even remember well the vibes of the companion NPCs and their side quests, but not one single thing that any of them ever said stuck with me. That's not the fault of bad dialogue. That is a whole different can of worms entirely. The biggest actual improvement in dialogue over Fallout 3 is the elimination of block paragraph player response. This was the thing that made everything feel both too formal and too weak to work in Fallout 3, having to choose from a variety of options that were all in some way disappointing on the face of them. In Fallout 4, you simply choose a general approach or attitude based off of one single word, and then the voice actor for the player character will take it from there. It feels much closer to actual dialogue than anything that Fallout 3 ever did. There actually is a relatively natural back-and-forth rhythm going on that feels, if not cinematic, at least good enough for cable. Brian Delaney and Courtney Taylor particularly, do an excellent job of presenting the player in a way that is easy to agree with. They deliver their lines with just the right amount of joy or anger or skepticism or sadness. The naturalism of their line delivery makes it very easy to accept them as a representation of yourself in the world. In Fallout 3, the game relegated dialogue and narrative role-playing to just one more mechanical function of the simulation. Fallout 4 does the same, but it hides it better. It takes longer to catch on to the fact that there's actually less going on in Fallout 4 than Fallout 3 in terms of the dialogue system. Fallout 3 committed hard to binary role-playing, even when the binary was nonsensical. Obvious good versus cartoonish evil. Whatever option A is, option B is guaranteed to be the diagonal opposite. In Fallout 4, you have 3 versions of yes and 1 version of no at any given time in the dialogue. There are still role-playing choices to be made, but these are mostly oriented around faction choice, fully saying no to a quest instead of saying yes and solving it in a contradictory manner. The 3 positive answers are yes eagerly, yes sarcastically, and ask a question. It's this last one that annoys me the most, having spent so much time in the world of Fallout 4. Asking a question advances the dialogue one tick in most instances, meaning that you forfeit the option to characterize yourself in either the eager or sarcastic way. A sarcastic response by the player will provoke a different reaction or a different line of dialogue than guess eagerly or ask a question, but functionally, there is no difference between the three. They all advance through the same stages of conversation and arrive at a conclusion where something has been determined on a yes or no basis only. Quest accepted, yes or no. Quest solved, yes or no. Some characters, like the infamous Preston Garvey, assign you quests merely by speaking to them at all, taking even that binary choice away from the player. The fact that ask a question advances most dialogue by a tick means that being curious about the world leads to the blandest possible player character characterization. You can go hours in the game without saying something that's actually definitive or substantial about your character. And this is at the heart of why no single line of dialogue is especially memorable, good or bad. They are all roughly equivalent and lead to roughly these same outcomes. The only exception is speech checks, whose success or failure does branch the dialogue. However, again, dialogue in Bethesda Fallouts is a function of simulational gameplay more than it is narrative for narrative's sake. Because conversations take place in real time within the environment, you can quick save and quick load right in the middle of a conversation to brute force a preferred outcome through save scumming, if you want to. Similarly, a player can just walk away in the middle of a conversation without even saying goodbye, or, as often happens, be interrupted in the middle of a dialogue by some wandering monster or a dungeon enemy that you had failed to notice. Part of this is to allow the player to seamlessly transition from first or third person to the dialogue camera perspective without freezing the world in place in a window behind the dialogue box like Fallout 3 and New Vegas did. Presentationally, this is much better. But it's also an artistic priority. Gameplay literally takes priority over the dialogue. Dialogue is tangential to your present tense existence within the simulation. Radiant quests support this perception. Assembled from a list of objectives and locations on the fly, these repeatable template quests simplify the point of questing down to providing an incentive bonus of extra XP and extra loot to going out and exploring map dots you haven't found the time for yet. There are certainly well-written quests and characters within Fallout 4, unique and bespoke things that could never have been assembled from template, but these things are not the majority of Fallout 4. The majority of Fallout 4 is the story of the sole survivor of Vault 111 and their never-ending journey to find more adhesive, ceramic, and loose screws. Small items and objects in Bethesda role-playing games are often interactive in ways they wouldn't be in other titles from different studios, which might unify a table, its plates and forks, and a bowl of fruit into a single static object within the environment. Bethesda game engines separate all these objects, so while the table might be static, the tableware and the fruit, and even the bowl that the fruit is in, would be separate, distinct items that can be moved around or taken into player inventory. This is a massive amount of interactivity, but in most instances in games like Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout 3, that interactivity is only really utilized occasionally. In 85% of instances, the objects and their physics interactions are unimportant and frivolous, just background. Background is important, of course, you've got to dress the set, but I'm specifically saying that there was no real tangible benefit to these objects being interactive at all in the first place in most circumstances. Fallout 3 included a weapon that allowed a player to launch random junk, and New Vegas had introduced a survival mode where the player had to eat and drink to live, creating much greater utility for hundreds of in-game items. Fallout 4's entire structure, its entire 100-plus hour player experience, is dedicated to solving the conundrum of how to create utility out of all these thousands of discrete objects that are just lying around everywhere. Fallout 4's big ideas all orient around the problem that free will poses to a game developer within a simulated open world. How does a game throttle and unify the advancement curve for so many thousands, if not millions, of permutations for how a given player will move through and complete the content? Fallout 4 grabs tight hold of several different advancement curves and then stretches them all out together like a rubber sheet across possible difference. Leveling up completely rejects skills for the most part, instead basing character sheets on the special stats and the incremental advancements and ability trees that unlock with special point investment. It's meant to slow a player's arc of power to a crawl. Because enemies level up with you for the most part, it is not very possible to become truly overleveled or overpowered. Any sprint to the finish on your end is just met by a commensurate scaling in enemy level and inventory. So if the player's power is throttled to a slow advancement rate on the character sheet, inventory like weapons and armor become very important comparatively. These weapons and armors are, in turn, throttled into their advancement by the upgrade system. To keep them competitive with the enemy's level scaling, you must continually invest scrap in your weapons, the upgrades themselves locked behind ability points on the character sheet, and the random chance of learning a schematic when you deconstruct a weapon or armor at a workbench. The random chance of learning upgrades means that a lot of churn and burn of inventory is further incorporated into throttling player advancement. To churn and burn at the rate required to stay at or ahead of the curve, most enemy weapons gain utility as scrap. Because upgrades cost exotic scrap, every other discrete item in the environment gains utility as well. Desk fans, typewriters, globes, any old thing is now a point the player needs among thousands of other points to pull from the environment. Even pencils can contribute lead for bullet crafting. Everything has utility, and so no part of the environment becomes decorative or useless. Each room is a scavenger hunt, even the most boring closet or office. Of course, this also means a flattening of the difference in how a player experiences a dungeon. There is now no such thing as a fast or slow-paced dungeon. They all take precisely as much time as it takes for a player to find and acquire the useful scrap. After enough dungeons in which the whole purpose is to just rifle through shelves and desks, the Radiant quests begin to make more sense. It makes a person want some kind of extra motivation just to shake up the rhythm a little bit. Because the scrap requirement of upgrades is often so high, and because you level out of weapons and need to modify new ones from the ground up from time to time, the choice of what dungeons to go to is much like the choice of what flavor of yes you want to respond to an NPC with in dialogue. Functionally, they all lead to the same place. They all have the same fundamental meaning. Doing one thing or doing another doesn't especially matter, because in the grand scheme of things, you'll just say yes in one way or another to most of the quests and most of the dungeons. Fallout 4 allows for a remarkable diversity of approaches in how to tackle the content, but the content itself only ever accumulates into the same thing. You are draining numbers from the environment by looting and scavenging, while the environment is draining numbers from you in terms of ammunition and health. Balancing those columns is, for better or worse, the actual game of Fallout 4. And at 28 frames per second, that makes me very sad. But at 60 frames a second, I feel just whatever about it. It looks nice. I'm having an okay time. Don't hate it? Close enough. I'll balance those columns. Why not? Upgrading isn't the only utility for scrap, of course. It's also the basis for Fallout 4's most equally robust and superfluous new system. Fallout 4 is framed in a way that seems initially like a good idea. You begin before the war itself as an enthusiastic participant in neo-50s suburbia. You're married, choosing either to be the husband or the wife of the pair. The husband is a war vet and the wife is an ex-lawyer, but later on in the post-apocalypse, they both incorporate aspects of both job histories, and so the difference in background is never especially meaningful. The point is that you begin with a vision of exactly the way things always looked in the old posters. The old rusted cars before the rust took hold, the homes before the roofs collapsed, the city skyline before the whole world collapsed. This is all kind of cool if you take it from a perspective of lore, that this is the way the world said it was before the war, so here's a time-traveling glimpse into that lost era. If you take all the post-war scraps of advertisements and all the government missives about what America and Americans are supposed to look like if they're fulfilling their patriotic duty, then this is that world of which they were speaking. And because it's in gloriously detailed 3D and looks just knockout, it's very easy to stay at this surface level of accepting this as the way things were. The harder part is realizing that something is missing. It can take hours of gameplay for the sense of something being missing to sink in, but for me and many others, there is a feeling of toothlessness to the game world of Fallout 4 this time around compared to the West Coast Fallouts, even to Fallout 3 in many ways. It all comes back around to this opening framing device and what it represents. In pursuit of lore, Fallout 4 has embraced everything ever said in a holotape in the Fallout universe about the pre-war world as neutral fact. The game has no appreciation for the perspective that, as a parody of actual 1950s Cold War domestic propaganda, much of what was initially constructed about the pre-war world in the Fallout universe was meant either ironically or sarcastically. A major point of the white picket fence suburban recession is that this way of life was largely a fantasy and a myth to begin with, a false ideal intended to be used as a cudgel against those who would not or could not afford to conform to it. The idea at the heart of the original game's satire is that this pursuit of the suburban ideal caused the resource wars and the nuclear war, that America refused to give up this white picket fence fantasy in the face of an overspent, overleveraged world and chose global banditry instead. There's a small amount of darkness in the Fallout 4 intro in the form of being immediately co-opted into an evil Vault-Tec experiment, one where you are the sole survivor, but this is not thematically well connected or contrasted to the suburban paradise that you flee from. Your little slice of suburban heaven is not only blameless, the nostalgic pursuit of reconstructing it is an actual, mechanical game system. As foreshadowed by Fallout Shelter, Bethesda had decided that adding community-building elements to the game world would deepen the simulation and give the player another aspect of customization and control. The frame of losing and then rebuilding your suburban neighborhood is meant to provide a kind of narrative weight and meaning to an otherwise fiddly process of tinkering with settlements. Like most aspects of Bethesda Fallouts, the mechanical aspects of the simulation came first in design, first in priority. To someone who cares about Fallout as a dark satire, presenting the pre-war era in an uncritically nostalgic way is an obvious and confusing error. Why would they do that? To someone looking at Fallout 4 instead as a list of features which need to be pitched and sold to the player, then creating skepticism for the pre-war world and rejecting suburbia is itself the obvious error, obviously contradictory to the goal of enticing players to use the settlement system. Going home after being cryogenically frozen, finding your robot butler still tending your dead garden after 200 years, you're meant to have sympathy for the poor guy and take joy in cleaning up the town, buffing off the rust and restoring the shine to the neighborhood of Sanctuary Hills. Then the theme continues through an actually very clever unification of historical themes. Sanctuary Hills sits where the Revolutionary War had its first exchange of casualties, where blood was first shed on behalf of the American nation. America began right here, and now with you, it begins again. You're a slightly radioactive Johnny Appleseed, using the settlement system to plant little gardens of civilization wherever you go. Your character is referred to as the sole survivor, but that's not really the primary legacy at play. More important is your role as the American who remembers, or the last American. The game leaves it completely open-ended how you will now interpret that American mandate towards settlement and expansionism, but make sure to frame the initial pitch in a triumphant and uncomplicated enough way that whatever answer a player gives will be valid. In previous games, the idea that war never changes and history is full of dark repetitions was a criticism being made. It was meant to be ironic and sad. Fallout 4 tries, awkwardly and foolishly, to put a positive spin on war never changes. If war never changes, we will always need heroic young men and women to fight the good fight and do the good work. The repetitions and cycles of history are noble, good, even necessary. And because the game is more primarily about filling your inventory with typewriters and desk fans with which to moderately improve your rifle, this total reversal of narrative perspective and intention is surprisingly subtle in the actual experience of playing the game. The game looks cool and feels rewarding on a moment-to-moment basis, which obscures and distracts from the actually very fundamental shift in narrative intention. Because the narrative is just one small aspect of the simulation of player experience, a lack of narrative cohesion and a betrayal of narrative perspectives has absolutely zero bearing on the success or failure of the loot loop. It's only obvious at the margins, the beginning and the end of the game, when the game attempts to set up these perspectives and bring them home. In the long middle where the actual game occurs, it's like a vapor, a humid problem with the game's atmosphere, where there was once a sharp and dark critique of American consumerism and expansionism, and now there is only a vapid celebration of the same. It's not visually perceptible or traceable to a single source, but you can feel it on your skin, cloying and unpleasant, anywhere you go. Settlements require even more scrap than your other advancement curves, although this can be somewhat mitigated by assigning settlement residents to scrap collection tables, which will then acquire random odds and ends in your absence, or you can take points in an ability that lets you establish trade routes between your towns to share their inventory. Thematically, these extra layers of the loot loop fit into the post-apocalyptic fantasy of the simulation pretty well, but functionally, if you get really into the settlement system, it takes far more scrap to build anything cool than would ever be automatically collected for you. It becomes one more self-perpetuating, self-motivating layer of the scrap loop, another drain on your numbers, which you must then go back out into the environment to replenish. Like with the previous games, it's my inclination to save talking about the DLC until after discussing the base game experience, but in Fallout 4's case, I feel compelled to make an exception. Fully half of the DLC released for Fallout 4 revolves around expanding the options available for building settlements, and the other 3 DLCs all add extra buildings, templates, and game mechanics to the settlement systems as well. It cannot be emphasized enough how absolutely central to the game the settlement system is meant to be. The problem is that the settlement building game, thematically and mechanically, is a contradiction of much of what gives adventuring in Fallout its unique vibe and aesthetic. The best Fallout games revolve around the idea of consequence. You make your choices, the choices matter, and the world is changed by your passing. The settlement system is meant to provide that sense of consequence in a simulational context instead of a narrative context. You're changing the wasteland, right? It's obvious, it's visual. All these little towns weren't there before you, the player, put time and resources into growing them. The Commonwealth is like a little garden, and all the workshop locations are like planter boxes within it. It comes to life at your direction and under your guidance. The problem is that these settlements only matter in a simulational context. They have no narrative impact and no narrative value whatsoever. There's no narrative feedback based on their success or failure. Fallout 1 and 2, through their epilogue slides, feel much more meaningfully active to me, the player, than Fallout 4 does because my actions have been given resolution or meaning. Settlements in Fallout 4 will never experience resolution. They will never create meaning on their own. They will wait in the dark until you reload the save like so many forgotten Animal Crossing islands, and even then, they will never arrive at any sort of conclusion that isn't trivial. You will always be just balancing numbers until those numbers are at maximum, in which case you must pat your own back and tell yourself job well done, because it surely wouldn't matter to anybody else. Nothing about settlements amounts to more than a factoid, trivia. Oh, yeah, I had a 20-population town myself. There are people who do artistic things with it, creating interesting and meaningful architecture within the limited templates, but that's also part of my point. You're playing with Legos. There's meaning if you create meaning, but it's bring your own beer on that one. The Contraptions Workshop add-on, for example, allows you to build little assembly lines and stuff with switches, like how redstone ore in Minecraft allows for basic circuitry. It was popular in Minecraft, why not in Fallout? Nothing from that DLC even remotely compelled me to try it out. The earlier Wasteland Workshop DLC allowed a player to manipulate people and animals. You can create box traps from mole rats or deathclaws and then make them fight in an arena, or make your townsfolk fight, or put them in stockades. The manipulation of game assets is the point. It is no longer expected to suspend disbelief in any way and just take the game world seriously. You are now using the settlement system to take NPCs and bonk them together like action figures having a fistfight. It makes a toy of everything and reveals the game itself to be fundamentally more a toy than it is a work of fiction, which, considering the tradition and history of what previous Fallout games have achieved, is pretty fucking sad. The worst offender by far is the actually very large Vault-Tec Workshop DLC. It has a whole string of quests where you help a ghoul finish the Vault-Tec experiments that she was supposed to finish years ago. It is part exploration quest in a large and boring cave, part tutorial for the new Vault settlement components, and part direct insult towards the very concept that things in the game world should carry weight or meaning. It reduces Vault-Tec as a villainous presence down to a series of practical jokes. Why not torture the NPCs? They're not real, and it's kind of goofy. Feel free, build your own vault. Yes, vaults. One more completely value-neutral, politics-free, artistically empty aspect of the game world. I mean, sure, they used to be a supporting pillar of the satire and dark comedy. They used to be horrifying and sad when used correctly. Who cares, though? If it supported the dark comedy once, surely it's just as good at supporting simulational slapstick comedy instead. Anecdotally, the Vault-Tec Workshop resulted in one of my first failures as a professional writer. I had been asked to write about the DLC for now-defunct Rolling Stone gaming outlet Glixel, and I came up with 4 very weak pitches, all of which were rejected with good reason for being inherently frivolous. I tried to explain to my editor that, yes, there were some characters and quests and dialogue, but it had no narrative and nothing to say. If it had nothing to say, I didn't know what to say either. So I got paid my first ever kill fee for non-completion of a contracted article. Vault-Tec Workshop exists because, in the construction of Fallout 4, the player is understood to be the only thing that's real in the game world. Maintaining lore, maintaining tone, creating thematic resonance and meaning, these things are all secondary to player fun. Would it be fun to build your own vault and run your own vault experiments? Sure, if nothing is real and nothing matters. In that case, why not? Have fun. Fallout New Vegas is such a tremendously good RPG because it's invested in maintaining its own sense of reality, in suspending disbelief instead of wallowing in it. Even Fallout 3 believed in a cartoonish black and white moral binary, although evil in that game was essentially a position of solipsistic engagement. Fallout 4 is, by contrast, one of the most utterly solipsistic games ever created, top to bottom. It treats serious investment in the fiction of the game world as a problem for the simulation to solve, something that can be watered down and weeded out in pursuit of making a more interactive toy. By the time we talk about the very last DLC, even the settlement system will be trivialized and negated in the quest for more content and simulational bloat. So what place does story have within Fallout 4? Primarily an organizational and motivational one. Story in Fallout 4 is the thing that guides you from location to location as you pursue the scrap that actually holds value. Story organizes the map between regional factions and helps provide hubs for the Radiant quests to radiate from. In terms of actual NPC-littered towns, the traditional bread and butter of an RPG game world, Fallout 4 doesn't have much more going on than Fallout 3 did. The main hub is Diamond City, which should get at least some recognition as the best designed town in the modern Fallouts. It has a believable structure, taking over and fortifying Fenway Park. It has fun ironies, like putting the farms out in the baseball fields where the green monster is, or having an NPC who's a parody of a Boston baseball fanatic, except he has no idea how the game actually went. He wants you to gather a bunch of baseball artifacts while pretty hilariously misunderstanding the purpose of every single item, assuming the game to be a blood sport to the death. The Robot Valentine's detective agency, the 50s pulp trope of the snappy reporter and the corrupt mayor, it all coheres into a vibe that genuinely does feel like something out of an era-appropriate Astounding Tales genre magazine. The proportions are right, a perfectly simulational mix of commerce, residential dwellings, and agriculture. The tone is good, but it's also an area of contrast to the early isometric Fallouts and how they did their cities. Fallout 4, even in its post-nuclear construction of the world, struggles with the sarcasm and skepticism that made the game universe's lore and tone so interesting in the earlier titles. Fallout 4's Commonwealth is heavily invested in mid-century pulp tropes, very 1950s characterizations of fast-talking wise guys and gravelly-voiced detectives and dangerous dames on the lam. Fallout 1 and 2 don't feel that way. They take that era as their initial starting point, the point of apocalypse, but the post-apocalypse is quite deliberate in showing cultures surrounded by the ruins of that 1950s era and having neither sympathy nor interest in understanding what any of that gone-away stuff means. That is such a source of the original ironies of Fallout. It's a parody of the whole idea of the 1950s as a golden age to aspire to. It was gilded in the thinnest of gold over nothing but papier-mâché and scrap lumber, and once it collapsed, it blew away in the wasteland breeze like it was nothing. Only fools chase the past in the West Coast Fallouts. Fallout New Vegas plays around quite a bit with 1950s tropes as well, but always in that same sarcastic way as the traditional Fallout titles. Benny in his Tops Casino is cosplay for a man who always wanted to invent a fancier version of himself. House is a malignant holdover from that lost pre-war era. The NCR's nostalgia for pre-war America is tempered by how continually that veneration leads to the same failures and crimes as American expansionist policies caused in the first place. Each use of a trope in Fallout New Vegas is grounded and altered by the passage of time since the war. They are distorted echoes in a post-nuclear world. Fallout 4's frame causes it, instead, to seek continuity between pre- and post-nuclear Massachusetts. We see the height of the American civilization in the suburban cul-de-sac of Sanctuary Hills. We awake a couple hundred years later, and then, crossing the North Bridge to Concord, we set out, deliberately and explicitly, to make history repeat itself and bring a new Commonwealth into existence. From one of 4 total options, narratively. The irony for Fallout 4 comes from emerging after 2 centuries of sleep and finding just the same kind of massholes you left behind in the pre-war era. The game builds its tone using that new, lighter irony as its foundation. This is a post-apocalypse that doesn't leave the 1950s behind. Instead, it carries that era's pulp tropes lovingly forward into the new era, riffing on everything from the golden age of comic books to the era's obsession with the implications of artificial life and thought. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. The lighter tone and the brighter, more colorful visual design of the game world in Wasteland go hand in hand together. The tone of the game no longer stems as much from narrative as it does from the radio, fun-loving big band sass and brass. Cynicism about consumerism and trying to provoke a moodier, slower feel does not support the primary gameplay loop. Taking things at face value does support the primary gameplay loop. There's a bit from Rick and Morty that I'm really fond of where Jerry, the most regular and everyday character, gets convinced by a talking cat to take the cat partying in Miami. Repeatedly, the cat insists that the point of talking cat is just to have fun and not ask questions. Naturally, this is because the cat is hiding something terrible, but the punchline is mostly a joke about genre. Is the purpose of a fantastical thing to provoke reflection, or is it to indulge in whimsy, even if that whimsical thing is just lying to you? So long as you don't ask questions about the talking cat, the genre is comedy. We're all having a good time, and that good time will continue as long as you just go with it. As long as you don't get all deconstructive and reflective about it, like some kind of lame killjoy who doesn't want to put first-class tickets to Miami on his credit card. Because if the deconstruction being made by Fallout is that the civil defense era was a farcical hellscape of papering over actual problems with fake smiles and expensive doodads, then it becomes complicated to embrace those doodads and the saccharine, empty promises of its advertising as a means of uncritical, unencumbered fun. Fallout 4, narratively, is less a single cohesive work of genre fiction like Fallout 1, and more a pastiche of popular and recognizable affectations of that gone-away era of 1950s science fiction. Good times, great oldies, here at 104.1 The Nuke, bebopping the night away with all your classic favorites like A Man Made of Metal and The Twilight Zone Twist. The plot is something you tune into until it repeats itself, like the radio station, to season the simulational experience with flair and flavor. The simulation would function just fine without the story. In fact, the entire Radiant Quest structure exists based on the idea that narrative is merely an extra justification for things that you would already do in the gameplay. So perhaps the answer to the question, what place does story have in Fallout 4, is simpler than the long answer I've given. Might have been easier to just say decorative. As much as I dislike all of that, it's not the thing that disappoints me the most. It's that, compared to Bethesda's very own previous game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the wasteland of Fallout 4 feels cramped and limited. Skyrim managed to create a place that felt truly like a cohesive nation, different biomes, different cities with unique cultures and concerns. Skyrim took what Oblivion had attempted to do and made it all so much more natural and smooth. Skyrim still sells so many copies on so many platforms because it genuinely is a masterwork in creating a tangible sense of place and of a player's existence within it. It is a vastly superior game to Fallout 4 in terms of both narrative and simulation. Fallout 4's wasteland is so tightly clustered around the Boston downtown that there's simply not enough space for nations to exist next to each other. There is so little room in the game world that none of the factions really control territory, so to speak, like the factions in New Vegas do. The Minutemen are essentially the default faction in Ending. You get their quests automatically as part of the early game, and supporting them just means engaging with settlement mechanics and adding new settlements from time to time, as well as annoying timed quests to go and do brief wave defenses at this settlement or that settlement. The Minutemen don't believe in much of anything other than being helpful, which is about as blandly universalist as it is possible to get. It makes supporting them effortless, but also completely uninteresting. As the only actual character with agency, being helpful is my business, and I will not tolerate competition from Preston Garvey. Similarly, but more frustrating, is the Railroad. The essential conflict in Fallout 4 was set up back in Fallout 3 with that side quest in Rivet City. The Commonwealth is run by a secretive technocracy that dwells under the old Commonwealth Institute of Technology ruins, creating synthetic androids that murder and then replace actual humans, taking their place and steering events according to the wishes of the Institute. The synths have no say in this. When they get the choice, they usually choose to run. The Railroad are synth-sympathetic humans who help them escape beyond the reaches of the Coursers, Terminator-like synths who act as collectors for the Institute. Without the railroad as a faction, the fiction might feel more self-contained and meaningful, but the railroad tangles the fiction up with non-fiction in a way that is actually very frustrating. The Android Railroad is a way to interact with the language and emotion of slavery and liberation without actually connecting it to any of that real-world history or politics. While the history of the actual Underground Railroad is mentioned and acknowledged, this echo ends up being extremely toothless because of its reframing. It is impossible for anyone with any decency at all, anyway, to advocate for a pro-slavery position in the modern era, but since the railroad is a part of a factional system, there is necessarily an opposing side the player can choose. By supporting either the Brotherhood of Steel or the Institute, part of wrapping up the main quest involves wiping the railroad off the face of the earth, gunning down each and every one in their hideout below the Old North Church. So to make either of those endings casually enjoyable in any way, the railroad has to be in some way disconnected from real human truth. It's speculative now, just sci-fi. Do androids dream of electric Brahmin? Are they truly worthy of humanity and autonomy? If you're invested in the fiction and want to express pro-social values within the game world, sure, absolutely. But we also know the truth that the narrative is entirely tangential and no NPC is either human or autonomous. In New Vegas, supporting Caesar's Legion was a pro-slavery position for a character to take, but one that was obviously vile on the face of it, and the perspective was constructed as an evil path. Here, the Institute isn't much of an evil path at all, just a callous one. It's weighted with a number of twists that make it narratively appealing, deliberately. So I tried out the Institute ending this time around, having done the railroad last time, and was surprised at how little difference it made in my experience of the game. When everyone seems like an artificial copy of a person, in a truly solipsistic world where I am the only true thing, the question of supporting or denying the autonomy of the synths from the Institute feels mostly like an aesthetic choice. By engaging with slavery as a human issue, even when that engagement was a little crass, the previous Fallouts had much more to meaningfully say about it. By using science fiction as a sanitary barrier between the player and a real conversation about tolerance or slavery, by deliberately crafting a narrative that both sides the issue and the interests of player choice, the whole goddamn thing just falls flat. The first time around, I took it seriously, I did what I would do, and I supported the railroad. This time around, I listened to what the game was telling me. This is a game where you can support the Railroad, the Minutemen, the Institute, the Brotherhood, and at the same time be a raider warlord and the overseer of a cruel Volt experiment. No one matters but the player. This is essentially the position of the Institute. They know what to do, and once enough murder and manipulation has occurred, everything will be back on track and a-okay. The game is careful not to present any particular faction as total villains or total heroes. A lot of effort was made to humanize all the various points of view, including the ones coded as genocidal and intolerant. I'm split on how I feel about the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4 because on the one hand, this portrayal is so much more dynamic and interesting than the Knights of the Round Table Pizza approach that Fallout 3 took. Like Fallout 1, New Vegas, and even Tactics, it recognizes that the Brotherhood of Steel is an inherently insular and xenophobic organization. They arrive dramatically on the war footing in their attack Zeppelin, taking over Logan Airport and setting off into the wasteland to destroy the Institute, the Synths, the Railroad, and every single mutant or ghoul who would dare stay in the Commonwealth. The idea is that, having established a capital wasteland of order, mutant-free now that we've passed the reign of Sarah Lyons and moved into the era of East Coast Maxon III, the Brotherhood is turning to war to justify its own existence. Maxon III is a true believer, invading to destroy the Institute as a symbol of everything the Brotherhood has detested since Fallout 1, which, if you remember the lore, is actually right on the money. It is an excellent characterization for the Brotherhood, which swaps it from default good to lawful evil. It contextualizes the military spectacle in a way that deliberately gives them a fascist edge. However, it tempers this with a lot of Semper Fi Band of Brothers quests, where the fascistic angle is deprioritized in place of trying to foster a sense of belonging and camaraderie. The same plot that was bold enough to present the Brotherhood as morally gray and intolerant in a general way is not willing to go so far as to make it fully evil, fully dark, like the Caesar's Legion was in New Vegas. The player, most of all, must be able to feel valid in their choice, comfortable with it. So there can't be an option that feels fully morally compromised, even where this would lead to much stronger writing and plotting in general. So instead, the Brotherhood slips halfway between its two impulses, stuck in the crack between them. One impulse is towards franchise familiarity and player inclusion. These are the guys who will give you a suit of very nice power armor and make you feel like you deserve to wear it, big shooty boy that you are. One impulse is towards actual moral complexity and following a narrative line out towards real consequence and darkness. By falling between these two impulses, being a fancy power armor guy feels bad because you're also supporting jackbooted xenophobia, but the jackbooted xenophobia doesn't arrive at a closed or contemplative conclusion. The Brotherhood occupation is just one more piece of ambient set dressing for the post-campaign that doesn't really mean anything. The climax for any campaign is less about the choices you made than, once again, establishing a kind of continuity from pre-apocalypse to post-apocalypse. So if you choose the Brotherhood of Steel, you aren't criticized by the game in any way, you aren't confronted with any consequences. Just that your character talks about how all they really ever wanted was to put their family back together, and now they acknowledge that this is impossible. But, quote, "This time I'll be ready, because I know war, and war never changes," end quote. Not like applied to the situation in a specific way, not war never changes because what killed the world in the first place was mindless expansionism and fear of the other, so here we go again. Just war never changes, and that's inspiring because now I'm super duper good at war. Like, as an ending to a Fallout game, I think I would have preferred it if they just ripped off Resident Evil 2 again. With minor variation, all the endings are like that, vague and open-ended, because this is not meant to be the end of the game for you at all. There are dozens of hours of perpetual play and paid DLC content yet to come for you to explore. You can't suffer a narrative consequence at this juncture, or it might discourage you from playing the game more. Gotta bounce right back in there. Keep it light, and above all, don't ask too many goddamn questions. Your choice of ending is, above all, just an element of how you want to customize your simulation. This is your chosen role. Radiant quests will now radiate from your chosen faction hub, infinitely. Gain as many levels as you want. Take all your settlements to full bars. Whatever you want, so long as you agree to continue logging hours in the simulation. There's a contrast between the game's second and third acts, where all this factional conflict is taking place, and the first act. The first 10 or so hours of Fallout 4's main plot, which I spread out to like 40 hours by mostly ignoring it in favor of freeform exploring and side questing, leans very hard into a kind of cinematic style, very glossy and linear. The most strange and interesting example of this glossy linearity is the deal with Kellogg. The factions come later. Immediately your interest in the world is as personal as can be. Revenge. Whichever spouse you don't choose dies during the opening and your baby, Sean, is kidnapped. Kellogg's the one what did it. Revenge comes relatively quickly. Tracking him down leads you to Diamond City and some of the more basic outlying areas of the map. It's all mostly for the purpose of establishing tone and environment, showing you around. But Kellogg knows things, and him being dead and all once you get your revenge creates complications. So there's this extended sequence where you journey through his memories, with little neuron bridges connecting them that exists as a kind of virtual interface through his shattered brain. Kellogg grew up back on the West Coast, in the NCR, and the vignettes kind of double as exposition for the character and the setting. You see slices of life as he slides into his amoral, mercenary lifestyle, tries to get out, gets pulled back in again. Finally, Kellogg ends up on the East Coast, where he becomes a fixer for the Institute, using his wasteland connections in ways that an android replacement would not be able to do. I'm kind of fascinated by this story beat because I don't think any of it works as intended. It provokes the wrong questions. The intention is obviously to deepen Kellogg as a character and use the lens of his life to tie Fallout 4 better to the larger setting of the Fallout universe, and of course to set up the big twist. The trouble comes from tying the new setting to the old, because it highlights how incompatible they really are. The NCR is a vast nation covering multiple states. It is civilized, which is the paradox of the institution. When I did my video the last time, I said that they were one of Bethesda's best original factions, and I do stand by that. The Institute is an underground ivory tower, as insular as any academic institution, and the interdepartmental disagreements is a fun satire of academic culture in general. Because the Institute is operating principally based off of satire and irony, with mid-century sci-fi visual flair, the whole thing does feel very Fallout. The fact that they aren't expansionist in any meaningful way helps solve the problem that the robots had in Fallout Tactics, how the end result would invariably be an invincible army of benevolent bots that solve all conflict and thus erase all drama. The Institute are a massive power, but they're a local one, frightened of the outside world and unwilling to interact with it beyond the buffer that the androids provide. However, compared to the NCR, the Commonwealth in general makes little sense. This is where the limited number of settlements and urban-dominated map creates the most friction. Although Fallout 4 has factional conflicts, there is no sense of national stakes, there is no sense of clashing civilizations. The Railroad as a faction is in no position to really govern, they just want to eliminate the threats to liberty that the Brotherhood and the Institute represent. Supporting the Railroad is a moral good, but kind of neutral in terms of the balance of power and the political situation. The Minutemen would be the actual nation in that case. The settlement system is meant to portray the building of a nation through the Minutemen faction, but because the settlements are largely inhabited with no-name NPCs who have needs, but no motives, the Minutemen have no ideology of their own. They are written to be as vague as possible so that a player can project their values onto the Minutemen. They are as ideological as an Excel spreadsheet, just a collection of numbers that could represent any old thing. The Brotherhood is an invading force that does have a very clear ideology, but the lore has purposefully left the fate of New York vague, so there isn't a clear picture of what a Brotherhood that spans the whole East Coast might look like as a nation. If the Capital Wasteland and the Commonwealth are separated by all that distance, that really doesn't bode well operationally. While the motivation of the Brotherhood makes sense, finding the Institute detestable because it is basically the exact organization that they were founded to oppose, the strategy of moving so many people so far doesn't track. This isn't a realism complaint so much as it is a world-building complaint. The clash over the Hoover Dam not only made sense for each participant, the intricacies of what it meant for the stalemate of the dam to have gone on for so long is a big driver of side quests and local concerns. It radiates. New Vegas makes sense equally well whatever angle you approach it from. In Fallout 4, there's the angle you're invited to see it from, where it works okay, and then most other angles reveal it to be kind of hollow and cardboard, like a Western movie set, where only the facades of the buildings exist in actuality. The Institute is the only faction that makes sense as an actual regional power, appropriate to the environment, taking cues from the city's history and landmarks, interacting well with the Fallout style. Its emptiness, then, comes from the fact that the Institute is mostly satirical. It's making fun of a type of professorial paternalism, and has no real ambition beyond that. It's a good bit of satire to have them be so afraid of the outside world that they create an entire species of artificial life to interact with it for them, but when does the bit end? Where is it going? What's the ultimate punchline? What the institution lacks is dramatic direction. They straddle a line between sinister and benign that is meant, I think, to morally complicate them, but instead ends up holding them back from what would be most dramatically and thematically compelling. There is a great tradition in the Fallout series of villains being misdirected utopians, but the Institute aren't really utopians because of their lack of ambition and their apprehension about the outside world. The android-human replacement scheme has elements of horror to it. It could tie better to a kind of Twilight Zone feel if it weren't for the fact that the scheme is, itself, largely bureaucratic. Having friends and loved ones replaced by a doppelganger is scariest when the motives are unclear, inhuman. The Institute would benefit greatly from being more deliberate villains this way if their approach to academia was corrupted and unfamiliar in some way. Instead, the satirical elements emphasize how feckless and cowardly they largely are, and so the horror loses any bite. Why are humans replaced? Well, because they were in some way vaguely inconvenient to the Institute's plan, which is to keep things running more or less regularly. The Institute does not govern, they just manage risk. This lack of ambition, while decent satire, utterly nullifies all of the Twilight Zone tension from the idea. Back to Kellogg. This neuron memory sequence takes the longest possible time to say the most basic possible things, gesturing towards payoffs that the game is unable to actually create. Humanizing Kellogg after the fact doesn't make him a complex villain, so much as it paints him as a relatively simple villain who took some extra steps and a very long walk to get there. The first act tries to use linear AAA storytelling to set up what's meant to be a balanced set of choices in the second and third act, without understanding how fundamentally unbalanced and vague this factional conflict is. Fallout 4 is bad at articulating both conflict and drama. All its effort went into the simulational elements, which creates an interesting tension when the thing that it's trying to simulate is friendship. Fallout 4's companions are where the tension between narrative and simulation becomes the easiest to see. The companions have arguably the strongest writing out of any category of writing in the game, stronger than quest dialogue, stronger than factional narrative. The companions are both vivid and memorable, for the most part. Some fall a little flat for me because they're so devoted to a particular 1950s trope, like Piper, the investigative reporter who runs Diamond City's newspaper along with her little sister who she takes care of when she's not off on an adventure with you. The problem with Piper is that once you grasp her trope, you grasp the whole of her character. Everything else is less nuanced than it is just detail. Some characters exist to provide a human face to a broader organization, like Paladin Dance does for the Brotherhood or Deacon does for the Railroad and Synths. Some exist to provide continuity between titles, like MacReady. You know, Mayor MacReady from Little Lamplight. He's had a long, hard life in between now and then. Others help illustrate lore issues, like the robot Dr. Curie. With the accent of a bright, slightly flirtatious Frenchwoman and the body of a standard-issue Mr. Handy, Curie has spent decades trapped in a vault, like you, but aware. Curie longs to experience the outside world, and in the arc of your time with her, she decides that she would prefer to experience the world as closely to being a human as she can. So it's on you, as her friend, to procure her a synth body capable of sensation. Curie illustrates the way the setting treats artificial intelligence as a sure, why not kind of deal. In Fallout 1 and 2, AI was limited to the supercomputers and the robo-brains. Fallout 3 and 4 play it a little more fast and loose, giving Mr. Handy-style robots personalities that are more reactive and individualistic than would have been portrayed in previous games, which Fallout 4 uses to good effect a lot of the time, like with Codsworth, your Mr. Handy butler from before the war, and also with Curie, who's programmed to be eternally optimistic. It is cute that Curie wants to be human so badly and needs a synth body to do it, but it also diminishes the important distinction between programmed personalities of classic robots and copied personalities of synths. Detective Nick Valentine, the only synth living openly in Diamond City, is arguably the best NPC in the game. He's a fascinating window into the existential nightmare of being an artificial copy of a person. In his side quest, you help him resolve some unfinished business of the real Nick Valentine, gunned down by the same criminal that you're after now, that criminal having lived underground as a ghoul all these years. The ghoul thing is silly, but the pain and confusion of not being the same man or even the same creature as you remember being all your life is a compelling hook for the character. I misidentified the voice actor when I first played the game and talked about it. It's actually Stephen Russell, who also does other voices such as Codsworth. Valentine is Russell's masterpiece, though. No matter how pulp sci-fi the story gets, Russell's hard-boiled android feels absolutely genuine and real to the setting. This individual character elevates the whole world-building effort through dialogue and character performance. I might not remember many specific lines of dialogue, but I remember Valentine's struggle with identity and memory. Or I remember the mercenary Kate's struggle with drugs and anger, or the ghoul Hancock's uneasy relationship with heroism and responsibility. Hancock is another major standout. What could be a very silly character comes across instead as a grounded individual with ambitions and big disappointments in his past. He wears the costume because the costume helps him define his role in the world. There's a vulnerability and an insecurity beneath that costume that makes the character feel real and relatable. And herein lies this especially interesting twist. Not only are most companion NPCs available as player romance, they are available bisexually, accommodating any kind of player character. This is part of Fallout 4's larger commitment to customizable simulation. Just as the Minutemen in the settlement system can't have an ideology that would contradict a player's motive, the companions don't have a sexual preference that would let them come in between the player and their fantasy. This only becomes discordant if you spend so much time within the game as to date everyone, because in any actual dating pool you'd have heard no thanks based on some criteria or another by now. No one in Fallout 4 is gay or straight or even properly bisexual. They are vessels through which the player can be flattered in another way besides the base power fantasy. It is obvious through the game mechanics that I am meant to feel powerful or adventurous or accomplished, but if I want to feel adored, then that requires the help of a script and a simulated relationship. The basis of which is flattery, regardless of the decisions and dialogue choices which influence your companion's opinions of you, up and down, which is a meaningful nod towards real role-playing at least. There are actually several dozen of these instances across a completionist playthrough of dialogue choice that actually affects companion opinion, but the game systems of Fallout 4 aren't geared towards producing different, unique outcomes. They're meant to create predictable outcomes and unify progression paths from divergent player choices. They are deliberately homogenizing systems. So the companions aren't meaningfully affected by these choices in ways where a character would ever hate you, even though some choices lead to confrontation like supporting the Institute with Nick Valentine as companion. But you can talk your way out of that, and you can talk your way out of any other trouble you might get into through dialogue choice. And who can say what quests, if any, a player will bother to complete in a given playthrough? Fallout 4 can only guarantee that a player will follow the loot loop. So companion relationship progression is tied directly to common player verbs like picking locks or hacking terminals or taking drugs. The artifice shows through the more companions you travel with. Every single time, even if the anecdotes are different, the progression of your friendship is the same. First, you pick locks and you hack turrets, and then they tell you that you're pretty alright, and suppose they owe you a little background. Then you pick more locks and you hack more doors, and they say, hey, there's an emotionally difficult twist on the thing that I told you the last time. I'm telling you now, because we've gotten so close while we've been trying to find duct tape. Then you pick even more locks and you hack even more terminals, and they trust you enough to resolve their difficult secret and or burden. And the first time that happens, it does feel kind of natural, like, we've been hanging out for a while and it makes sense that they want to have an occasional conversation. But then the second time comes and the next companion will very seriously say, I've seen a lot of people out here. You're different. And I'm like, I know. I have the world's largest burlap sack full of desk fans and I want you to hold it. Then they continue to be extremely close, very good friends with you, regardless of whether or not you have done anything of substance together. Their emotional closeness to the player is just another score like happiness and defense, food and water, hit points and radiation count. In the grand scheme of things, you do very little to create an actual identity for your character. And yet, in spite of behaving in an extremely generic way, the basis of all your simulated friendships is an attempt at flattering you with the idea that you are actually quite special and very unique. It's silly and kind of annoying, but again, it only becomes clear if you approach the game from a completionist perspective and try to make friends with everybody. This contradiction between very personal, even romantic dialogue and impersonal, aromantic gameplay has created an interesting, even quantifiable effect in the game's fandom. The internet's largest repository of fanfiction is arguably Archive of Our Own, or AO3. Fallout is popular, with Fallout 1 inspiring 99 original works, Fallout 2 inspiring 154, and Fallout 3 inspiring a much larger 2,287, finally New Vegas coming in at a whopping 4,333. Fallout 76 didn't manage to get people writing more than 225 works of fanfiction, while even Fallout Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel managed 9 and 16 tagged works, respectively. Fallout 4, on the other hand, directly inspired the creation of 11,030 works of fanfiction. The vast majority of all fanfiction ever written about Fallout is about Fallout 4. Why? I think it's because of this inherent and glaring contradiction between very personal dialogue and very impersonal in-game actions. Thousands of people have come away from the companion romances thinking, okay, that's nice, but what if we smooched for more compelling reasons, or actually had a date or something? And then those players wrote exactly that. Fallout 4's characters are compelling, but they're held back and made more obviously artificial by Bethesda's conception of the player as being able to experience all things on a single playthrough, by the obvious narrative problem that a person cannot be all things to all people. Fallout 4's characters will admire you no matter what you do, because even the biggest disagreements are flattened against the 100-hour curve of minute and inconsequential actions on which the true game pivots. Everything in Fallout 4 is averaged out over time: what dungeons you visit, what quests you accept, what faction you support, who you choose to care about, who you choose to take off your clothes for. What makes the companions so well written when they are is how they provide a personal connection to a potentially impersonal simulation, how they ground out the abstract and mechanical elements of Fallout 4 in humanity and sympathy. In this way, they are more real than you, the player character, who is only ever enthusiastic, sarcastic, negative, or curious. Role-playing is not simply an act of projection. It's not enough to just exist within the simulation. Role-playing is a dramatic act, collaborative drama, and drama is built on conflict and difference and the choice between one thing or another. In a real role-playing game, the player is like a cue ball in a billiards game. Your choices should knock into the other NPCs and send them scattering unpredictably, sinking some, separating stripes from solids, creating direction for the rest of the game from that initial unpredictable break. Like calling a shot in billiards, the greatest thrill of a real role-playing game is in looking down the line and confidently determining what comes next, the willpower more important than whether you make the shot. Player must feel as if they have decided something, willed something into being, participated deliberately. To tie something as personal as friendship to something as preposterously impersonal as a tally of locks that you've picked in that person's presence is to reduce what should be the beating heart of narrative and role-playing down into just one more goddamn game mechanic. No more and no less important than building settlements or bartering over goods. The game's biggest emotional thread resolves in an equally impersonal way. Your son, Sean, is the precipitating event for going into the wasteland in the first place, for killing Kellogg, seeking out the Institute. From the very opening, when you spin the rockets above his crib, it's Sean who is the most personal element of the plot to your character. Sean's part of the main plot resolves in service to the Twilight Zone twist. There are decades in between Sean's kidnapping and your awakening. He's an old man now, on his deathbed. Like the Enclave, the Institute had a particular need for pre-war genetic reference material. Sean was their main source, you were the backup. This is meant to be a point of both reflection and inflection, the villainous Institute given the most sympathetic possible face. Sean's run the whole thing for years, raised by the scientists, more their child in creation than he ever was yours. Sean worries, though, about the stagnation that you see among the Institute's leaders, so he wants you to lead it instead, to take these feckless scientists into a new era of greater participation in the wasteland, which puts you in an interesting position as a possible reformer. But the ending is fixed if you choose the Institute. There is no negotiation with the Railroad or the Brotherhood, because that would necessitate more endings or some kind of epilogue to articulate. The twist nullifies much of the emotional complication in a way meant to make the choosing of other factional endings easier. Sean might be yours in some ways, but he was lost to you in many more, so long ago that it doesn't really matter if you destroy his life's work or not. Consider another parent-child reunion in one of the side quests. For 200+ years, there's a kid who's been stuck in a refrigerator. He's a ghoul, so he's fine. No psychological consequences even. He's just as, "Gee, mister, what a long time," now as when he went in. His parents are not only also ghouls, they live just down the road. Now there's a wrinkle where a raider comes along and demands the kid as part of a robbery kind of thing, and you have a minor choice as to whether to hand the kid over, negotiate, or start shooting. So you do the good thing and the happy family is reunited. This is, of course, sappy and stupid and absurd all at once. It's to the main plot's credit that it mixes it up so much more than this by killing off your spouse, throwing in the time skip, making siding with Sean siding with the main villainous faction. These are good complications. When you don't bother with any complications, you get something like the kid in the fridge, utterly devoid of nuance or believability. The problem with Sean is not a lack of complication, but an insincerity of emotion. His twist is much more about manipulating the player's perception of the story than it is about strong storytelling. A twist should recontextualize what you know about a setting, but what does the Sean twist actually recontextualize? Commonwealth was mostly the same a few decades back, I guess. Nothing really changes until you arrive, so the confusion over the exact year you woke up is kind of immaterial. Your perception of the factions and their disagreements isn't altered at all by Sean's presence, save perhaps the Institute, but even then the only thing that changes is their relationship to you. Sean guides you into a position of power and favoritism that you otherwise would never have achieved within the Institute. It very suddenly puts you on the same positive footing with them as with the other factions, just in time for the conflict between these factions to become the main focus of questing. This twist takes all the emotional energy built up by the early main quests and cashes it in for little more than a functional transition between acts. But what does it really matter when neither the twist nor the resolution is the point? To illustrate, let me ask this. With what amount of urgency did you pursue the main quest to rescue Sean? You are meant to be distracted. You are intended to dawdle and waste time on a million other more narratively frivolous concerns. In a certain way, the twist only validates this distractibility. There never really was much urgency in the first place. Your distractibility caused no harm one way or another, save for all the people and animals that you've gunned down, stabbed, and blown to pieces along the course of your journey. Part of the function of this particular twist is to dissolve any sense of urgency and free a player to explore the rest of Fallout 4's world at their own pace, if they haven't already. Narrative creates stakes, it gives direction, it confines action to the relevant locations and reasons. Linear games are the most faithful games to traditional narrative structure, so in many ways Fallout 4 deprioritizes, rejects, and undermines its own story in favor of nonlinear, impulse-driven gameplay concerns. Over and over in all sorts of ways, so that no matter what choices you make or what twists there are or who you want your character to be, all there really is just an open world full of stuff that has no purpose until you decide to collect it and give it meaning. You are the only living real thing in Fallout 4. I would say, and no amount of pretending can change that, but that is precisely the point. If there was more pretending, I could better forget that this is just a clockwork fantasy. Fallout 4, although clockwork, is such an intricate piece of clockwork, such tiny, delicate gears, all spinning at once, so very many pieces that are just as mysterious as they are intricate. I appreciate the craftsmanship. I'm just not very moved by it. Fallout 4 is both art and engineering, but not in equal measure. It is a stunningly complex simulation because the simulation is the sole measure by which it wishes to be judged. All artistic elements must also share function with the simulated elements, no matter how detrimental that can be to the overall presentation. There are moments of the game where the simulation itself becomes a thing of genuinely stunning beauty, moments that aren't constructed out of words or imagination, but instead from the interactions of all these complex simulated systems of light, shadow, and weather. Weather especially. The contrast between brilliant sunlight on a cloudless afternoon and the dreary rainfall that comes down on downtown some days instead is tremendous. Fallout 4 is scenic in such carefully detailed, development-intensive ways, from the interaction of fog and light to the impact and animations of combat. If the point is to directly animate and visually represent what used to be an image in a player's imagination, Fallout 4 succeeds beyond all expectations. Even quite a few years later now since release, it is visually stunning most of the time, and the more apocalyptic it gets, the better it looks. One of the best things that it adds is radiation storms, huge rolling thunderheads that turn everything a sickly green and brown, punctuated by lightning bursts and pervasive radiation. It's weather that is both mechanically dangerous and visually threatening. It completely changes the character of even familiar areas. Fallout 4 sacrifices so much to put the focus purely on these little moments of the present tense, but it works because I do remember and treasure these snapshots of exploration and adventure more than I do any other piece of the narrative or even the companion characters. The closest Fallout 4 gets to being the game I always wanted it to be, in the main campaign anyway, is when you're directed into a region called the Glowing Sea. Trailing off to the southwest, towards Rhode Island, is an area that was completely saturated in bombs, creating a true wasteland on the borders of the outer Boston area, kind of like the Glow was in Fallout 1. Besides a small encampment of worshippers who follow Fallout 3's Church of Adam, nothing friendly lives in the Glowing Sea. It's full of the most hostile, irradiated mutants and the most twisted, decayed ruins. There's always a haze in the Glowing Sea. The radiation storm weather effect is always present to a certain degree, which together with the barren waste of the landscape creates one of the most atmospheric locations that I have ever experienced in a video game, not just a Fallout game. The Glowing Sea is always the highlight of Fallout 4 for me. I try to savor it as much as possible and explore every inch, which is especially engaging because the Glowing Sea extends beyond what would otherwise be the world map boundary. There are map markers that defy established game logic. By doing so, the exploration in this region feels especially mysterious, even slightly forbidden, as if the game is revealing a secret. It's not, of course, it's all intended, but by doing it this way, they very deliberately curated that sensation, which is tremendous game design. It always bothers me when people complain about what's realistic or not in a game, because the whole thing is always illusion from the beginning. The purpose of the illusion, the strength of the illusion, that's what determines the quality of the thing and whether or not it even feels realistic. It is not actual realism, or even necessarily a gesture towards naturalism. It's just that when it feels realistic, the illusion is actually working. Game worlds are made of math and light. They have no reason to be realistic, and often they're at their most creative when furthest removed from the familiar. Out here in the Glowing Sea, my problems with the game, on the whole, don't matter. This, right here, this is my fantasy. To be alone, wandering and scavenging in a truly strange and hostile place that was once familiar with streets and office buildings, now blown apart and fused to glass and reduced to tunnels of trash beneath the blowing sands. This is art. This is using the simulation to create real, meaningful, visual art. It's atmospheric without needing narrative, intriguing without requiring characters. The game world speaks for itself, and this is where Fallout 4 is the most articulate. The glowing sea is a high watermark of environmental design that I'll be chasing all franchise long. It's why I prefer Fallout 76 to Fallout 4, or how 76 was on release anyway. By removing narrative almost entirely, it allowed these emergent moments of exploration and landscape to be the entire focus, the entire game. Nothing in Fallout 4 ever quite tops the glowing sea in terms of post-apocalyptic visual art. What I wish more than anything is that it had at least made more of an effort to try. DLC is often an opportunity for a game to explore the boundaries of its gameplay and narrative, pushing them in more experimental directions. For Fallout 4, almost all of those experiments strike me as failures. We've already discussed the workshops and what a missed opportunity they are, but fully another of the DLCs falls somewhere in between an actual story-driven expansion and workshop content. Automatron was the first of the DLCs to come out, and the first to get me really disappointed and frustrated at the lack of creativity on display. It's a whole big production follow-up to what is literally my least favorite quest in Fallout 3, the Mechanist versus the Ant Agonizer. Fallout 4 already does a whole comic book questline with its Silver Shroud stuff. It doesn't need this. Here we are anyway. All these years later, and there's a strange robot army invading the Commonwealth, purging it in the name of the Mechanist. So the Mechanist is the villain now. What a twist, with thrilling twists still to come, right? I find it fundamentally very difficult to care about this setup, or anything about the DLC at all. It seems to me that the main reason for the DLC to exist is robot customization. All robots are now divisible and interchangeable by part, which you can loot like armor when they die. So you can take any of your robot companions and completely customize any aspect of their bodies. Always wanted Codsworth to be based on a SentryBot chassis? Now he can be, and look at him go. Give Curie rocket launchers. Use the new NPCs to create a pink robo-brain with a bloodthirsty disposition. Customizable fun and mechanical visual fantasy triumph over any actual narrative concern, just like with the Vault Tech Workshop and its immersion-breaking experiments. The main thing that's interesting is that the Mechanist's lair this time is a long-shuttered government research center where the robo-brain was prototyped using human prisoners. The terminals tell the story from a lot of well-written voices and perspectives, some researchers having regrets only to be shot while trying to resign, and others enthusiastically participating in science for the sake of it, pain and suffering be damned. The vibe is very on par with that scene in RoboCop 2 where the CEO asks how the other prototypes are going, and the answer is really not well. Automatron's big reveal hinges on the fact that the Mechanist is an accidental villain. They instructed the robots to help humanity, and the robots calculated that the easiest way to help everyone is to put them in the ground, because if the goal is zero conflict, this reduces conflict to zero at the fastest rate. This is a venerable, old-school pulp sci-fi twist, but that's just the thing. It's precisely the most predictable possible twist to choose. Plus, everything plays out so earnestly, at such length, even though the whole twist is basically a dusty, secondhand piece of dark bit comedy. Punchline sci-fi. It doesn't need to be so over-earnest. It's not that it's too absurd. Fallout 2 would do this kind of thing a lot, but Fallout 2 would be sarcastic as hell about it. Sometimes Fallout 2 could be too edgy for its own good, but I think I prefer a Fallout with too much edge over this kind of drawn-out melodrama. If you know your climax is a punchline, and nothing more, don't talk so much that no one's looking where that punchline is supposed to land. The thing that's so absolutely supremely frustrating about Fallout 4 is that it holds its own opposite mirror image within the DLC. Far Harbor is a kind of AAA reimagining of Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, a long journey to a faraway coastal swamp with exotic dangers and huge treasures. That's just the surface, though. What makes Far Harbor so amazing as DLC is that it actually achieves harmony between narrative and gameplay. Both are given equal priority and respect, and with both elements in harmony, the atmosphere is stronger than it ever managed to be in the main campaign. Far Harbor has superior main quests, side quests, and world map design to the original release of Fallout 4. It's as remarkable as it is infuriating. Where was this Fallout 4 for the past 100 hours? Where would it go when it came time for Nuka World? It's sometimes seen as a curse to get exactly what you wish for, and in this instance, I agree. Far Harbor's successes makes the broader disappointments of Fallout 4's other content sting a lot worse. Because here is the template that would have fixed it. Here is the balance, not only between story and simulation, but also between nuance and satire, between faction choice and personal choice. It's unreasonable to ask for Van Buren and hold all new content to the standards of my own memories and nostalgia, but it is a lot more reasonable to hold up one piece of the existing game, among others, and say, you could have been doing this the whole damn time and chose not to. Consider the main questline and the factional conflict. The two main settlements in this corner of rural Maine is the town on the pier, also called Far Harbor, and a former Navy installation where the children of Adam have holed up in a dry-docked nuclear submarine. Neither are especially great factions on their own. The Far Harbor Township is made up of regular folks and forms a default good perspective. The children of Adam, on the other hand, are the most militant and zealous version of the cult, yet portrayed in Fallout. They fit in primarily with the Fallout 3 conception of evil as choosing the zaniest, most absurdly callous choice in a given situation. The only reason to join the Children of Adam is if you enjoy seeing people in silly costumes poison themselves and others, which is, a perfectly Fallout thing to enjoy. What makes the factions enjoyable beyond their simplicity is the individuals participating in each. The Children of Adam are a great quest hub, especially if you do not support the faction, because many of the quest solutions involve quietly fixing broken things and improving the general health rather than dialing up the radiation, as you're asked to do. To put on a dog and pony show for the High Confessor while undermining him at every step feels like real role-playing, like New Vegas-style role-playing. And the townsfolk are well fleshed out with a wide variety of personalities, from stubborn and antisocial to stoic to nervously courageous. One of the really fun quests is the Island of the Red Death. It's a whole special part of the map that you need to travel to by boat, a threatening red light peering out of the fog. It's made out to be like a huge boss confrontation, but when you get there, it's just a little guy with extra bright eyes. The cutest Mirelurk you ever did see. The woman who you went out hunting with was expecting so much more, and had told people such, so her standing in the community depends on whether she can spin this into a yarn good enough to earn the town's respect. So this quest is not about courage, it's a quest about how the best fishing stories are all huge lies, for the most part. Far Harbor is full of these little moments and genuinely amusing twists. The thing that complicates the factions in a higher order kind of way is the third major settlement, the observatory community of Acadia. It's a refuge for runaway synths, run by a synth named Dima, one of the only other prototypes like Nick Valentine. Nick is your connection to the plot in general. It's a missing persons case just like Point Lookout was. Finding Kasumi, the missing woman, is easy. Getting her to leave is harder because you either have to help Dima or shatter her faith in him. A good late-game plotline will have layers to it, and this plot is actually pretty excellent in its layering. Dima is an enigmatic, suspicious figure. He's run from the Institute, but he embodies all of the Institute's negative qualities, the same ivory tower abstractions that allow them to inflict pain and cruelty for the greater good he possesses as well. Dima has erased his memories, but he murdered Avery, the leader of Far Harbor, replacing her with a sympathetic synth copy. It was, to Dima, a double homicide because he also had to erase the synth who was to become the new Avery. So there are three options as far as dealing with Dima is concerned. One, you turn off the town's fog suppressors at the source, sabotaging it and leaving them to be claimed by the radiation, as is the will of Atom. Or you can gun down all the zealots at their submarine base before they can try anything funny. Or you can choose Dima's option, where you double up on Avery's murder by also replacing the High Confessor with a synth copy. With the High Confessor's miraculous change of heart, the Children of Adam come off the war footing and begin to share the land non-competitively. Dima is a wonderful character because he demonstrates both the temptation and the corruption of the Institute's power. Dima escaped the Institute, but never its values, never its assumptions of superiority. Dima means well, but humans are stubborn, irrational, irreconcilable. To actually achieve reconciliation between them means to manipulate and diminish human control over the settlements and the situation. The good ending, therefore, mimics the attitudes and actions of the evil faction of the main campaign. This is a fine, dark irony, a juicy one in that classic Fallout tradition. It makes Far Harbor tremendous epilogue content. If you destroyed the Institute, it highlights the kind of power that was lost along with them, the power to manipulate towards outcomes that are sometimes very much the lesser evil. If you sided with the Institute, it is an ironic comeuppance that being best in the position to refute the legitimacy of the Institute's actions and perspectives is unable to help himself mimicking them when under duress. Synths have the possibility to be more than human, and Dima sees himself that way as a kind of synthetic Moses for his people. As we've seen, robots are simple things, programmed to do whatever they can in the simplest ways. Synths are supposed to have higher cognition, but they are based on human thought, and thus are cursed with human reasoning. No matter who Dima wants to be, however wise and godlike, he debases himself from that by using shortcuts to power, by refusing to accept the autonomy of others, even when that autonomy is misguided or tragic. Far Harbor's plot isn't just good on its own, it actually deepens the main campaign's plot through self-reflection and grounded world-building. Even Far Harbor's goofiest moments are surprisingly complicated. When I first played the DLC, I discovered the Hidden Vault entirely by accident, and I assumed that that's how it was meant to be discovered, a whole sprawling quest appearing in an otherwise unassuming basement. Turns out that an NPC actually shows up in town to fetch you for it if you don't find it yourself, leading to a lot of condescending comments about how I must have been deliberately lying to try to make the content appear better than it was. There's an assumption that a lot of people make that game critics lie about everything in order to facilitate some kind of grievance or to defend a given corporation, or whatever the slander du jour happens to be. I don't know anyone who writes this way. I discover the content through exploration. I was charmed by it, I said as much. There's no lie there. And it is a hell of a quest. A locked room murder mystery taking place entirely among the robo-brains of the formerly rich. Vault 118 was meant to be an experiment in class resentment. The rich hotel guests would occupy the lavish wing of the vault, and then a deliberately unfinished wing would admit an overcrowding of staff and local residents. But the rich vault dwellers usurped the controls from the overseer, and the locals were never admitted at all. Just a handful of rich assholes down in a basement for 200 years. It's got some interesting ties to Automatron. The ringleader down here was the same researcher in charge of the RoboBrain program, and that RoboBrain program, if you recall, worked best on the brains of complete sociopaths. So the fact that not one of these millionaires has had an issue with the conversion is a nice, biting little element of satire. Consider also this beach, just a little carve-out cave with some sand and some spotlights and a painting of a boat. Not only do the residents of Vault 118 have to pretend that this is outside, they have to pretend that they can even feel the sand. They are no longer anything but ghosts inside a nested prison, first of metal, then of concrete, and lastly of time. Even though there are parts of it that hit in a serious way, this quest is all satire and dark comedy, or even just broad comedy. Take the classic trope of the seductive, philandering high society wife. She's here too, she's the robot wearing the little sun hat. So you can flirt with and seduce one of the suspect's wives, which is classic, but it leaves it to your imagination just how that's supposed to work exactly. However it does, I imagine Windex would be useful at some point. Or consider the artist. His art is terrible, and in order to get him to spill the beans on what he knows about the murder, you have to pass a series of increasingly difficult speech checks as you interpret his art without offending him. Or perhaps the hidden character. The Vault Overseer can still be found, a dusty corpse behind the walls. When the Robo-Brains usurped control of the vault from him, the experimenter became the experiment. How long could he stand being trapped in here with them? The whole thing works as comedy, as drama, even as a murder mystery. One of the most truly fun quests in the game, and one that would fit in perfectly with any of the older Fallouts in tone and style. The only negative is a controversy regarding the idea. The whole quest is very similar to a fan mod for New Vegas called Autumn Leaves. The creator of that mod put together a comparison that shows pretty conclusively that they are at least uncannily similar to each other. In an article for website PC Invasion, the author of the mod actually adopts a very positive attitude about the whole thing, saying, quote, "I honestly thought Bethesda staff played Autumn Leaves, had a blast with it, I hope, took some things out of it, made their own thing for Far Harbor, and I seriously think this is perfectly okay. After all, Autumn Leaves' inspirations are countless: Asimov, Pluto, Planescape Torment, Arcanum, older Fallouts, etc., and being influenced is a natural part of the writing process," end quote. Which is a pretty fair and compassionate argument to make. Fallout itself is a pastiche of influences, even from the very beginning. The sharp satire, immersive sound design, and gritty visual design of the Fallout franchise took the familiar clay of many things that came before and molded them into something unique. When Fallout 4 is invested in these things, it does very well, and Far Harbor is more than just the writing. The environmental design is truly tremendous. The interaction of fog and light is top-notch. Like, it's frustrating that so many years have gone by since Fallout 4, including the release of Fallout 76, and most open-world shooters still don't look this good. Every time there's a vista, the island's use of mountains and swamps creates a lot of intrigue and visual interest. The shorelines especially are quite beautiful. Bar Harbor is a remarkable copy of Maine's Bar Harbor, and having actually traveled to Bar Harbor to compare them, I'm kind of blown away by what an amazing job they did. The game condenses down the landscape and the landmarks in the most careful, considered possible way. The map also allows for new settlements using the settlement system, allowing a player to lightly customize the island in a couple of spots. The new companion, a temperamental and misanthropic guide named Longfellow, is a great complement to the atmosphere. He doesn't have a special twist or colorful affectation, he's just an ornery old man in a strange and dangerous place, which is a fine and classic pairing. His quest has you hunting down a monster that he was never able to bring down by himself, a giant insectile mutant, somewhat inspired by Stephen King's The Mist, that he's named Shipbreaker. Far Harbor begins with the ambition of outdoing Point Lookout, but it hits that mark real early on, and then spends most of its playtime surpassing it. The DLC is so good that I consider it a major high point in the franchise in general. It's similar to what an Obsidian-style Fallout feels like, but unique from it. It's more visually focused and more willing to joke around. And yet, in contrast to the main campaign, those moments where Far Harbor decides to be serious actually feel serious. They land with real emotional weight and impact. Even the science fiction is compelling this time around. Far Harbor creates not only an alternate map, it creates an alternate version of Fallout 4 that highlights its best features and demonstrates how good the game as a whole might have been. Yet, it's not actually the biggest DLC. They saved that for last. The best they haven't saved at all. Fallout 4 will never be a better game than it is right here in the fog-shrouded hills of Far Harbor. It's hard to get through Nuka World for me after experiencing Far Harbor. In terms of pure marketing bullet points, Nuka World ought to be the apex of the Fallout 4 experience. Its main quest takes longer than Far Harbor, it completely revamps the entire settlement system and adds dozens upon dozens of late-game options to try to freshen it up for bored players. It adds another vast new region to the game's collection of maps. You get the best weapons, the best armors, the best drugs in the game by far. Nuka World is the single biggest piece of post-release content I think there's ever been for a Fallout title, so far anyway. It's simply more than any other given DLC. So, what's my beef? Well, just as Far Harbor highlighted the best of what Fallout 4 can be, Nuka World indulges in the worst. It's atonal in every way, constantly pivoting from being utterly frivolous to self-consciously edgy. More than just being frivolous, though, is that through the systems and options introduced by Nuka World, the entire meaning of my 100-plus hour playthrough is called into question. I have tried my best to find meaning in Fallout 4, to believe in its world and take it at face value. Nuka World makes that impossible. Even worse than Vault-Tec Workshop, Nuka World reduces the iconography of Fallout down to something utterly meaningless, as well as your actions as player. The problem is the frame. Nuka World is a raider paradise with 3 gangs vying for control. After the introductory dungeon, you find yourself in the position of overboss of all 3, having killed the last overboss in ritual combat with a squirt gun, like you do. So, regardless of any actual role-playing intentions, you're the bad guy now. If you want. Nuka World offers you one out, so to speak. There's an NPC you can talk to about destroying all 3 gangs and liberating the theme park, but in doing so, you forfeit the entire tree of quests and all the new mechanical features. So yes, you can roleplay not being on board with being the overboss of the raiders, but you already paid 10 real-world bucks to be here, if buying the DLC separately, so you might as well go for it. There are constant hedges against being the most bloodthirsty raider possible to soften the impact of switching your allegiances around for little reason beyond pure novelty. The 3 gangs are all different flavors of evil. At the end, you can only support a maximum of 2 gangs. It's war against the others to secure your throne by the end. You only have to support one, though, and one of the gangs is designed to be kind of appealing in a morally neutral way. Mags Black runs the Operators, who are much more of a mercenary band than they are a war party. They're disciplined and tidy in combat. Mags is a wry and interesting character. They just want the money. By supporting them exclusively and using tactics that involve extortion and subterfuge, it's possible to run your raider empire in a way where not a lot of people get hurt. The disciples are the medieval choice. They're bloodthirsty in the classic raidery way, with outrageous costume and zero regard for human life. Siding with them is choosing original flavor raider aesthetics for your empire. And then there's the Pack, who are a bunch of painted fools who worship the law of the jungle and so choose to see themselves as animals, predators by choice. The Pack is a particularly odd group of raiders, garish colors contrasting with domineering nihilism. But the Pack leader isn't the worst character in the DLC, not by a long shot. The worst is Cheeto, son of the gorillas. Nuka World, like Disney World, is divided into theme parks within the theme park. The gangs are all concentrated around the Main Street USA knockoff, including your villain's lair inside the Matterhorn. The DLC does up all of the Disney parks: Frontierland, Tomorrowland, Fantasyland, Adventureland, the whole deal. Each park has a pretty hefty quest associated with it, at the end of which you'll be able to assign the park to one of the power-hungry gangs. Nuka World's Adventureland knockoff has you trying to turn off a cloning machine that's producing an infinite amount of the deadly Gator Claw. That's fine on its own. It didn't also need you to work with a bargain basement Tarzan. It's a joke that might be funny once, stretched out to like half an hour. And that is so much of the writing in Nuka World. Consider how, for no particular reason and to no particular benefit, the DLC brings back the Hobologists from Fallout 2. Whether these guys are even connected to the old San Francisco chapter is unclear. They're just a familiar element recycled without thought. And what thought could there be, anyhow? They were a throwaway joke given too much importance, even back in Fallout 2. It's not that the Hobologists have any particular prominence in the DLC. Nuka World includes a surprisingly large rural area outside of the park boundaries in the main quests. It's not quite as large as Far Harbor's map, but Nuka World has so many more interior areas compared to Far Harbor that the time investment is the same or more between the DLCs. It's in these outer wastes where you'll find the Hobologists. The 10 or 15 minutes or so it takes to do their side quest, you'll build up to a punchline that means absolutely nothing. There's an old county fair-style flying saucer, the kind that holds people to the walls through centrifugal force. They think this will carry them to the stars. If you humor them, they just run out the door again, idiots on parade. If you slip an extra battery into the saucer ride instead, the force caves in all their skulls and you get a little gore firework. So in the good ending of the quest, it's not even much of a joke, and in the bad ending, it is only a joke. Why even bring up the Hobologists? Why not tell a new joke? Why create content if it adds neither comedy, nor drama, nor intrigue of any kind? There's also a knockoff of the Winchester Mystery House for some reason. It has nothing to do with Disney World or Massachusetts, but hey, why not? It has a double twist where it's spooky and seems haunted, but then the boss is just a gunner deserter who uses the house to prey on travelers. Oh, but wait, once he's dead, you catch sight of the real ghost. It was really haunted after all. Fallout 2, for its part, already made ghosts part of the setting with that whole business in the den, so it's not that it's absurd that's the problem, it's that it's not a satisfying payoff or punchline. Even when Nuka World attempts nuance, it's working in direct competition with its sense of meaningless frivolity. Take the plight of Oswald the Magician. He was a park employee when the bombs fell and was alone among the ghouls to keep his sanity as everyone else succumbed to the radiation. He considers all the feral ghouls his friends, and he doesn't take kindly to your violent meddling. He has a soft spot, though. He had a love, decades ago, who left to go find a cure. He never saw her again. I would have considered this a lot more impactful if either you never saw her, or if she had made it to the Commonwealth. Instead, you do find her corpse, and she only made it as far as Bradberton, the employee housing complex on the edge of the park. All this melodrama, and she didn't make it more than the equivalent of like 2 miles before giving up and taking her own life. Her last wishes were that he leave the park, and I had already counseled him that way hours ago when I skipped his boss fight with the speech check. Which is welcome, because he's a real magician who teleports and such, and teleporting bosses are notoriously annoying. The whole Fantasy Kingdom park is oriented around humanizing Oswald, who is just so ridiculous on the surface that I don't know that it's even worth trying to humanize him in the first place. But a great deal of time and many words are spent trying to create sympathy for Oswald. Even though his whole plot could have been resolved not by leaving the park itself, but by just taking a careful stroll around the perimeter. To have chosen to be serious or chosen to be absurdist would have worked apart, but all jammed up together like this, it's a complete mess. Or consider the strangest, most annoying quest in the DLC, a scavenger hunt for hidden Cappy mascots spray-painted in an invisible ink. You must wear these stupid glasses to be able to see them, so chances are very high that no matter how serious the dialogue in Nuka World wants to be, the player is probably wearing a costume piece that totally undermines the entire tone. This is Fallout 4's attempt to portray a fully evil faction with the Raiders, with slavery and murder and fear at the heart of things. And here you are, wearing these goddamn glasses the whole time. If you allow this indignity to continue until you've scoured the entire map for Cappy figures, you get a very special quest reward. You're sent on this quest by Sierra Petrovita, the same woman who ran the Nuka-Cola Museum back in the Capital Wasteland. She's here on a working vacation, unbothered apparently by the Raiders, to find her idol, the founder of Nuka-Cola and a Walt Disney parody. Bradberton's allowed the Defense Department to use the park as a secret research facility, which you can actually find beneath the Quantum River ride. In exchange, he gets to be a frozen head in a jar forever. He regrets this now and would prefer to die. In exchange, he'll give you access to the weapons that the government developed using his Nuka-Cola Quantum. Or you can just let Sierra keep him, and therefore let Bradberton suffer her cloying fandom for the next several decades. Letting Bradberton die means also killing Sierra, who unwisely draws on you for your choice. On the one hand, this is kind of funny, and to have actual narrative content at the end of a scavenger hunt feels good. There are 2 other scavenger hunts in the DLC with much worse rewards. Getting park medallions from hidden dispensers in every part of the park gives you next to nothing. And the biggest, longest scavenger hunt is for star cores to use in the Tomorrowland area in exchange for a special Nuka-Cola Quantum-themed set of advanced power armor. Hours of sniffing around. And for what? To be an ugly color in a power armor you could acquire 1,000 other ways? I don't really get it. So I'm glad one of these 3 quests actually went somewhere. But where did it really go? Only so far as another tepid, uncertain punchline to a drawn-out joke. The scavenger hunts strike me as an especially desperate way to compel a player's engagement with the game world. Are you playing for joy, for curiosity, or because the game has dangled enough carrots on enough sticks that you simply stop asking why? It's content for the sake of content, which you can now retroactively say about the entire settlement system and much of the role-playing or progress you may have made. To complete the questline of Nuka World and complete your takeover of the park, you need to raid your own settlements back in the Commonwealth. Raiders then create their own kind of settlement, which is functionally the same, except that they generate unhappiness if you assign raiders to farm crops. All your food for the raider settlements needs to come from tributes by surrounding towns. So you have a factional conflict, except you, the player, control both sides of the conflict, both factions. You budget your regular settlements against the needs of your raider settlements and try to extract maximum tribute, which is then automatically deposited in your warlord's chest upon reaching warlord level 3, which you get by converting 9 regular settlements into raider settlements. Nuka World's raider questline would fit in with everything else in Fallout 4 so much better if it had been one of the primary factions in the primary campaign, if you had the option from the very beginning to pursue a criminal antisocial path, like siding with the Powder Gangers in the opening of Fallout New Vegas. Then it would make sense. You would be a raider. That would be the role you were playing. Nuka World is endgame epilogue content through and through. While it does scale and level up and down, you're meant to be a pretty high level to begin the content. The balance assumes a deep inventory and high player survivability. More important, however, is that the raider system cannot function unless you've already heavily invested in getting many settlements up and running. You would have had to put hours and hours into raising the stats of these automated hamlets to the point that they're juicy enough to be prey for the raiders. Eventually, the Minutemen and Preston Garvey do reject you for being the raider warlord, but never is your control of your regular settlements in danger. In order for this to work at all, you will have had to have been both hero and villain, and in doing so, you demonstrate that neither label really meant anything at all. This world, as technically impressive as it is still, fundamentally, a toy. Nuka World, and particularly its raiding mechanics, is a desperate bid to extract some last bit of novelty from Fallout 4's world before you put the toy away and play with something newer and shinier. What happens when a player gets bored in SimCity, after all? You turn on some disasters, right? You see what you've made burn down before reloading a save or shutting the game down entirely. What a contrast it makes to the last DLC of New Vegas. Lonesome Road created a new narrative climax, a more personal narrative climax, while also offering a literally nuclear option with ramifications so potentially severe that they could alter the trajectory of a sequel's world building. Lonesome Road wants to bring everything to a head to grab all of the dangling threads of plot and tie them up tight before the game ends properly. Nuka World has a completely opposite set of assumptions and goals. Rather than tie anything up, it seeks to break what narrative that came before in hopes of squeezing a few extra hours of perpetual play out of jaded players. Rather than assume player interest, it assumes player disinterest. It assumes that the only way to make your toy interesting again is to take its pieces and smash them violently together for funsies. A post-apocalyptic version of Disneyland, on its own, would be kind of slight for a final DLC, but it would have at least been tidier to limit itself that way. It wouldn't have created such a quagmire of naked solipsism. To run both the Raider Kingdoms and the settlements is to acknowledge the fundamental frivolity of both, that not only do NPCs mean nothing now, but they have always meant nothing, that even as an imaginative exercise, there was no actual climax or point or message. It was only ever toys in the sandbox, with you controlling all the little inanimate figures, good guys in one hand, bad guys in the others, pew pew, pew pew. All games are make-believe and pretend to a certain extent. That's unavoidable. But the entire purpose of the suspension of disbelief is to allow the experience to feel more meaningful than just pretend. Fallout 1 is playing pretend, but it's also formatted in a novelistic and literary way. It engages in themes and ideas, and it communicates something as art. Fallout 4 is a work of art. There is too much technical competence on display to say otherwise. To make a simulation look this good takes strong artistic sensibilities. It just never really transcends visual art because it's not building towards anything narratively. No final point, no underlying meaning or message, just content and content and content until you get sick of your toy and play with it destructively in one final burst before uninstalling the game and letting your time with it evaporate into the ether of other forgettable consumer experiences. I am stumped in trying to create my own climax within Fallout 4's open world. I have no real interest in being Warlord of Nuka World. It means nothing that I lead the Institute once I tire of the Radiant quests repeating ad infinitum. My new nation of settlements is collapsed and compromised by what I did to explore the Raider mechanics. You could not get me to put more time into being a so-called Vault Overseer if you had a real-life gun to my head. If I am the only thing that matters, the only living being in the game, the entire reason for the simulation to exist, then I suppose the only real ending is to find some way to glorify my own player experience. A great deal of the furniture